Chapter 1. The Transformation into a Lake. The sweltering heat and aridness permeated the desert, evoking a distinct aura of death. From a substantial patch of sludge, it was evident that this area had once been a modest lake. However, under the peculiar sun's glare, it had dwindled to a mere puddle. At this moment, the remaining puddle flickered with a faint luminescence, nearly imperceptible in the sunlight. Suddenly, the water within the puddle quivered violently, as if something were attempting to emerge, yet it only produced a series of bubbles. What is this? Have I been transported? Chu Chen felt a wave of dizziness, striving to scrutinize this world, yet all he beheld was an endless expanse of cloudless sky and a blinding sun. I have transformed into a lake. No, rather a puddle. Chu Chen found this notion hard to accept. While the concept of transmigration was not foreign to him, given his extensive reading of web novels, the transformation into a mere puddle seemed utterly absurd. Not to mention the common tropes of becoming a divine heir or a demon lord. Even an ordinary person or so-called waste could embark on a mortal journey. But what was he to do as a desiccated puddle? A hellish beginning. Chu Chen attempted to maneuver his body, acclimating himself to his surroundings. However, this radically different perspective proved challenging. Surrounding him was over 200 acres of muck, yet only this puddle remained. Had he arrived any later, it might have vanished entirely. In the distance lay an endless desert, with a few solitary creatures resembling wild buffalo scattered about. Right? Where's the transmigrator's essential golden finger? A flicker of excitement surged within him. The die was cast. All he could do was hope that his golden finger was sufficiently extraordinary. System, are you there? System initializing. System binding. After a brief wait, an information panel materialized in his perception. Host, Chu Chen, identity. Lake, level. Too low, on the brink of death. Skills. Spring breeze rain LV1. Water binding technique LV1. Energy, 100. Reminder. The host is currently a regular lake, capable of evolving to a spirit lake, elemental lake, and faith lake, among others. Evolution is possible? If I can progress step by step, I shall become invincible. While Chu Chen was still pondering the system, an alarming red alert suddenly blared. Host death countdown, 12 hours. What the hell? I arrive only to face a countdown to death. Chu Chen felt tears brimming. He hastened to familiarize himself with the system's functionalities. The so-called spring breeze rain was essentially a precipitation skill that could summon rain within the lake's vicinity, and this rain was imbued with spiritual energy, greatly aiding biological growth. The water binding technique, as its name implies, allowed him to manipulate water to ensnare adversaries. Utilizing skills required energy, and with only 100 points, Chu Chen could release just 2 skills. How to acquire more energy remained a mystery, but it was clear that time was not on his side. A lake's demise stemmed from dwindling water sources. As long as he could prevent himself from drying up, he would not perish. Activate Spring Breeze Rain. As he observed the energy on the panel dwindle to 50 points, a gentle breeze swept through, alleviating some of the heat. The sky remained devoid of clouds. Could this system be a sham? Chu Chen felt a twinge of worry. Without warning, several raindrops splattered upon the surface of the puddle, and soon a gentle rain began to fall, gradually intensifying. Chu Chen experienced a delightful refreshment, akin to a soothing itch being scratched. The rain persisted for an hour as he cautiously controlled the falling droplets, consolidating them into one area. By the time the rain ceased, the puddle had expanded more than threefold, now resembling a small pond of approximately 7 to 8 square meters. Chu Chen quickly checked the system panel, relieved to see the red warning had vanished. Host, Chu Chen, identity, lake level, 1 skills, spring breeze rain LV1, water binding technique LV1, energy, 50. His heart, which had barely settled after the tumult of his transmigration, found a moment's respite. What is happening? Sensing vibrations from a distance, Chu Chen perceived several wild buffalo that had previously lingered afar rushing towards him. Of course, after such prolonged drought, they must be coming to drink now that rain has finally graced this place. Chu Chen felt a surge of anxiety. Buffalo were herd animals, and if these few attracted a larger group, there might not be enough water to sustain them. I wonder if the water binding technique can deal with them. He needed to establish a deterrent to intimidate the other buffalo, thereby safeguarding the precious water he had painstakingly gathered. As the first buffalo trudged through the muck to reach him, its immense maw, much larger than that of a typical bovine, extended toward him. Suddenly, a water rope shot forth from the puddle, ensnaring the buffalo's neck and pulling it into the depths. The buffalo, taken by surprise, thrashed violently, yet the binding grew ever tighter. Its futile struggles only caused it to sink deeper into the muck. Ultimately, the buffalo's head submerged beneath the water, its thrashing growing feebler until the surface returned to tranquility. The other buffalo, having witnessed this unexpected turn of events, fled in terror, glancing back in fright. Ding! Host has slain a low-level beast, gaining 100 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a first kill achievement, rewarding 100 energy points. What a stroke of luck! Subtracting the 50 points expended on the water binding technique, Chu Chen now possessed 200 energy points. So, eliminating creatures is a means to acquire energy points. Gazing at the distant, still trembling buffalo, Chu Chen fell into contemplation. In this boundless desert, with only this singular water source, he doubted the buffalo could resist the allure of both thirst and spiritual water. Indeed, they were walking energy points. The buffalo he had dragged underwater gradually became enveloped in mud, ultimately vanishing from sight. The desert at night was even more terrifying, filled with distant roars of beasts and the haunting cries of animals meeting their demise. It appeared this desert concealed numerous other creatures. By the following dawn, Chu Chen reopened the system panel, noting a change. His energy had surged to 500 points. It turned out that the buffalo from the previous night had finally succumbed to their thirst, coming en masse to drink, only to fall prey to Chu Chen. Each buffalo slain required 50 energy points to execute, yet yielded 100 in return, resulting in a net gain of 50 points. After much deliberation, Chu Chen also uncovered a hidden ability within the system. The memories of the creatures he had killed and consumed would also be absorbed. Through the buffalo from yesterday, he had gained a deeper understanding of this world. This is undoubtedly not the world he once knew. It resembles an ancient and untamed era. Within the memories of the bison, he glimpsed a lion crowned with flames, a winged horse, and humans wielding magic. This revelation ignited a thrill in Chu Chen. In such a wondrous realm, he must find a way to restore his human form. He certainly did not wish to remain as a mere lake forever. If I could lure that fiery lion in and consume it, I should acquire a substantial amount of energy, he mused. Chu Chen harbored an audacious idea. According to the bison's memories, they were prey to that lion, which must surely be nearby. Chapter 2. Ascension. Frenzied temptation, ***. The desert remained sweltering, and Chu Chen had been in this world for a week. After overcoming the initial threats of death, he embarked on a mundane yet intriguing life of hunting. Each day, he employed the spring rain skill, which not only amplified his essence, but also, after 7 consecutive days of rainfall, transformed him into what could now be described as a lake. Moreover, the rain infused with rich spiritual energy from the spring rain skill had revived plants and small aquatic creatures that were on the brink of death. Seeds, carried by the wind or attached to animals from afar, began to sprout in the muddy depths. The once lifeless lake gradually blossomed with vitality and movement. Of course, these were merely embellishments. For Chu Chen, the greater boon lay in the allure of the spiritual water, which drew animals to quench their thirst. In recent days, he had captured no fewer than 20 beasts, with the bison being the most prevalent, while he refrained from preying on smaller creatures. One fateful night, a jet-black beast stealthily approached, soundless as it melded into the darkness. As its claws sank into the mud near the lake, Chu Chen instantly detected its presence. This was a hunting dog, yet distinctly different from those in his former world. Its fur clung tightly to its flesh, resembling an ordinary hunting dog, but peculiarly, it possessed 2 heads, and its pairs of crimson eyes shone conspicuously in the night. Equally striking was the razor-sharp bone spur protruding from its forepaw. The 2-headed hunting dog surveyed its surroundings with caution. Upon confirming the absence of threats, it approached Chu Chen, lowering its head to drink. Naturally, Chu Chen could not let this opportunity slip by. Devouring this 2-headed hunting dog would undoubtedly yield significant energy rewards. With a swift motion, he invoked the water-binding technique. Compared to ordinary beasts, this hunting dog was acutely perceptive. The moment the water rope broke the surface, it recoiled rapidly. However, Chu Chen anticipated that a single use of the water-binding technique would not suffice to capture this creature. He unleashed the technique 5 times in succession. While the first rope was evaded, the remaining 4 ensnared the dog's limbs. The hunting dog struggled in terror, yet under the force of the lake, its body was inexorably drawn closer to the water. Just as it neared the lake's edge, its crimson eyes emitted 2 beams of red light, striking the water. With a resounding splash, 2 geysers erupted from the lake. Following this attack, the 2-headed dog succumbed to exhaustion, and Chu Chen effortlessly dragged it beneath the water. That assault, for Chu Chen, caused merely a ripple without substantial effect. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the first kill of a magical beast. Slaying a level 1 mundane beast rewards 1,000 energy points. Beep, detecting a special substance within the host's body. Would you like to refine it? Still reveling in the joy of receiving 1,000 energy points, Chu Chen was startled by the system's announcement regarding a special substance within him. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to refine it to discover its nature. Confirming refinement. Beep, refinement complete. The host has refined 2 essences of a level 1 hellhound, gaining 500 energy points. After some time spent comprehending this information, Chu Chen discerned that the 2-headed hunting dog was known as a hellhound, classified as a level 1 mundane beast. The 2 beams of red light it emitted prior to death were, in fact, its eyes. According to the system's data, the beings in this world, whether magical beasts or humans, were categorized into 4 tiers based on strength: mundane, extraordinary, legendary, and sacred, each further divided into 10 sublevels. This corresponded precisely with the levels bestowed by the system. As for whether higher tiers existed, that remained uncertain. Through comparison, Chu Chen assessed that the fiery lion from the bison's memories should be a level 3 mundane beast, while he, at present, was merely LV1, equivalent to a level 1 mundane being. However, due to his essence being a lake, most of his skills seemed ineffective. System, how do I level up? The host can upgrade to LV2 by consuming 2,000 energy. To play it safe, Chu Chen resolved to reach level 2 before confronting the fiery lion. Host, Chu Chen, identity, lake level, LV1, skills, spring rain LV1, water binding LV1, energy, 2,500. Upgrade, Chu Chen commanded. After a brief tremor, the lake was enveloped in mist. A quarter hour later, the fog dissipated, revealing a lake that had more than doubled in size, its waters teeming with lush aquatic plants and darting fish and shrimp. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Water Arrow Technique LV1. This upgrade left Chu Chen with only 500 energy points, yet his essence had expanded once more, and he had gained a new offensive skill. Even the plants and aquatic life within him benefited, accelerating their growth. The Water Arrow Technique, as its name suggests, allows the host to condense water arrows to attack foes. Each arrow consumes 100 energy points, with a maximum of 20 arrows able to be conjured at once. The greater the lake size, the more arrows could be formed. Upon receiving this information, Chu Chen found himself in a quandary. With his current energy level, he could only utilize the Water Arrow Technique 5 times. Nevertheless, armed with this new offensive capability, Chu Chen felt confident in his ability to vanquish the fiery lion, believing that ample rewards awaited him from the system thereafter. From the bison's memories, he recalled that the primary prey of the fiery lion was indeed bison, and due to recent widespread hunting, very few bison had approached for water in recent days. Thus, Chu Chen needed to devise a strategy to gather enough bison to lure the fiery lion. The following evening, Chu Chen employed the spring rain technique once more. Only such extensive rainfall could provide sufficient allure to draw the bison to drink. Indeed, as night fell, several bison cautiously approached. After testing the waters at the lake's edge and finding no anomalies, they began to drink deeply. Given his current size, Chu Chen had no need to be stingy with the water. To entice the fiery lion, he remained patient and undisturbed. By the 3rd day, the array of animals surrounding the lake had increased, with even a few waterfowl frolicking playfully in the waters. Chu Chen remained patiently vigilant, striving to cultivate an illusion of absolute safety. When the surrounding creatures arrived to quench their thirst, the flame lion would inevitably come forth to hunt. Moreover, perhaps due to the mystical essence of the lake's water, the animals by the shore appeared to possess an even greater vitality, resembling succulent morsels, eagerly awaiting the flame lion's discerning taste. After waiting for 2 consecutive days without a trace of the flame lion, the sight of several brazen buffalo frolicking at the water's edge nearly tempted Chu Chen to take action. At last, on the 4th day, a lion adorned with a fiery mane materialized in Chu Chen's perception from distance. At last, it has arrived, Chu Chen exclaimed, causing ripples to dance across the lake's surface in his excitement. Chapter 3. The mutated thorn tree. As the figure of the flame lion drew closer, Chu Chen felt a surge of anxiety. After all, it was his inaugural hunt for a level 3 magical beast, and this flame lion appeared exceptionally formidable. To be candid, he was uncertain of his chances for success. When the flame lion was approximately 500 meters from the lake, the surrounding wild beasts finally reacted, preparing to flee. The few water buffalo frolicking in the lake were particularly alarmed, hastily attempting to reach the shore. Chu Chen manipulated the water flow, creating an undercurrent at the lake's bottom to hinder one of the water buffalo from coming ashore. With a swift motion, the flame lion reached the lake's edge and sank its teeth into the neck of the water buffalo. Blood instantly stained the lake's surface, and the water buffalo succumbed quickly. Just as the flame lion was about to release its grip on the buffalo, Chu Chen unleashed the water binding technique. 3 streams of water surged from the lake towards the flame lion. Startled, the lion cleverly tossed the buffalo's carcass at the approaching water streams. However, these water strands were under Chu Chen's conscious control and evaded the buffalo, wrapping around the flame lioness' neck and one of its front paws instead. A fierce tug-of-war ensued. The flame lion proved to be an extraordinary adversary, managing to contend with the entirety of Chu Chen's lake. The fiery ring around its neck was expanding, threatening to obliterate the water bindings. Suddenly, 3 water arrows shot forth from the lake. The first arrow charged directly at the flame lion's forehead, followed closely by the other 2. The lion roared, spewing a cloud of flames. Although the fire cloud was not swift, it gathered in front of the lion. The first water arrow collided and was quickly evaporated, while the second arrow penetrated the cloud, causing it to tremble but remain intact. Chu Chen's heart raced as he deftly redirected the third water arrow at the critical moment, circumventing the fire cloud and descending from above. In a tragic wail from the flame lion, the water arrow vanished, leaving a gaping wound in the lion's head, from which blood gushed forth. At that moment, the fire cloud dissipated, yet the fiery ring around the lion's neck continued to blaze. Chu Chen commanded the water strands to drag the lion into the lake, which gradually settled into tranquility, with only a pool of blood on the muddy bottom attesting to the earlier struggle. This hunt consumed all of Chu Chen's remaining energy, leaving him completely spent. Yet he had successfully devoured this level 3 spirit beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the level 3 flame lion, acquiring 3,000 energy points. Ding! Anomalous energy detected. Would you like to refine it? Chu Chen surmised that the anomalous energy might originate from the fiery ring around the lion's neck. Ding! Refining flame lion's fire enhances the host's fire immunity. As water embodied, Chu Chen's only natural nemesis was fire. He had not anticipated that refining the flames could enhance his immunity. Perhaps, in the future, he could even consume higher-level flames, potentially the sun itself. This ambush was a resounding success, yielding 3,000 energy points. Contemplating his strategy, Chu Chen recognized that the primary methods for acquiring energy were through the hunting and devouring of creatures, as well as refining special substances or energies, all of which depended on skills. Currently, he possessed the skill Spring Breeze Turning to Rain, a fundamental technique to augment his mass, while Water Binding Technique and Water Arrow Technique were his primary offensive skills. System, I wish to upgrade my skills. It required 500 energy points to upgrade Spring Breeze Turning to Rain and Water Binding Technique, while Water Arrow Technique demanded 1,000 energy points. The costs for upgrading were indeed substantial. This was merely from level 1 to level 2, and it was evident that subsequent upgrades would necessitate even greater energy expenditure. However, to hunt and consume stronger creatures for more energy, upgrading skills was imperative. Thus, Chu Chen decisively opted for a complete upgrade. Upgrade all, he commanded resolutely. Host, Chu Chen identity, lake level, LV2 skills, spring breeze turning to rain LV2, water binding technique LV2, water arrow technique LV2 energy, 1000 having expended 2000 energy points. Chu Chen was eager to test the peculiarities of his level 2 skills and once again employed spring breeze turning to rain. This time, the skill consumed 100 energy points, manifesting a grand spectacle as torrential rain poured down for several hours. Chu Chen sensed a richer spiritual essence within the water. Although the rain fell heavily, he felt that the increase in his mass was not as significant as he had anticipated. Concentrating intently, he became aware of every part of his being, ultimately discovering a curious phenomenon. Not far off, in the mud, a seed, unknown as to how it had arrived, was greedily absorbing the spiritual rain, almost entirely consuming the rainwater in its vicinity. How audacious, Chu Chen mused, a mix of annoyance and curiosity flooding him. He deliberately directed a portion of the lake water towards the seed, continuing for nearly a quarter of an hour before the seed ceased its water intake. A seed no larger than a peanut had astonishingly absorbed a quarter hour's worth of lake water, an inconceivable feat in Chu Chen's perception. The seed appeared to have reached its saturation point, shaking its body and extending green shoots, 2 leaves unfurling, exploring its surroundings as it rapidly grew. In no time, the seed transformed into a tree over a meter tall. To Chu Chen's astonishment, underneath the mud, roots extending over 2 meters reached out intricately towards him. Humph! Such insatiable greed. Chu Chen swiftly unleashed a water arrow at the newly sprouted trunk. With a resounding crack, the trunk broke. In his mind, he seemed to hear a cacophony of wails, chilling to the bone, as the roots beneath the mud ceased their rapid growth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing a connection with the mutated thorn tree. Please choose to either form a symbiotic relationship or enslave the thorn tree. Such a function was unexpected for Chu Chen. After careful consideration, he recognized that the thorn tree, a common species in arid regions, had mutated, acquiring terrifying abilities to devour blood and souls to strengthen itself. Previously, while Chu Chen had hunted other creatures, the thorn tree had stealthily consumed blood and souls, and now, with the nourishing spiritual rain, it had finally emerged. Chapter 4. Elves and Humans under the Systems prompt. Chu Chen opted to form a symbiotic relationship with the mutated thorn tree. This decision was made after much deliberation. His immediate priority was to hunt as many creatures as possible for energy to upgrade, while the blood and souls of these beings were useless to him. Remarkably, these 2 elements were precisely what the mutated thorn tree required. This mutual exchange promised a future where, with Chu Chen's support, the thorn tree would grow into a formidable entity. Ding! Symbiosis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the symbiotic creature, the mutated thorn tree. Reward: 2000 energy points and a new skill, soul communication, enables direct communication with any being possessing a soul. When Chu Chen glanced at the system panel again, he noticed some changes. Beside his information, a new section had appeared. Creature, mutated thorn tree level, common tier 2 host, Chu Chen skills, thorn, bloodthirst, soul devour note. The mutated thorn tree possesses rapidly increasing intelligence and is exceedingly malevolent. Please exercise strict control. Having just been born, it was already at the same level as Chu Chen. Indeed, quite extraordinary. As for the system's warning, Chu Chen was not overly concerned. After all, creatures in a symbiotic relationship would not betray their host. Whether they were malevolent or benevolent mattered little in such a harsh environment, where kindness held no value. Chu Chen directed his perception towards the thorn tree, which responded with a wave of joyous spiritual energy. Due to its recent birth, its spirit was still weak, unable to communicate normally with Chu Chen, and could only convey vague concepts, such as a yearning for blood and souls. After the earlier battle, the beasts had long fled, likely deterred from returning for quite some time. Thus, Chu Chen could only control a portion of the water to nourish the thorn tree. Following another round of the tree's terrifying absorption, the trunk that had been interrupted by Chu Chen's water arrow began to sprout anew. Whether this was due to the thorn tree's inherent vitality or the miraculous essence of Chu Chen's spiritual water remained uncertain. With the newly acquired 2,000 energy points, Chu Chen decided to be generous, expending 1,000 points to induce rainfall. This time, he no longer controlled the scope of the rain. The entire original lake bed was soon enveloped in a downpour rich with spiritual energy. The gentle patter of rain has fallen intermittently for a week, while the sun above remains glaringly bright, and the heat continues to rise in the desert. Only this lake, shrouded in persistent rain, offers a semblance of coolness. Many trees, once thought dead, have begun to revive, and some distant seeds have sprouted tender shoots, transforming this desolate wasteland where Chu Chen resides into a singular oasis of life. Such a stark contrast in environment has drawn the attention of numerous creatures. Animals that once witnessed the massacre linger at a distance, resisting temptation with all their might, while others from farther away approach Chu Chen with uncontained eagerness. In Chu Chen's view, it has become insignificant to hunt ordinary beasts. Only magical creatures could yield greater rewards. Thus, he has strictly ordered the ghost Thorn not to act, intending to cultivate this place into a haven of life to attract more formidable beings. On this particular day, Chu Chen was leisurely gliding across the gentle waves, observing the uniqueness of this world, when he suddenly sensed a powerful energy wave approaching from afar. This energy moved toward him at an astonishing speed and soon arrived beside the lake. The animals, still drinking and frolicking by the water's edge, were caught off guard, and only when a deafening explosion rang out did they scatter in panic. Yet, Chu Chen was not alarmed. Rather, he felt a surge of joy. Finally, he had encountered humanity. In his previous life, he had often lamented the frailty of the human body, but after losing his human form and becoming a lake, he found himself yearning for those days. It had been nearly a month since his arrival in this world, and at last, he met a human, albeit one in dire straits. The newcomer, clad in a gray robe, bore a prominent nose and blue eyes, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. Wielding a wizard's staff, upon closer inspection, it became evident that one exposed arm was nothing but bone. The other figure, whom Chu Chen nearly mistook for a human, was slightly smaller than an average adult, with pointed ears and an excessively pale complexion, wings on his back, and a bow and arrow in hand, revealing his true identity as an elf. Kurus, you have trespassed into the elven forest. In the name of the king, I condemn you to death. The male elf's bow glimmered with a yellowish aura, and although he did not draw an arrow, the wizard named Kurus appeared to sense imminent danger. Kurus remained silent, his staff levitating before his chest as he chanted an incantation. Suddenly, the bony end of his staff pierced Kurus's chest, causing anguish and struggle to flash across his face as blood flowed toward a black bead at the top of the staff, transforming it into a deep crimson. Forbidden dark magic? How dare you, Kurus? Cough, cough. Grandy, the youngest earth elemental heir of the elven race, let your confidence lead to your demise. And may the great god of death grant you eternal life. Upon completing the incantation, Kurus's staff ceased its bloodsucking, and the red light surged, overpowering the green glow of Grandy's arrow. A colossal scythe emerged from the crimson light, aimed at Grandy. Instead of retreating, Grandy appeared resolute, his wings trembling violently as a massive yellow arrow formed and was instantly launched, causing his figure to vanish, retreating 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The yellow arrow collided with the red scythe, producing no earth-shattering sound. The arrow was swiftly obliterated. Meanwhile, Grandy ran forward without looking back, desperate to escape the scythe's deadly harvest. All was in vain. Grandy did not have time to scream as his exquisite head fell aside, his body continuing to surge forward for a distance. Witnessing this scene, Kurus finally lost the strength to stand and collapsed onto the ground. Chu Chen watched quietly from the sidelines, careful not to reveal even a hint of his presence, fearing detection, as he sensed another terrifying entity still lurking. Indeed, after claiming Grandy's life, the scythe did not vanish but instead sprouted an eye upon its blade. Indifference, terror, death. These were the inescapable words that came to mind for any creature that beheld that eye. Kurus gazed in horror at the blood-red scythe in the sky, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. With a swift motion, the scythe vanished, severing Kurus's head from his body. A yellow glow erupted from Grandy's corpse, disappearing into the void. The rapid turn of events left Chu Chen in stunned silence. Chapter 5. The unfortunate Kurus. After a brief moment of distraction, Chu Chen employed the water-binding technique twice, drawing Kurus and Grandy's corpses, along with their bows and staffs, into the water. I did not expect this small lake to conceal treasures, Chu Chen exclaimed in surprise, sensing no life fluctuations. That voice, Kurus. He was alive. Indeed, From Kuruz's mangled remains emerged a shrunken version of himself, barely resembling a human. "You wretched rat. I am the servant of the great god of death. How dare you covet my body?" True to form, the cunning necromancer was adept at manipulating souls, managing to preserve his essence even after employing forbidden magic. However, from his frantic glances, it was clear that Kuruz could not detect Chu Chen's presence. A soul entity. How intriguing. It was time to test the capabilities of the ghost thorn. Unfazed, Chu Chen realized that had Kuruz been at his full strength, he might have posed a challenge. However, with Kuruz reduced to a mere soul entity, he was akin to a delectable lamb before Chu Chen and the soul-devouring ghost thorn. The branches of the ghost thorn quivered in anticipation, eager for the delicacy of a necromancer's soul. Upon receiving Chu Chen's command, several black thorns shot forth from the ghost thorn toward Kuruz, who was caught off guard and unable to evade. They struck him squarely. "Ah, vile rat! I will burn your soul before my god's statue piece by piece." Kuruz cried out in agony, his soul's form contorting in various shapes, clearly suffering immense damage. Boom, boom, boom. The ghost thorn exploded, shattering Kuruz's soul into countless fragments. A once powerful necromancer, having evaded the pursuit of the holy light temple and once slain an earth elemental heir of the elven royal family, was effortlessly annihilated by Chu Chen's symbiotic creature. A mutated ghost thorn. The ghost thorn eagerly extended a tendril, and Chu Chen allowed it to absorb blood, but forbade it from devouring the soul just yet. He needed to extract the memories of both individuals through the system first, as souls processed after memory extraction would be purer, making it easier for the ghost thorn to consume. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the corpse of a level 3 extraordinary elven royal, earning 2,000 energy points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the corpse of a level 2 extraordinary dark wizard, earning 1,000 energy points. Special material detected, dragonbone staff and elven bow. Would you like to refine them? Refinement successful, earning an additional 1,000 energy points. The prospect of such abundant rewards from merely scavenging corpses had not crossed Chu Chen's mind. This suggests that as long as he could obtain a creature's corpse, he could acquire energy. If so, the path ahead became significantly simpler. A grander plan began to form in Chu Chen's mind. If successful, it would enable him to rapidly amass energy. After digesting this information, Chu Chen finally gained a clearer understanding of this world. The memories of the wizard and the elf were far richer than those of mere beasts and magical creatures, providing a more comprehensive perception of the world. This realm was known as the continent of gods and demons, a chaotic place teeming with diverse creatures and intricate factions. The most powerful among them was the Holy Light Temple, which worshipped the god of light, believing that all beings should forever dwell in the light. Conversely, Kuruz's faction, the Necromancer's Hall, revered the god of death, asserting that only through death could one attain eternal life. The elven race to which Grandy belonged was also a formidable lineage, albeit they seldom ventured beyond their enchanted forests and forbade any intrusions, meting out relentless retribution upon violators. Kuruz had been driven into the elven forest, pursued by mages from the Holy Light Temple, only to be discovered by Grandy, leading to this deadly chase. Ultimately, Kuruz resorted to the sacrificial dark magic, a forbidden spell of immense power, but one that demanded the user's life in return, making it a rarely used form of magic, even among dark wizards. Save for the madman enslaved by death. The Archbishop of the Radiant Temple spoke thus. For Chu Chen, this world still harbored many mysteries. He was indeed still quite weak. Had it not been for Kuruz being compelled to employ forbidden magic, resulting in their mutual destruction, it is likely that with Chu Chen's current strength, he would have been incapable of handling even one adversary. How feeble he felt. Chu Chen lamented deeply. This was merely a necromancer and an elven noble. How formidable must the Archbishop of the Radiant Temple, the Elven King, and the terrifying deities of light and death be? Fortunately, Chu Chen possessed a system, and he believed that one day he would rise to the heights of the divine. This time, he effortlessly amassed 4,000 energy points, just enough for his next upgrade. System, I wish to level up. Deduct 4,000 energy points. Congratulations, host, you have been promoted to level 3 lake. The previously tranquil waters surged, and Chu Chen's form expanded once more. He had fully restored the lake to its state before it dried up, encompassing an area of 800 meters in water. At last, there was a semblance of grandeur. Chu Chen felt quite satisfied with his current state, compared to the small puddle he initially arrived at. He could now be deemed a great lake. However, against the backdrop of this boundless wasteland, it still seemed somewhat inadequate. The most powerful beings known in this world, such as the Archbishop of the Radiant Temple and the Elven King, existed at the holy tier. In the memories of Kuruz and Grandi, there were no clear indications of the tier of the gods they spoke of, yet there was no doubt about their existence. Chu Chen speculated that this was likely due to Kuruz and Grandi not being of sufficiently high tier themselves. Kuruz was merely extraordinary level 2, and Grandi was only extraordinary level 3. Sooner or later, I too shall become a godlike being, revered and praised by multitudes. Chu Chen brimmed with confidence. Since he had traversed this wondrous otherworld, it would be a waste of a transgressor's identity not to gaze upon the heights. Chapter 6. The Conspiracy of the Radiant Temple and the Elven Race due to the abundance of spiritual energy, the lake, which had once hosted only a few surviving fish and shrimp, now teemed with a school of fish, numbering in the hundreds. Who knows what monstrous creatures might emerge in the future? Suddenly, the ghost thorn tree emitted a wave of spiritual energy. Chu Chen glanced at the system panel. Species: mutated ghost thorn tree level. Mortal tier 3 host. Chu Chen skills: ghost thorn, bloodthirst. Soul devour. The ghost thorn tree had actually leveled up alongside him. It seemed that Kuruz and Grandi's souls had bestowed considerable benefits upon it. Master, I am hungry. The tender voice of the ghost thorn tree resonated within Chu Chen's perception. The ghost thorn tree was able to communicate directly with him, a development Chu Chen had eagerly anticipated. With no one to converse with, he feared that he might lose his sanity before attaining divinity. To pass the time, Chu Chen playfully engaged the ghost thorn tree, helping it practice speech, much like a father nurturing a child learning to talk. In the eastern fringes of the continent lay a lush, primordial forest, akin to a verdant ocean. This was the Elven Forest, the dwelling place of the elves, and one of the 3 great forbidden grounds of the continent. It was deemed forbidden not merely because of the elves' formidable and exclusionary nature, but also due to the various magical beasts they nurtured, which were fearsome in their own right. Moreover, it was said that the entire Elven Forest was shrouded in mazes. Any creature that entered, save for the Elven royalty, would become lost and ultimately perish from various misfortunes. At the forest's deepest recesses stood a towering ancient tree, its branches and leaves obscuring the sky. This was the Elven race's sacred tree of nature, their object of worship. Each Elven noble regarded being interred beneath this sacred tree as the utmost honor. The trees surrounding the tree of nature were significantly taller than ordinary trees, each adorned with exquisitely crafted dwellings. This was the abode of the Elven nobility, and for millennia, few outsiders had ever ventured here. Yet today, an uninvited guest arrived. Clad in a flowing red robe, the newcomer starkly contrasted with the surrounding vibrant green. The staff in his hand emanated a gentle glow, and nearby elves basked in its light, displaying contented smiles. Humph, Archbishop Kate, extinguish your repugnant radiance. Lest the god of nature grow displeased, the Elven King Peters declared coldly, hovering before the tree of nature, casting a disdainful glance at Kate, his eyes flashing green. All the elves felt a tremor in their souls, abruptly awakening. Ah, esteemed King Peters, I am certain that the great god of nature would not take offense. I merely noticed the surroundings were somewhat dim and sought to illuminate them, Kate replied, his tone dripping with feigned innocence. King Peters chose not to pursue the matter further, simply stating, I am aware of the matter you speak of. As for the outcome, we shall await the decree of the god of nature. You may return for now. The 1,000-year mark was drawing near. Over the past millennium, through the united efforts of the Radiant Temple and the Elven race, light had illuminated the land, and darkness had steadily receded. It was hoped that when the 1,000 years came, this land would be forever bathed in light. King Peters nodded noncommittally. Kate seemed to have anticipated this outcome, bowing respectfully before departing, escorted by an elven guide. Shortly after Kate's departure, a yellow light soared into the Elven Forest, piercing directly into the tree of nature. Peters was taken aback and moved to investigate, but suddenly halted in his tracks. The other elves stood in confusion, awaiting clarity. After a few moments, the Elven King turned to address his kin. The will of the great god of nature has been revealed. The continent of Karl shall no longer be tranquil. From this day forth, the Elven Forest is to be completely sealed off. No creature is permitted to enter or exit, including our own kind. Inform all beings allied with us in the eastern lands to report any anomalies immediately, particularly regarding any belief systems spreading that are not of the radiant temple or the great god of nature. The earth spirit heir, Gruda, has perished. Yet he must return to the embrace of the god of nature. Elise, you shall retrieve Gruda's body, and, on behalf of the god of nature, bring the perpetrator back to nature as well. Yes, my king, a dark voice echoed, yet the speaker remained unseen. As all the elves dispersed, King Peters approached the tree of nature and knelt. I wonder, first the necromancer invaded the elven forest, and now the radiant temple issues such demands. Will the fleeting peace we have maintained for nearly 1,000 years be shattered once more? The leaves of the tree of nature rustled, yet it offered no response. May my God bless you, loyal follower, that the elven race may preserve this final sanctuary. Peters bowed deeply to the tree of nature, his somber gaze drifting towards the horizon, brow furrowed. Emerging from the elven forest, Kate turned back for a moment. Soon, light shall dispel darkness, and the elven forest shall not be spared. With that, he flicked his staff, summoning a six-pointed star array beneath him, and he vanished without a trace. Returning to the desolate expanse where Chu Chen resided, a month had passed since his arrival. Aside from the lowly beasts at the bottom of the food chain and a handful of magical creatures, he had yet to encounter any sizable races, let alone human tribes. This vexed Chu Chen. If he could not establish contact with an intelligent race, relying solely on himself, he did not know how long it would take to level up again. As the lake's area gradually expanded, so too did Chu Chen's field of vision. Yet he still could not discern the edge of this desolate wasteland. Chu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. One morning, while idly toying with the ghost thorn tree, he noted that its intelligence had developed to that of an 11 or 12-year-old human child. He had even given it a name, Chu Ming, following his surname, as its soul-devouring ability bore resemblance to the king of hell from Earth's mythology. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves reached Chu Chen's perception, akin to 1,000 cavalry charging forth. Could it be a human army? That would indeed be good news. However, as the target came into view, it left Chu Chen utterly astounded. What he beheld was not an army, but a legion of enormous scorpions. Each of these scorpions was the size of a half-horse, and their gallop resembled a stampede. The current scorpions were particularly large, slightly purple, with their barbed tails glistening ominously. Before long, the scorpion army arrived at the lake's edge, and the lead scorpion general turned back, prompting all the scorpions to halt in unison. The scorpion general gestured with its claws towards a few of its scorpion soldiers, signaling them to approach for a drink. After several scorpion soldiers safely returned to their ranks after drinking from the lake, the scorpion general commanded all his troops to proceed in an orderly fashion to quench their thirst. Chapter 7. The Clash of Scorpions and Lizards. Benefiting Chu Chen remained motionless. In his perception, the scorpion general was merely at level 3, with the few behind him only at level 2, while the rest of the scorpion soldiers were merely level 1. However, the ability to form such a disciplined army of scorpions was indeed astonishing. It should be noted that the magical beasts Chu Chen had previously hunted included several at level 3, yet none exhibited such high intelligence. Chu Chen intended to observe the next moves of these scorpions, should he manage to devour them in one fell swoop. The energy from these thousands of scorpions would be considerable. Once all the scorpion soldiers had quenched their thirst, the scorpion general stepped forward. Just as he was about to dip his head into the lake, Chu Chen pondered whether to take action. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from afar. More formidable than the scorpion army, it was the lizard army. The leader was undoubtedly also at level 3. Moreover, the lizard army surrounded the scorpion army, cornering them at the edge of the lake. Was this to be a tribal clash? If so, Chu Chen could reap the benefits. As the lizard army closed in, the scorpion troops were momentarily thrown into disarray. The scorpion general, unable to drink, waved his claws to command his army to stand ready. The lizard army pressed forward. While the scorpion army retreated, many scorpions half-submerged in the water, although both factions appeared poised for battle. Chu Chen keenly observed that neither the scorpion general nor the lizard general had any intention of striking. Instead, the once disciplined magical beast factions exhibited signs of losing control upon encountering an adversary. Watching the stalemated confrontation, Chu Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Since neither side was willing to act, he would lend a helping hand. With a swift motion, an arrow of water shot forth from the lake. piercing through 2 or 3 scorpion soldiers before dissipating. Startled by the sudden disturbance, the already disadvantaged scorpion army erupted into chaos, frantically charging towards the lake's edge. The encircling lizard army tightened their grip, and the clash between the two races ignited. Both the scorpion general and the lizard general were taken aback, desperately issuing commands to control the situation, but to no avail. Once engaged in battle, the two factions were driven solely by their instinct to fight, unable to heed their leaders' orders. In a bid to restrain their subordinates, both commanders resorted to extreme measures. Observing the increasingly frenzied scorpion and lizard armies, Chu Chen found himself astonished. It seemed these two races harbored deep-seated animosities. Glancing at the scorpion general and lizard general, who were unwilling to engage, Chu Chen sensed a peculiar intrigue. Though there was evident hostility between the two races, their leaders appeared to be exerting great restraint, seemingly hesitant to strike unless compelled to do so. Chu Chen could only surmise that a more formidable presence was preventing them from waging war. What kind of entity could intimidate such vast races? A sense of urgency washed over Chu Chen. The lake's anomalies would eventually be uncovered. But he hoped it would not happen now, for he was not yet strong enough. While his lake form rendered him resilient, he understood that this world possessed many powerful magics, some capable of catastrophic destruction. As the inevitable battle loomed, the scorpion general and lizard general, still reluctant to engage, approached the lake together. They had both witnessed the water arrow that startled the scorpion soldiers, triggering the conflict. Observing the lake meticulously, they found nothing amiss. The lizard general, infuriated, opened his massive jaws and released a torrent of green venom. Upon contacting the lake's surface, the venom rapidly spread, causing any fish or shrimp it touched to float lifelessly to the top. Unmoved, Chu Chen awaited the perfect opportunity. At last, the scorpion general could no longer contain himself. His tail's poisonous stinger glimmered red before splitting into dozens of projectiles that plunged into the water. Yet, other than creating splashes, nothing occurred. Both beasts were perplexed. They sensed no unusual presence in the lake, and their probing attacks yielded no results. The scorpion general glanced at the lizard general, indicating he should investigate the lake. After all, the lizard was amphibious, while the scorpion was strictly terrestrial. With a furious roar, the lizard general hesitantly entered the water, submerging himself. A prime opportunity. Chu Chen seized the moment, conjuring 4 water tendrils that formed in the lake, their power magnified. The lizard had no time to resist. The water was Chu Chen's domain. His limbs were firmly ensnared, leaving only his tail weakly thrashing in the water. Chu Chen manipulated the currents, striving to quell the turbulence created by the lizard general's struggles. Simultaneously, he unleashed the water arrow technique, piercing the lizard general and extinguishing his life. Controlling the water flow, Chu Chen enveloped the lizard general to prevent his blood from staining the lake. On the shore, the scorpion general grew anxious as the lizard general failed to return. Suddenly, he realized he could no longer sense the lizard general's presence. Filling him with dread, he turned to flee. Yet, Chu Chen would not let him escape. With swift precision, 4 water tendrils ensnared the scorpion general from behind, dragging him into the depths. In the water, the scorpion general's power diminished significantly. His tail's poisonous stinger was rendered ineffective against Chu Chen's lake form. Unsurprisingly, he too fell to Chu Chen's water arrow technique, losing his head. Thus, both the mightiest scorpion general and lizard general were slain by Chu Chen, while the fierce battle between their races on the shore had resulted in heavy casualties. Chapter 8. A Crisis. A strange gecko, Chu Chen commanded the lake's waters to roll back, pulling the battling scorpions and lizards into the depths, then conjured waves that slaughtered them within the lake. Exhausted from their previous skirmishes, the magical beasts soon floated lifelessly to the surface, the lake awash in crimson blood, while the shore was littered with severed limbs and tails, creating a gruesome scene. Chu Chen first refined the corpses in the water, allowing the blood and souls to be devoured by the ghost thorn tree. From the memories he had garnered, it became apparent that the simultaneous arrival of both races at the lake was no coincidence. In the memories of both the lizard and scorpion generals, he glimpsed a figure, a darkly cloaked elf, whose wings and pointed ears betrayed his identity. This elven being commanded both races to thoroughly investigate the desert and report any anomalies. Why would the elves be probing this desolate expanse? Chu Chen doubted it was merely for the sake of Grandy. If that were the case, there would be no need to investigate the entire desert's irregularities. A sense of foreboding crept over him, an unprecedented feeling of crisis pressing upon him. Would he soon cross paths with the elven race once more? It seemed preparations were in order, with nearly 2,000 corpses in the water. Combined with the previously slain scorpion and lizard generals, Chu Chen had amassed nearly 20,000 energy points from this endeavor. Wealth had come swiftly, indeed. War was the most lucrative enterprise. Overcome with joy, he gazed at the remaining 3,000 to 4,000 corpses on the shore, overwhelmed by the sudden fortune, momentarily dizzy. Yet, he steeled himself against the temptation to consume the corpses on the shore, observing the system panel as it first breached 5 digits in energy points. Chu Chen felt greater elation than he had upon receiving his first 5-figure salary in his past life. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to pursue a significant upgrade. System. I wish to elevate my level to 5, while also upgrading Spring Rain, Water Binding, and Water Arrow to level 5. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Water Might, capable of exerting pressure with the force of a lake. Each use costs 500 energy points. Turning his gaze back to the system panel, host, Chu Chen identity, lake level, LV5 energy, 5,000 skills, Spring Rain LV5, Water Binding LV5, Water Arrow LV5. Water Might LV1 with over 20,000 energy points. He found himself with merely 5,000 remaining, while the next upgrade required 30,000 energy points. Indeed, while earnings came swiftly, expenditures followed suit. Energy points were no different. Yet, a terrifying suspicion loomed in Chu Chen's mind. If it proved true, even the most abundant energy points would be insufficient. Since the Scorpion clan and the Lizard clan have received commands from the elves, it is certain that other races are similarly influenced. In this desolate desert, it seems that all clans are under the control of the elven race, making an eventual confrontation with them inevitable. The Scorpion General and the Lizard General arrived at the lake where Chu Chen resides because they sensed something unusual, and unfortunately, they stumbled upon him. Fortunately, before they could report back, Chu Chen had already dealt with them, allowing him some time to react and prepare, thus avoiding a more passive stance. As Chu Chen pondered how to unravel the current situation, news of the ghost thorn tree, Chu Ming, advancing in rank reached him, and it excitedly called out to him. To his astonishment, the once 3 to 4 meter tall trunk had now grown to over 10 meters, truly resembling a grand tree, its roots sprawling beneath the soil. Currently, the entire tree had taken root in Chu Chen's lake, and fortunately, Chu Ming no longer required large amounts of lake water to thrive. Otherwise, Chu Chen would be uncertain if he could sustain it. Upon checking Chu Ming's status through the system, he discovered that it had reached the 5th level of the mortal stage, while its skills had not changed. Recalling the tactics used against the soul of Kurus, it was reasonable to believe that the upgraded ghost thorn tree would become even more formidable. Master, I am hungry. I wish to eat the food on the shore, Chu Ming expressed. The food referred to the corpses on the bank, but now was not the time to indulge. Chu Chen had his reasons for keeping them, as they would serve a purpose. Since the Scorpion and Lizard clans were being controlled from behind, their disappearance would undoubtedly draw attention, eventually leading investigators to Chu Chen. Thus, he decided to keep the corpses to create the illusion of a fierce battle between the two factions. Observers, upon seeing this and noticing the absence of the Scorpion General and Lizard General, would certainly suspect that they might have fled with the remaining magical beasts. If Chu Chen concealed himself well, those behind the scenes would not focus too intently on the lake itself. Furthermore, these corpses would be a free meal for other carnivorous creatures, likely attracting numerous magical beasts, while also providing Chu Chen with considerable energy points. A profound sense of crisis weighed heavily on Chu Chen. With no magical beasts to capture, he simultaneously strategized his future development and practiced his limited 3 offensive skills, while also training in combat coordination with Chu Ming. He discovered that when utilizing his skills alongside the Spring Breeze transformation technique, their power received a notable enhancement. Moreover, his new skill, Water Force, combined with Chu Ming's Ghost Thorn, produced exceptional results. During his idle moments, Chu Chen observed the flora and fauna thriving in the lake. Under the nurturing waters infused with spiritual energy, the organisms within the lake grew at an accelerated pace. Watching the fish and shrimp swim about, he contemplated whether to cultivate some shrimp soldiers or crab generals in the future. Suddenly, something peculiar caught his eye. In his perception, a unique small creature appeared on the shore. Its appearance resembled that of a gecko, yet it bore black wings, reminiscent of the dragons in foreign films from his past life. However, its head was rather small. In the months since arriving in this world, Chu Chen had noticed that the creatures here were significantly larger than those he had known before. Even the scorpions from a few days ago had grown to the size of a pony, while this little gecko seemed no different from the ones he remembered. At that moment, the gecko prepared to burrow into the head of a scorpion. The scorpions, encased in their hard outer shells, posed a challenge for such an endeavor. Yet, the gecko effortlessly scratched a small hole and slipped inside, only to emerge moments later, seemingly satisfied. It then raised its head, cautiously surveyed its surroundings, and joyfully targeted another lizard's body, its small eyes brimming with vitality. This scene piqued Chu Chen's interest. He quietly cast the water binding technique, sending a water vine across the ground towards the gecko. As the creature emerged from the lizard's head, the water vine awaited it, ensnaring its petite body. The gecko promptly squirmed, its sharp claws desperately clawing at the water vine. This time, however, it had underestimated its opponent. Water, lacking a definite form, could not be easily severed, no matter how sharp its tiny claws were. Just as Chu Chen, with a playful spirit, intended to tease this peculiar gecko, it suddenly vanished. Alarmed, Chu Chen focused his senses and discovered that it had inexplicably hidden within the corpse of a scorpion. How had it escaped? How had it entered the corpse? Confused, he noted that the water vine remained intact, confirming that the gecko had not broken free through sheer strength. Intrigued, Chu Chen resolved to see how many times the gecko could evade capture. Unfazed, he conjured 4 or 5 additional water vines, directing them once more towards the little creature. Even if it hid within the scorpion's corpse, it would be of no consequence. Indeed, the captured gecko disappeared again, only to reappear not far away, where it was promptly met with another water vine. After 4 attempts, Chu Chen finally discerned how the gecko eluded capture. Each time it was ensnared by the water vine. The small wings on its back fluttered, allowing its body to swiftly materialize elsewhere. This appeared to be some form of spatial ability, though it seemed that the gecko's current capabilities did not allow for long-distance teleportation, hence its tendency to reappear nearby. Furthermore, it seemed unable to control its direction. As Chu Chen watched the gecko collide with the trunk of the ghost thorn tree, he began to formulate a plan. Chapter 9. The enslavement of the mysterious dragon gecko. This extraordinary little gecko, displaying a remarkably human-like quality, gently touched its head with its claws and began to ascend the grand tree before it. Before it could reach the top, a black thorn that had been growing on the trunk suddenly lunged toward it. The little gecko, with a swift grasp, managed to sever the formidable ghost thorn. Enraged, the ghost thorn tree trembled violently, sending several more thorns from all directions toward the gecko. Before the gecko could react, Chu Chen intervened. The water force surged forth, causing massive waves to churn in the lake, as if the entire body of water were about to spill over. A powerful pressure bore down on the gecko, which sensed an invisible force surrounding it. It could not even move its claws or flap its wings. The thorns approached but halted just before piercing its skin. The gecko, struggling, moved its front claws in a gesture of submission. Seeing its remarkable intelligence and recognizing that spatial abilities are typically formidable, Chu Chen contemplated the possibility of capturing it. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have subdued a dragon gecko imbued with dragon blood and spatial abilities. It possesses great potential. Would you like to enslave it? Without hesitation, Chu Chen chose to enslave it. Such a magical beast was undoubtedly valuable as a formidable ally. The enslavement was successful, yielding a reward of 2,000 energy points. Creature, Dragon Gecko Master, Chu Chen level, Mortal Stage 4 skills, Teleportation, Limb Regeneration. Dragon Claw warning. The dragon gecko has a violent nature. The host should be cautious of potential betrayal once it fully awakens. Upon reviewing the system's alert, Chu Chen realized he had made the right choice in capturing such a potent creature. As long as he could maintain a superior strength over the dragon gecko, it would have no reason to betray him. Having successfully enslaved the creature, Chu Chen released the pressure of the water force, allowing the still fuming ghost thorn tree to retract its eager thorns. The dragon gecko, eager to please, wagged its tail and swam in the lake for a few laps before expressing a desire to feast on the food on the shore. Chu Chen, of course, could not acquiesce. Those corpses still held value for him, and allowing the newly captured dragon gecko to indulge while denying the ghost thorn tree would surely provoke the already irate tree. Seeing that Chu Chen would not agree, the dragon gecko dared not resist. It flapped its wings gently and floated to a branch of the ghost thorn tree, seemingly intent on making it its new home. The ghost thorn tree, however, would not permit this and shook its branches incessantly, leading to a lively dispute between the two. Chu Chen, feeling helpless, recognized that both magical beasts currently possessed limited intelligence and could only allow them to bicker, strictly instructing them not to escalate the situation. Over a week passed, and the corpses on the shore had nearly dried under the scorching sun. During this time, Chu Chen refrained from using the spring breeze transformation technique, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. The ghost thorn tree and the dragon gecko continued their playful antics, but their relationship had grown considerably more amicable. The dragon lizard is naturally adept at concealment. When it hides within the branches of the ghost thorn tree, even the astute Chu Chen would find it challenging to locate. To an outsider, this place merely appears to be an ordinary lake, featuring a ghost thorn tree commonly found in arid deserts. Occasionally, some desert beasts are drawn here by the scent of corpses, seeking to scavenge. Chu Chen rarely needs to intervene. As the ghost thorn tree and the dragon lizard swiftly dispatch these intruders, their synergy becoming increasingly harmonious with each encounter. Naturally, Chu Chen is not stingy with the bodies of these beasts. Following his usual practice, the blood and souls are consumed by the ghost thorn tree, while the dragon lizard climbs inside to absorb the magic crystals and brain matter, ultimately dragging the remains into the lake for Chu Chen to refine and extract energy. This little family of desert predators enjoys a cozy existence. Yet one afternoon, their tranquility is disrupted by an unexpected visitor. The newcomer bears a resemblance to those encountered in the memories of the Scorpion General and Lizard General, yet Chu Chen can ascertain that this is not the same individual. With the sun directly overhead, the distant sands glow a fiery red, while he walks barefoot, cloaked in a long black robe, his face obscured by a black mask. The figure wields a long staff adorned with a green gem at its tip. He surveys the corpse-laden shoreline of the lake, kneeling to inspect one of the bodies. Chu Chen feels a pang of anxiety, for this is the very corpse from which the dragon lizard has feasted on magic crystals and brain matter. Although Chu Chen cannot discern the expression beneath the black robe, he imagines it is not one of pleasure. Rising, the figure conjures 2 drops of blood into his hand, lightly tapping the staff while murmuring incantations. The drops of blood soar into the green gem atop the staff, which suddenly emits a beam of light directed at the lake. As the green light strikes the water, it vanishes instantly. The black-robed sorcerer pauses in surprise, walking around the lake's perimeter, feeling an increasing sense of dread. Chu Chen commands the ghost thorn tree and dragon lizard to fully conceal their presence, ensuring they remain undetected, while he himself refrains from causing any disturbance, fearing exposure. This is not due to cowardice. Rather, Chu Chen perceives that the black-robed sorcerer possesses an extraordinary level of power, at least level 8. With the capabilities of his system, along with the ghost thorn tree and dragon lizard, he cannot guarantee that they could subdue the sorcerer without risking exposure. Should the sorcerer escape or relay information, it could attract even more formidable entities. Until Chu Chen advances to the Spirit Lake realm, he must exercise caution. Currently, he is merely an ordinary lake. While physical attacks may not obliterate him, potent fire spells could potentially evaporate him entirely. Upon reaching the Spirit Lake realm, not only will his physical form expand, but he will also be infused with spiritual energy, making his annihilation exceedingly difficult. He will then have the capacity to create tributaries, allowing him to act through them while his main body remains safe, waiting to grow stronger. Fortunately, despite the black-robed sorcerer's thorough search, even lingering for long moments before the ghost thorn tree and attempting to sense its soul, he fails to detect any abnormalities and continues his search toward the direction indicated by the green light. Once the sorcerer vanishes from Chu Chen's perception, he breathes a sigh of relief. The ghost thorn tree and dragon lizard eagerly inquire about indulging in the long-awaited feast. Upon receiving Chu Chen's consent, they spring into action simultaneously, with the shoreline still littered with thousands of corpses, sparing them from any concern of conflict. After their indulgence, Chu Chen unleashes a wave, drawing all remnants into the lake to be devoured. This time, as the beasts are primarily of the first and second tiers, the yield is less impressive than before. yet over 10,000 energy points are still accrued. With previous accumulations, Chu Chen's energy points now exceed 18,000, sufficient for a while. However, he knows he must persist in his efforts to level up. Chapter 10. The desert tribe seeking sanctuary having narrowly evaded the black-robed sorcerer's search. And with the shoreline stripped of corpses, the lake returns to its former tranquility. The local wildlife seems accustomed to the sporadic battles that erupt here every few days. So long as they remain uninvolved, this peculiar lake has lost its allure for them. In a sense, Chu Chen's consumption of beasts provides a sanctuary for them, as numerous ordinary animals linger at the lake's edge, appearing quite content. This vast expanse of desert borders the elven forest, significantly larger than the forest itself. Its origin a mystery. Fortunately, the elves seldom venture beyond their woodland realm, disliking the desert environment, allowing Chu Chen to expand rapidly without detection. With a reserve of energy points numbering in the thousands, Chu Chen resolves to employ the spring breeze rain technique thrice daily for the foreseeable future, hastening his growth. Upon reaching level 5, the spring breeze rain conjures clouds that churn above the lake, with palm-sized raindrops cascading down. Should it directly fall upon the desert, even the weakest of creatures might find themselves drowning or crushed. This phenomenon visibly enlarges the lake each day. While this expansion increases visibility and the likelihood of discovery, the lake's size is fundamental to his existence. The larger it becomes, the more potent his vitality and the effectiveness of his skills. Such a remarkable occurrence eventually captures the attention of an intelligent race residing nearby. One day, while Chu Chen is summoning rain, a member of the desert tribe happens upon him. This individual does not approach but quietly retreats. Chu Chen notices him too. However, clad in animal furs and adorned with bone, the distance leads him to mistakenly believe the figure to be merely a beast. In truth, this being is not a mere animal. The desert tribe, akin to humanoid creatures, resembles a blend of humans and beasts. Unlike the more robust and visibly distinct orcs, who dominate the northern plains, the desert tribe is slender, somewhat elfin in appearance, lacking wings and the magical prowess or archery skills of their elven counterparts, dwelling instead within the western desert. One day, after a rainstorm, as Chu Chen gazes at the still turbulent surface of the vast lake, he feels a surge of playfulness and manipulates the waters to create towering waves, splashing beautiful droplets. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures emerge within his perception, prompting Chu Chen to cease his playful antics and feign the calm demeanor of an ordinary lake. The group, clad in peculiar attire of animal hides, is led by an elder wielding a staff. 2 others carry a bow and a beast's head, while the rest bear the carcasses of first-tier beasts. Though they appear close, the distance is misleading, and Chu Chen must wait a considerable time for them to reach the lakeshore. Once there, they cast the beast corpses into the water and kneel. The elder proclaims loudly, "Lake God, I am the high priest of the desert tribe, and behind me stand our bravest youths. We know you, great Lake God, possess boundless power. We beseech your protection. These beasts are our offerings to you. Please accept them." Chu Chen is taken aback, realizing he has been mistaken for a deity, with these beings seeking his favor. An impulse to eliminate them to prevent any potential leaks crosses his mind, yet he quickly dismisses it. In his perception, aside from the elder, who possesses second-tier strength, the young ones are only first-tier, while the rest have yet to reach that level. According to the elder, this is the entirety of their tribe's strongest forces. Thus, to hunt those beasts, they must have pooled their collective strength. If he were to kill them, there is no guarantee that the remaining tribe members wouldn't leak information. Sensing the urgency in the high priest's demeanor, Chu Chen recognizes that if this mysterious lake god does not extend protection, the tribe's demise may soon follow. Lake God, whatever you desire. As long as it is within our power, we shall comply. Though our numbers are few, approaching 3,000, we may lack strength, yet we possess a unique skill. We can communicate with beasts. Just days ago, a noble from the elven tribe sought our assistance in gathering intelligence on the beasts to relay to them. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen feels a stirring within, causing the lake's surface to surge once more. The high priest, witnessing the lake finally responding, experiences a mix of alarm and delight. "Please, great lake deity, have mercy. Although our arid tribe is weak in this desolate land, we are well informed. We have learned that the elven clan is currently investigating all unusual phenomena in the desert. I have even obtained some information regarding you, great lake deity. but I have yet to report it. Wise and bold. This is how Chu Chen evaluates the high priest. With the conversation reaching this point, continuing to evade would only invite more formidable inquiries. It would be wiser to seek a resolution proactively, using the skill water force. Though Chu Chen intended to engage with the arid tribe, he was not indifferent to the veiled threats posed by the high priest. If he did not assert his authority, it was likely that the priest would harbor little respect for him. Suddenly, the once tranquil lake appeared to levitate, its waters cascading towards them. A powerful aura enveloped their bodies, rendering them immobile. Whether it was the high priest or the other arid tribesmen, they all fell prostrate, stripped of any capacity to resist, with some closing their eyes in despair, awaiting death. Yet, at the moment when the lake water nearly engulfed them, it dissipated entirely. As they opened their eyes, they found themselves on the ground, drenched in sweat, while the lake remained, merely rippling gently. As the crowd was taken aback, a commanding voice resonated within their minds. How many intelligent races like yours inhabit this desert? Upon realizing that Chu Chen was finally willing to communicate, the high priest's eyes sparkled with joy, and he respectfully replied, among those capable of speech, only the arid tribe exists. However, it is said that deeper within the desert lie even more powerful extraordinary beasts, whose intellect is akin to that of ordinary sentient beings, and they, too, can speak if they so desire. Chu Chen felt a sense of relief. If they were merely beasts, they would be manageable, but humanoid beings would be far more cunning. Pondering further, he continued, tell me about the origins of your arid tribe. Chapter 11. The transaction with the arid tribe. After hearing the high priest's account, Chu Chen gained unexpected insights into the arid tribe. It turned out they were a branch of the elven clan, originally tasked with taming magical beasts. However, due to a significant transgression by their ancestors, the god of nature from the elven clan became enraged, stripping them of their elven bloodline and exiling them to this desert to fend for themselves. Without the protection of the elven clan and bereft of their bloodline, the arid people faced immense challenges in their cultivation, struggling to survive in this vast wasteland for centuries. The elven clan forbade them from claiming the title of elves. Thus they became known as the arid tribe. This time, the elven clan sought their assistance for a task. Otherwise, the elves who had long despised them would not have approached them. However, this assignment was like adding insult to injury for the already beleaguered arid tribe. Chu Chen had anticipated that the elven clan might be conducting a widespread investigation in the desert, and the information from the arid people only confirmed his suspicions. This probe might not be aimed at him per se, but it significantly impacted his existence. Regardless of whether he was the target, his presence would surely be reported as a notable achievement to the elven clan by the beings of the desert. Aside from this clever yet disliked arid tribe, which even harbored animosity towards the elven clan, they currently offered little to Chu Chen. Nevertheless, their ability to communicate with lower-tier magical beasts rendered them exceptionally well-informed in the desert. All pertinent information now resided with the arid tribe, and with some clever maneuvering, he could make a legitimate appearance in the territory of the elven clan without detection. After all, those haughty elves would seldom venture into this barren wasteland. Please, Great Lake deity, accept the allegiance of the arid tribe. I assure you, we shall faithfully worship and praise you. Chu Chen manipulated the water to shape a figure resembling a Qilin from Earth, proclaiming, I can protect you, but I do not require your worship. You are to address me as Chu Lake henceforth. Without fully comprehending the nature of faith and divinity, Chu Chen dared not engage too closely, lest he invite disaster. You are forbidden from revealing my existence to anyone. At the end of each month, you shall personally report all the information you have gathered. The high priest readily agreed, his face alight with hope as he regarded Chu Chen. Chu Chen understood that they were awaiting him to display a miracle and bestow benefits upon them. Reflecting on his own status, he realized he was merely of mortal rank, inferior even to the magical beasts deep within the desert. His true distinction lay in being a lake. The only miracle he could bestow upon them was the infusion of spiritual water. Thus, he extracted a portion of the lake's water, refining the most potent spiritual essence and forming it into spheres of water that enveloped the 8 members of the arid tribe. The individuals felt a refreshing sensation throughout their bodies, accompanied by a cacophony akin to exploding beans. Though they were not magical beasts and could not directly absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, the spiritual essence greatly benefited their bodies, aiding in detoxification, enhancing metabolism, and invigorating cellular vitality. As the spiritual energy within the spheres gradually diminished under Chu Chen's guidance, the spheres burst open, revealing the arid tribesman within. The eldest high priest, possessing the highest cultivation level, experienced the most noticeable benefits. His previously stooped form straightened, and his complexion became rosier. He opened his arms to welcome the elemental forces of the universe, astonishingly achieving a breakthrough. The two younger individuals behind him similarly advanced. Although the others did not level up immediately, it was evident they had all received significant enhancements. Moreover, being youthful, their future cultivation would proceed more smoothly, and their bodies would grow increasingly robust. After a brief moment of reveling in his newfound state, the high priest joyously prostrated himself, prompting the others to follow suit, exclaiming, "Praise the great Chu deity. We are your most devoted followers." Chu Chen sensed a peculiar energy entering his being, only to disperse swiftly into the ether. Warning: host level is too low to store faith power. Please increase your level promptly. Detection indicates the host has acquired loyal followers, initiating loyalty detection system. Detection reveals that the host's followers harbor other beliefs. Would you like to eradicate these beliefs immediately? Chu Chen naturally wished for the arid tribe to possess no other faith, as that implied disloyalty. Confirm eradication. Eradication successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill. Blessing. Can be used once a month without consuming energy. At that moment, a panel appeared before Chu Chen, displaying the loyalty levels of the high priest and the others. Identity: high priest of the arid tribe faith. Chu Chen loyalty: 80. The loyalty of the others was slightly lower than that of the high priest, yet still above 70. It was clear that the greater the faith in Chu Chen, the higher the loyalty. Though he could not yet absorb faith power, it did not hinder him from becoming an object of worship. The members of the arid tribe suddenly felt a void in their minds, as if something was missing, yet they paid it no mind, attributing it to Chu Chen's influence. You may return now. Come next month at this time, and I hope you can bring all significant news concerning this desert. If you perform well, I shall not be stingy with my rewards. The command of the Chu deity shall be our utmost priority. However, our arid tribe suffers the loss of many excellent descendants each month. I hope the Chu deity will permit me to bring some young tribespeople next time to dwell beside you. The high priest cautiously glanced at Chu Chen, and seeing no negative reaction, continued, "This will ensure the continuation of our bloodline, and should you require assistance, they can serve you." Chu Chen thought to himself that since he had promised to protect them, such a modest request was hardly burdensome. Yet, a voice echoed in the high priest's mind, "Now that I have established a connection with you through the system, I can communicate directly with any loyal follower whose loyalty reaches 80, regardless of distance." As they witnessed the dissolution of the Chilan form conjured from water, the group departed with the utmost respect. Chapter 12. The mysterious woman from above. Just as Chu Chen received the ardent faith of the high priest and his companions, far away in a hidden basement within the sacred hall of light in the central continent, a figure cloaked in red, exuding a terrifying aura, muttered to a map. How could they have vanished so suddenly? The faith map cannot be erroneous. The direction appears to lead towards the eastern desert, which borders the elven forest. Could it be that the elven race is up to something? No, the 1,000-year struggle for faith is about to commence, and I must ensure that everything is foolproof. All beliefs on this divine and demonic continent must be under my control, with no exceptions permitted. The man in the red robe gazed at a scroll, inscribing something upon it with his mental power, before waving his hand to send the scroll flying into oblivion. Although the eastern desert has always been in the hands of the elves, I can no longer refrain from intervening. Darkness has no place on this continent. Only eternal light shall prevail. The man in the red robe now resembled a fervent devotee, kneeling before a map that depicted the distribution of all known beliefs across the divine and demonic continent. Aside from the light of faith, the map was awash in darkness, with patches of black occupying its corners, while the light radiated throughout the land. After the departure of the members of the wild tribe, Chu Chen resumed his daily training, mastering his skills and honing control over his body. Currently, he could slay level 3 and 4 beasts using merely the lake's water, without relying on skills. With his adept utilization of skills, he could easily defeat level 6 and 7 beasts, and with the assistance of the ghost spike tree and the demon dragon gecko, even the extraordinary tier could be within his grasp. As the spring rain, summoned by the gentle winds, poured down, Chu Chen shaped the water into a human form. wielding a sword of water. Previously, he had manifested a Chu Chen from water to meet the wild tribe, partly to conceal his true form. For there surely exist magical means in this world capable of reading memories. If the wild tribe were to have their memories read by the elves, they would perceive him merely as a water Chu Chen, mistaking him for a supernatural beast. Moreover, he was driven by a sudden whim to practice his control over water. Today, he aimed to determine whether he could simultaneously manifest multiple forms from water and control them all at once. Initially, he managed to create 3 or 4 identical beings, but was unable to coordinate them to perform different actions. After more than half a month of relentless practice, he could finally manage to control 10 water figures to execute various complex movements simultaneously. However, this exertion proved to be quite taxing, yielding diminishing returns. Conversely, he experimented with the technique of water arrow, forming arrows from water. Though their power paled in comparison to system skills, their sheer quantity, thousands at a time, rendered them practical for large-scale battles. Chu Chen engaged in this practice with unwavering enthusiasm, gaining an increasingly profound mastery over this form. He could confidently assert that unless faced with a force capable of evaporating an entire lake in one blow, especially physical attacks, he would remain unscathed. Each of his strikes possessed the force of 10,000 pounds, a burden even the mightiest of extraordinary beings would struggle to endure. Yet again, he faltered. Attempting to lead the water figure ashore, it could only maintain its form up to several hundred meters from the lake before collapsing. After countless attempts, despite his lake-born form feeling no fatigue, a slight weariness crept into his mind. With an audible splash, the water figure disintegrated, collapsing into a puddle on the shore. Laughter echoed in his mind from the ghost spike tree and the demon dragon gecko. These two had formed a rather harmonious companionship, reveling in Chu Chen's repeated failures. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky, and a white object plummeted from it. With a resounding splash, it struck the water. Chu Chen had no time to react. As he directed the water to lift the fallen object, he discovered it was a person. Sensing a faint breath from her, he hastily brought her to the shore. This was a woman, her figure graceful, and when drenched, her curves became even more pronounced. However, in his current aquatic form, Chu Chen felt as out of place as a eunuch in a brothel. The beautiful woman appeared youthful, her features exquisitely delicate, particularly her eyes, which sparkled with a mysterious brilliance. To Chu Chen's astonishment, he found himself unable to accurately gauge her strength. Even the previous extraordinary 8th-level mage had been discernible to him. In his perception, this woman fluctuated between being an ordinary individual and an extraordinary being, occasionally emanating a potent and enigmatic force that instilled a sense of profound threat within him. Who was this woman who descended from the heavens? Capable of posing a threat to me? Should I eliminate her first? Surely, the system would reward me with abundant energy points. Chu Chen had become quite obsessed with energy points, instinctively considering them upon encountering anything. As he pondered, Chu Chen conjured a water figure to approach the woman on the shore. Sensing someone near, the previously listless woman suddenly stirred, her gaze fixated on the lake's form. Chu Chen halted, sensing that should he advance another step, she would undoubtedly unleash a devastating counterattack. Fearful and aware of the danger, he found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, the woman spoke. "Help me." Her once furious eyes now conveyed a plea for compassion. Although he felt sympathy, he reminded himself that he was not driven by base instincts, especially as he lacked a corporeal form. Noting Chu Chen's inaction, the woman conjured a stone before her. Just as he wondered what it was, an alert from the system chimed in. Ding! Void stone detected. It can be fashioned into a storage space. It is advised that the host make every effort to acquire it. A storage space from the void stone? Though unsure of its specifics, the name hinted at its significance, and the system's recommendation spoke to its quality. Just as Chu Chen's thoughts turned towards seizing the opportunity, the void stone vanished unexpectedly. At this revelation, he understood that the woman intended to use the stone as leverage to compel him to save her. Very well, I will assist you, but first, you must relinquish the void stone to me. Seeing the woman close her eyes in silence, Chu Chen assumed she was unwilling to comply. I know you possess an extraordinary background, yet if you do not first part with the item, how can I trust you will not renege? When she remained unresponsive, he began to worry that she might be dead. Upon closer inspection, however, he sensed a lingering breath and shook his head in resignation. Chapter 13, The First Blessing. Met with contempt, Chu Chen transformed the water figure into a stream, enveloping the unconscious woman in water. Upon immersion, he could perceive everything about her. The sensation was indescribably delightful. He noted that she wore a simple yet exquisite necklace, adorned with a pearly white bead. Even submerged in the lake, the bead emitted a soft glow, bringing a wave of comfort to Chu Chen. This object must be a treasure. It was likely the source of her resilience despite her grievous injuries. System, is there a way to identify this item? Chu Chen, with his limited knowledge, could not recognize it. Even from the memories he had assimilated from the beasts and humans, he had never encountered such a thing. Where could the void stone have gone? He searched the woman thoroughly through the water's embrace, but found nothing. He began to suspect that perhaps it resided within a storage space. However, apart from that bead, there was nothing else on her, and the system offered no assistance. If Chu Chen wished to acquire the treasure, it would necessitate the woman's demise and direct refinement. Yet, given the mysterious nature of this woman, he surmised she might belong to a powerful faction, possibly carrying something that could reveal his location. He dared not gamble on whether the system could resolve such matters. Thus, he resolved to save her first, and once he obtained the item, he would let her depart. Utilizing his most adept healing technique, he enveloped the enigmatic woman in a sphere of spirit-infused water. To his astonishment, the spirit water proved utterly ineffective. Unable to penetrate her body, blocked by an unknown force. Faced with this challenge, Chu Chen found himself at a loss. His time with the system was still brief, and he had yet to learn many skills. The only healing method he had discovered was now futile. Was it time to experiment with the new skill he had received? He recalled that upon acquiring the wild tribe's faith, the system had rewarded him with a new skill, blessing, usable only once a month. He had yet to employ it this month, but he was uncertain whether it would be effective on all beings or solely on his devoted followers. In any case, one might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. If the treatment succeeds, it merely indicates her good fortune, and if it fails, I shall have no choice but to refine her. Employing the skill of blessing, a gentle white light unexpectedly enveloped the mysterious woman's form. This mysterious force did not intervene this time. Under the soft glow, her furrowed brows began to relax, and the pained expression on her face lessened, indicating that the effect was indeed tangible. However, due to her status as a non-host follower, the blessing's effectiveness was halved. As anticipated, this blessing was specifically designed for followers, yet it still bore some efficacy for others. Chu Chen once again attuned himself to the woman's condition and noted a significant improvement. Her breathing had stabilized considerably. He gently placed her on the shore, still enveloped in spiritual water. To descend from the heavens. Did this imply she possessed a grasp of certain spatial laws or wielded some formidable artifact? From the memories he had absorbed, such laws were typically reserved for deities. Though this woman was enigmatic, she was certainly not a divine being. It seemed more plausible that she had resorted to some artifact in a hasty escape from formidable foes. Regardless, he would wait for her to awaken to complete their transaction, after which he would hasten her departure. Presently, Chu Chen was wholly devoted to enhancing his own abilities in preparation for the impending issues with the elven race. As for this woman, despite having saved her life, he regarded their relationship as merely transactional and held no expectations of gratitude. Considering she was being hunted herself, he would be grateful if he could remain uninvolved. Days passed, and for 2 or 3 days, the woman fluctuated between unconsciousness and brief awakenings. Frustratingly, every time Chu Chen sought to demand the promised treasure during her moments of lucidity, she would promptly succumb to unconsciousness again, leading him to suspect she might be attempting to evade her debt. On the 5th day, while Chu Chen practiced commanding his water-based beast army in both offense and defense, the mysterious woman finally awoke. However, she remained silent, lying on the ground and observing Chu Chen as he repeatedly faced failure and began anew. A small lake possessing sentience was already a rarity, yet the intelligence of this lake's spirit was even more astonishing. The woman glanced at the quivering, laughing peculiar thorn tree and the dragon gecko caressing its belly within the lake. Though these beings were somewhat frail in their original forms, they were both aberrant species and thus quite uncommon in this realm. It was truly strange how such a location could give birth to so many extraordinary entities. The woman's curiosity deepened, yet it remained merely that, curiosity. In this vast world, the unknown far outweighed the known. Were she to seek understanding of every matter, she would likely have perished long ago in ignorance. Hey, your talent is commendable, yet your intellect leaves much to be desired. If you cannot even command your own water currents with precision, how can you expect to direct the beast you conjure to perform more complex maneuvers? Truly, you are aiming too high, she finally said, unable to restrain her scorn. Chu Chen remained unfazed under his command. Dozens of water beasts clashed and tore at one another with a lifelike ferocity. The woman felt slapped in the face. Her cheeks flushed as she muttered, I underestimated you. You can indeed achieve this level. Enough with the trivialities. I saved your life. I do not seek your gratitude. But I do require the Void Stone as per our agreement. You know it is the Void Stone. You cannot possibly be some pet raised by a deity, she retorted. The Void Stone exists solely in the boundless void. Even she had stumbled upon only a small fragment by chance. That fragment had already attracted the attention of many powerful factions, and in her already injured state, she had encountered murderers seeking to seize it, which forced her to tear through space and land in Chu Chen's lake. Pet, hand over the item immediately, otherwise, I can just as easily end your life despite having saved you. Chu Chen was single-minded in his desire to obtain the Void Stone to present to the system and unlock a storage space. The woman, sensing his complete disregard for her questions, felt a twinge of annoyance. As her spiritual energy stirred, the Void Stone materialized before her, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The item is here, but I will not hand it over willingly. Rest assured, I will keep my promise. However, I am still recuperating, and once I am healed, I will give it to you. This is to prevent you from claiming the item and then reneging on our agreement. In truth, Chu Chen had intended to decide whether to kill her or drive her away after acquiring the item. This mysterious woman appeared young, yet was exceedingly cautious, refusing to relinquish the item prematurely. Noting Chu Chen's lack of response, she introduced herself. My name is Xuelai. What about you? I cannot just call you Lake. I am Chu Chen. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Chapter 14, The Ice Sword. Xuelai's surprise Xuelai observed as Chu Chen dismissed all the water beings and began practicing his water arrow technique, feeling a surge of irritation. A lake with quite the temperament. Yet, it was not long before she was captivated by the immense power of Chu Chen's water arrows. The skills he employed were granted by the system, and their potency far surpassed those he conjured himself. Chu Chen continuously studied the distinctions between his own water arrows and those granted by the system. At LV5, the water arrow could hardly be called an arrow anymore. Once shot, it would explode upon encountering an obstacle, generating tremendous destructive force. Furthermore, while Chu Chen required a certain amount of time to summon his own arrows, the system's skills were instantaneous, leaving no time for defense. This was the most significant difference between the two. Previously, he had observed that both mages and elves required preparation before launching an attack. Some spells necessitated lengthy incantations. Chu Chen's skill, however, completely omitted this process. With your mundane strength, how can you achieve instantaneous magical skills? Even if your essence is water, it should not be possible. Xuelai inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chu Chen, however, ignored her, remaining lost in his own thoughts. Could it be that you have mastered the laws of water? Impossible. No one in this realm could possibly grasp the laws. Laws. Chu Chen's mind sparked. Could it be that the skills activated by the system utilized the laws of water? Though he was unaware of how she accomplished it, she must have her own secrets. But you should exercise caution. Your realm is not a kind one. Should those individuals discover that you have come into contact with the laws, even if you were tenfold stronger, you would still be finished. Chu Chen keenly sensed the crux of Xuelai's words and asked, Your realm? Are you not from this world? Have you come from another realm? Realizing her slip, Xuelai refrained from elaborating further. Chu Chen understood that pressing her would yield no further information. However, he pondered her extraordinary origins, never expecting she had come from another world. Drawing from his previous readings of novels, he knew such individuals often brought calamity with them. Wherever they went, trouble followed. It would be wise to limit his interactions with her. While the power of the laws seemed distant from Chu Chen, he believed that with relentless training, he could refine his mastery over water. Under the mounting pressure from the elven race, he toiled unceasingly, oblivious to the passage of time, as he required neither sustenance nor rest. In the blink of an eye, Xuelai had lain on the shore of Chu Chen's lake for a week, remaining motionless throughout, occasionally exchanging a few words with him, but never revealing even a hint about her origins. In contrast, her insights during their training sessions were remarkable. Having come from another world, She possessed extraordinary knowledge. Although she herself was not adept at water magic, she could astutely identify many of Chu Chen's shortcomings and offer invaluable advice. It is still premature for you to coalesce your essence into a humanoid form from water. Once you reach the Saint tier and can separate your soul from your body, you may attempt to create a water-based doppelganger. I once witnessed a Saint tier mage craft a doppelganger from a millennium-old ice, imbuing it with soul, and ultimately, the doppelganger proved more troublesome than the original. Ice. How did I not think of that? If my water arrows transformed into ice arrows, would their power not significantly increase? In truth, condensing water into ice was not a particularly difficult concept to grasp. However, Chu Chen had been so focused on his identity as a lake that he had become overly fixated on mastering water, forgetting that ice was simply another manifestation of water. Although he finally recognized this straightforward yet practical method thanks to Shu Alai's hint, the question of how to turn water into ice remained. Nevertheless, as a lake, he was confident he could discover a way to accomplish this. Once again, he immersed himself in relentless practice. Initially, Shu Alai believed that although Chu Chen was exceptionally gifted, he lacked insight. However, she was taken aback by his ability to derive a new offensive strategy from her casual remark. What further unsettled Shu Alai was Chu Chen's unwavering dedication. From merely managing to condense a small piece of ice at the beginning to later forming an entire arrow, and eventually dozens, even hundreds. The scene that unfolded in the desolate expanse was remarkable. The once tranquil surface of the lake suddenly erupted in a specific area, with a vast volume of water soaring into the air, swiftly coalescing into a multitude of water arrows. As these arrows shot towards the shore, they rapidly transformed into ice arrows. A flurry of sounds filled the air as the ground became a chaotic scene, littered with craters, with ice arrows embedded firmly, neither shattering nor melting into water. Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement. After 3 days of arduous practice, he had finally mastered this technique, its power exceeding that of his previous abilities by more than threefold. Shelley's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Although she had merely mentioned the process of solidifying water into ice in passing, it actually encompassed profound manipulations of water elements, something she had never witnessed any mundane being achieve. Beep. The system detected that the host had independently comprehended the process of condensing water into ice, rewarding the host with 3,000 energy points and unlocking the skill, Ice Cage. Chu Chen glanced at the system panel. Host, Chu Chen Identity, Lake Level, LV5 Energy, 28,000 Skills, Spring Rain Transformation LV5, Water Binding Technique LV5, Water Arrow Technique LV5. Blessing, Power related to host level and follower loyalty, Ice Cage LV1. This was indeed a stroke of fortune for Chu Chen. He had not anticipated that his new offensive capability would also yield rewards from the system. It seemed that energy acquisition was not solely dependent on hunting. Accomplishing certain feats could also lead to rewards. An idea sparked in Chu Chen's mind. He decided to employ the ice cage skill. Suddenly, a square cage of solid ice enveloped Shelley. Today, he intended to ascertain whether Shelley had truly recovered or was merely feigning illness. In less than 10 seconds, Chu Chen's ice cage shattered with a resounding crack. Shelley, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Your ice cage is commendable. Even those of extraordinary 3rd to 4th tiers would be trapped for a time, but to me, it is inconsequential." Though her words suggested indifference, internally, Shelley was genuinely astonished. The reason she had broken the ice cage so quickly was, in fact, to save face. She had utilized a magical scroll imbued with the power of extraordinary 8th tier, which took nearly 10 seconds. This implied that the cage could confine an extraordinary 8th tier for that duration, a time ample enough to achieve many objectives. Could it be that he not only mastered the condensation of ice from water, but also grasped the very principles of ice? This seemed implausible, as there was no trace of any elemental force emanating from him. Chapter 15. Mutation. The beast tied. After witnessing Chu Chen's progress day after day, Shelley found herself increasingly intrigued by him. She had a premonition that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could at least evolve to the saint tier. As for the god tier, that was utterly impossible in this realm. Chu Chen conjured a water figure and approached Shelley. "Now that your injury has healed, kindly hand over the items and depart." Shelley was reluctant to leave, for she knew little of this world, and the solitude of Chu Chen's domain was a rare sanctuary for her recovery. Had she known better, she would not have feigned being trapped, she lamented. just as Chu Chen was about to insist on Shelley relinquishing the treasures. He sensed the small group approaching at a leisurely pace. Hastily, he dissipated the water figure and submerged Shelley in the lake, crafting an ice cage to conceal her beneath the water's surface. Shelley, caught off guard, instinctively refrained from resisting as she was drawn into the lake. "What are you doing? If you don't release me soon, I shall take action," she exclaimed. "Be quiet, someone is coming. If you wish to remain unnoticed, stay silent," he admonished. Shelley rolled her eyes, thinking seriously. I didn't sense anyone approaching from so far away. Just as she was about to retort, she too sensed a group hastening towards the lake, albeit at a slow speed. After a considerable wait, the group finally reached the lake's edge, panting heavily. Chu Chen observed that they resembled the savage tribesmen he had encountered previously. The two at the forefront were the same youths who had stood behind the high priest last time, accompanied by over 20 others, all quite young. The youngest appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest around 14 or 15. The two leaders knelt at the lake's edge, one of them speaking. "Esteemed Lord of the Lake, I am Tyren of the Savage Tribe, and this is Gordon. The High Priest has sent us to pay our respects. Was it not stated that you would come at the end of the month? Why have you arrived before the appointed time?" Chu Chen inquired. "Great Lord, we did not arrive prematurely. There are only 2 days remaining until the month concludes." Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had become so engrossed in his training that he had lost track of the days. Although Shelley could not hear Chu Chen's thoughts directly, she could hear Tyren's words clearly and began to mock him. "Good heavens, are you mad? A mere lake daring to proclaim itself a deity? If any true god were to learn of this, with but a thought, they could obliterate you." Chu Chen was well aware that he was far from deserving the title of a god, yet the savage tribe had accepted him as their lake god, leaving him with no recourse. He even suspected that the high priest had intentionally spread the notion of his divinity to instill confidence in the tribe, thereby encouraging them to covertly betray the elven race in his service. "Very well, I understand. What news do you bring? Why did the high priest not come in person? You need not articulate it. Simply think it, and I shall hear your thoughts." Initially, Tyren was apprehensive due to Chu Chen's prolonged silence, fearing he had incurred the Lord's wrath, and bowed his head low. Upon finally hearing Chu Chen's voice, he exhaled in relief. "Great Lord, we bring significant news. The elven race has dispatched a noble to seek out several extraordinary beasts deep within the desert, and has instructed us to relay this message to all manner of beasts, preparing for an upcoming beast tide to cleanse the desert." Chu Chen was taken aback. He had often encountered the concept of beast tides in novels from his past life, typically characterized by a massive uprising of beasts, rendering individuals insignificant in the face of such overwhelming force. The High Priest, being monitored by a powerful entity from the elven race, had no means of escape, thus delegating the task of informing Chu Chen to Tyren, while also sending along the tribe's most talented offspring, hoping that the benevolent lake god would show mercy and protect his people. Chu Chen regarded the young individuals Tyren had brought. Although they were still quite young, many were panting from their long run, yet not a single one had collapsed, indicating their robust health. "I acknowledge the situation," Chu Chen replied, manipulating the water to delineate a designated area along the lakeshore, then continued. "You should arrange for your people to settle in this designated area. Do not stray too far from the lake, and refrain from disturbing me unless necessary. Afterward, return to me with further details regarding the beast tide." Tyren nodded earnestly and led his tribe toward the vast expanse Chu Chen had marked. Although the area still harbored numerous wild beasts, for the savage tribes accustomed to the desert, as long as they were not magical beasts, the ordinary ones served as excellent sources of sustenance. Despite their youth, the boys exhibited little fear of Chu Chen, and with Tyren's guidance, they maintained order. After issuing a few brief instructions to Gordon, Tyren returned to provide Chu Chen with a detailed report on the situation regarding the beast tide. According to the high priest's estimations, the beast tide was expected to erupt within the next few days, an event that would sweep across the entire desert, rendering it unavoidable. "What do you suggest? Would it not be prudent to hand over the items and depart from this desert without delay?" Chu Chen relayed the information regarding the beast tide to Shelley and earnestly advised her. The notion of utilizing the beast tide to thoroughly cleanse the desert was indeed a barbaric yet effective strategy. However, such a mere beast tide did not intimidate him. "Since you are so eager for that treasure, I shall grant it to you, lest your incessant inquiries drive me to distraction." With a flicker of light, A stone about the size of a fist appeared in Shelley's hand, seemingly ordinary, yet faintly exuding an aura of mystery. Chu Chen promptly enveloped the stone within the water currents and immediately instructed the system to absorb it, to prevent any potential change of heart from Shelley. Observing Chu Chen's impatient demeanor, Shelley could not help but internally scorn him as a country bumpkin. However, she was quite curious about the purpose behind his desire for the Void Stone, for although it was indeed a treasure, it was not something everyone could utilize. Beep. The system detected that the host had acquired the Void Stone. Would you like to immediately establish a system space? Yes, create it now. Following a cacophony of mechanical sounds, Chu Chen felt the system panel tremble, and it took several minutes before it finally settled down. In Shelley's perspective, at this moment, Chu Chen was akin to a turbulent lake, with raging waves within while the surface remained eerily calm. Shelley could even sense the faint presence of spatial turbulence. Though merely subtle, it was a remnant of her previous injuries sustained while traversing through space, now exacerbated by the external chaotic currents, leading to an inability to suppress her internal wounds. With a forceful exertion of her abilities, Shelley propelled herself from the depths of Chu Chen's lake and fell heavily onto the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 16. System Space. Shelley's speculations unbeknownst to Chu Chen, he was entirely absorbed in the changes occurring within his own body. Feeling a mixture of trepidation and inexplicable longing as he encountered the esoteric and mysterious energies. This was the power of space, one of the most enigmatic forces, capable of immense destruction. Yet, under the system's control, it behaved docilely, being constructed into an invisible yet tangible realm, much like building a house. However, this space remained unstable, swaying precariously, with stray currents occasionally manifesting, causing turbulence. It was such a stray current that had previously harmed Shelley. Ultimately, the system positioned the Void Stone at the center of the room, and all spatial energies seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, becoming increasingly difficult to escape, gradually stabilizing the space. Congratulations, host, for establishing a separate space. Reward: 1 universal energy point. Note: this space can currently only store inanimate objects. Living beings will require energy points to sustain their survival within. From the memories acquired by Chu Chen, he learned that the majority of individuals on this continent lack treasures with independent spaces. Wealthy cultivators primarily utilized storage scrolls, which had limitations on usage, with advanced versions allowing only around 10 uses and absolutely prohibiting the storage of living beings. During his interactions with Shelley, Chu Chen had surmised that beyond this realm of gods and demons, there existed higher worlds, where treasures with permanent storage capabilities might be found, like the bead adorning Shelley's chest, which could very well be a storage artifact. However, the consensus in the cultivation world was that storage spaces could not encompass living beings, whether through magical scrolls or other artifacts. Although his system space also could not store living beings, it could temporarily accommodate them through the expenditure of energy points, a feature that defied the world's norms and was considered extraordinarily formidable. Once the space had stabilized, Chu Chen delightfully engaged in the act of pouring water into the system space and releasing it repeatedly. He even conducted an experiment with a small fish, tossing it into the system space, only to witness the system swiftly deducting his energy points, consuming over 1,000 in mere minutes. What a loss! My energy points. Observing the dazed fish swimming erratically for a few moments before regaining its bearings and merrily pursuing its aquatic companions, Chu Chen felt a pang of regret. However, he had amassed over 30,000 energy points, sufficient to facilitate an upgrade. Just as he prepared to upgrade, he noticed Shelley lying unconscious on the shore. What is this? What happened? Why is she unconscious on the bank? Chu Chen extended his perception, discovering no nearby magical beasts, while the distant barbarian tribesmen were setting traps to capture a wild buffalo. Surely, I couldn't have been responsible for this. He recalled that after acquiring the Void Stone, he had eagerly chosen to construct the system space, captivated entirely by the system's transformative powers. The influence of spatial energy on his perception was also profound, causing him to overlook when Shelley had been injured and collapsed on the shore. Well, it's not her first time fainting. She seems to be in no mortal danger. Perfect. While she remains unconscious, I shall seize the opportunity to level up. Resolute, Chu Chen initiated his upgrade, producing a considerable commotion that, if witnessed by Shelley, would be difficult to explain. System, I wish to upgrade. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 6 lake. Over 2 months had passed since the last upgrade. This speed was remarkably swift for cultivators in this world, considering that Chu Chen had progressed from level 1 to 6 in less than half a year. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, as this method of upgrading felt excessively passive, making it challenging for him to seek out energy points for further ascension. With this upgrade, Chu Chen's essence expanded once more, his perception range extending even further. He could faintly sense the roars of countless magical beasts in the distance. It was likely the beast tide orchestrated by the elves. Perhaps I could profit immensely from the beast tide? This daunting and perilous thought lingered in Chu Chen's mind. Difficult to dispel, the beast tide naturally presented an opportune moment for large-scale harvesting of magical beasts. However, it would also expose him directly to the elves' scrutiny. One must seek fortune amid danger. With careful planning, if he could capture the mastermind behind the elves' beast tide, they would find it difficult to discern his existence. But what of these barbarian tribesmen? He knew he would struggle to safeguard them amidst the chaos. And maintaining their survival within the system space would consume an unfathomable number of energy points, rendering it a financially detrimental endeavor for Chu Chen. Reluctantly, he resolved to abandon them, hoping the elves would show mercy, considering the tribesmen were also under their domain. This was not an act of cruelty on Chu Chen's part, but rather a necessity amidst the ferocity of the beast tide, as he had no emotional ties to the barbarian tribesmen. System, activate the skill Spring Breeze and Rain. For 3 consecutive days, the spring breeze and rain poured down, saturating the lake and its surrounding shores. The barbarian tribesmen knelt by the banks, fervently praising Chu Chen. Bathing in such spiritual waters was immensely beneficial for their bodies, greatly enhancing their loyalty towards him. Shelley had just awakened, her expression ablaze with fury as she glared at Chu Chen. What on earth are you doing? You've conjured spatial turbulence that nearly cost me my life. This incident was indeed Chu Chen's oversight, and he could only apologize profusely. How did your domain expand so vastly? What transpired while I was unconscious? Shelley inquired, astonished, as she gazed at the now expansive lake. It rained continuously during the 3 days you were unconscious, which is why my area has increased, he explained, though the reasoning felt flimsy. Nevertheless, Shelley had little choice but to accept it. She cast a skeptical glance at the water shield enveloping her. Evidently a precautionary measure taken by Chu Chen to keep her dry. Could it truly be due to the rain? What of the earlier spatial turbulence and the ice rules? Could it be that this lake is actually the manifestation of an extraordinary being? The thought startled Shelley. Yet it seemed the only plausible explanation for the recent occurrences she had witnessed. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, his recent series of actions had begun to spark suspicion in Shelley's mind that he might be an avatar of some superlative entity. The continent of gods and demons is indeed profound. I must tread with greater caution. Noticing Shelley's vigilant demeanor, Chu Chen felt perplexed. Chapter 17, Shelley departs. Preparations before the beast tide arrives, although Shelley no longer pursued the matter of Chu Chen's blunder that led to her injury. Her current strength was barely superior to that of an ordinary person, making it a formidable challenge for her to confront the impending beast tide. Are you saying the beast tide could arrive tonight? Shelley asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Based on my perception, that appears to be the case. And there may be tens of thousands of magical beasts, potentially including some extraordinary tier creatures, Chu Chen replied. And what do you plan to do after the beast tide? This precious land of Chu Chen would undoubtedly attract the attention of the magical beasts, especially the extraordinary tier ones, who might wish to settle here. The lake's spiritually vibrant waters would be irresistibly alluring to them. Chu Chen remained silent for a moment before earnestly suggesting, I know you possess an extraordinary background, but you cannot remain aloof during this beast tide. Why not join forces? Join forces? I am currently just an ordinary person, at best possessing mundane tier strength. What use would that be? Shelley responded, throwing up her hands. Actually, you needn't worry too much. As long as you keep your spiritual nature concealed, even extraordinary tier magical beasts will not perceive you. They would merely see you as a massive reservoir of spiritual energy, he reassured her. Chu Chen conjured a water entity, approaching Shelley and gazing deeply into her eyes. I am not jesting. You must understand that we have merely half a day until the beast tide arrives. If you are unwilling to join forces with me, then I must kindly ask you to depart. Shelley presented a pitiful visage as she gazed at Chu Chen. her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a heart-wrenching sorrow. Chu Chen found himself at a loss for words. I am merely a lake. Such tactics are futile against me. It was only then that Shelley realized her folly, cursing her own stupidity. She could not fathom why she always treated Chu Chen as if he were human. Perhaps it was due to his demeanor, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a person, starkly different from the willow spirits or river spirits she had encountered in the past. Very well, since you wish for me to leave, I shall take my leave. Hoping for an indefinite farewell. Under her current circumstances, remaining would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Yet the mere thought of Chu Chen's enigma and his potential embodiment of a formidable figure instilled a sense of dread within her. It seemed prudent to keep her distance. The machinations of such a powerful entity were beyond a mere small fry like herself. With little more to say, Shelley produced a magical scroll, transforming it into a flying carpet and soaring into the distance. Chu Chen watched her retreating figure with a twinge of envy. When would he be able to soar with such freedom? After a brief moment of reflection, he promptly refocused his attention on preparing for the impending beast tide. Had Shelley chosen to remain, her insights and various mysterious treasures would have undoubtedly made the ordeal easier. However, it was evident that she was reluctant to collaborate with him. Perhaps this was for the best. Shelley was far too enigmatic, and he harbored many secrets that were unfit for her scrutiny. Chu Chen first summoned Gordon and the other members of the wild tribe, bestowing upon them a blessing for the month. Bathed in a gentle white light, Gordon and his companions felt as if they had returned to their mother's embrace during childhood, a sensation of indescribable comfort. Upon awakening, both Gordon and Tyren discovered they had ascended to the third level of the mortal realm, while the other tribe members, who had never practiced before, had attained the first level of the mortal realm. Over 20 individuals promptly knelt, offering heartfelt praise to Chu Chen. The loyalty displayed on Chu Chen's system panel surged rapidly, with each individual surpassing 80. Now, this blessing comes with a task for you, Chu Chen announced. Tyren, brimming with excitement, replied, It is an honor to serve Lord Chu. Please, command us, and we shall face any peril without hesitation. Chu Chen regarded the young members of the wild tribe with satisfaction. Following the cleansing rain of spirit, coupled with this blessing, their physical prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Although the wild tribe, like the elves, harnessed elemental powers to cast spells, this advancement would significantly bolster their physical capabilities. What he required from them was to excavate deep pits around the lake. Time was of the essence, so they were instructed to dig on one side of the lake and fill the bottoms with a certain amount of lake water. After assigning this task to Gordon and the others, Chu Chen turned his attention to the ghost thorn tree and the dragon gecko. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with skill practice and had neglected the two, who were quite content to frolic along the shore. Chu Chen first requested that the ghost thorn tree extract a portion of its thorns. This would inflict some damage upon the tree, but given the circumstances, there was no time for hesitation. After all, once this task was completed, the ghost thorn tree would receive ample blood and souls to compensate for its losses. The task was entrusted to the dragon gecko, whose claws were exceedingly sharp and could swiftly sever the thorns from the ghost thorn tree, far more efficiently than the tree could pluck them one by one. The dragon gecko, delighted by the task, scampered up the trunk of the ghost thorn tree, causing it to tremble in fright. Fortunately, the symbiotic relationship between the ghost thorn tree and Chu Chen ensured unwavering loyalty, and the tree understood the importance of this endeavor. Once successful, it could advance significantly, perhaps even multiple steps forward. At present, Chu Chen's available methods were limited, and he could not hope for more. During the remaining time, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring the distant movements. He also intermittently provided Gordon and the others with a surge of spiritual energy to ensure they maintained their vigor for the task at hand. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the deep pits on the eastern side of the lake were only halfway completed. This was to be expected, as many of the wild tribe members were still children, and there were only about 20 of them. Chu Chen required these pits to be 10 meters deep. Any ordinary magical beasts that fell in would struggle to escape. Although the progress was somewhat lacking, it was better than nothing. Chu Chen instructed Gordon to lead the tribe members to the western side of the lake, where the magical beasts would not venture for the time being. However, Chu Chen also recognized that he could not intercept every magical beast, so their survival would ultimately depend on fate. The roars of the beasts grew increasingly closer, and even Gordon and the others could hear them, their faces paling as they gazed at the lake, praying for Chu Chen's protection. Through the system, Chu Chen heard their pleas, yet unbeknownst to them, he too felt powerless, for he was not a true deity. Chapter 18. An unexpected turn. The onslaught of beasts. Chu Chen sensed that the time was drawing near, in no more than half an hour. The horde of beasts would reach the vicinity of the lake. He took the thorns extracted from the ghost thorn tree and, adhering to a specific ratio, implanted them into the earth at a distance, establishing the first line of defense. He then caused the water that had been left at the bottoms of the pits excavated by Gordon and his companions to crystallize into ice spikes, covering the surface with a thin layer of ice and adding some soil atop. The frenzied magical beasts would be utterly unaware of this. This constituted the second line of defense. However, these two lines could only create a modicum of chaos among the beasts. The crux of the matter still rested on him. Just as Shelley had stated, he could have hidden away, remaining undetected, but that would render him a target for the extraordinary beasts, becoming a source of spiritual energy for them. Eventually, he too would be exposed. Endowed with a system, Chu Chen was destined for greatness. Yet his current lack of strength prevented him from fully showcasing his extraordinary capabilities. Just as all preparations were in place, awaiting the arrival of the beast tide, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Why has she returned? It was Shelley, returning on her flying carpet, her expression fraught with urgency. Upon seeing the water elemental Chu Chen had conjured, Shelley leapt from her carpet, calling out to him. I have decided to join forces with you to confront the beast tide. Chu Chen, intrigued, remarked, Oh, did you not leave? Why the sudden rush back? Shelley had anticipated that her hasty return would invite ridicule from Chu Chen, yet this was not the time for such concerns. Do not mock me just yet. The beast tide is not only emerging from the east, but is erupting from all directions simultaneously. As I flew southward, just as I was about to exit the desert, I encountered a large swarm of fire crows, which forced my return. Not beginning from the east? Chu Chen had initially perceived only the sounds of the beast tide from the east, assuming it would advance westward. He had not considered that the elves had dispatched individuals to the other three directions as well, likely to prevent anyone from fleeing prematurely. However, this would mean that the various beast tides might clash upon meeting. Even with extraordinary beasts exerting control, conflict was likely to ensue. After all, magical beasts were inherently unruly, and once the tide surged, they would become bloodthirsty and frenzied, rendering even extraordinary beasts somewhat inconsequential amid the chaos. The elves were indeed ruthless, utterly disregarding the fate of these beasts. Now that the situation had unfolded, Chu Chen was left with no choice but to agree to collaborate with Shelley. For every additional ally bolstered their strength. Although the beast tides erupted simultaneously, their velocities varied. Therefore, Chu Chen would first contend with the threat from the east. This direction was closest to the elves, and their strongest members would likely be among this wave of beasts. I require weapons capable of widespread devastation or means to disrupt the formation of the beast tide. Do you possess any? Having opted for collaboration, Chu Chen was unreserved in his request. Shelley pondered for a moment before producing several scrolls. These are the Wind Blade scrolls. Once activated, they unleash hundreds of wind blades, inflicting considerable damage upon beasts below the extraordinary tier. This is the Meteor Fire Rain scroll. Upon activation, it rains down hundreds of fireballs, also dealing significant harm to beasts below the extraordinary tier. Lastly, this is the Soul Storm scroll. When activated, it conjures a tempest of souls, causing temporary disarray among the feeble souls of the magical beasts. As Chu Chen beheld the formidable scrolls Shelley had unveiled, he was momentarily left speechless. He felt she need not have returned. She could have easily pierced through the beast tide on her own. Given your impressive array of magical scrolls, one would assume you need not return, Shelley remarked with a roll of her eyes. Do you think I wish to return? These scrolls of mine are only effective against mundane creatures and cannot contend with extraordinary beasts. Furthermore, I am faced with a horde of fire crows, among the most troublesome aerial magical beasts. Chu Chen nodded non-committally, evidently skeptical of Shelley's assertions. However, there was no time for debate, for the beast horde had already arrived. In Chu Chen's perception, a black wave, larger than the expanse of the lake, surged toward him, with a portion rushing ahead relentlessly. A significant segment was obstructed by the lake, yet they could not veer off course and continued their advance. As the beast horde encroached upon the area riddled with ghostly spikes that Chu Chen had set up, Some of the creatures stumbled onto the spikes, immediately collapsing in agony. Once a spike penetrated a living being, it not only drained blood but also devoured the soul, inflicting a torment that few creatures could endure. The fallen beasts barely had time to rise before being trampled by their comrades. Soon, the horde reached Chu Chen's second line of defense. Many beasts plunged into the pre-dug pits, some impaled by ice spikes, while others, thick-skinned but unable to escape, were stranded. A subsequent wave of beasts sought to halt their advance, but those behind them continued to charge forward, causing chaos within their ranks. Numerous beasts perished underfoot. Yet in the grand scheme of this vast horde, their loss was trivial, as some had already plunged into the water. Assessing the situation, Chu Chen began to condense water arrows. As the pits neared capacity, he struck. A multitude of water arrows soared, crystallizing midair and targeting the beasts poised to breach the second line of defense. Though the power of the ice arrows was not formidable, most of the horde comprised low-tier magical beasts of levels 1 and 2, thus the arrows proved sufficiently lethal. A significant number of beasts fell under the onslaught, yet their corpses merely paved the way for more to advance, driven mad by the scent of their kin's blood. Shelley, meanwhile, concealed herself within Chu Chen's lake. He had neither the time nor energy to tend to her, leaving her to employ a water-evading spell to hide beneath the surface. Shelley, act now? Chu Chen's calm voice resonated, for he needed to address the magical beasts that had already infiltrated the lake. If he did not act swiftly, those creatures could reach the opposite shore, leading to the demise of the tribe's people. Emerging from the lake, Shelley hovered in midair, unfurling a scroll that unleashed hundreds of wind blades, impeding the advance of the beasts. The casualties caused some of the once-mad beasts to regain a flicker of fear. Those awakened sought to retreat, realizing the imminent peril ahead, yet more beasts surged forward in a frenzied assault. Chu Chen swiftly dealt with dozens of beasts in the lake. These creatures were easier to eliminate in the water, but against a tide of thousands, even his efforts would only result in a minimal reduction in their numbers. Chapter 19. The Great Battle. The brutality of Shelley. The rhythm of the beast's assault showed no sign of abating. Shelley cast her scrolls liberally, far exceeding her previous display. Yet, the line of beasts was extensive, and only she and Chu Chen stood against it. Upon witnessing the scale of the horde, Chu Chen had abandoned the notion of completely halting this wave, instead adopting a mindset of maximizing the number he could eliminate. Primarily, he needed to address the extraordinary beasts hidden within the horde, as they possessed a significant intelligence and were most likely to pose a threat to his position. Extending his perception, Chu Chen sought to identify the concealed extraordinary beasts, yet they proved cunning. Even when he discerned a few, he found himself unable to bypass the multitude of low-tier beasts to strike them down directly. Only by inciting chaos among the horde could he lure out the extraordinary beasts. An idea formed in his mind. Shelley, unleash the soul storm. Shelley complied, tearing open a scroll. An invisible tempest howled through, causing the beasts caught in its path to wail in agony as disorder erupted among them. Ghostly Spike Tree, it is your turn to act, Chu Chen commanded, prompting the tree to unleash its spikes and bloodthirsty capabilities. Although the tree's abilities were not area attacks, they targeted several large beasts directly, plunging them into madness while causing grievous wounds. In an instant, a dozen colossal beasts began to lash out at their companions, and the chaos within the horde erupted, spreading like contagion. Chu Chen was confident that such turmoil would compel the extraordinary beasts to reveal themselves. Observing the now slowing advance of the horde, he focused intently to sense the presence of the extraordinary beasts. At last, a three-headed hellhound, after dispatching several frenzied low-tier beasts, let out a simultaneous roar that sent a wave of intimidation through its surroundings, awakening many of its fellow beasts. Seizing the moment, Chu Chen acted, employing the water-binding technique and water arrow technique. The hellhound, momentarily caught off guard, found its limbs ensnared, with one of its heads shattered. The remaining two heads thrashed about, expelling a noxious gas, causing Chu Chen's water bindings to corrode and evaporate. However, he had no intention of killing it just yet. Nearly as soon as the bindings dissolved, he unleashed another volley of water arrows. Although the three-headed hellhound was formidable with its extraordinary level 4 strength, it could not withstand the rapid-fire skills bestowed by the system. After evading a couple of arrows, it could not dodge the remainder and was overwhelmed. With the beast defeated, Chu Chen did not relax. he sensed that the horde contained far more extraordinary beasts. At least 5 more lurked within, having congregated while he battled the hellhound, stealthily approaching Shelley. Since Chu Chen fought from within the lake, they remained oblivious to his presence, aiming to eliminate Shelley, who caused considerable casualties with each scroll she deployed. Unbeknownst to her, Shelley was perilously close to being overwhelmed by the low-tier beasts. Given her grievous injuries and the exhaustion from the recent battle, she would be unable to dispatch them all in one fell swoop. Chu Chen was compelled to rescue her, for her assistance would be crucial moving forward. Fortunately, being at the heart of his lake, the beasts, although capable of traversing water, were primarily terrestrial and struggled with aquatic movement, allowing Shelley to evade them for the moment. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Chu Chen employed the recently acquired skill of solidifying water into ice, encasing half the lake around Shelley in ice. The menacing beasts, snarling and clawing toward her, were instantly frozen. Standing in the only patch of water, Shelley anxiously patted her chest. However, with hundreds of beasts, Chu Chen could not encase them all, merely delaying their movements to allow Shelley to escape. As cracks began to appear on the ice surface, some beasts were already attempting to shatter their icy prison. "This is bad," Chu Chen exclaimed, sensing that the extraordinary beasts, who had been stealthily approaching, seized the moment of the lake's freezing to burst forth at high speed across the ice. Prison of ice. Chu Chen rapidly invoked 3 ice prisons. Fortunately, this was a skill granted by the system, devoid of a casting delay, just managing to contain the 5 charging beasts. Yet, the ice prisons trembled under the onslaught of the extraordinary beasts, and Chu Chen felt the innermost layer begin to fracture. Seeing Shelley still in shock, he shouted, "Get under the water now." Finally coming to her senses, Shelley hesitated to heed his advice. While that might provide temporary refuge, the extraordinary beasts could still sense her presence underwater, making her vulnerable and unable to utilize many of her scrolls effectively. "Human, I shall tear you apart, and that cunning creature hidden in the water shall be my son's dinner." A guttural voice echoed from within the prison, marking the first time Chu Chen had heard a beast articulate human language. However, this was not a moment for curiosity. Chu Chen anxiously gazed at Shelley while conjuring several ice cages, although the beasts within were evidently preparing some formidable attack, sending forth powerful waves of energy. At that moment, Shelley grasped an enormous sword, one that nearly overshadowed her entire figure. Could this be a shield? Chu Chen mused to himself, while summoning ice arrows to fend off the low-tier beasts that had been unsealed and were charging towards Shelley. After wielding the great sword, Shelley began to chant incantations, and the blade emitted a blinding white light, illuminating the night as if it were day. If she were to replace the sword with a staff, she would resemble a saintess of a radiant holy temple. With a thunderous crash, the ice cages Chu Chen had set up were instantly shattered, and 5 figures surged forth, lunging towards Shelley. Just as Chu Chen prepared to intervene and shield her, he observed Shelley cease her chanting, her expression turning grave as she shouted, "Holy sword judgment." A deafening roar followed, silencing the beast's incessant howls. Even Chu Chen felt a pang of pain, an unfamiliar sensation for one devoid of physical form. When he glanced back at the lake's surface, there was no trace of the beasts, only a mass of shredded flesh drifting upon the water. Chapter 20. Peril. The appearance of the elves, was it truly this brutal? Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. Casting a glance at the exhausted Shelley, he felt a sense of dread. This woman possessed such formidable power, and more terrifyingly, her attacks could inflict harm upon him as well. Yet, this was not a time for shock. With 5 extraordinary beasts slain, the remaining horde became increasingly chaotic. No longer charging with a singular purpose, but scattering in every direction, beasts swarming everywhere. Given Shelley's current state, it was unlikely she could strike again. Thus, Chu Chen concealed her beneath the lake and commenced a frenzied slaughter, hoping to eliminate as many beasts as possible. The ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko acted in perfect harmony without needing Chu Chen's commands. Utilizing its peculiar attack style, the ghost thorn tree, in conjunction with the gecko's sharp claws, navigated through the throng of beasts with ease, as if they were fish in water. Waves of ice arrows were launched, toppling numerous beasts, yet the pace was still too slow, as many had already reached the opposite shore, saturating the lake's surface with their presence. Chu Chen initially contemplated stirring the waters to perhaps drown some beasts. However, considering Shelley remained beneath the lake, such an action would jeopardize her safety. though not particularly virtuous. He could not abandon a comrade in peril. "Ah, Lord Chu, save me." Chu Chen heard cries for help from the opposite shore, where many beasts had discovered the scattered group of ragtag tribesmen, launching an assault on them. With only 20 or so individuals, they stood no chance against the beasts. Their anguished wails echoed, and as their deity, Chu Chen was their last glimmer of hope in their final moments. "Lord Chu, please protect my people," a voice cried out, belonging to Gordon, a bashful young man. A reminder from the system echoed, "Your followers are rapidly perishing. Should all your followers die, your skill, blessing, will be revoked." To think that a skill given could also be taken back was an unexpected revelation for Chu Chen. Currently, his only followers were those few tribesmen who had witnessed him, alongside the high priest who had long since gone silent. Thus, if these individuals perished and the high priest met an untimely fate outside, his blessing skill would be lost. The skills provided by the system were invaluable, and losing them was not an option. With no alternatives, Chu Chen could only temporarily relocate the tribesmen to the lake's depths, while also creating a protective barrier to ensure they would not drown. The tribesmen suddenly felt themselves being drawn into the lake's depths by an overwhelming force, initially startled, yet soon realizing they were safely ensconced underwater, which significantly boosted their loyalty to Chu Chen. However, this diversion considerably slowed Chu Chen's slaughter of the beasts, which was not good news for him. After this incident, he would need to devise a method for establishing a water fortress at the lake's bottom. Though the remaining beasts were numerous, they posed little threat to Chu Chen, merely serving to replenish his energy. Yet, he remained vigilant, for the true danger lay with the elusive elves who had yet to reveal themselves. Chu Chen was not afraid of their arrival. Rather, he feared they would not come. With so many beasts slain, the elves would surely take notice. If they came to investigate, it would be manageable. However, if they reported back to the true powers within their ranks, Chu Chen would find himself in grave danger. Observing the seemingly endless tide of beasts, he pondered how long it would take for the elves to receive news and arrive. He needed to conclude matters before their arrival. Otherwise, the influx of beasts could significantly weaken him. To his astonishment, in the desolate expanse of the barren wasteland, a dark figure suddenly emerged at the water's edge. One that Chu Chen had not sensed until now. A jolt of alarm shot through him, yet he forced himself to remain calm. If even a level 8 extraordinary mage could not detect him, perhaps this mysterious figure would be equally oblivious to his presence. "Not coming out. Humph. Wait until I drain this lake. I shall see if you remain hidden." The dark figure exuded a powerful aura, and the large black robe enveloping them suddenly burst apart. Chu Chen's eyes widened in shock. It was a woman. Though petite, her form was robust, reminiscent of a warrior from the Orc clan. Upon closer inspection of her peculiar green skin and pointed ears, it became evident she was an elf. Yet, contrary to Chu Chen's impressions of elves as agile and beautiful, this woman's appearance was far from that ideal. "I am Alicia, sent by the Elven King to avenge Grandy." So, an emissary of the Elven King had come specifically for vengeance. Yet, how she had found this place remained a mystery. Possibly linked to the yellow light that shot forth after Grandy's demise. In Grandy's memories, there was no trace of this woman. Yet a fearsome organization known as the Black Forest, which answered solely to the Elven King, loomed large in the minds of all elves. This clandestine group was both feared and reviled. Chu Chen harbored doubts regarding Alicia's claims. Could a level 8 extraordinary elf truly fill an entire lake? However, his skepticism was short-lived. Bare-armed, Alicia brandished a massive axe from her back, its blade glowing with a yellow light. With each swing, she carved a deep trench directly into the lake, causing the water to pour forth into the barren expanse. Alicia showed no signs of stopping, switching directions and continuing her assault. At this rate, the lake's water would soon be entirely drained. Chu Chen had anticipated she might use earth to fill the lake, or perhaps employ some fire magic to evaporate it. But he had never imagined she would resort to such a brute force method of drainage. Time was of the essence. If this continued, the lake would be reduced to nothing, and his own existence would be in jeopardy. The water was already gushing out, and Chu Chen could feel his power waning. 3 ice cages appeared in quick succession, ensnaring Alicia within. Following this, Chu Chen summoned a multitude of ice arrows, launching them at her just as she broke free from the cages. Chapter 21. All techniques deployed. Victory at last as Alicia charged forth, axe in hand. She had yet to locate Chu Chen when she was once again enveloped by a barrage of ice arrows. She regarded them with disdain, her axe whirling rapidly, radiating a yellow light that deflected every arrow. Simultaneously, she emitted a piercing shriek. The sound was deafening, while Chu Chen managed to withstand it. The tribesmen hiding underwater succumbed to unconsciousness, and even Shelley, who had been struggling to recover, displayed signs of agony. Seeing that his ice arrows posed no threat to Alicia, and with many beasts still unaccounted for in the water, Chu Chen's control over the element was significantly hampered. The beasts instinctively avoided Alicia, refraining from attacking her outright. However, this is not surprising. Since the elven race is capable of controlling beast tides, they naturally possess unique methods to manage magical beasts. As Elisis noticed that Chu Chen had ceased his offensive, she understood that he would not easily reveal himself. Thus, she raised her axe and hewed out a deep trench, causing the water level of the Chu Chen lake to visibly diminish. This could not continue. She had to be dealt with swiftly. Chu Chen resolved to employ all his means to eliminate this madwoman, for if the elves behind the beast tide found this place, he would be in grave danger. Yet, to fight with abandon meant he could no longer tend to those submerged. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that even at the cost of revealing his secrets, he must first resolve the immediate predicament. Shelley felt an unstoppable force propelling her toward a mysterious realm, surrounded by darkness, devoid of walls. Yet her soul power could not extend beyond. This was, of course, Chu Chen's system space. He unceremoniously deposited the other unconscious members of the wild tribe within, choosing not to concern himself with them any further. The system space required vast amounts of energy to store living beings, and the battle had already consumed considerable reserves. It could not afford any further delays. The ice prison enveloped Elisis within 4 cages. Humph, employing the same old tricks. Let us see how long you can evade this. Elisis made no attempt to hide, knowing full well that such so-called prisons would merely require a few more swings of her axe to shatter. Chu Chen, however, had never intended to rely solely on the ice prison to confine her. It was merely a means to buy him some time. He unleashed his skills, binding water, water arrow, ice prison, water force, ghost spike. In an instant, all of Chu Chen's abilities were unleashed. Just as Elisis broke free from the prison, she felt her feet ensnared. As she struggled to free herself from the water bindings, dozens of ice arrows flew toward her. Upon breaking through the ice arrows, she found herself once again ensnared. Though she had shattered several layers of the ice prison, it was becoming quite taxing. With fury etched upon her face, Elisis, a member of the Black Forest, had never before been so tormented while on a mission. Before she could unleash her wrath, she was struck by Chu Chen's overwhelming water force. In that moment, she finally comprehended that she was not merely facing a creature adept in water magic hiding beneath the lake, but rather the vast lake itself. Seizing the moment while Elisis was momentarily stunned, the ghost spike tree activated, having feasted on the blood and souls during the previous beast tide. It was on the verge of a breakthrough, brimming with power. In an instant, a flurry of ghostly spikes surged toward Elisis. She dismissed the small spikes of the ghost spike tree, confident that her formidable physique would withstand them. However, Chu Chen had anticipated this. A shadowy light flickered. Elisis felt a sharp pain in her back. The dragon wall gecko had been secretly concealed among the corpses of magical beasts nearby at Chu Chen's command. The moment the ghost spike tree struck, it utilized its innate skill to teleport behind Elisis and unleashed its indomitable claws, tearing into her back. Normally, such wounds would be trivial, but in the next moment, the ghost spike's thorns pierced the very wounds, voraciously siphoning her blood and soul. Elisis felt her blood rapidly depleting, the agony of her soul being pulled apart. In a frenzy, she discarded her axe and retrieved a bow and 3 arrows from a scroll. This bow appeared significantly larger than those typically wielded by elves. Consumed by madness, she nocked an arrow and aimed at the ghost spike tree's core. Chu Chen was alarmed and swiftly encased the ghost spike tree within an ice prison, controlling the lake's waters to shield it. Just as he completed this, Elisis's arrow was loosed, piercing through the lake's waters as if they were mere parchment, shattering the ice prison behind it. With a thunderous boom, the arrow struck the trunk of the ghost spike tree. Chu Chen heard the tree's soul emit a pained cry and hurriedly assessed its condition, relieved to find it only severely injured, its exposed trunk splintering as it collapsed. Seeing Elisis knocking another arrow sent a jolt of fear through him. She must not be allowed to fire again. System. immediately refined the corpses of the magical beasts within the lake. He unleashed water force and water arrow skills, while continuously refining the magical beast corpses, obstructing Elysis from loosing another arrow. Beep. Refinement successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100,000 energy points. Immediate upgrade. Beep. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Water Dragon Ascension, upgraded Ice Prison, Water Arrow, and Water Dragon Ascension to LV7. Amidst a flurry of meticulously orchestrated commands, Chu Chen also had to remain vigilant against Elysis. This arrow could not be allowed to fly, otherwise, the ghost spike tree would surely perish. Beep. Insufficient energy points. The 100,000 energy points were not enough. Chu Chen manipulated the waters, drawing countless corpses near the lake. Then let us continue the refinement. Beep. Refinement successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 energy points. Beep. Upgrade successful. Finally, success came. An ice prison radiating cold descended from above, far sturdier than the previous incarnation. Indeed, Elysis found herself trapped, pounding against the walls, yet unable to break free immediately. He unleashed Water Arrow and Water Dragon Ascension. A water dragon surged from the lake, roaring as it charged toward Elysis. Just as she managed to shatter the prison with one arrow, two devastating attacks awaited her. Her reflexes were commendable. She quickly knocked her final arrow and released it. After vanquishing the water arrow, her strength waned, and before she could utter a cry, she was engulfed by Chu Chen's newly acquired skill, Water Dragon Ascension. The world fell silent. The once rampaging magical beasts had long fled from the battle between Chu Chen and Elysis, leaving behind a field of corpses. Chapter 22. Post-Battle Cleanup. Elevated to prominence after this fierce battle, Chu Chen had exhausted all his means and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Gazing at the mangled form of the ghost spike tree, he mustered the strength to cast Spring Rain, allowing the tree to absorb the spiritual water for self-healing. The corpses in the water had been completely refined, including those of 5 extraordinary magical beasts, yielding some special materials. In the heat of the moment, he had not had the opportunity to inspect them, so he had refined them all at once. Although the system space continued to consume vast amounts of energy points, taking advantage of the absence of Shelley and the others, Chu Chen planned to refine all the corpses ashore as well, to avoid complications in their presence. He controlled the waters to sweep all the corpses into the lake. The dragon wall gecko had already reached saturation from absorbing the brains of these magical beasts during the battle, while the ghost spike tree's body seemed insatiable, especially in its thirst for souls, never reaching saturation. Chu Chen proceeded to refine them first, then supplied the purified souls for the ghost spike tree to absorb. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained 120,000 energy points. Though the number of corpses on land far surpassed those in the lake, the low-tier nature of most of them limited the energy points gained. It required 80,000 energy points to ascend from level 7 to 8, and he was still 40,000 points short of reaching level 9. Chu Chen was taken aback by how the energy points needed for upgrades increased exponentially. If this continued into the Spirit Lake stage, the requirements might soar into the hundreds of thousands, making it increasingly difficult to hunt enough magical beasts. He decided against upgrading for now, having just obtained a new skill. Another upgrade might not yield any new abilities. Thus, merely increasing his level would not significantly enhance his strength. It would be wiser to wait until he accumulated enough energy points to achieve a 2-level jump. It was time to release Shelley and the others. With a thought, Shelley and the remaining 10 or so members of the wild tribe were freed. Chu Chen transported them directly to the shore. The wild tribe members remained unconscious. Elysis's soul-targeting sound wave attack had been quite severe, compounded by the slight fluctuations of the system space, suggesting they would need 3 to 4 days of rest before awakening. The axe and bow that Elysis had wielded during the battle were retrieved into the system space. These weapons, particularly the bow and arrows she had drawn later, were immensely powerful. Although Chu Chen could not use them, they could be bestowed upon future followers. As Shelley found herself released from the confines of the system space, her soul's power was rendered dormant, leaving her oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Upon her abrupt emergence, dizziness enveloped her. Once her senses returned, she surveyed her surroundings, only to discover an eerie silence, punctuated only by the distant roars of magical beasts, indicating that the beast tide had passed. How could this be? How had he triumphed over Ellis? And why had the corpses of the beasts vanished without a trace? Shelley stared blankly at the lake, her emotions a tangled web of confusion. The previous space had undoubtedly been constructed by Chu Chen after acquiring her void stone, yet how could he possess such capabilities? Moreover, that space had the ability to harbor living beings. Everything felt extraordinary, bordering on the unfathomable. Curiosity gnawed at her. She yearned to inquire, yet fear held her back. With such power, he could not merely be an unassuming lake spirit. He must be a formidable entity orchestrating plans in this realm of gods and demons. Perhaps even a mere avatar of some monstrous being. A wave of dread washed over Shelley, compelling her to leave this place at once. She would rather contend with the troublesome fire crows than remain near such an ancient being. What infuriated her further was the fact that this ancient creature had feigned ignorance in her presence, and she had been foolish enough to believe him. "My lord, is there anything else you require of me?" Shelley lowered her stance, fearful of inciting Chu Chen's ire. Upon hearing the proud Shelley address him with such deference, Chu Chen quickly deduced that she had misconstrued his recent extraordinary display of abilities, mistaking him for a significant figure. This misunderstanding worked to his advantage. He resolved to exploit the situation to his benefit. "Thank you for your assistance earlier, young lady. I currently have no need for your services. However, do not be in haste to depart. A spectacle awaits you shortly," he said, effectively silencing any protest she might have made about leaving. Ellis was merely an envoy of the Elven King seeking vengeance for Grandy, while the true mastermind behind the beast tide had yet to reveal themselves. By keeping Shelley here, he positioned himself in the shadows while thrusting her into the limelight. He would observe her conflict with the Elven race, striking from the shadows at the opportune moment. Ensuring her capture, Chu Chen sought to bind Shelley to his cause. She harbored too many secrets, and while he had no intentions of silencing her permanently, he could not afford to let her slip away easily. "Ancient beast, you insufferable pervert, must you drag me into your schemes?" Shelley silently cursed, yet dared not resist. Hoping the approaching elves would not be too formidable, thus allowing her a chance to escape once Chu Chen deemed it appropriate. As Shelley concentrated on recuperating from her grievous wounds, Chu Chen took the opportunity to refill the lakeshore that Ellis had excavated and assess the condition of the ghost thorn tree and the dragon wall gecko. The ghost thorn tree, having absorbed Chu Chen's spirit water, had significantly healed, subsequently devouring a plethora of souls, and now lay in slumber, poised for considerable advancement upon awakening. Conversely, while the dragon wall gecko possessed remarkable potential, it was not as bizarrely gifted as the ghost thorn tree. After consuming a substantial amount of brain matter, it seemed to be at its limit, continually darting along the shore. Chu Chen found this amusing and ensnared it with a binding spell, tossing it into the lake, summoning a sphere of spirit water to cleanse its form. Beasts naturally thrived on the essence of heaven and earth, and this enriched water would wash away impurities within the dragon wall gecko, enhancing its constitution. Before long, the creature burst forth, joyfully soaring through the air. Waving its small claws, Chu Chen sensed its elevation in power. Indeed, it had advanced 2 levels, now matching his own capabilities. However, despite its newfound prowess, the dragon wall gecko's size remained unchanged, prompting Chu Chen to question the validity of its title. Nonetheless, its speed had undeniably increased, without the use of teleportation. It moved swiftly enough to leave only a blur in its wake. "Enough of your revelry. Go amuse yourself elsewhere," Chu Chen jestingly commanded, directing the dragon wall gecko to play away from the shore. Chapter 23. The arrival of the elves and negotiation. The lake's surface remained tranquil beneath the serene night sky. The beast tide receded into the distance, with occasional echoes of roars still resonating. In the aftermath of this tumult, the once vibrant desert had grown desolate, stripped bare save for the remnants of magical beasts. It had been 6 or perhaps 7 months since Chu Chen arrived in this world. The passage of time had blurred in his memory, marked only by prolonged solitude interspersed with moments of tense combat. Eager to escape the arid wasteland, he longed to witness the wonders of the outside world. As dawn broke the following day, the dragon wall gecko rested on a severed branch of the ghost thorn tree floating on the lake's surface, while Shelley sat cross-legged on the shore, meditating. The mysterious pearl hanging from her neck emitted a soft glow, exuding an otherworldly aura. At last, they had arrived. 7 elven figures approached from a distance of 7 to 800 meters. Exercising utmost caution, they halted over 500 meters away from the lake, swiftly dispersing to approach from various angles. Shelley opened her eyes and regarded the swiftly advancing adversaries. As they closed in to within 100 meters, they spotted her. 5 of them drew near while the other 2 remained behind. Damn, so many of them, and all of them extraordinary elves. The elven race was renowned for their speed and archery skills. Upon noticing Shelley, they ceased their advance. At a 100-meter distance, they could easily close the gap or retreat, their bows ready to strike. "Who are you?" Lucas inquired, the captain of this elven squad. He had observed the substantial casualties among the magical beasts from this direction the previous night and hurried over to investigate. The elven race placed significant importance on this cleansing operation, with each direction assigned a team of 7 extraordinary elves, overseen by 2 legendary figures. "I am merely a mage, residing here in solitude to cultivate my skills," Shelley replied coolly. Lucas, however, found her words unconvincing. Although no beast corpses lay around, the lingering scent of blood still pervaded the air. "To think that such a powerful mage exists within our elven territory. My king invites you to visit the elven forest." Lucas mused, recognizing Shelley's destructive capabilities, evidenced by the 6 extraordinary beasts that had failed to escape, thus acknowledging her strength with a measure of courtesy. "That won't be necessary. I prefer solitude. Please convey my gratitude to your king," Shelley stated firmly. "Very well, then we shall have to take offense." Lucas understood the gravity of the situation. Even if Shelley was formidable, the 7 of them had to neutralize her. Shelley prepared for battle, aware that had she not been injured, she would have dismissed these individuals with ease. Now, however, she felt like a tiger cornered by hounds. Facing 5, or even 7, attackers, she steeled herself for the confrontation. Confident that Chu Chen would not remain passive in the water, she began to chant, enveloping herself in a protective shield before retrieving 2 scrolls, tearing one apart. Flash spell. A blinding light erupted, compelling Lucas and his companions to instinctively shut their eyes. Realizing the peril, they released their arrows without aiming. Wind spell. A gust of wind arose, deflecting their shots. Lucas and his companions quickly repositioned themselves, leveraging their elven ability to fly, surrounding Shelley from all angles. As a mage, Shelley was ill-suited for one against many confrontations, especially against the swift elves who continually changed positions while launching arrows imbued with green light, forcing her into a desperate situation. Fortunately, her extensive combat experience shone through. She cast wind speed upon herself and layered several defensive spells, barely managing to hold her ground. Yet, with the relentless assault from the elves, her shield began to falter, and the pallor of her face betrayed the truth. If this stalemate continued, her defeat was merely a matter of time. Utilize water-based magic. Chu Chen's voice resonated within the depths of Shelley's soul. Without a hint of hesitation, she acknowledged him internally. With a swift motion, she evaded an arrow shot by Lucas, bracing against 2 more that rained down from above with her shield, while chanting to unleash her magic. The melody of water, a cacophony of tinkling sounds, resonated, gradually escalating into the tumultuous roar of surging waves as torrents of water gushed forth from the tranquil lake, sweeping towards Lucas and his companions. Just as they prepared to ascend into the sky to evade the impending deluge, a multitude of ice arrows erupted from the depths, encompassing a vast area. Although Lucas and his comrades endeavored to evade the onslaught, many were struck by the chilling projectiles. Yet, this was only the beginning. From the tumultuous waters, several tendrils of water surged towards them. Lucas, with remarkable reflexes, managed to evade. But the others were caught off guard and were dragged towards the lake. It then dawned on Lucas that there were assailants lurking beneath the surface. He hastily unleashed several arrows, while the 2 remaining sentinels rushed to join him, attempting to sever the water tendrils, but their efforts proved futile. As several elves were on the brink of being submerged, Lucas realized that once they entered the water, their chances of rescue would diminish drastically. "Hold on. I have something to say." Chu Chen disregarded the urgency and pulled the elves into the water before allowing Shelley to inquire about the interruption. Lucas sensed the lingering presence of the elves, albeit weakened, which offered him a moment of relief. "What do you wish to convey?" "Our Lord is also eager to invite you for a visit below the surface," he remarked, casting a glance at the lake and pondering. "This woman is formidable enough. Could there be a legendary entity concealed within the depths?" "Dear Lord, Your seclusion in the lake should not have been disturbed. But our elven king has commanded us to swiftly cleanse the desert. We resorted to this drastic measure out of necessity, and we hope for your understanding," he continued. "Do you presume that invoking the elven king will spare you?" Shelley retorted disdainfully. "Not at all. I merely believe our esteemed lord would prefer not to create more enemies. Our king's intent is solely to prevent unforeseen events in the desert. If you are willing to keep communication open with our elven clan, we are a peaceful race at heart." This unexpected approach from the elves caught Chu Chen off guard. He wondered what their true motives were. Chapter 24. The Secrets of the Faith Wars. "I could simply eliminate all of you, which would surely be more secure." Chu Chen conversed directly with Karuz. The tremor in Karuz's body indicated his alarm. "Great Lord, while we may seem as insignificant as ants beneath your might, we have two legendary leaders above us who might locate us through their scrying scrolls. A confrontation with you would be undesirable. Are you threatening me?" Chu Chen's tone turned icy. "Not at all. It is merely that our elven kin cherish friendship and would rather not stand against a powerful being such as yourself," Karuz replied, lowering his posture while maintaining a facade of calm. Chu Chen remained uncertain. The elven clan's demeanor had shifted inexplicably. Even if they were wary of his power, legendary figures were merely considered proficient by elven standards, not warranting such subservience. Shelley, sensing Chu Chen's prolonged silence, offered a suggestion. "Lord, the elves are renowned for their reverence of peace. Perhaps we should engage in dialogue. We might forge an alliance." Upon hearing Shelley's words, Chu Chen decisively released the elves he had ensnared in the water. Karuz's companions assisted the fallen, and Karuz bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for the Lord's mercy and apologizing for their previous recklessness. "Speak, what is it that you seek?" After a moment of hesitation, Karuz smiled and said, "I lack the authority to negotiate on this matter. I request permission to inform Chief Blake, who oversees this affair, to confer with you." Chu Chen contemplated. Regardless of his decision to kill or spare them, the two legendary beings would eventually arrive. He and Shelley would be ill-equipped to confront such powerful entities. It would be wiser to feign the role of a legendary recluse and discern the elves' intentions. "Very well, summon him to discuss." Karuz produced a communication scroll, relaying the situation before the scroll spontaneously ignited and disintegrated. Chu Chen chose not to engage further with Karuz and his companions, while Shelley seized the opportunity to converse with them, probing for information about the continent. Indeed, this land, known as the Demon and God Continent, was rife with chaos. Shelley learned that various beliefs had formed distinct factions, with ethnic divisions being less significant in determining power. Although the Holy Temple of the God of Light was the most formidable force, other factions, such as the elves devoted to the God of Nature, the necromancers worshipping the God of Death, and the beastkin venerating the beast god, all possessed considerable strength, albeit currently dormant. As their conversation continued, a green light streaked across the sky, revealing a figure at the lake's edge. This too was an elf, tall and graceful, with strikingly handsome features. "Surely, this must be the reclusive master Karuz spoke of. I am Blake, and I greet you," he said, bowing elegantly to Chu Chen, then flashing a charming smile at Shelley. Chu Chen returned the gesture, stating, "I am Chu Chen. Please forgive my physical limitations, which compel me to meet you in this manner." Blake waved dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern, though inwardly he mused, "What limitations? This water being is exquisitely crafted, even exhibiting lifelike expressions and movements, clearly showcasing its prowess. Our king has always been eager to foster amicable relations with the creatures of the desert. Many extraordinary beasts within this wasteland have benefited from our king's kindness. It is a pleasant surprise to encounter a strong one such as yourself here. I have long heard tales of the elves. Today marks my first encounter with true elven kin, and indeed, you are as breathtaking as the legends portray." Chu Chen thought, the two deceased elves do not count. After a round of mutual compliments, Blake finally revealed his intentions. "The truth is, this continent may soon face a chaos that will sweep across its entirety. The elven tribe, devoted to peace, seeks to prevent the eastern continent from descending into turmoil. Thus, we wish to reach an accord with a strong figure like yourself to collectively safeguard the hard-won tranquility of this land. What sort of accord do you have in mind? And how may I assist?" "It is quite simple. We propose regular communication between our tribes, and when the elves require assistance, your aid would be invaluable. Of course, We shall compensate you appropriately based on the nature of the task. Chu Chen feigned contemplation, yet Blake's proposition warranted serious consideration. To sever ties with the elves immediately would be unwise, as he lacked the capability to confront an entire clan. However, having slain Grandy and Elixis, the elves would eventually discover the truth, leading to inevitable conflict. Let us postpone confrontation for now, Chu Chen resolved, intending to bide his time and grow stronger. Perhaps by the time he clashed with the elves, he would have achieved legendary status himself, eliminating concerns over their tactics. After discussing specific details with Blake, Chu Chen consented to his proposal. Blake left behind a communication scroll and instructed Karuz to oversee all correspondence with Chu Chen. While this oversight was ostensibly for communication, it also served as a form of surveillance. Chu Chen surmised that in the coming days, he would undoubtedly face a myriad of inquiries from the Elven clan. However, he was unconcerned. Having traversed into this world, he had never strayed from this land. No matter how deeply the elves probed, they would never uncover his origins. Once Blake and Karuz departed, Chu Chen turned to Shelley and inquired, "Did you happen upon any revelations just now?" Shelley nodded respectfully, stating, "You may be unaware, but on the demon and god continent, every millennium heralds a battle for faith that endures for roughly a century. The victor gains the right to propagate their beliefs across the continent for the next 1,000 years, relegating other faiths to designated territories. I suspect we are nearing that millennial threshold. The god of nature will undoubtedly partake in this conflict, prompting the elves to cleanse this desert, removing pawns placed by competing factions while seeking to ally with powerful beings such as yourself. A battle for faith, you say? Are they not concerned that I might be a pawn of another faction, or that my allegiance lies with a different deity?" Chu Chen pondered, perplexed. Chapter 25. Laying the foundations for the future. Shelley, upon hearing Chu Chen's inquiry, found herself questioning her previous judgments. After all, the struggle for faith was akin to an open secret among those of higher realms. How could Chu Chen remain unaware of such matters? Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further and patiently began to elucidate. When one formally joins a faction, they must gain the approval of its divine patron. If one harbors a different belief, the deity will undoubtedly perceive it. Chu Chen then experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder the elven race was so unconcerned about him. They had yet to require his assistance. When the time came for him to partake in significant elven affairs, they would inevitably compel him to undergo testing. To them, a being suspected of being at the legendary tier was hardly noteworthy. Did this world harbor no beings without faith? As someone who had received a higher education, Chu Chen found the concept of deities and faith to be non-existent in his worldview. Indeed, such beings did exist, albeit in limited numbers. A lack of faith meant the absence of divine protection, making cultivation considerably more arduous, and survival itself could become a daunting challenge. Shelley glanced skyward and sighed deeply. Suddenly, Chu Chen realized he had not detected any particular faith in Shelley. She had wielded light, wind, and water magic, making it difficult to discern which deity she might serve. Could it be that Shelley was the very embodiment of a non-believer she had mentioned? This thought lingered in Chu Chen's mind, yet he hesitated to inquire directly, understanding that everyone harbored their own secrets, and prying would only provoke resentment. "Sir, may I leave now? I am gravely injured and have yet to recover. After several forced battles, my condition has worsened. If I do not receive treatment soon, I fear I may never heal," Shelley implored, her tone tinged with vulnerability. Chu Chen fell silent for a moment, assessing Shelley's condition and realizing just how dire it was. "Very well, she had assisted me significantly. I shall repay her kindness." His blessing had cooled, and while its effects on Shelley were not optimal, it was better than nothing. Activating the skill of blessing, a gentle white light enveloped Shelley. Though she initially intended to evade it, as the light touched her, she felt an unexpected warmth and familiarity, drawing her closer. Previously, she had passively accepted the blessing while unconscious. Now, in a state of awareness, she felt as though she had returned to her mother's embrace, so tender and warm. The exhaustion, both physical and mental, began to dissipate, and minor injuries slowly healed. After approximately 15 minutes, the blessing concluded and the white light faded, leaving Shelley with a sense of reluctance. "I can only assist you to this extent for now. You may leave. May we meet again by fate." Casting a glance at the lake, Shelley felt a complex array of emotions. Involuntarily recalling their first encounter and the battles they had fought side by side over the past days. After bowing respectfully, she turned to depart, her heart gradually blossoming with a unique sentiment. She felt a sense of homecoming, as if this place were her homeland. It was only after distancing herself that Shelley emerged from this nostalgia, inwardly cursing Chu Chen for his cunning, for nearly ensnaring her in his web. Unbeknownst to him, his good intentions had earned him her silent rebuke. With one matter momentarily resolved, it was time for him to reflect upon himself and strategize the next steps. Originally, he had intended to slay the elven beings orchestrating the beast tide, collecting enough energy points to ascend 2 levels to LV9. However, plans had shifted, and this route seemed unfeasible. He had also uncovered the secret of the faith wars on the continent of gods and demons, which promised to be a bloody affair. Preparation was essential. Establishing his own faction would certainly facilitate matters. As a mere lake spirit, many undertakings proved challenging. If he were to develop in secrecy, progress would be agonizingly slow. The desert was sparsely populated, with the most formidable beasts already under elven control, while the wild folk remained under vigilant watch. With only a handful of them, all weak in strength, Chu Chen devoted an entire day to analyzing his environment, the challenges ahead, and potential pathways for development, eventually forming a rudimentary plan. The expanse of this continent was vast, and the likelihood of a weakling like him drawing the attention of influential beings was slim. He could only hope to attract those akin to Blake. Yet, they would remain oblivious to his true essence. Thus, his immediate priority was to cultivate a small faction to act as his emissary, engaging with external forces and recruiting those lesser-known or struggling races to serve him, thereby acquiring the energy points needed for his ascension. Where to commence? The wild folk should be the prime candidates. However, they were currently tasked by the elves to manage the beast tide and remained under their scrutiny, uncertain how many would survive post-conflict. This left him contemplating that the only other races within reach were the ordinary beasts. While beasts and magical creatures both belonged to the animal kingdom, they were fundamentally different. Magical creatures were born with inherent bloodlines, capable of absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, whereas most beasts possessed diluted bloodlines and could not absorb such energy. Only a rare few might activate their bloodlines through fortuitous circumstances, evolving into magical beings. The beast tide had significantly impacted the beasts, yet fortunately, they were not the primary targets. With their abundance, some clever beasts managed to survive, and by the lakeside, a considerable number had gathered, drawn by the rich spiritual energy more enticing than delectable food. Chu Chen resolved to attempt aiding these beasts in activating their bloodlines. If successful, it would grant him a formidable advantage, enabling him to swiftly establish a powerful faction. This approach would enhance his subordinate strength and allow him to cultivate the most talented magical creatures while consuming the weaker ones for energy points. However, before experimentation, he needed to select wisely. He summoned the wild folk, and with Gordon deceased, their leader was now Tyren. Chu Chen instructed Tyren to seek out strong and intelligent beasts near the lake. Although the beast tide had not yet ended, the elves' orders ensured that the area within a kilometer of the lake remained safe, resulting in a congregation of beasts. Capturing beasts was second nature for the wild folk, especially since these individuals had reached the mortal tier. Within half a day, they successfully captured dozens of carefully selected beasts. Chapter 26. Success. The rise of an ambitious dreamer gazing at the wild horses, bison, and elk before him, Chu Chen felt a twinge of uncertainty. In the presence of Tyren, who was at the 4th level of the mortal tier, these beasts appeared anxious. Could they truly be cultivated into magical creatures? Doubt not at him. He decided to try for a week. If there was no progress, he would have to consider alternative methods. Chu Chen directed the purified, spiritually infused water into a pit he had previously dug, instructing Tyren to herd the beasts into it. In truth, they needed no prodding. Upon sighting the spiritual water pit, the beasts were overtaken by a profound desire, eagerly rushing into the water. As he observed the state of the beasts, he continuously replenished the spiritual water. By afternoon, half of the beasts could no longer absorb any spiritual energy, reaching saturation. He ushered them out. As night fell, only a wild horse and an elk remained capable of passively absorbing spiritual energy. Out of the 20-plus beasts, merely 2 had achieved the initial stage of spiritual cleansing. The subsequent challenge of enabling them to autonomously absorb spiritual energy loomed dauntingly. Yet, having taken the first step, he could not abandon the endeavor. By midnight, all the beasts had reached saturation from their self-absorption of spiritual energy. Consequently, Chu Chen instructed Tyren and the others to have the beasts run along the lake's edge to expend their energy. They ran until dawn, collapsing in exhaustion by the shore. At that moment, Chu Chen prepared the spiritual water once more, guiding them back into it. Thus, the process continued for a month. During this period, 10 beasts reached a standstill halfway through, and Chu Chen had no choice but to abandon them. Although the remaining dozen or so creatures experienced a gradual decline in their ability to absorb spiritual energy each day, they nonetheless persevered. After a full month, even the last wild horse, having endured until the end, could no longer absorb spiritual energy. It was at this point that Chu Chen decided to halt this rigorous training regimen. During this period, the beasts evoked a mixture of affection and resentment from Tyren and his companions. The allure of spiritual energy was overwhelming, yet the relentless pursuit by Tyren and others, which lasted throughout the night, left them utterly exhausted. However, this intense training forced the creatures into a state of extreme fatigue, enabling them to actively absorb spiritual energy when stimulated. Otherwise, left to their own devices in the pool of energy, their absorption would be minimal. The current dozen beasts had far surpassed ordinary creatures, particularly the wild horse and the elk, standing just a step away from becoming magical beasts. The only thing lacking was the activation of their bloodlines, which they had to achieve independently. Chu Chen, however, possessed a final method to provide them with a last bit of assistance, a blessing that could be used once a month. He summoned Tyren and the others, who had been diligently training these beasts and had grown quite weary in the process. Since they cultivated elemental power, Chu Chen's spiritual water could no longer aid them. The blessing skill did not have a limit on the number of recipients, so he decided to conduct a large-scale blessing. The beasts and the group of wild tribesmen gathered together, having become quite familiar with each other over this period, and they awaited the blessing in quiet anticipation. A radiant white light emerged from the lake, enveloping both the beasts and the tribesmen. As devoted followers of Chu Chen, the wild tribesmen received the most significant benefits from the blessing. Many experienced a surge in their power, successfully breaking through to new levels. Tyren, for instance, had reached the 5th level of the mortal tier, surpassing even the high priest. From Tyren and his companions emanated waves of faith power. Though these energies were once again masked by the system, their loyalty had nearly reached its maximum level. Now, if Chu Chen commanded them to sacrifice themselves, they would do so without hesitation. The beasts, while still lacking intelligence and thus unable to develop faith in Chu Chen, benefited immensely from the blessing due to their inherently low realms. The wild horse was the first to react, letting out a powerful neigh before uncontrollably galloping along the lake's edge, where flames of crimson erupted from its hooves. As the wild horse galloped faster, the flames intensified. Sensing an alarming situation, Chu Chen quickly summoned 4 orbs of spiritual water, applying them to the horse's limbs. The wild horse had awakened its bloodline, but its body could barely withstand the transformation. Without Chu Chen's timely intervention, it might have suffered severe burns. With the support of the spiritual water, although the red flames continued to blaze, the wild horse managed to gain control over them. It would not be long before the first magical beast cultivated by Chu Chen would emerge. The flames on its limbs hinted at it being a red flame windrunner, which would prove quite useful. Congratulations, host, for cultivating a magical beast. Reward, 1000 energy points. This unexpected reward filled Chu Chen with excitement. Following this success, the prospect of cultivating thousands of magical beasts could potentially yield millions of energy points. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a gold mine, filled with the exhilarating anticipation of becoming affluent. In a short while, the elk also awakened its bloodline, emitting a green glow from its large antlers. This time, it required no assistance from Chu Chen and quickly mastered the green light. It appeared to be a wood spirit elk, possessing some group healing capabilities, potentially serving as a healer. As time passed, more beasts awakened their bloodlines, though not all succeeded. One lion, endowed with an excessively domineering bloodline, could not withstand the awakening, even with Chu Chen's spiritual water, and ultimately perished during the transformation. In the end, among the 16 beasts blessed, 7 failed to awaken. With 4 dying and 3 becoming disabled, only 9 successfully awakened. While successfully awakening a bloodline did not automatically elevate them to magical beasts, it was undoubtedly a perilous step. These creatures, nurtured by Chu Chen's spiritual water, experienced significant enhancements in various aspects, yet the success rate remained below 50%, meaning that those who successfully awakened were even fewer. After nurturing them with spiritual water for another 2 or 3 days, the successfully awakened beasts finally stabilized. The next task was to provide them with an environment rich in spiritual energy, allowing them to gradually master the absorption and utilization of this energy. Observing the 9 prospective magical beasts, Chu Chen felt a surge of pride and hope for the future. The number of ordinary beasts in this world far exceeded that of magical beasts, signifying a continuous supply of forces to bolster his burgeoning power. Chu Chen firmly believed that while he might not be the first to consider using spiritual water to cultivate magical beasts, other great powers had not pursued this path. This was partly because the number of magical beasts in this continent was substantial, making direct cultivation far more expedient. Furthermore, attempting to cultivate a large number of beasts into magical beasts required an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. Thus, it would often be more efficient to cultivate magical beasts directly. Chapter 27. Rapid expansion of scale. Only Chu Chen, unable to acquire a substantial number of magical beast resources and possessing seemingly limitless spiritual energy resources, could embark on the journey of transforming beasts into magical creatures through spiritual means. Moreover, Chu Chen's next step was to evolve into a spiritual lake, which would grant him even greater reserves of spiritual energy. With the experience from his first endeavor, Chu Chen decided to expand the scale of his efforts, instructing Tyren and the others to gather 100 beasts and excavate several ponds to commence the previous training anew. Simultaneously, Chu Chen began to cultivate Tyren and his companions, who were already the strongest prodigies of the wild tribes, and their prowess only improved further following Chu Chen's blessing. However, due to the wild tribes' decline over the past few centuries, their foundation was insufficient, preventing them from shining as brightly as the prodigies of larger clans. Now, with the memories of several extraordinary tier magicians at his disposal, including their training experiences and wisdom, Chu Chen could readily share this knowledge with Tyren and the others. He particularly conveyed the training experiences of Grandy and Elysis, as they shared the same lineage with Tyren, making this knowledge all the more invaluable. Chu Chen even entrusted Tyren with Elysis's bow, although it lacked specialized arrows. Combining it with Tyren's own crafted arrows would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Despite having the advantage of prior experience, this second cultivation plan only yielded a successful awakening for slightly over 20 beasts. As time passed, the remaining beasts had all been meticulously selected by Tyren and his companions, resulting in an even lower success rate for the remaining candidates. However, Chu Chen was unfazed, as the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and those that had successfully transformed into magical beasts would, through future breeding, increase the awakening chances of their offspring. The initial batch that awakened, particularly the Red Flame Windrunner and the Wood Spirit Elk, had successfully evolved into mortal tier magical beasts, and were on the brink of advancing to the second level of the mortal tier with Chu Chen's boundless supply of spiritual energy. Chu Chen observed that the magical beasts that had successfully awakened under his guidance naturally felt a sense of kinship towards him. Even the water beings he summoned could be recognized by them, as they approached him willingly. Chu Chen entrusted the care of these magical beasts to Tyren, as the wild tribesmen possessed an innate ability to interact with them and understood how to communicate with magical creatures. He instructed Tyren to accompany them and bring their kin to the lake. 2 days later, Tyren returned to the lake's edge accompanied by the Red Flame Windrunner and the Wood Spirit Elk, along with a throng of wild horses and elks following behind. The next day, Chu Chen employed the same strategy, sending a group of wild tribesmen, along with the awakened magical beasts, to guide their kin to the vicinity of the lake. He designated specific areas for each group, forbidding any conflicts. While these beasts were not necessarily the strongest, the existence of successful precedents encouraged their gathering. By consuming the lake's water daily, their physiques would gradually improve. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's cultivation efforts continued unabated. However, he no longer needed to oversee the process closely. He merely provided a daily supply of spiritual water, leaving the rest to Tyren's management. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating a magical beast. Reward: 1,000 energy points. Ever since the Red Flame Windrunner successfully ascended to become a magical beast, Chu Chen had received several such notifications, each resonating in his ears like a heavenly melody. Upon reviewing his system panel, Chu Chen noted the following details. Host, Chu Chen. Identity, Lake, Level, LV7, Energy, 175,000 points. Skills, Spring Breeze Transformation LV6, Water Binding Technique LV6, Water Arrow Technique LV7, Ice Cage LV7, Blessing, on cooldown. At last, he could upgrade. With anticipation, Chu Chen stirred up a few waves. System, I wish to level up twice in succession. Ding. Upgrade successful. Suddenly, the lake's surface erupted in enormous waves. On the shore, Tyran, having received Chu Chen's prior warning, instructed the magical beasts to retreat alongside the ordinary creatures. With this upgrade, the lake's area expanded to several tens of thousands of square meters, stretching beyond the horizon. Such an expansive lake bestowed upon each of Chu Chen's strikes the formidable power of water over a radius of 100,000 meters, making it exceedingly difficult for even the extraordinary to withstand. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 9 lake. Unlocking the skill Awakening. Awakening enables the awakening of hidden bloodlines within creatures, usable only once a month. Chu Chen was overjoyed. The system was indeed considerate, providing exactly what he needed. With this skill, the pace and success rate of cultivating magical beasts would vastly accelerate. Chu Chen envisioned a day when he would summon forth countless magical beasts, once mere ordinary creatures, roaring in unison, a scene that would surpass even the recent beast tide. However, the challenge lay in cultivating these magical beasts on a large scale without drawing the attention of the elves or other factions, a matter requiring meticulous planning. As they gazed upon the lake, Tyran and the others held Chu Chen in the highest esteem, viewing him as a deity of boundless capabilities. While Tyran and his companions knelt in fervent worship, the magical beasts behind them, though lacking understanding of the ritual, imitated their posture and prostrated themselves as well. An immense force of belief coalesced around Chu Chen before dissipating into the cosmos. Meanwhile, in another part of the desert, a kindly middle-aged man was treating the wounds of a magical tiger. Although the tiger was of extraordinary rank, it behaved like a docile lamb under the man's care, allowing him to extract a bone lodged in its mouth. Suddenly, a compass-like device on the man flashed, bringing a smile to his face as he prepared to leave. The tiger, reluctant to part, nudged its leg against him. Without looking back, the man waved his right hand, and a beam of light sliced through the air, severing the tiger's head, which then fell to the ground. His path led directly to Chu Chen's lake. Chapter 28, Bloodline Awakening. The noble desert folk, after unlocking the Bloodline Awakening skill, Chu Chen promptly summoned Tyran and the others. The once youthful young man had matured significantly over the past few months of trials, especially Tyran, who had been the pillar of the desert clan and was now gradually able to stand on his own after parting ways with the Grand Priest. The death of Gordon had rendered him even more taciturn. Lord Chu, have you called us for a purpose? Tyran's faith in Chu Chen had reached a perfect 100%. His sole desire was to serve him diligently while safeguarding the remaining members of the desert clan. First, let us discuss the results of our recent endeavors in breeding magical beasts. At the mention of magical beasts, Tyran's expression brightened, as he had personally participated in their cultivation and felt a deep affinity for them, treating them as his own children. Report to you, Lord Chu. Over the past 2 months, we have successfully bred 56 magical beasts, including 2 level 3 ordinary beasts, 18 level 2 ordinary beasts, and 30 level 1 ordinary beasts. While such creatures held little significance for Chu Chen, it was a commendable start, and with the awakening skill now at his disposal, the next breeding phase promised exponential growth. Let us temporarily halt the breeding efforts. There is a task that requires your collective attention. Please, Lord Chu, instruct us, and we shall fulfill it. Tyran and the others pledged earnestly. I know that the Desert Clan was originally responsible for breeding and training magical beasts among the elves. How much of that skill remains within you now? Tyran hesitated, exchanging glances with his kin before responding. We have been away from the elves for too long. From what the elders have shared, many skills were retained by the elves, but we brought with us only fragments of their teachings. The current generation lacks diligence, and our abilities have diminished considerably. If you possess no skills, we may find ourselves at an impasse. I too lack experience in training magical beasts, Chu Chen thought, furrowing his brow. Nevertheless, he remained hopeful to discern the extent of the Desert Clan's capabilities. Can you still train magical beasts for cooperative combat? Tyren scratched his head and shook it. We are familiar only with basic nurturing. We have had no opportunity to learn combat training for quite some time. Chu Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. Without specialized trainers, even a multitude of cultivated magical beasts would merely become a disorganized mob, lacking formidable combat strength. Sensing Chu Chen's prolonged silence, Tyren tentatively suggested, Lord Chu, if you truly require someone capable of training magical beasts, I could return to the Desert Clan's headquarters. There may still be some elders who possess these skills, though they were not passed down to us as they seemed unnecessary at the time. Chu Chen pondered this, realizing it was indeed a possibility. Regrettably, the Grand Priest had become unreachable, leaving him with no option but to send Tyren back to investigate. Very well. Ride the Red Flame Windrunner and return swiftly. Exercise caution. If you encounter any insurmountable dangers, simply repeat my name thrice in your heart. The survival of the Desert Clan's headquarters remained uncertain. Given the scale of the beast tide, Chu Chen doubted that the elves would extend protection to the Desert Clan, viewing them merely as tools. Thus, Tyren's journey carried inherent risks, yet the knowledge of training magical beasts was crucial to Chu Chen, necessitating Tyren's perilous return. However, before he departed, there was another matter to attend to. You all sit apart on the ground. I have something to bestow upon you. Hearing this, Tyren and the others quickly distanced themselves and seated themselves cross-legged on the ground, anticipating yet another blessing from Chu Chen. Using his skill, Awakening, this time differed entirely from the previous blessings. No gentle white light enveloped them, but instead a crimson radiance surged into their bodies, igniting an internal flame that coursed through them. Remain calm. Enduring this will yield immense benefits. Chu Chen's voice resonated in their ears like the finest tranquilizer. Despite their visible discomfort, none rose or cried out, each striving to endure the ordeal. This torment persisted for an hour, leaving the animal skin coats they wore drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from the lake. Yet, all soon realized their bodies had undergone significant transformations. A pair of wings sprouted from their backs, differing from the delicate and pristine wings of the elves, resembling instead the color of desert sands. Is this the elven bloodline? Have we reverted to the elves? They wondered, though noting the differences. Different is better. We are not elves. We are the Desert Clan, the followers of Lord Chu. The Desert Clan members engaged in a mix of astonished and joyful discussion, while Tyren quickly knelt by the lakeside, bowing before Chu Chen in reverence. All right, acclimate to your new state, and then Tyren, you shall set forth. The rest of you will remain here for the time being to manage the magical beasts and prevent any conflicts. Yes, Lord Chu. Tyren and the others departed joyfully, some of the less mature among them already experimenting with their new wings. Chu Chen watched the departing Desert Clan members, feeling a sense of perplexity. He wondered why they had been exiled to this desolate expanse and stripped of their bloodlines. It was well known that not every member of the elven race possessed wings. Only those who awakened their bloodlines and grew wings were of royal lineage, holding high status within the elven hierarchy. For instance, Grandy had wings, while Elysis did not. Yet, these once deemed lowly Desert Clan members awakened their bloodlines, each sprouting wings, though varying in color and appearance. This was a testament to their noble lineage. The matter of awakening the magical beast's bloodlines would have to wait until Tyren's return for broader implementation. Thus, Chu Chen found himself with a moment of respite, only to be distracted by a magical dragon gecko leaping about on the body of a ghost thorn tree. If one were to awaken the little gecko, it is uncertain what might transpire. However, Chu Chen speculates that the transformation of the magic dragon gecko into its current form likely renders a second awakening exceedingly difficult. The cursed thorn tree recently awakened just a fortnight ago, having ascended to the 8th level of the mortal tier, and this time, it was indeed subdued by Chu Chen, thus asserting a semblance of authority. Yet, rather than utilizing Chu Chen's spiritual water to hasten the growth of its trunk, it has opted to delve underground, vigorously developing its root system. This decision likely stems from the understanding that the taller the tree, the more conspicuous it becomes, making it susceptible to destruction. Chapter 29. The Arrogance of the Holy Temple of Light. Chu Chen has never interfered excessively with the growth of the cursed thorn tree and the magic dragon gecko, for he possesses little knowledge regarding the cultivation of magical beasts and plants. Moreover, given that both are mutated species, any unwarranted interference could yield counterproductive results. Thus, it is prudent to allow them to make their own decisions. Chu Chen merely endeavors to provide assistance whenever possible and offer counsel when deemed necessary. Observing the flourishing scenery along the shores of the lake, he reflects that he has finally begun to find his footing in this realm. After Tyran returned with methods for training magical beasts, the next course of action involves the clandestine large-scale breeding and training of these creatures. Additionally, the question of sustenance for such a multitude of magical beasts poses a challenge that will inevitably lead to conflicts with other magical beasts affiliated with the elven race. Therefore, it is imperative for him to extricate himself and divert the elven gaze away from him. During moments of leisure, Chu Chen finds solace in the gentle breeze that ripples across the water's surface, observing the swimming fish, the aquatic plants along the shore, and the magical beasts nearby. It is a world teeming with vibrant life, or at least it appears so. However, how could these creatures dwelling at the bottom of the food chain fathom that they are merely pawns, enslaved by the deities who harvest their faith, one after another, contended by various divine entities? As Chu Chen vacates his mind and ponders these matters, he senses the arrival of an unexpected guest today. Yet, he remains unperturbed. Those who can be sensed ahead of time are generally incapable of perceiving his presence. The newcomer, clad in a crimson robe and holding a peculiar compass, gazes in astonishment at the vast expanse of the lake. He surveys his surroundings as if searching for something, and follows the compass's direction towards the wild tribespeople who are frolicking with the magical beasts. "Young man, what is your name?" The red-robed individual exudes a peculiar affinity, evoking an involuntary sense of closeness even among unfamiliar beings. "My name is Connie. Is there something you require, uncle?" Connie inquires while perched upon the back of a magical beast. The red-robed man queries gently, "I seek your master. Could you kindly inform me of his whereabouts?" Connie shakes his head, recalling Tyran's strict admonition. Under no circumstances should anyone be divulged information about Chu Chen. Although young, Connie is not ignorant. He harbors deep respect for Chu Chen and remains vigilant regarding matters pertaining to him. Seeing that this mere child of 13 or 14 refuses to divulge anything, the red-robed man strokes his head and poses the same question to another individual. After querying 3 or 4 others with no success, the red-robed man's actions finally alert the wild tribespeople. Although they subconsciously perceive the red-robed man as benign, they begin to adopt a defensive stance. Unwilling to engage in further conversation, the red-robed man's expression stiffens slightly. Maintaining his smile, he rubs his hands together and murmurs to Connie, "Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall have to investigate myself." With that, a brilliant white light emanates from him, bathing Connie in its radiance, causing his eyes to gradually glaze over as he leaps down from the beast's back and approaches the red-robed man. The others sense something amiss and attempt to intervene, but they find themselves unable to breach the luminous barrier, their cries futile as the magical beasts roar in distress. Chu Chen is acutely aware of the silent prayers emanating from the wild tribespeople, for he has been observing the entire scene. At this point, he confirms that the red-robed man has come seeking him. Initially, he intended to discreetly observe the red-robed man's intentions, but to his surprise, the man has directly targeted Connie, seemingly intent on employing some form of magic to delve into his soul's memories. Realizing he must act, Chu Chen cannot allow the red-robed man to uncover too many secrets, which would complicate matters further. A thunderous sound resonates in Connie's mind, jolting him from his stupor. As he gazes at the smile of the red-robed man, an icy dread washes over him, prompting him to retreat hastily. The red-robed man is expelled from Connie's spiritual realm, and upon seeing Connie attempt to flee, a blade of light swiftly cleaves towards him. Just as the blade is about to sever Connie in twain, Chu Chen's water arrow collides with it, obliterating the attack. The red-robed man turns his gaze towards the water elemental conjured by Chu Chen, his smile widening. "At last, you reveal yourself, hiding rodent." Unfazed by the red-robed man's taunts, Chu Chen merely inquires, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in seeking me?" The red-robed man saunters towards Chu Chen, cheerfully responding, "It is of no consequence to disclose this. I am a member of the Divine Judgment Team of the Holy Temple of Light, named Christi. You have unlawfully propagated the faith of the dark gods. Today, in the name of the God of Light, I shall pass judgment upon you, condemning you to death. As for the other believers, I shall forcibly convert their faith." Despite Christie's smiling facade, his demeanor exudes a chilling sense of dominion, and the words he utters send shivers down the spine. What does it entail to forcibly convert faith? Naturally, those who can be converted will be changed, and those who cannot shall be obliterated under the light. Christie glances at the compass in his hand, continuing with curiosity. I find it rather intriguing how you, or the deity behind you, have managed to temporarily obscure the power of faith. Although I located this place using the faith compass, I cannot sense even a trace of faith's essence. Could it be that your god has perished? Observing the compass in Christie's grasp, Chu Chen is struck by its resemblance to a contraption wielded by geomancers from his previous life. But he is astonished by its remarkable ability to pinpoint the location of faith. There are no gods here, nor is there any notion of faith. You must be mistaken. Impossible. This is the command of the chief judge, and the faith compass is infallible. If it is erroneous, it can only be attributed to your misfortune. Under the light, no darkness shall be permitted to exist. Prepare to face the judgment of the light for your dark faith. As Christie utters his final word, a scroll materializes in his hand, which he tears open, summoning a radiant holy sword. The water elemental conjured by Chu Chen makes no attempt to resist, instead succumbing to the sword's lethal strike. As Christie gazes at the puddle of water on the ground, his smile vanishes. Suddenly, thousands of ice arrows erupt from the lake, causing his scalp to tingle with dread. Realizing the imminent danger, Christie instinctively attempts to distance himself, only to be paralyzed by an overwhelming pressure. As the oppressive force dissipates, he finds himself ensnared by 4 water ropes. The composure that once adorned his face is now replaced by sheer terror. Chanting incantations, a luminous circle begins to form before him. Yet, Chu Chen is not inclined to grant him the luxury of time to complete his incantation. Thousands of ice arrows surge forth towards him, and the half-formed luminous barrier barely withstands the onslaught before shattering. When the cacophony subsides, Christie lies in tatters, his body utterly ravaged. Chapter 30. Byron's plea for help having consumed Christie's body, a mere level 8 in the extraordinary realm. Chu Chen receives a reward of 1,000 universal energy points, merely an appetizer for him. The soul and brain matter are also entrusted to the cursed thorn tree and the magic dragon gecko. Through the memories gleaned from this consumption, Chu Chen acquires a wealth of information regarding the Holy Temple of Light, particularly about the Divine Judgment Team, an institution established within the temple to address heretical beliefs. Christie was merely one of its members. He also comprehends how Christie was able to locate him. The Holy Temple had devised a compass capable of detecting the power of faith between heaven and earth, allowing it to sense the presence of faith within a certain range. The faith generated when the wild tribespeople knelt in reverence to him had been detected by Christie's compass. Fortunately, Chu Chen's system can obscure the power of faith, which is why Christie had only acquired a vague location, ultimately leading him to the lake after more than 2 months of searching. However, this presents quite a conundrum. With the impending clash of faiths, the original denizens of this continent will undoubtedly intensify their scrutiny over other belief systems to amplify their own advantages. Apart from the powerful deities backing the elven race, who cannot act overtly, they will undoubtedly strive to eradicate fledgling divine beliefs like that of Chu Chen, which lack any foundational strength. Although Christie has perished this time, there remains a possibility that the forces of the Holy Light Temple might discover the emergence of divine power in the future. For the time being, Chu Chen must restrict the members of the wild tribe, forbidding them from kneeling in worship or extolling his virtues, as this would significantly curtail the generation of divine power, albeit at the cost of diminishing the loyalty of his followers. Rapid growth is imperative. He must attain at least the stature of the elven race to confront the Holy Light Temple directly. Given his current circumstances, Chu Chen can only develop cautiously and respond to challenges as they arise, for he has no means of retreat. Talon has been gone for a week, and the state of affairs remains uncertain. His loyalty is unwavering, and through the system, Chu Chen can perceive what Talon sees, though this consumes energy points. The situation concerning Talon is critical to Chu Chen's forthcoming strategic maneuvers, prompting him to expend some energy points to ascertain Talon's status. Chu Chen felt a surge of consciousness, as if he possessed 2 bodies. One was attuned to the happenings across the lake, while the other, through Talon, allowed him to witness his thoughts and perceptions. The stronghold of the wild tribe lay concealed within a valley, surrounded by elevated terrain that hosted watchtowers and hidden outposts. Simple dwellings were constructed within the valley to accommodate the wild tribespeople. However, upon Talon's arrival, he found the watchtowers abandoned, and his calls went unanswered, signaling that something was amiss. Rushing into the valley, he was greeted by a cacophony of cries. Blood marked the ground, many structures lay in ruins, and the remnants of his people bore the scars of brutal attacks. Numerous wild tribespeople were fleeing, pursued by cunning hellhounds. Chu Chen had encountered these beasts shortly after arriving in this world. They were the first monsters he had hunted. These malevolent and treacherous creatures treated the wild tribesfolk as mere playthings, relentlessly chasing them and occasionally decapitating the fleeing individuals with their vicious jaws. Chu Chen sensed the fury within Talon. Yet, 5 hellhounds roamed the area, all at levels 7 and 8, while Talon, having recently awakened his bloodline, had only just reached level 6. This battle seemed dire. Talon, however, acted with prudence rather than recklessness. He unstrapped the bow that Chu Chen had bestowed upon him, crafted arrows from the bones of other beasts, and concealed himself behind a structure, targeting a hellhound that was poised to attack a fallen child of the wild tribe. Just as the foul scent of the hellhound reached the child's nostrils, Talon released his arrow. The shot flew with the swiftness of a meteor, piercing the creature's skull before it could react. As it turned to locate its assailant, another arrow struck true, and the once menacing hellhound collapsed into a pool of blood. The remaining hellhounds, alerted by the commotion, turned their attention to the source of the disturbance, shocked by the demise of their companion. Talon, having confirmed the hellhound's death, swiftly relocated to another hiding spot. The hellhounds, now bereft of their playful demeanor, searched fervently for Talon's whereabouts. When one hellhound approached Talon's south hiding place, it struck the structure, partially collapsing it and showering Talon with debris, yet he remained perfectly still until the beast passed. Only then did he draw and release his arrow, which pierced through both of the hellhounds' heads. Though it did not perish immediately, it charged towards Talon's position before collapsing halfway. The remaining 3 hellhounds, however, had discovered Talon's location and rushed toward him. With no time left to conceal himself, Talon leaped from the building, unfurling his wings to soar into the air. Utilizing his aerial advantage, he loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, killing another hellhound, but was struck by the attacks of the remaining 2, sending him crashing to the ground. With no strength left to retaliate, Talon silently called out to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, having anticipated this moment, invoked the divine intervention reserved for followers with unwavering loyalty. Talon felt a lightness in his soul, as if he were an observer of his own body, which rose and conjured several ice arrows that struck the remaining hellhounds dead. Address the situation swiftly. Gather the remaining wild tribespeople, Chu Chen instructed succinctly before relinquishing control of his body back to Talon. In the wake of the calamity, the wild tribe had suffered grievous losses, and whether Talon could locate the legacy of beast training remained uncertain. Chu Chen resolved not to linger on this matter, as he could not place all his hopes in one venture. Redirecting his focus to the lake, he summoned all surviving wild tribespeople and tasked them with surveying the terrain across the desert to create a detailed map, particularly noting perilous and concealed locations. If he were to cultivate his own power, avoiding the scrutiny of the elven race was paramount. The inhospitable nature of the desert was already unsuitable for the elves, and its vastness concealed many areas unknown to them. This is precisely why the elven race orchestrated beast waves for cleansing rather than engaging directly. Some regions were beyond their reach, such as the abyss of 10,000 beasts, home to formidable monsters that defied elven control, or the southern whirlpool desert, inhabited by underground races that eluded detection. Nonetheless, the elves anticipated these threats, remaining vigilant against sudden intrusions such as that posed by Chu Chen. After several days, Talon finally returned, accompanied by over 200 wild tribespeople, bearing rudimentary equipment and expressions reflecting both relief and sorrow. Though the wild tribe was not large, once numbering in the thousands, many had perished in the recent beast wave, while others had been taken by the elves and had yet to return. Following the slaughter by hellhounds, only a mere 200 remained. Talon and the wild tribespeople knelt by the lake, prepared to extol Chu Chen, but he swiftly intervened. Enough. From now on, you shall not kneel and worship. Merely hold my name in your hearts, and I shall perceive it. He was acutely aware that uttering such words would attract the attention of the heavens, which were under the dominion of the God of Light. He had no desire to confront the divine judgment of the Holy Light Temple so soon. The wild tribespeople, misunderstanding his intentions, assumed he refused to accept them, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over them. However, Talon understood that bringing back the remaining members of the wild tribe was indeed what Chu Chen desired, and he would never reject them. He cast a stern glance at his people, now the strongest among them. He had witnessed his own prowess in slaying monsters. Having awakened his bloodline, he exuded a natural authority that resonated more with the tribespeople than the former high priest. "Lord Chu, I have returned with what you sought," Talon declared, assisting an elderly man forward. Chu Chen scanned the elder's frame and noted the severe deterioration of his physical condition. He summoned a small orb of spiritual water to rejuvenate him. The elder felt an unparalleled sense of comfort wash over him. The long-standing injury to his right leg improved significantly, and he regained some strength. He shook off Talon's supportive hand and knelt, yet he remembered Chu Chen's request, silently praising him in his heart. "Now, speak," Chu Chen urged, uninterested in empty flattery. The elder cast a glance at Tai Ren and spoke slowly, "In response to your inquiry, my name is Bradley. I am currently the master responsible for imparting hunting skills within our clan. The methods for training magical beasts that you seek were taught to me by my father during his leisurely days. Additionally, there are magical scrolls passed down through generations, though I have never utilized them and am uncertain of their contents. Nevertheless, possessing some knowledge is certainly better than none," thought Chu Chen. As he observed the 3 or 5 scrolls presented by the elder, he used his spiritual energy to swiftly read their contents. These scrolls were specifically designed for information storage, each with a limited number of readings remaining. It was apparent that previous members of the wild tribe had examined them, discovered their limited utility, and thus they had been passed down without further use. The first scroll detailed the history of the elven tribe, providing Chu Chen with insights into a potential adversary in the future. However, this was not what Chu Chen needed at the moment. Turning to the second scroll, he found it contained various intriguing legends, but again, it lacked practical relevance. After opening 4 scrolls without finding the desired information, he finally struck gold with the last one. The 5th scroll recorded how the wild tribe, during its time among the elves, nurtured and trained magical beasts for combat, detailing several formidable battle formations. These scrolls are indeed valuable. I will transmit the methods of training magical beasts to you and Tai Ren. You two will be responsible for teaching the rest. I require every member of the wild tribe to master the art of training magical beasts, for greater tasks shall be entrusted to you thereafter." Chu Chen relayed the nurturing and training methods to Bradley and Tai Ren, urging them to commence preparations for disseminating this knowledge. In the future, the scale of magical beasts would reach at least 10,000, and with only a few hundred members of the wild tribe, the responsibility of breeding, training, and combat would be a considerable undertaking, barely sufficient in manpower. On the same night that Tai Ren and his companions returned, those dispatched to survey the terrain and map the area also began to return. Given their capabilities, they could not venture too far and had only explored a radius of 10,000 meters around the lake. They discovered 4 or 5 relatively concealed locations suitable for establishing a base. However, some of these spots had already been occupied by powerful magical beasts, suggesting that any attempt to claim them would inevitably lead to conflict. On the following morning, the first day of a new month, Chu Chen summoned everyone to prepare for the resumption of the magical beast breeding program. Following Bradley's counsel, he selected the offensive wild leopard and the defensive rhinoceros, both of which were commonly found in the desert and easily obtainable. The wild leopard, upon awakening its bloodline, had the potential to evolve into a flame leopard, known for its speed and strength in attack, while the wild bull could evolve into an iron-armored rhinoceros, boasting formidable defense and commendable offensive capabilities. Additionally, the red cloud galloping horse tribe excelled in long-distance running, serving as messengers and mounts, while the wood spirit deer tribe offered excellent group healing capabilities, acting as a support unit. Thus, having established 4 tribes, preparations for a relatively complete army of magical beasts could begin. In the future, Chu Chen also aspired to cultivate an aerial unit, though finding a large flock of birds within a 10,000-mile radius proved to be quite a challenge. Chapter 32. Establishment of the Sand Army by the expansive lakeside. A dense assembly of beasts stood quietly, subdued by the presence of hundreds of magical beasts. Chu Chen stirred the waters, surrounding these creatures with waves rich in spiritual energy, swiftly enhancing their physical forms. This spiritual nourishment persisted for 3 days, and once all the beasts reached their peak condition, Chu Chen took action. Employing his skill, he invoked awakening. Rays of red light penetrated the bodies of the beasts, initiating a miraculous transformation. A leopard's form gradually enlarged, its formerly black fur taking on a crimson hue, while faint flames flickered from its mouth. A rhinoceros, too, emanated a dark sheen, producing a metallic sound as it rubbed against its kin. Wild horses and deer also awakened their bloodlines. Included in this awakening were the previously unawakened members of the wild tribe, all participating in this transformative moment. Upon witnessing that the awakening had reached a critical juncture, Chu Chen unhesitatingly activated his skill again, invoking blessing. A gentle white light enveloped all creatures by the shore, leading to the successful awakening of several beasts and enabling some members of the wild tribe to sprout pairs of wings. This awakening process lasted over 5 hours, culminating in the completion of the transformation for all participating beings. Despite Chu Chen's assistance, out of the more than 5,000 magical beasts involved, only a little over 3,000 successfully awakened. Shortly thereafter, Tyren reported back to Chu Chen after accounting for the status of all participating creatures. Reporting to the esteemed Lord Chu, a total of 5,000 beasts participated in the awakening, with 4,000 successfully achieving it. Among them were 800 flame leopards, and an unexpected 200 awakened the shadow leopard bloodline. Additionally, 1,200 iron-armored rhinoceroses, 1,000 red flame galloping horses, and 800 wood spirit deer were among the successful awakenings. This result was satisfactory to Chu Chen, although the number of flame leopards fell short. The emergence of the shadow leopards was a pleasant surprise, providing a potential asset for stealth attacks. And what of the awakening among the wild tribe? 220 members participated in the awakening, with 200 achieving success. However, only 40 possessed the royal bloodline. This revelation was unexpected for Chu Chen, who had assumed that all members of the wild tribe would awaken royal bloodlines. It appeared that only a select few bore such lineage, while many others merely possessed ordinary elven bloodlines. Lead the members of the wild tribe and ensure the magical beasts are well restrained. Once they have adapted, proceed to the designated locations to commence training. Chu Chen selected 4 locations, relatively close to the lake, as secret training bases where the wild tribe could begin their training efforts. With specialized training methods and the fact that these magical beasts were only of the first tier, the fewer numbers of the wild tribe should suffice to maintain control. Moreover, the magical beasts that had received bloodline awakening and blessings from Chu Chen would exhibit high loyalty, alleviating any concerns of rebellion. To further enhance the practical training of these magical beasts, Chu Chen mandated that each of the 4 teams must return with at least 1,000 corpses of other magical beasts each month. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of that team's blessing for the month. With such a system of rewards and penalties in place, each team was compelled to train diligently. While the exertion was considerable, the monthly immersion in spiritual water and blessings sufficiently mitigated the fatigue of the preceding month. As Chu Chen cultivated these magical beasts, he also experienced a surge in wealth, amassing 4 million energy points within the system. He swiftly elevated himself to level 10, intending to push forward directly to the Spirit Lake, only to discover that the process was not so simple. It turned out that advancing to the Spirit Lake required more than just sufficient energy points. Chu Chen must also refine the water within the lake into pure spiritual water. Only then could he upgrade to the Spirit Lake. What a predicament! How long will it take to refine all this water? Chu Chen lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of water he had once proudly claimed as his domain. However, he quickly deduced the system's reasoning behind such a requirement. The process of refining spiritual water would also deepen his understanding of his own body, and he believed that through this refinement, he would truly come to master himself. Only then could he embark on the next step of opening tributaries. Once a figure who had little to occupy his time beyond slaying monsters for experience, Chu Chen now found himself extraordinarily busy. Although he devoted his days to refining spiritual water, the drop in the lake's water level was barely perceptible. This will take at least several months, he mused. Yet, he was more than willing to wait, as the training of magical beasts required time as well. During this period, he also upgraded all his skills to their maximum levels, and whenever he grew weary from refining spiritual water, he began to contemplate the synergistic combinations of these skills, ultimately devising several new techniques, each more potent than the last. As 2 months passed, winter enveloped this world. The winter desert did not see snow, but fierce winds swept through, bringing an unusual chill. The 4 magical beast armies dispatched for training successfully completed the tasks assigned by Chu Chen over the past 2 months. Although they sustained some losses, quality triumphed over quantity. 1,000 elite soldiers wielded greater combat prowess than 2,000 magical beasts in a horde. The corpses of the magical beasts they brought back were first consumed by the ghost thorn tree and the magic dragon lizard before being deposited into the lake for Chu Chen to absorb. Over the span of 2 months, they amassed 8,000 magical beast corpses, significantly boosting the cultivation of the ghost thorn tree, which had now reached level 10, while the magic dragon lizard followed closely behind at level 9. Originally, there were 4,000 magical beasts, but now only over 3,000 remain. Under the infinite spiritual power and blessings provided by Chu Chen, the lowest rank among them has reached the 2nd level of the mortal tier, while the highest has ascended to the 5th level. Among the more than 200 desert tribesmen, Tyren stands at the 7th level, with the others ranging from the 4th to the 5th level. This is primarily due to the inhospitable desert environment for their elemental cultivation. The spiritual energy provided by Chu Chen has not been significantly beneficial to them. Conversely, it has proven to be a miraculous remedy for the magical beasts. However, the desert tribe possesses unique training methods for these beasts, and with Chu Chen's suppression, these creatures are utterly obedient, never daring to disobey commands. After today, all magical beasts will gather together to undergo integration, forming the Sandstorm Army. They must perfect their battle formation within a month, as their results will be evaluated next month. Upon completing this month's blessing, Chu Chen simultaneously announced to all desert tribesmen and magical beasts the establishment of the Sandstorm Army, marking his first step towards establishing his own power. Chapter 33. The First Expedition, Total Annihilation after a month of diligent effort. Chu Chen's lake has visibly diminished in size. To outsiders, it appears to be a normal occurrence during the winter's dry season. When Tyren returned with the impressive Sandstorm Army, Chu Chen was quite astonished. This was not merely 3,000 individuals, but over 3,000 magical beasts, trained to such a level that it was truly commendable, particularly in comparison to the beasts from the previous beast tide. Chu Chen felt that Tyren and his desert tribesmen possessed exceptional abilities, indicating that further investment in them would be necessary. Treat me as the enemy and demonstrate your battle formation, Chu Chen instructed, intending to personally test the might of this magical beast formation. He conjured hundreds of ice arrows, each possessing the strength of a 5th-level mortal, and shot them towards the magical beast army. Under a series of commands, the iron-armored rhinoceros stepped forward to shield the front of the formation, while the wood spirit deer provided healing spells, enduring the onslaught. The ice arrows struck the iron-armored rhinoceros's armor-like skin, producing a cacophony of sounds as they shattered upon impact. Even when a few arrows managed to penetrate unprotected areas, they were swiftly healed by the wood spirit deer. Chu Chen was relatively satisfied but wished to increase the pressure to witness the true power of the formation. He conjured thousands of ice arrows, alongside countless water ropes emerging from the lake, surging towards the Sandstorm Army. Tyren calmly commanded the iron-armored rhinoceros to remain at the forefront, while the flame leopard unleashed fiery breaths, and the red flame galloping horse rushed through the ranks, assisting other magical beasts in fending off the water ropes. This round of attack was effortlessly intercepted by the Sandstorm Army, indicating that this formidable force of over 3,000 magical beasts could withstand the onslaught of thousands of 5th-level mortals. Of course, this was merely a rudimentary test. Actual battlefield combat is far more unpredictable. The true combat effectiveness would ultimately depend on their performance in real engagements. Chu Chen had already selected their opponents. In previous reconnaissance around the lake, there was a perilous gorge occupied by a dual-headed serpent tribe, comprising around 2,000 serpents, whose strength was comparable to that of the Sandstorm Army. Although the Serpent King, being a 9th-level magical beast, posed a considerable challenge. To the west of the lake lies a gorge occupied by the dual-headed serpents. Tyren, you are to lead your men to seize that gorge, which will serve as your base from now on. Chu Chen assigned the task to Tyren. Without hesitation, Tyren led the Sandstorm Army towards the gorge inhabited by the dual-headed serpents. Concerned about any unforeseen mishaps, Chu Chen dispatched the dragon lizard to accompany them, ensuring assistance in case of emergencies. The dragon lizard, having not engaged in combat for a long time, was thrilled to receive a mission from Chu Chen and joyfully leaped about. It had grown considerably larger, resembling a magical dragon. Though its temperament remained like that of a playful child, vastly different from the now mature and intelligent ghost thorn tree, which had recently been preoccupied with upgrading its abilities. As Tyren led the 3,000 magical beasts on their inaugural expedition, he did not rush forward when still 1,000 meters from the gorge. Instead, he sent 3 shadow leopards to scout the area. This showcased the unique capabilities of the desert tribesmen, who could communicate simply with the magical beasts, allowing them to serve as scouts. After a while, the shadow leopards returned with news that all the dual-headed serpents were resting in the gorge, prompting Tyren to command the sandstorm army to advance at full speed. The dual-headed serpents, although no longer hibernating like ordinary snakes in winter, were disinclined to move much during this season, lounging on the rocks of the gorge, basking in the fleeting warmth of the sun. Suddenly, the Serpent King sensed something, rearing its body and hissing. The other dual-headed serpents, hearing the call, began to slither into the shadowy recesses of the gorge. As Tyren and his troops reached the gorge's entrance, most of the serpents had already retreated into the shadows, leaving only a few, led by the Serpent King, to fix their gaze intently on the unexpected intruders. Tyren wasted no time and immediately commanded the attack. The sandstorm army formed a serpentine battle formation and charged into the gorge. Along the way, dual-headed serpents emerged from both sides, either rushing forward or spitting venom. But all were intercepted by the iron-armored rhinoceros, while the venom was incinerated by the flame leopardess flames. Before long, the troops reached the Serpent King. In a fit of rage, the Serpent King lunged towards Tyren, but he did not engage directly. The serpentine formation swiftly morphed into a circular one. Despite the Serpent King's attempts to bite and spit venom from the periphery, the combined efforts of the Sandstorm Army's magical beasts thwarted its attacks. While more dual-headed serpents continued to emerge from the gorge's sides, unable to breach the circular formation, Tyren, positioned at the heart of the formation, had already drawn his bow, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the Serpent King. The opportunity soon presented itself as the Serpent King, frustrated by being kept at bay, opened its massive jaws in an attempt to swallow an iron-armored rhinoceros. However, its sheer size, while allowing it to engulf the creature, hampered its agility. Tyren seized the moment, firing his arrows rapidly and striking the Serpent King in its vulnerable eye. That area was the Serpent King's most susceptible point. Upon being hit, it writhed in agony within the gorge, inadvertently injuring several of its own kind. Tyren then commanded the Sandstorm Army to shift their formation, splitting into smaller teams to actively engage and eliminate the dual-headed serpents. Meanwhile, the now frenzied and blind Serpent King was easily pierced through the vital point by Tyren's arrow, collapsing onto a large stone in the gorge. The dragon lizard followed closely behind, initially eager to engage with the formidable dual-headed serpent. But upon witnessing Tyren's masterful handling of the creature, its gaze towards Tyren transformed into one of respect. Half an hour later, the gorge fell into silence. Tyren ordered a portion of the Sandstorm Army to remain in the gorge, while the others transported the dual-headed serpent carcasses back to the lake. In the span of a single day, Tyren returned to Chu Chen's lake with a contingent of the Sandstorm Army and over 2,000 serpent corpses. After depositing all the carcasses into the lake, Tyren returned to the gorge to set it up as their new encampment. Now, only 4 or 5 desert tribesmen and a few red flame galloping horses remained by the lake, primarily to relay Chu Chen's orders. All other magical beasts and tribesmen had proceeded to the gorge, which would serve as their base for a considerable duration. The dragon lizard returned with Tyren, feeling somewhat dejected for not having had the chance to fight. Since the ghost thorn tree's advancement, it had not engaged in playful antics as before, leaving it without a companion to frolic with. Seeing its downcast demeanor, Chu Chen understood that the dragon lizard's playful nature could not be overly constrained, thus permitting it to roam freely within a 10-mile radius of the lake. This area had been thoroughly scouted by the desert tribesmen and was deemed relatively safe for the training of the Sandstorm Army. Although Chu Chen did not witness the initial expedition, the Sandstorm Army's ability to effortlessly conquer the dual-headed serpent tribe was a testament to their formidable strength. The next step would be to expand their ranks further and cultivate elite warriors. Chapter 34. Extensive expansion and the ghost thorn tree's astonishing discovery under Chu Chen's guidance. The shores of the lake resembled a production line for magical beasts, with a steady stream of creatures being brought forth daily, awakened by Chu Chen's bloodline enhancement and subsequently dispatched to the gorge for Tyran's training. Reporting to Lord Chu. The valley occupied by the Hellhound tribe, located 3,000 meters to the west of the lake, has been seized by our forces. Reporting to Lord Chu. The Sandwolf tribe located 4,000 meters to the east of the lake has been completely annihilated, and the sand dunes they occupied have been claimed by our forces. Report to Lord Chu. The Lizardmen tribe located 2 kilometers in Hubei has been annihilated by our forces. The marsh they occupied is unsuitable for our army. Hence we have not claimed it. Riders on fiery steeds from the Wild tribe continuously arrive to report various news to Lord Chu, mostly delivering good tidings from the Sand Army, led by Tyran. The original canyon has become increasingly inadequate, prompting Chu to instruct Tyran to seize several strategically significant and concealed locations, while reserving the original canyon for the training of new recruits. I report to Lord Chu that the number of awakened beasts has now reached 30,000. Should we continue their cultivation? Tyran, clad in formidable armor and bearing a bow and a spear crafted from beast bones, presents a rather imposing figure. However, this appearance is somewhat reminiscent of a primitive society, a situation that cannot be helped, as the Wild tribe is sparse and has long dwelled in the desert, becoming scarcely distinguishable from the beasts themselves. In Chu's recollections, the great cities of this continent were once vibrant and bustling, and the dwarven race, masters of weapon crafting, produced armors far more magnificent than tyrants. With so many awakened beasts already, it would be prudent to pause for now and only select the more unique creatures for awakening, postponing the rest for the time being. Chu feels that the current scale is nearly optimal, as the surrounding area can only support about 30,000, beyond which the resources consumed daily would be excessive, and the Wild tribe would be stretched thin as well. Moreover, Chu must remain vigilant against the Elven race, as this desert remains under their scrutiny. It is possible that Lucas is still stationed on the outskirts of the desert, and this area is at risk of his discovery. Despite Chu's strict orders to Tyran to maintain the concealment of these beasts, if their numbers become too great, detection is inevitable. During this period, train 1,000 elite soldiers from the 30,000 beasts to form a separate army, ensuring utmost secrecy regarding your camp's location. After some contemplation, Chu feels this plan lacks security. The recent commotion caused by the Sand Army may have attracted the attention of extraordinary beasts. Should the elves discover them, the other 20,000 beasts could be abandoned without hesitation, but the newly selected 1,000 elite soldiers represent his core. Yes, Lord Chu. I shall expeditiously train 1,000 elite soldiers for you. Tyran has always been obedient to Chu's directives. Nevertheless, at the end of each month, the sight of 30,000 beasts gradually arriving at the lake's edge to receive Chu's blessings is truly magnificent, particularly the impressive discipline exhibited, rivaling that of human armies. Under Chu's monthly blessings and the sustenance of spiritual water, both the Wild tribe and the beasts are rapidly growing, with Tyran having reached the 8th level of the mortal tier and several beasts reaching the 7th. However, since these beasts are evolved from ordinary creatures, their potential is somewhat limited, making it unlikely they will ever attain the extraordinary tier. Chu tirelessly continues to refine the lake water, which has already diminished by nearly half, and soon he will complete the entire refinement. At that moment, when Chu ascends to the Spirit Lake, it promises to be a cataclysmic event. Master, I have discovered something peculiar. Please come and see. This is the voice of the ghost thorn tree, which now frequently communicates directly with Chu through their symbiotic connection. Chu is somewhat surprised, as the ghost thorn tree diligently seeks to root deeper into the earth, claiming that the deeper its roots, the more stable its foundation will be. Even if the above-ground trunk is destroyed, as long as the roots remain, it will not perish. Could there be treasures hidden beneath the ground? Following the roots of the ghost thorn tree, Chu's perception extends deep underground, where he discovers the foremost part of the tree's root system. Is this the place? Chu muses, feeling no extraordinary presence here. The ghost thorn tree shakes its roots in negation, indicating that it is not the right spot and that it retreated from fear of unexpected dangers below. Thus, the ghost thorn tree guides Chu deeper, descending several hundred meters until Chu senses something unusual. Ahead of the ghost thorn tree lies a layer of unbroken soil, but he can distinctly perceive that this layer is not very thick, and he hears roars emanating from the other side. Could there be a race hidden beneath the earth? Chu is genuinely astonished, realizing that other beings dwell just hundreds of meters below his lake, unbeknownst to him. It seems indeed to be the case. and the space below appears quite vast. I have encountered several of my roots in similar situations, but I dared not breach this layer of soil. The ghost thorn tree has become exceedingly cautious in its actions, a stark contrast to the malevolent evaluation initially given by the system. This layer of soil is indeed not something to pierce carelessly, as the consequences of releasing any creatures within could impact the lake or damage the ghost thorn tree's roots, potentially costing it its life. After contemplating the matter, Chu decides to allow the ghost thorn tree to pierce a small hole first, controlling the water flow to investigate the situation. After all, the presence of water underground is a normal occurrence. Even if sentient beings exist below, they would not suspect an observer from above. Following Chu's instructions, the ghost thorn tree carefully creates a tiny hole and swiftly withdraws, while Chu channels the lake's water to flow down the roots, cautiously regulating the flow as it reaches the small opening. Finally, the water traverses the hole, entering an entirely new world. It is astonishing that such a place lies so close, yet I had no inkling of its existence. The ghost thorn tree, hearing Chu's exclamation, is filled with curiosity but cannot recklessly follow him in, feeling an itch of anticipation. Chapter 35, The Underground World. An abandoned race as Chu guides the water through the small hole made by the ghost thorn tree, a vast underground world is revealed to his perception. This realm is immense, extending far beyond Chu's current awareness, measuring at least several kilometers in breadth. There exists a dark river winding toward the distance, flanked by jagged rocks and some stalactites. Occasional splashes echo from the dark river, indicative of creatures entering the water, soon accompanied by the sounds of biting, suggesting a plethora of life inhabiting the depths. Suspended above this underground world are countless bats, their red eyes sending chills down one's spine. The water flow, directed by Chu, cascades down the rocks into the dark river, causing a dizzying sensation and a temporary loss of perception. Unperturbed, Chu intensifies the water flow, and after several attempts, he manages to stabilize his awareness within the dark river. The river is deep and swift as he follows the current. He senses that the creatures beneath the water are even more abundant than those on the banks, exhibiting a calm demeanor that turns ferocious during predation, often resulting in interspecies conflict. As Chu delves deeper, he realizes that his perception diminishes significantly the further down he goes, and he even detects the presence of extraordinary tier beasts. Ultimately, Chu retracts his perception, redirecting the water flow away from the dark river and toward the shore, traversing the rugged banks for several hours until he hears voices. Could there be humans surviving underground? Chu hastens to investigate, only to find that the figures are not human, but rather a peculiar race of 7 or 8 beings. These creatures possess a single eye, a horn on their heads, and lower bodies resembling humans, though their skin is reminiscent of stone. The one-eyed beings ride upon rock-like monsters, confronting a bizarre fish in the water. They clutch fishing lines tethered to the creature. Yet the fish, possessing immense strength, proves too formidable for the 7 or 8 beings to pull ashore. The fish emits a strange, grating sound, prompting the one-eyed beings to exert even greater effort, urgency etched across their faces. Suddenly, one of the rock creatures beneath a seated one-eyed being tumbles, and the fish seizes the opportunity, yanking the fallen creature toward the water. Fortunately, a nearby one-eyed being reacts swiftly, grasping its leg just in time to prevent it from being dragged into the depths. "Stanley, hold on," the one-eyed creature exclaims, pulling firmly on its companion's leg. However, what began as an evenly matched standoff between the monstrous fish and the one-eyed creature had now tilted in favor of the former, as one of their number had fallen. The remaining 7 clung to one another, oblivious to the imminent peril of being dragged into the water. Yet none were willing to relinquish their grip. "Mackie, perhaps it is time to concede," one of the one-eyed beings suggested. "Concede? If we forfeit this opportunity, how shall we return and explain our failure to the clan? Do you wish to witness our entire race perish from starvation?" The tension escalated, and within 5 minutes, the 7 would surely meet their demise at the hands of the fish. Chu Chen assessed the situation and realized that these individuals were merely at the first tier of their realm, with their leader only at the second tier. In contrast, the rock creatures beneath them were all at the second tier, while the fish lurking in the water was a formidable 5th-tier beast. The audacity of these beings to challenge such a creature was remarkable. They possessed intelligence, albeit limited strength. However, Their ability to command the rock creatures signified some hidden potential that might be of use to him. Increasing the intensity of the water flow, Chu Chen prepared to act, for his abilities thrived in the depths. Just as the individuals were about to be pulled into the water, in a moment of desperation, he unleashed a water arrow. The arrow pierced the monstrous fish, killing it instantly. The overwhelming force pulling them into the water dissipated, allowing the one-eyed creatures on the shore to narrowly escape death. The others, relieved to have survived, exhaled deeply, yet Mackie remained composed, commanding his companions to quickly haul the fish ashore before scanning the surroundings with a serious demeanor. Seeing Mackie's reaction, the others grasped the peculiarity of the fish's sudden demise. The entity capable of delivering such a lethal blow must be an even more powerful being, leaving them all uncertain of their fate. Observing their plight, Chu Chen couldn't help but lament the tragic existence of these lesser races, whose lives were dictated by forces beyond their control, forever trapped in a precarious dance between life and death. No need to search, it was I who saved you. Poor creatures, his voice resonated within the minds of the one-eyed beings, causing them to look around in bewilderment. Upon hearing the voice, Mackie hastily dismounted from the rock creature and knelt upon the ground. The others, though bewildered by the situation, quickly followed suit. We do not know who you are, Great One, but you have saved our entire Earth Spirit clan. Please allow me to express our sincerest gratitude on behalf of my people, Mackie earnestly proclaimed, his heart racing with trepidation, uncertain if this benefactor harbored genuine goodwill or ulterior motives. The Earth Spirit clan? How long have you dwelled here? And how many of your kin remain? Reporting to you, Great One, according to our clan records, we have inhabited this realm for nearly a millennium. With over 10,000 members still among us, Mackie replied, his honesty compelled by the overwhelming presence of this powerful being. Take me to your clan's territory. Fear not. I harbor no malice. I may even offer assistance. Along the way, enlighten me about the circumstances of this underground world. Are you not from the underground world yourself? Mackie was taken aback. Chu Chen, too, was momentarily surprised. Have you never encountered outsiders from the world above? Mackie's confirmation that they had never seen the outside world only solidified Chu Chen's understanding that he was indeed not from their realm. Never, Great One. Since birth, our elders have told us of a world above, filled with sunlight, trees, and rain, yet we are eternally barred from its embrace, as no one can enter. For our God has perished. All the deities of this realm have fallen, and we are a forsaken race, he lamented. As Mackie spoke, his tone grew increasingly somber, and the others bowed their heads, having heard this tale before. They longed for the outside world, yet understood it was but a figment of their imagination, an aspiration rendered futile by their isolation. As they traversed onward, Chu Chen maintained his control over the water, ensuring a continuous supply for his purposes. Through Mackie's revelations, he gleaned insights into the Earth Spirit clan's plight and the distribution of nearby powers. Approximately 1,000 years prior, upon the death of their deity, the Earth Spirit clan was banished to this realm, never to escape. Furthermore, they were unable to cultivate their strength, with only a few possessing natural talents that granted them basic abilities from adulthood. Fortunately, their ancestors had, after centuries of effort, discovered the intellectually inferior rock creatures nearby, leading to a symbiotic relationship between the two weakened clans, allowing them to coexist in this dark underground world, devoid of sunlight. The underground realm rendered many plants unable to survive, while others were toxic. Consequently, most races here were carnivorous, leading to frequent skirmishes fueled by animosity among the various species. In addition to intelligent races, many magical beasts thrived, having adapted swiftly to the subterranean environment, often exhibiting greater power. Most intelligent races were forced to confine themselves to minuscule territories, cautiously hunting, with many perishing during their daily quests. Before long, Mackie and his companions arrived at their clan's dwelling, a small fissure beneath a rocky overhang. To enter, they had to stoop low, while the rock creatures remained outside, residing in the cavern above. Beyond the rocky crevice lay a rather spacious, sunken valley, yet with nearly 10,000 inhabitants, it felt quite cramped. Chu Chen understood the necessity of such a narrow entrance, as it kept the larger predators at bay, allowing the Earth Spirit clan some semblance of safety. Chief, we have returned. We brought back the giant-toothed fish, and a Great One wishes to meet you, Mackie announced, stepping forward amidst the crowd to address a middle-aged man. The chief glanced at the fish on the ground, astonished, and noticed the apparent wounds that could not have been inflicted by Mackie and his companions. Great One, where is he? Hurry, bring him forth. Before Mackie could introduce him, Chu Chen's voice resonated directly in the chief's mind. Ah, Chief, please pardon my intrusion. I am merely curious about this place. The chief, startled by the voice in his mind, glanced at Mackie, who returned the look. Both aware that the chief had heard Chu Chen's words, yet unable to explain the phenomenon, Mackie pointed to the flowing water trailing behind him, suggesting that it belonged to Chu Chen. The chief observed the gentle stream with a perplexed expression, having never heard of a race composed of water. You need not be curious. This stream is but a part of my being. My true form is far grander. Although the chief remained confused, he refrained from further inquiry, respectfully nodding. I came to your clan purely by chance, encountering Mackie along the way. You may call me Lord Chu. Now, please enlighten me about the origins of this underground world. Upon hearing the title that included the word Lord, the chief began to suspect that this being might indeed be a deity. His curiosity only grew when asked about the origins of their realm. Great Lord, the origins of this world remain a mystery to us. Our clan has been here for nearly a millennium, but we are not the earliest inhabitants. Some races have been here for nearly 10,000 years. A legend persists among the intelligent races, claiming that we are all war criminals. Our deity perished in battle, and as punishment for igniting the war, we were exiled here, forever unable to escape or cultivate our power, left to perish in nature. Chu Chen was astonished. This underground world was, in essence, a prison. What manner of war could lead to the death of deities? And what force possessed the power to cast so many races into this abyss? The chief's assertion that no one could enter or exit this realm puzzled him, as he himself traversed it with ease, once again withdrawing his perception from the underground world, with the gentle stream as his intermediary. Chu Chen confirmed his ability to control his ingress and egress at will. Observing the slightly bored ghost thorn tree at his side, he decided to test its capabilities. The tree cautiously extended a root into the hole it had created, successfully navigating the passage without incident. However, as soon as its roots fully penetrated the subterranean realm, the ghost thorn tree sensed an inexplicable force rapidly eroding its roots. The tree found itself utterly powerless to resist, and ultimately had no choice but to fearfully sever that section. Strangely, it felt no pain, which left it bewildered. What is happening, master? The moment my roots entered the underground world, a mysterious force began to corrode me, leaving me no choice but to sever them. Such a phenomenon is astonishing, Chu Chen mused, for he encountered no abnormalities himself. This was indeed peculiar, and he could only attribute it to his own system. Nevertheless, it confirmed the words of the Earth Spirit Clan's chieftain. No external creatures could enter, nor could those within escape. Yet he was an exception, able to traverse freely. If he were to forge a hidden river in the depths, could the creatures within it also traverse freely? I find your thoughts quite reasonable. But we must not act hastily. Let us first develop slowly and understand the circumstances of this underground world, he concluded with a nod. The chieftain of the Earth Spirit Clan continued to recount the origins of this subterranean world and the clan's development over the millennia, along with their knowledge of the surrounding territories. Chu Chen felt reassured, as the creatures in this vicinity appeared relatively weak. The only uncertainty lay in the hidden river, whose depths remained a mystery. Chapter 37. I am your new god. The Earth Spirit Chieftain graciously invited Chu Chen to their sacred site of worship, a place that, although devoid of the deity who had long since perished, remained the most revered location for the clan, accessible only to its elite. The sight of the chieftain respectfully ushering a trickle of water into this space was somewhat comical. Upon perceiving his surroundings, Chu Chen noted that the statue of the Earth Spirit deity depicted a colossal cyclopean figure wielding a massive axe, its single eye radiating a yellow glow. Yet, the statue now appeared lifeless, a clear indication of the deity's demise. May I be so bold as to inquire, Lord Chu, have you arrived from the outside world? The chieftain seemed somewhat reserved, acutely aware that this being held the power to determine the fates of over 10,000 lives. Indeed, I have come from the outside. However, I have already tried, and aside from myself, no other beings can enter or exit, Chu Chen affirmed. The chieftain displayed no signs of disappointment, for he had long since relinquished hope of departing this world. Then, Lord Chu, do you truly embody a deity? The chieftain's hopeful expression revealed his thoughts. With the old god dead, The prospect of discovering a new deity capable of traversing this realm offered them a foundation for survival and potential dominance. Unbeknownst to the chieftain, this was precisely what Chu Chen intended. He sought to utilize the Earth Spirit clan to navigate this intricate and enigmatic underground world. He doubted that such a vast subterranean expanse could remain unknown to the light sanctuaries or the elven tribes, who must possess means to surveil or access it. Yes, I can be regarded as a deity. In a certain sense, possessing a system does render me akin to a divine being. The chieftain's eyes lit up with surprise at Chu Chen's affirmative response. He quickly signaled to the astonished clan members nearby, urging them to kneel and pay homage to the water brought by Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen was uncertain whether the belief power generated in this underground world would attract the attention of the light sanctuaries, he was unwilling to take that risk and promptly halted the chieftain. Wait, do not rush to praise me. I understand your thoughts. While I may grant you my protection, you must comply with my demands. The chieftain eagerly replied, as long as it ensures the survival of our Earth Spirit clan, we will comply with your every request. Chu Chen was pleased with this attitude, although he had employed a subtle tactic by making the clan's survival contingent upon compliance. It demonstrated their inherently good nature. His first stipulation was that they could only worship him silently in their hearts, forbidding any ceremonial practices or the erection of statues. We shall remember this, they replied. Secondly, he would enhance their strength, but they must wage war on this underground world for him. We shall remember this. Lastly, they were to maintain strict confidentiality regarding his existence, prohibiting any disclosures to outsiders, or he would immediately abandon them. We shall all remember this and fully adhere to your requirements, Lord Chu. With these 3 stipulations, Chu Chen ensured his continued anonymity. Today, convey these 3 requirements to your clan members and summon all of them tomorrow. After issuing his commands, he temporarily withdrew his perception from the underground world. Upon returning to the surface, he instructed the ghost thorn tree to halt its deep-rooting endeavors for the time being. The vastness of the underground realm and the number of potential entrances remained unknown. The tree had already identified 3 or 4 suspicious locations. However, Chu Chen surmised that not every excavation would lead to an entrance to the subterranean world. If that were the case, it would not be a secret, and he wouldn't have emerged from his previous memories with no recollection. Perhaps the location of his lake was an entrance to the underground world, or his arrival had disrupted the laws governing both realms, creating a breach that resulted in multiple entries beneath his lake. Regardless of the scenario, he could not act recklessly until he had further clarified the situation, especially since the ghost thorn tree had already suffered a setback, leaving it with an unsettling feeling. With no option to delve deeper, the ghost thorn tree redirected its roots outward, extending towards the land rather than following the lake's direction. Chu Chen continued to refine the spiritual water for a day and night. On the following day, he intensified the flow of water into the underground world, creating a small lake within the Earth Spirit clan's territory. All the clan members gathered densely around this newly formed lake, and the giant toothfish brought back by Meiji and his companions, the best food they currently possessed, was prepared as an offering for Chu Chen. I, Lord Chu, from this day forth, am your new deity. My demands have been conveyed to you by your chieftain. Since you honor me as your god, I shall bestow upon you the things you yearn for: sustenance, territory, and strength. His voice resonated within the very souls of every Earth Spirit clan member. Bound by Chu Chen's stipulations, none knelt, but silently praised his greatness in their hearts. Today, I shall bless you, and may you gain strength. As he invoked his skill, a cascade of white light enveloped the Earth Spirit clan members. Bathed in this gentle radiance, they forgot their hunger, their suffering, and the oppressive darkness of the underground world. A surge of power blossomed from within, swiftly radiating throughout their bodies, each member emanating a yellow glow, an indication of their unique earthly defense and a sign they had ascended to the mortal rank. In this untrainable underground world, only the exceptionally gifted Earth Spirit clan could naturally attain the mortal rank upon reaching adulthood, often remaining stagnant thereafter. Yet, under Chu Chen's blessing, they all finally gained strength. Though it was feeble, even weaker than the beasts he had cultivated on the surface, it was merely the beginning. Power was the right to exist. We praise the great Lord Chu. I offer my life as a shield for you, each member silently declared. Chapter 38. The Conquest of the Underground World. Listening to the praises and vows of the Earth Spirit clan, Chu Chen felt a unique sensation swelling within him. were it not for the current restrictions of his system preventing him from absorbing belief power. He was confident that the unwavering faith of these 10,000 clan members would suffice to double his strength. These earth spirits had endured immense hardship for far too long. And now, as he appeared in the guise of their savior, bestowing upon them formidable power, their loyalty to him soared above 80%. In the sacred temple, Chu Chen summoned the clan leader, along with the 7 individuals who had accompanied him to the Earth Spirit clan. Although their strength was not particularly formidable, their remarkable ability to unite and cooperate indicated their potential for development. Today, I have gathered you to assign a crucial task. Each member of the Earth Spirit clan has now reached at least the first level of the mundane tier, sufficient to conquer the surrounding regions. Therefore, under the leadership of Meiji, along with the assistance of the remaining 6, you are to swiftly organize an army and conquer all nearby races in the direction of my body. Chu Chen was determined not to waste any time and decided to initiate the campaign immediately. Reporting to Lord Chu, with our current strength, there are indeed no rivals in the vicinity. However, the depths of the Dark River remain enigmatic, and we may find it challenging to enter. The clan leader hesitated, a hint of concern crossing his face, fearing his people might fail to accomplish the first task assigned by Chu Chen. Do not concern yourselves with the Dark River for now. Merely monitor it closely. First, eliminate the other races along the shore. Spare those who are willing to submit, but annihilate the rest. I expect to see results in 1 month. Yes, we shall not disappoint Lord Chu, Meiji and the others replied in unison. After a considerable period of silence, assuming Chu Chen had departed, the clan leader and Meiji deliberated for most of the day before finalizing the specific campaign strategy. They first summoned all able-bodied men within the clan, assigning the elders to guard the territory, while the remaining young and strong men, totaling over 3,000, formed an army. Meiji was appointed as the general, with the other 6 assisting him. After a secret training period of 7 days, they departed from their homeland in grand fashion. However, Meiji's army did not initially target a hostile force, but rather sought out the Rock Monster clan, with whom they maintained amicable relations. Following negotiations with the leader of the Rock Monsters, he consented to provide each Earth Spirit warrior with a Rock Monster as a partner. The Rock Monster clan, naturally symbiotic with the Earth Spirit clan, regularly sent members to form partnerships. Upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Earth Spirit clan, even the Rock Monsters, despite their lower intelligence, understood the necessity of cooperation. With the unwavering support of the Rock Monsters, Meiji's army grew to 6,000. To foster camaraderie among the warriors, as well as collaboration between the Earth Spirit and Rock Monster fighters, Meiji decided to first target an easier foe, the Ratmen clan. Possessing human limbs, but rat-like heads, the Ratmen were notorious for their vindictiveness. Although numerous, their overall strength was feeble, rendering them ideal for military training. When Meiji and his army of 6,000 arrived at the Ratmen's territory, they found the Ratmen already on high alert. The leading Ratman, evidently familiar with Meiji, shouted, "Meiji, have you come to deliver food to us?" The Ratmen warriors behind him laughed mockingly, slapping their bellies. Meiji, however, paid no heed to their taunts. Each Earth Spirit warrior glared at the Ratmen with fierce anger. In the past, the Ratmen had often ambushed Earth Spirit warriors who ventured out alone to hunt, preying upon them as food. Now, the time had come for retribution. "All troops, charge. Leave none alive," Meiji shouted, leading the charge. As a newly ascended third-level mundane, he was undoubtedly the strongest in the region. In a matter of moments, the Ratmen's general was beheaded, causing the remaining Ratmen warriors to flee in panic. The Earth Spirit warriors, mounted on Rock Monsters, pursued them relentlessly. As the Ratmen found themselves with no escape, they finally exhibited ferocity, turning to fight back against the Earth Spirits. However, the Earth Spirits, now all at the mundane tier, with the Rock Monsters at their side, had no fear of the Ratmen, who were at a disadvantage due to their small stature. The battle unfolded overwhelmingly in favor of the Earth Spirits, who dismantled the Ratmen's defenses and penetrated their stronghold, exterminating the remaining members of the clan. The treasures and precious food accumulated by the Ratmen were seized and returned to the Earth Spirit homeland. In this encounter, the Earth Spirits suffered just over 100 casualties while slaying nearly 10,000 Ratmen, with many fleeing into the Dark River. The Earth Spirits dared not pursue, allowing them to fend for themselves, confident that the remaining Ratmen posed no significant threat given their current strength. After a brief respite of 3 days, Meiji led the Earth spirits into battle once more, this time against the Ironhide monsters, a more distant foe. This race of magical beasts lacked the intelligence of humans, but possessed formidable strength, their tough iron hides proving difficult to breach. If the Earth spirits could secure victory, the iron from the Ironhide monsters would be invaluable for crafting battle armor, greatly aiding future campaigns. The ensuing battle was arduous, although casualties remained around 200. The Earth Spirit warriors were exhausted, as they had to wear down the Ironhide monsters' defenses through sheer persistence. However, following this victory, the clan leader mobilized the entire tribe to strip the iron hides from the defeated monsters to forge armor, enhancing the combat prowess of the Earth Spirit warriors. With just 3 days remaining until the 1-month deadline, Meiji returned to the clan's territory, weary but triumphant, leading the remaining 5,000 warriors and rock monsters. This campaign had traversed from the Earth Spirit homeland to the location where Chu Chen had breached the entrance to the underground world, encountering 8 different races along the way. Only the stone throwers and dark demons were willing to submit, while the others, fiercely resistant, were annihilated by Meiji's unstoppable army. Despite the losses, with fewer than 2,000 warriors remaining from the original 3,000, none harbored regret nor resentment towards Chu Chen's commands. For in the past month, they had acquired ample food and vast territory, ensuring a safer and more stable environment for future generations, all thanks to Chu Chen, who had granted them a new lease on life. Chapter 39. The unexpected appearance of Shualai in the subterranean world. Circumstances were looking promising, and Chu Chen gradually established a small stream within this realm, albeit a diminutive one in comparison to the Dark River. Just as he immersed himself in the subtle mysteries of the underground world, a dramatic escape was unfolding near the outskirts of the elven forest. A woman, riding upon a flying carpet, was pursued relentlessly by several powerful elves. This woman was none other than Shualai, who had long departed from Chu Chen. Strangely, despite heading westward, she now found herself in the eastern elven forest, evidently inciting the wrath of the elves. "How dare you steal our sacred relic? Once I catch you, you shall serve as my target for arrows," a furious elven male bellowed. As the guardian of the sacred relic, he bore an undeniable responsibility for its loss. Failing to retrieve it would result in severe punishment from his clan, leaving him no face to present to the elven king. Shualai, equally incensed, realized that the elves had pursued her for 2 days and nights without relent. If this continued, she would inevitably be caught. It seemed the only option left was to venture into the desolate desert. The thought of encountering someone as formidable as Chu Chen in the desert made her hesitate. She truly wished to avoid another encounter with him, for being in his presence always left her feeling manipulated and used. From a storage pearl around her neck, she retrieved 3 scrolls and hurled them behind her without a glance. The pursuing elves gasped in surprise, hastily ascending to evade Shualai's scrolls. Having suffered greatly from her numerous scrolls along their chase, they had barely escaped serious injuries on several occasions. However, as the scrolls detonated, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring vision and obstructing soul detection. By the time the elves emerged from the smoke, Shualai had vanished without a trace. Impossible. How could she simply disappear? The elven warriors scanned the terrain, which appeared as flat as a plain. There was no way she could have moved so swiftly. She must have employed some method of concealment. Let's split up to search for her. Whoever finds her must notify the others immediately. We cannot allow her to escape. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to take my own life before the king to atone for this failure. I suspect she may return here. I will wait a while, ensuring she does not reappear before searching elsewhere. The elves established separate directions in their pursuit, while one remained vigilant, cautiously observing the surroundings. After a lengthy period of waiting, growing increasingly impatient, the elven warrior suddenly witnessed Shualai appearing before him, her complexion ashen. As it turned out, Shelley, seizing the opportunity when the thick smoke obscured the vision and spiritual senses of several individuals, employed a secret technique. Harnessing the intense rays of sunlight, she temporarily achieved an effect of invisibility. However, the longer this technique was maintained, the greater the toll it took on her body. Shelley had not anticipated that these cunning elves would have someone waiting for her right where she appeared. Unable to sustain the spell any longer, she had no choice but to reveal herself while she still had the strength for one last battle. She needed to eliminate him before he could send a message. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. Shelley now exuded the aura of a transcendent level 9, while her opponent, a member of the elf clan, was at level 8, along with several companions of the same rank, and one other also at level 9. So you are indeed still here, managing to hide right under our noses. The elf exclaimed, surprise and fury mingling on his face upon seeing Shelley appear so suddenly. With a cold huff, Shelley acted without waiting for the elf to make a move, throwing out a scroll. Thunderstrike, the lightning magic, known to be the most difficult and lethal of all spells, caused the elf's expression to change dramatically. He barely had time to open his communication scroll before he dashed to the side, hastily tearing open several more scrolls to summon protective shields around himself. Yet, the speed of the lightning was unmatched. The elf could not evade in time. The spell struck him, shattering his shields in an instant. A bolt of lightning struck him, sending him flying backward, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips. However, the elf was quick to react. Before Shelley could launch another attack, he unleashed a volley of arrows, forcing her to evade repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity while Shelley dodged, he swiftly created distance and opened the scroll to send a message. This is bad. Shelley realized that the elf had sent the message and understood her time was running out. Wings of the wind. In an instant, Shelley found herself behind the elf. Just as he prepared to ascend into the sky to create more distance, she cast another spell. Binding seal. The elf felt invisible ropes ensnare his body, rendering him completely immobile. He attempted to summon the elemental forces around him, only to discover his connection to the elements had been severed. At this moment, he was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Aurora Holy Sword. A colossal sword descended from the heavens, effortlessly slaying the elf, leaving nothing but a pool of blood on the ground. Shelley's complexion grew even paler. She could barely stand. Summoning a flying carpet, she swiftly fled deeper into the desert. When the other elf warriors arrived at the site of the battle, all they found was a pool of blood and the longbow of their fallen comrade. Damn it! She actually killed Relfer. We must avenge him, they exclaimed. Quickly notify Lord Black and ask him to seal off the entire desert. We have numerous magical beasts in the area. She cannot escape. Meanwhile, Shelley, swaying as she flew toward Lake Chu Chen, finally succumbed to her exhaustion and fainted as she passed through a canyon. This scene was witnessed by an elderly member of the barbarian clan, who had just taken new recruits out for training. This elder had previously seen Shelley fighting alongside Chu Chen against a beast tide, so he hurriedly took her to meet Tyren. Tyren, aware of Shelley's unique status and her deep connection to Chu Chen, personally escorted her to the lake. On the way, Shelley intermittently regained consciousness. Realizing she was being rushed by Tyren, she remembered him and understood that these barbarians were followers of Chu Chen. It seemed imperative that she meet Chu Chen this time, though each encounter had found her in a wounded state. She hoped this time would not prove to be a case of jumping from the wolf's den into the tiger's mouth. With that thought, Shelley let out a helpless smile before slipping back into unconsciousness. Chapter 40. The Stone of Life and the Elf Clan's strange maneuver. When Tyren arrived at the edge of Chu Chen's perception with the unconscious Shelley, Chu Chen was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Shelley once more, and in such a grievously wounded state, delivered by Tyren no less. Lord Chu Chen, this woman was found unconscious outside the canyon guarded by the sand troops. I recalled her fighting alongside you against the beast tide, so I brought her here, Tyren stated. Well done. You may return. This woman will remain by the shore, Chu Chen replied. Yes, my lord. Tyren instructed his men to prepare a blanket made of beast fur and laid Shelley down upon it. Chu Chen sensed Shelley's condition. It was far better than the last time he saw her. She was merely excessively fatigued and drained of energy. A few days of rest should suffice for her recovery. Chu Chen chose not to dwell on her condition further, immersing himself in the underground world, intending to inquire about her situation once she awoke. It was not until the third day that Shelley finally regained consciousness. Although she had roused a few times in between, she opted to continue resting, unsure of her next steps. However, 3 days had elapsed, and any further delay would surely test Chu Chen's patience, especially with the elves likely closing in on their location. You are awake? Chu Chen asked with a hint of amusement. Shelley felt embarrassed. Both times she had encountered Chu Chen, she had been gravely injured. The last time, she had insisted on leaving him, only to find herself forced to return. I apologize, my lord, for troubling you once again. What happened this time? Shelley hesitated, contemplating her words before finally revealing the truth. She had initially intended to travel westward, seeking the densely populated human cities. However, Upon hearing rumors in a large city about a treasure belonging to the elf clan known as the Stone of Life, she learned that this stone could grant anyone who was not entirely dead a chance to be reborn, akin to possessing a second life. Consequently, the Stone of Life had always been one of the elf clan's most coveted treasures. Yet, she was perplexed as to how such information had leaked, especially within human territories. My master was gravely injured while trying to save me, and has been preserved in a state of suspended animation through secret arts for many years, Shelley lamented. So you sought to steal the Stone of Life from the elf clan? Chu Chen inquired, astonished. Had Shelley truly become that formidable? Indeed, I had such intentions, though I was aware that success would be unlikely given my own abilities. Yet, I had to try. However, the stone was not stolen by me. It was given to me by someone. Shelley's expression mirrored her confusion, clearly as baffled as Chu Chen was about why such an extraordinary treasure would be entrusted to her. Someone gave it to you? What do you mean? I had infiltrated the outskirts of the elf forest. One night, I stealthily entered the forest, enduring great hardships to locate the elven palace. Just as I was about to seize the gem, a mysterious figure appeared and captured me effortlessly. When I awoke, I found myself outside the elf forest, clutching a green gem. That must be the Stone of Life. Could it be that there is a traitor within the elf clan? But why would someone hand such a treasure to you? Shelley shook her head, expressing her bewilderment. I too am at a loss. Upon waking and seeing the Stone of Life, I was soon pursued by members of the elf clan. With no other option, I fled in your direction. Chu Chen contemplated the situation carefully, finding himself equally perplexed. He could not fathom the elves' true motives. Logically, a race like the elves, even if they possessed treasures, would not allow such knowledge to spread across the continent, nor would they permit one of their own to be stolen and handed to a stranger like Shelley. Moreover, in Chu Chen's perception, Shelley was at the transcendent level 9, which, while formidable, still paled in comparison to the elf clan. It was improbable that she had gone unnoticed within the elven palace and managed to escape unscathed. Chu Chen sensed a deep-seated conspiracy at play but lacked clarity on its target. Was it a self-directed plot by the elf clan, or had someone orchestrated a trap for them? What brings him here? Chu Chen felt someone approaching rapidly. It was Black, who had previously sought his allegiance. A powerful figure from the elf clan is coming. Do not resist. I will conceal you, Chu Chen said, promptly placing Shelley into the system's space. Before long, Black arrived at the lake's edge, calling out, Brother Chu Chen, are you there? I have matters to discuss with you. Please come forth. Chu Chen conjured a water elemental, which slowly approached the shore, smiling at Black as he said, Brother Black, it has been quite some time. What brings you here? Blake, upon noticing Chu Chen's reluctance to reveal his true self, initially felt a twinge of displeasure. However, upon witnessing the more vibrant and animated water elemental that Chu Chen had summoned this time, his assessment of Chu Chen's cultivation naturally elevated. Brother Chu, I've come to seek your assistance with a matter of great importance. Oh, whatever it is, you can count on my utmost support, as long as it is within my capacity to help. Yet, what could possibly compel a legendary powerhouse of the formidable elven race to seek assistance? Chu Chen, already aware that it concerned the Stone of Life, feigned ignorance. It is indeed a complicated story, a rather embarrassing affair for my kin. Please, keep it to yourself. Recently, during the absence of our king and the formidable warriors of our clan, a thief stealthily infiltrated the elven palace and made off with a treasured artifact. Upon the king's return, he was furious and commanded an exhaustive pursuit. Yet this thief proved to be exceedingly cunning, managing to evade capture multiple times, ultimately escaping into this desolate expanse. Such audacity, to dare steal from the elven race, is utterly reprehensible. Fear not, Brother Blake, for should I catch even a whiff of this person's whereabouts, I shall inform you without delay, Chu Chen declared, putting on an indignant facade as he fervently patted Blake on the shoulder. The force of Chu Chen's water elemental left Blake momentarily stunned, and he inwardly cursed Chu Chen's strength while outwardly expressing gratitude. With your assurance, I can rest easy. If you can provide any leads, the elven clan shall reward you handsomely. I shan't impose further upon you, and will take my leave. Ah, Brother Blake, having come such a long way, we ought to engage in a hearty discussion rather than rush off so hastily. Blake, already airborne, waved his hand as his voice echoed from afar. I appreciate your kindness. Brother Chu, I must notify a few others, but I shall certainly return for a more extensive conversation next time. Watching Blake's retreating figure, A subtle smile graced the lips of the water elemental. How intriguing it was that such a grand search for a thief was being conducted in the wilderness. Chapter 41. Shelley's Trust and Chu Chen's Ascension to the Spirit Lake. Once Blake had departed, Chu Chen released Shelley and recounted Blake's intentions to her. Shelley, too, found the situation perplexing. If word spreads, the entire continent will learn that someone has stolen our Stone of Life, won't it? Indeed. The ensuing days would likely see the desert bustling with activity. The allure of the Stone of Life would be difficult to suppress, even for the elven race. Yet, what puzzled Chu Chen most was that Blake had previously encountered Shelley and was aware of their connection. Given that numerous elves had seen Shelley's true form, it was inconceivable that Blake did not suspect Shelley to be the thief. Could it be that the elven race had already directed their suspicions toward him? Perhaps even concluded that the Stone of Life was in his possession? If so, their zealous pursuit of Shelley, coupled with their request for his assistance, seemed a ruse, a performance with him as the unwitting pawn. Chu Chen pondered aloud, connecting the dots to unravel the elven race's motives. He even speculated that the one who had entrusted the Stone of Life to Shelley might very well be the Elven King himself. Their actions suggested that some powerful entity coveted the Stone of Life, and the elves were attempting to discreetly relinquish it, only to reclaim it later. Chu Chen theorized that this entity could be the Radiant Sanctuary, possessing the strength to compel the elves into such convoluted tactics to avoid direct confrontation. After sharing his suspicions with Shelley, she was left utterly astonished. Do not tell me that when you ventured into the elven forest with the intent to steal the Stone of Life, you did not consider the trouble it would bring me. Chu Chen's tone was stern. Shelley's actions had undoubtedly shown a disregard for his circumstances, and her reckless endeavor threatened to plunge him into severe complications with the elven race. Shelley knelt before him, her voice trembling as she apologized. Forgive me, my lord. I recognize that my actions may cause you distress, but this was my only chance to save my master, and I had to try. Humph. That hardly serves as justification for placing me in peril. Speak. How do you intend to atone for this? Shelley, quaking in fear, understood the gravity of her misstep, yet felt she had no alternative. She was prepared to submit to his judgment, even if it meant sacrificing her life, provided he would allow her to deliver the Stone of Life to her master first. Such a naive notion. By the time you rescue your master, I may well have been obliterated by the elves. Moreover, what use would I have for your life? Shelley fell silent, her head bowed in submission. Very well. Serve me for 20 years, and I shall grant you your freedom. Naturally, to ensure you do not flee, you must temporarily relinquish the Stone of Life to me. Given Shelley's mysterious origins and commendable abilities, coupled with his current lack of capable subordinates, she presented a promising option. Moreover, holding her accountable for the chaos she had wrought seemed a fitting recompense. Shelley wrestled with her predicament, sacrificing her freedom to serve an enigmatic being who might very well be a manifestation of an ancient power. Though she initially intended to refuse, she recognized the gravity of the trouble she had caused Chu Chen, her life now hanging by a thread. I cannot perish. I must survive for my master. 30 years is but a fleeting moment, and after that, I shall save him. I agree, but please, my lord, you must uphold your promise to release me and return the Stone of Life after 30 years. With no other choice, Shelley placed her trust in Chu Chen, for the alternative could mean her immediate demise. Rest assured, now hand over the Stone of Life. Having steeled herself, Shelley decisively produced a verdant gem and tossed it to Chu Chen. As the gem touched the lake's surface, the system immediately chimed in with a notification. Beep. Life stone detected. The host has two options. Choose to refine, which allows permanent storage of living beings in the system space, or choose to embed, which permits storage for 3 days. I choose to refine. Chu Chen had no intention of adhering to any notions of integrity. Since the elven race had already deemed Shelley as his, believing the Stone of Life to be in his possession, he would simply refine it, turning their suspicions into reality. Beep. Refinement successful. System space capacity increased. Permanent storage of living beings is now enabled. Chu Chen assessed the system space, which had expanded to approximately 100 square meters, yet lacked any energy, rendering it unfit for cultivation. Unknown to Shelley, Chu Chen had already refined the life stone. Had she known, she might have fought back with all her might. Observing Shelley still kneeling at the lake's edge, Chu Chen decided he had no immediate use for her, and instead opted to have her familiarize herself with his forces under Tarun's guidance. He summoned a member of the wild tribe, instructing him to escort Shelley to the canyon to meet Tarun, emphasizing the need for intensified training of the magical beasts while maintaining a low profile, as a significant battle loomed on the horizon. In truth, Chu Chen had long since devised a strategy for dealing with the elven race, having regarded them as a hypothetical adversary from the outset. He had completed the refinement of the spiritual water days prior. However, matters in the underworld had delayed his ascension. Now was the perfect moment to elevate his status. System: I wish to upgrade to Spirit Lake. Beep. Upgrading, please be patient. The lake, which had previously shrunk by half, appeared tranquil from the outside. Yet an extraordinary transformation was underway. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged forth, continuously refining into the water, which was already rich in spiritual energy, now brimming with even greater potency. Yet, this change was imperceptible to outsiders. To the untrained eye, it remained an ordinary lake, perhaps even less impressive than the renowned lakes of the central continent. However, with a mere thought, Chu Chen could infuse the lake with spiritual energy, transforming it into a lake of spiritual power. The upgraded Spirit Lake possessed an exceptional concealment ability. Whenever Chu Chen desired, it could morph into any form he wished. This mastery was a result of his months of continuous refinement of the lake water, allowing him to deeply understand its structure and manipulate it at will. Moreover, the lake's area had returned to its original size, while the concentration of spiritual energy remained undiminished. The aquatic life within sensed this change, with some creatures fainting from the overwhelming energy, while others began to undergo subtle transformations due to the heightened spiritual essence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that fell upon the lake, transforming into spiritual water. The creatures along the shore reveled in a frenzy of growth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. Chapter 42. Establishing the first tributary, the River of Forgetfulness. Chu Chen joyfully gazed at his system panel. Host: Chu Chen Identity, Lake of Spiritual Power Level, LV1 Energy, 2 million skills. Spring Breeze Transformation LV10, can be upgraded to Raging Storm. Water Binding Technique LV10, can be upgraded to Water's Bind. Water Arrow Technique LV10, can be upgraded to Ice Arrow Technique. Water Dragon Ascendancy LV10, can be upgraded to Water Dragon's Roar. Ice Cage LV10, can be upgraded to Ice Shackles. Blessing, can be used twice a month. Awakening, can be used twice a month. Finally, he reached the Lake of Spiritual Power stage. First, he should upgrade all his skills. System: upgrade all skills to the current highest level. Once again, he expended over 50,000 energy points to complete the upgrades. The potency of his skills underwent a dramatic transformation post-upgrade, and Chu Chen felt he had ascended to the legendary tier. However, this was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial point was that Chu Chen could now establish his first tributary, liberating himself from this barren expanse. Furthermore, after creating the tributary, he would no longer need to worry about the lake being discovered. He could easily divert the enemy's attention to the tributary, ensuring the safety of the main lake. Chu Chen had already contemplated where to establish the first tributary. When he was discovered in the underground world, he decided to forge a hidden river beneath the earth. This subterranean realm, still largely unnoticed, held immense potential for growth. Chu Chen could quietly develop his influence here and, when the opportunity arose, transfer his underground power to the surface. According to the system's description, each tributary established would possess a unique elemental power. So, what elemental force should he choose for this subterranean dark river? Should it be the earth element? After all, the Earth Spirit Tribe and the Rock Monster Tribe utilized the earth elemental power. However, this did not align with Chu Chen's vision. Although the Earth Spirit Tribe currently served as an important ally, it was merely temporary. Chu Chen's plan was to create unique and formidable rivers. An earth elemental river felt too ordinary, and it clashed with the water element. Thus, he resolved to create a river of dark elemental force, flowing through the entirety of this continent's underground, becoming the River of Forgetfulness. In the previous world, the River of Forgetfulness was a mythical river in the underworld. And in this realm, Chu Chen intended to transform legend into reality. In the underground world, Mikey had already led troops to conquer a considerable stretch of riverbank. Yet Chu Chen had no intention of disturbing this dark river for the time being. System: I wish to establish a tributary, the River of Forgetfulness, a river of dark elemental force. Ding! Tributary successfully established, spanning 1,000 meters. Further extension will require energy points. Chu Chen controlled the flow of water, aligning it with the existing dark river, thus forming a river of dark elemental force. The river stretched a total length of 1,000 meters, perfectly matching the area conquered by Mikey. The waters of this river were as black as ink, and unlike the lake, this tributary boldly emitted dark power, as if concerned that no one would notice its presence. Chu Chen had already informed Mikey and the others in advance. So all the Earth Spirit clan and their subservient tribes gathered on the subterranean rocks, witnessing this miracle. A river had appeared out of thin air in this underground world, and few knew that its source lay just above them, connected to the lake they longed for, concealed behind an inconspicuous hole. Chu Chen glanced at the system. Indeed, a new section for the tributary had appeared on his information panel. Tributary, River of Forgetfulness length, 1,000 meters attribute, dark element, suitable only for dark creatures. Skill, submersion, creatures submerged in the River of Forgetfulness will transform into skeletal warriors. Obeying the host's commands. This skill was exceedingly powerful. If utilized wisely, he could rapidly amass a military force akin to a war machine, completely loyal to him. As the scale of battles in the underground world expanded, he would undoubtedly require more warriors, and the indigenous races of the underground were often rebellious and difficult to subdue, necessitating their annihilation. With this skill, he could convert enemies into his army, minimizing casualties among his own. In the underground realm, Mikey and the others knelt before the tranquil river, a sense of reverence swelling within them, as if a colossal beast lurked beneath the waters, poised to devour them at any moment. Mikey, take some of the captured prisoners from our previous battles and toss a few into the river. Chu Chen's voice resonated in Mikey's mind. Although confused, Mikey promptly complied, soon bringing forth two enormous magical beasts. Typically, during battles, Mikey rarely spared prisoners due to the complications involved, such as providing food and supplies. It was far easier to eliminate them. Only massive magical beasts that could serve as sustenance were ever retained, and unexpectedly, this situation proved fortuitous. Following Chu Chen's command, Mikey cast the two magical beasts into the river, barely causing a splash as they sank to the riverbed. After a brief moment, the two beasts resurfaced, now mere skeletons. Chu Chen could distinctly sense that, upon issuing a command, these skeletons would obediently comply without resistance. Jump into the river, Chu Chen commanded. The two skeletons promptly leaped into the river once more, appearing quite at ease in the flowing waters. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring two skeletal warriors. Reward, 500 energy points. Chu Chen guided them to the riverbank, where they stood quietly beside him, devoid of their previous ferocity. Mikey and the others observed in astonishment, firmly believing this to be a divine miracle wrought by Chu Chen, further solidifying their faith in him. As Chu Chen surveyed the still modest river, a surge of ambition began to well up within him. Chapter 43. Awakening the 100,000 Beast Army. The River of Forgetfulness had been successfully established. The next step was to simultaneously earn energy points, extend the river's length, and expand his influence in the underground world, utilizing the river as a conduit for territorial expansion. However, an immediate concern loomed. The barren expanse was on the verge of turmoil due to Shelley's theft of the Life Stone, and the Elven tribe would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. Chu Chen needed to prepare himself adequately. He planned to seize the chaos in the boundless desert as an opportunity to massively expand his army of magical beasts, ensuring they were distributed throughout the entire wasteland. Thus, any movements in this desert, including those of the Elven tribe, would not escape his notice. Currently, the Elven tribe had withdrawn most of their patrollers roaming the desert, consolidating their forces at the periphery. It appeared they were anxiously guarding against outsiders attempting to seize the Life Stone, yet given the vastness of the desert, how could they effectively prevent intrusion? The Elven tribe's actions were clearly a facade of tight external defense while being lax internally. Indeed, reports from the Savage clan had been pouring in over the past few days, indicating sightings of external cultivators near the valleys they occupied. The majority of those entering the desert were merely mercenaries hunting in adjacent areas or already residing on the desert's fringes. Genuine powerful factions would not rush in. They were already poised, like mantises stalking cicadas, ready to take advantage of the situation. Chu Chen intended to capitalize on this window before any major forces entered, and while the Elven tribe relaxed their internal patrols, to begin large-scale breeding of magical beasts. After 2 or 3 months, he summoned all the Savage clan members once more, with Shelley accompanying Tyren. During this time, she had been astounded by Chu Chen's ability to awaken the bloodlines of beasts and cultivate magical creatures. Such feats were unprecedented even in her world. Naturally, this was due to the near absence of ordinary beasts in her world, where even the lowest were of magical beast caliber. Nevertheless, this was a highly unconventional approach, leaving Shelley feeling deeply apprehensive about becoming entangled in the plans of such a formidable entity. I have gathered you here today to assign a new task. The boundless desert is on the brink of upheaval. To protect our homeland, we must grow stronger. Now, all of you must immediately gather every beast you can find around the lake. You have 1 week to bring back at least 100,000 beasts. Tyren and the others responded in unison. Yes, Lord Chu, we pledge to complete the task. With that, they dispersed, leaving only Shelley, who lingered after hearing Chu Chen's orders. What are your thoughts on this matter? Shelley was suddenly startled by Chu Chen's inquiry regarding her thoughts, feeling a bit anxious. How could she dare to speak freely about Chu Chen's actions? Please, feel free to express yourself, he encouraged, sensing her hesitation. Your actions, my lord, undoubtedly have your own rationale. However, I believe that cultivating such a vast number of magical beasts may require an excessive amount of spiritual water, which could lead to unworthy returns. Moreover, such a grand scale will certainly attract the attention of the Elven clan. Those who venture outside may also flock here upon witnessing such commotion. What Shelley articulated were the stark realities. The sudden emergence of 100,000 magical beasts would not escape the notice of the Elven clan, regardless of how lenient they might be. Yet, even if they did discover it, they could not act immediately, for that would reveal to others the existence of the life gem in Chu Chen's possession. Additionally, the Elven clan would not be overly concerned, as 100,000 low-tier magical beasts are insignificant in the eyes of absolute power, posing no threat to legendary ranked beings. Once they annihilate Chu Chen, such methods would be theirs to wield. As for the prospect of outsiders rushing in, that was precisely what Chu Chen intended. He even worried that they might hesitate to approach. Although Shelley was astute, she misjudged Chu Chen's strategies, leaving her unable to fathom his true intentions. You shall stay here for the time being, he instructed. Shelley nodded softly in agreement. Keeping her here served to inform the Elven clan that Chu Chen had not slipped away quietly, thereby preventing them from recklessly sabotaging their plans. A week later, a throng of beasts was driven by the Sand Soldiers, encircling Chu Chen's lake. Under the intimidation of the magical beasts, ordinary creatures stood uneasily in place, feeling an intrinsic pressure that instilled fear deep within. My lord, all the beasts are gathered. There are a total of 150,000. Excellent. You shall keep watch with the Sand Soldiers, ensuring that no creature approaches within 1,000 meters of this vicinity. Yes, my lord, with the Sand Soldiers on guard. Even if the Elven clan noticed something amiss, they would be unable to closely observe how Chu Chen was manufacturing magical beasts. This time, Chu Chen would not rely on spiritual water for batch refinement. He had devised a more expedient method, utilizing the skill, torrential storm. The previously clear sky became cloaked with dense clouds. A torrential downpour cascaded down, drenching the multitude of beasts. These creatures reveled in the refreshing rain, which was infused with the same spiritual water as that found in Chu Chen's lake, effectively purifying their essence. Under the continuous spiritual rain, the beasts experienced rapid physiological enhancement, remaining vigorous from day until night. It is nearly time. We shall commence. Using the skill awakening, a crimson light enveloped the bodies of the 150,000 beasts. A surge of power erupted from their blood, igniting a fierce transformation that compelled them to grow stronger. Utilizing the skill blessing, another beam of white light cascaded over all the beasts, alleviating the pain brought on by the previous blood-burning process. Various luminous auras emanated from the beasts, some exuding a formidable presence, while others were reduced to mere ashes. This phenomenon persisted until midnight, culminating in the awakening of 100,000 beasts, with the remaining falling short along the path of transformation. Chu Chen summoned another spiritual rain to soothe the fatigue and wounds of those who successfully awakened. By the following dawn, he gathered Talon and others to assess the status of the magical beasts. The ones that had failed their awakening were swiftly consumed by Chu Chen, drawn into the lake. This awakening yielded over 100 million energy points, sufficient for him to extend the Forgotten River by 10,000 meters. Chapter 44. Special Bloodlines. The Sand Soldiers across the desert with only over 200 members of the wild tribe. It took half a day to barely account for the 10,500 successfully awakened magical beasts before reporting back to Chu Chen. My lord, a total of 10,500 magical beasts have successfully awakened. The majority possess ordinary magical bloodlines, yet we have discovered some rather unique bloodlines. Please take a look. Oh, bring them forth. Previously, he had awakened thousands of magical beasts, yet they were predominantly common bloodlines, lacking anything of notable interest. Could this time, due to the extensive range and sheer number, bring forth a surprise? Awakening bloodlines was akin to a lottery among 10,000 beasts. Finding even one with a rare bloodline would be akin to striking gold. When Talon and the others brought forth the few beasts with rare bloodlines, they immediately captured Chu Chen's attention. There were 5 beasts in total with rare bloodlines, 4 of which he recognized from memory. 2 were giant scythoscorpions. Having awakened from desert scorpions, their pincers transformed into scythe-like appendages. The other 2 were horned dragons, belonging to the dragonkin, boasting a singular horn atop their heads and immense strength. These 4 beasts had already reached the 2nd tier upon awakening, possessing great potential for future growth. As for the 5th, even Chu Chen could not identify it. Stealing a glance at Shelley beside him, who hailed from a grand world and possessed extensive knowledge, he hoped she might recognize it. Sensing Chu Chen's gaze, Shelley furrowed her brow as she examined the unique beast before her. Hesitantly, she spoke. This beast is indeed quite rare. I have only seen its likeness in travelogues. It should be a blood-eye wolf, notoriously bloodthirsty and solitary, with terrifying strength upon maturity. However, you must be cautious. Such beasts are exceedingly cunning and prone to betray their masters. In our world, no one has ever dared to tame one. Chu Chen nodded knowingly. With the system in place, even a rock could be molded into a loyal follower. As long as he was powerful enough, he would not hesitate to accept it. He commanded Talon to take the other magical beasts for rigorous training, keeping only these 5 aberrant beasts for personal training, or rather, to provide the longboard dragon gecko with some tasks. The dragon gecko, currently stuck at level 10 in the mortal realm, had been unable to make further progress. It was increasingly anxious about the possibility of the ghostly thorn tree surpassing it, fearing it would be overlooked. By assigning these 5 magical beasts to the dragon gecko, the little creature finally regained its mischievous spirit. Having always regarded the ghostly thorn tree as more mature and stronger, it had held the lowest status. Now it was its turn to lead. Soon, it took its new charges off to the distant wilderness, with no clear purpose in mind. After a week of intensive training under Talon, Chu Chen commanded the wild tribe members to disperse and lead the beasts into various regions of the desert to lie in wait. This tactic of division would render the 100,000 beasts less conspicuous. When split into over 200 factions, they would be far less noticeable. Even the elven clan would struggle to discern which beasts belonged to Chu Chen and which were native to the desert. With the wild tribe facilitating communication, the 200 magical beast legions could support one another, firmly establishing their presence in the desert. In Chu Chen's mind, a map unfolded. The eastern corner of the vast divine demonic continent housed the dense elven forest, adjacent to which lay an expansive desert stretching across the eastern region. His sand soldiers were distributed throughout the desert, ready to converge on the lake at his command. In the meantime, they would assist Chu Chen in closely monitoring every corner of the desert while quietly growing in strength. One day, the elven clan would suddenly realize that this desert, which they considered a transitional zone with the outside world, had already slipped beyond their control. Many mercenaries had also noticed that the magical beasts in this desert differed from those they had previously hunted. These beasts were more organized, cooperative, and even disparate species coexisted harmoniously. Consequently, many ill-fated mercenaries with inadequate strength met their demise among the desert sands. With the groundwork laid, Chu Chen awaited the final movements of various forces to enter the desert, at which point his grand scheme could unfold in its entirety. In the subterranean realm, he expended another 1,000,000 energy points to extend the Forgotten River by 1,000 meters, discovering that the deeper he ventured, the more unfathomable the dark river appeared, as if it were an endless abyss. Following the Forgotten River, he also sensed the distribution of forces within this newly expanded range, finding no particularly troublesome races. allowing Mikey to continue his conquests. Maki has now ascended to the position of chieftain of the Earth Spirit clan, with the former elder chieftain having abdicated to enjoy a life of leisure within the clan's territory. Upon summoning all available troops, Maki awaited the arrival of Chu Chen by the banks of the dark and lifeless Wanchuan River. This river, a harbinger of death, instilled a deep sense of foreboding in those who gazed upon it. To venture into its depths meant forsaking one's life, unless one wished to transform into a mere skeletal remnant. Chu Chen had bestowed upon the Earth Spirit clan a lake of spiritual water, a sacred place for their rejuvenation after each battle. I have gathered intelligence, revealing that there are no formidable foes within 1,000 meters ahead. The rest is up to you. The banks of Wanchuan are merciless to the defiant. Let the corpses of our enemies serve as offerings to my river. Currently, Chu Chen had yet to encounter any dark creatures, but he surmised that such an environment would surely harbor many. Thankfully, the river's ability to utilize the fallen foes to create skeletal warriors would replenish their ranks. All troops, heed my command. Prepare to march forth and expand the dominion of Lord Chu Chen. Our objective lies along the banks of Wanchuan River, 1,000 meters ahead. Maki commanded, brandishing his spear. In response to his orders, battalions of warriors commenced their swift advance along the river. Chapter 45. The mischief of the dragon gecko and the egg. Maki and his warriors surged through the subterranean world. Sweeping through the 1,000-meter expanse was merely a matter of time, and thus Chu Chen turned his attention elsewhere, sensing a significant disturbance above. In the distance, the dragon gecko, accompanied by 5 new companions, galloped atop a red flame-winged horse, pursued by a contingent of sand soldiers stationed near the lake, who were locked in a standoff with a cloud of fire in the sky. This fiery cloud was none other than the Southern Fire Crows, a notoriously vengeful race that had once forced Shelley into retreat. Known for their grudges, they would mobilize their entire clan against any perceived slight, engaging in relentless pursuit, particularly savage in their vengeance. It was unclear how the dragon gecko had offended them, but it was currently fleeing in terror. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the nearby sand soldiers, the dragon gecko would likely have been captured by now, but with their protection, the 6 companions managed to escape to the vicinity of the lake. However, the sand soldiers, being ground-dwelling beasts, posed little threat to the flying fire crows. With a shriek, the leading fire crow accelerated, soaring over the heads of the sand soldiers, whose attacks failed to reach them. Startled, the dragon gecko glanced back, letting out a cry of alarm. Chu Chen, having witnessed the scene unfold, chose not to intervene immediately. The dragon gecko's mischief warranted a lesson. Although the red flame-winged horse was swift, it could not outpace the aerial fire crows, particularly the top-tier individuals among them, far surpassing the horse's speed. Before long, the 6 companions were overtaken, and the fire crows unleashed a barrage of flames. With a flap of its wings, the dragon gecko evaded the attack, but the red flame-winged horse beneath it was reduced to ashes. Only then did Chu Chen notice that the dragon gecko clutched a golden egg in its embrace. Upon sighting the egg, the fire crows grew even more furious, all calling out in unison. The dragon gecko bolted, clutching the golden egg, matching the speed of the flames above, while deliberately avoiding the other 5 beasts. This little creature certainly had a sense of loyalty, Chu Chen mused, a smirk forming on his lips. The ghost spike tree chimed in. Though it can be quite mischievous, it possesses commendable potential and intelligence, surpassing that of ordinary beasts and even those with rare bloodlines. Despite the dragon gecko's rapid flight, its endurance paled in comparison to that of the fire crows, and soon its speed began to wane. Eventually, it found itself cornered once more, frustrated by its inability to shake off the relentless pursuit. The dragon gecko dropped the golden egg, prompting the fire crows to rush to catch it. In that moment, the dragon gecko spread its wings and appeared above the leading fire crow, its claws gleaming with a dark aura. With a swift strike, it severed the fire crow's head. The remaining 3 fire crows retaliated with flames, while one managed to catch the egg and hovered nearby. Under the onslaught of the 3 fire crows, the dragon gecko found itself in a precarious position. Though formidable, its teleportation ability had limitations and drained considerable energy, especially while maintaining flight, making decisive victories increasingly difficult. Amidst the fierce conflict, the dragon gecko found itself on the verge of peril. Despite inflicting significant damage on one fire crow, it had sustained serious injuries in return. In a land battle, The dragon gecko's ability to fly and teleport would have given it the upper hand against the 3 fire crows, but in the skies, its constraints were magnified. As it faltered under the relentless assault, the dragon gecko's spirit ignited with ferocity. It ceased evasion and began to exchange injuries, blood raining down from both fire crows and the dragon gecko alike. However, the problem was that the fire crow reinforcements had caught up, while the sand soldiers still lagged behind, unable to provide adequate support. Fighting should be fair, Chu Chen thought, conjuring a wave of water to envelop the dragon gecko and the fire crows. The external fire crow battalion repeatedly crashed against this watery barrier, yet they could not breach it. Inside, the fire crows and the dragon gecko sensed the shift in their environment. Desperation gripped the fire crows as they sought to swiftly subdue the dragon gecko, while the dragon gecko, recognizing Chu Chen's intervention, began to relax. As the tides turned, the fire crows, drained from their attempts, found their energies sapped, their wing beats slowing. Seizing an opportunity, as one fire crow faltered after expending flames, the dragon gecko teleported behind it, striking it down with a flurry of claws. The remaining 2 fire crows, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear and attempted to flee. But the water barrier was impenetrable, and the dragon gecko capitalized on the moment, dispatching both. The golden egg fell from the sky, and the dragon gecko hastily caught it. Yet its fatigue caused it to plummet alongside the egg. The protective water barrier transformed into a colossal hand, capturing both the dragon gecko and the golden egg, returning them to the lake. The fire crows, enraged at the loss of the egg, attempted to pursue but were met with a hail of icy arrows that decimated their ranks, as if a crimson rain had descended from the heavens. Chu Chen observed the exuberant dragon gecko dancing atop the ghost spike tree's branches. Bemused, he pondered how it had pilfered the golden egg, only to nearly become a roast itself. However, the egg was indeed extraordinary, pulsating with a strong life force, suggesting that the creature within was on the verge of birth. After some contemplation, Chu Chen resolved to place the golden egg in the lake, as it would be beneficial for the life within. Given that it had been stolen from the fire crows, it might very well be a flying beast. Enough revelry, it's time to focus on training. The ghost spike tree is on the cusp of a breakthrough. Chu Chen warned the dragon gecko through a mental connection. The dragon gecko, responding with a few expressive stomps on the ghost spike tree, indicated its own impending advancement. This near brush with death had significantly awakened its potential, and Chu Chen believed it would achieve the next level within a week. At that point, the dragon gecko would truly exhibit its formidable prowess. Chapter 46, Another Egg Heist. The extraordinary fire crow gazing at the seemingly sacred golden egg resting at the bottom of the lake. Chu Chen was struck by a realization. His sand soldiers excelled in terrestrial combat, yet lacked aerial capabilities. When they had attempted to intercept the fire crow pursuit, their inadequacies in aerial warfare and defense had become glaringly apparent. Perhaps it was time to cultivate an airborne contingent of magical beasts of his own. However, the challenge lay in the scarcity of avian magical creatures in the arid landscape, where even ordinary birds were seldom seen, making the acquisition of a substantial aerial force a daunting task. Yet, upon witnessing the egg that the dragon gecko had pilfered, a spark of inspiration ignited within Chu Chen. The southern fire crows can be regarded as one of the few avian beasts inhabiting this barren desert. While directly capturing a fire crow may be impractical, this season marks their breeding period, providing an opportunity to dispatch magical beasts to pilfer their eggs for incubation. With an entire lake of spiritual water at my disposal, the outcome may even surpass that of the fire crow's natural hatching. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen promptly summoned Shelley. Talon was already stationed with a sand soldier regiment near the elven forest, keeping a vigilant watch on any developments there. Hence, the only formidable ally available to Chu Chen was Shelley. "My lord, you summon me?" Upon receiving Chu Chen's telepathic message, Shelley arrived at the lakeside. "Indeed, I have a task for you today. I wish to cultivate an aerial magical beast legion, and the southern fire crows are the prime candidates. I intend to send you to steal their eggs." Upon hearing this, Shelley appeared somewhat taken aback. "Stealing fire crow eggs? But my lord, it would be quite difficult for me alone to acquire many. Rest assured, I will assign you 500 shadow leopards to accompany you, along with 1,000 Crimson Flame swift steeds for transport. Your objective is to procure as many eggs as possible in the shortest time, and if discovered, return swiftly." After considering Chu Chen's plan, Shelley felt a lingering unease but found no grounds to decline, thus acquiescing. The magical dragon gecko will also accompany you. I believe it can lure numerous fire crows away from their nests. Seize the opportunity. Shelley was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that Chu Chen would willingly use the magical dragon gecko as bait, having recently pilfered a golden giant egg from the fire crows. It had narrowly escaped a relentless pursuit. Should it venture out again, it could very well face another chase. However, glancing at the magical dragon gecko, she noticed it showed no signs of reluctance, for it had just triumphed over a few fire crows and was likely eager for another chance to exact vengeance and display its prowess. Once the shadow leopards and crimson flame swift steeds were assembled, Shelley, accompanied by the magical dragon gecko, set forth towards the fire crow's nesting grounds. Prior to approaching the lair, Shelley, along with the shadow leopards and swift steeds, stealthily occupied a nearby valley, leaving the steeds behind while the rest crept closer to the fire crow's nest, with the magical dragon gecko boldly soaring into the sky. The fire crow's nest was situated on a rugged cliff face, not particularly steep as there were no towering mountains in the desert. Numerous fire crows flitted in and out, busily foraging for food for the brooding females within their nests. With a swift teleportation, the magical dragon gecko dispatched a fire crow that had flown too close. The other fire crows, witnessing this, erupted into a cacophony, turning the cliff into a chaotic uproar filled with their raucous calls. As the magical dragon gecko deftly evaded the flames hurled at it, the entire fire crow nest was gradually incited into a frenzy, with nearly all the fire crows taking to the sky in a dense swarm. The magical dragon gecko, recognizing the magnitude of the situation, quickly executed several teleportations, vanishing from the fire crow's sight only to reappear on distant sand dunes. A multitude of fire crows pursued it, while some nearby sand soldiers provided cover and launched ranged attacks to slow the onslaught, allowing the magical dragon gecko to narrowly evade encirclement. Seeing the opportune moment arise, Shelley led the shadow leopards directly into the fire crow's nest. Before entering, she produced a vial of powder, and with a wave of her hand, a gust of wind swept the powder into the nest. After a few minutes, she and the shadow leopards sprang into action. They charged towards the largest nest on the cliff, where the few remaining fire crows appeared dazed and lacked the strength to impede them. Meanwhile, the brooding females at the nest's edge glared fiercely at Shelley but refrained from attacking. Shelley, familiar with the fire crow species, knew that during the spring breeding season, the most superior eggs were selected and guarded by the strongest of the flock, while the ordinary eggs were left to be incubated by the common fire crows. This largest nest was undoubtedly the most likely place to find the premium fire crow eggs. As Shelley burst into the nest, she was met with a violent blaze. With a cold snort, she conjured a protective barrier, blocking the fireball from reaching her. However, the assault was relentless, with several more fireballs soaring toward her, raising the air temperature significantly. Prepared for such an encounter, she unleashed a series of wind blades, redirecting the fireballs back, which only intensified their flames. "You despicable humans! What do you intend to do to my fire crow kin? I did not expect a transcendent beast among you," growled the fire crow king, its eyes gleaming with hatred. The previous theft of an egg had driven it nearly to madness, and now with the appearance of this powerful human, it was completely frenzied. It ascended into the air, abandoning the golden egg in its fury. Observing this, Shelley swiftly retrieved her flying carpet, took to the skies, and commanded the shadow leopards to hasten with a multitude of fire crow eggs, including the golden one, toward Chu Chen. Although the shadow leopards were not particularly intelligent, they understood simple commands. Each took several eggs in their mouths before darting away. Just as Shelley emerged from the nest, she spotted the fire crow king barreling towards her at remarkable speed. While she could fly on her carpet, in terms of aerial combat, she was still inferior to the transcendent fire crow. Yet, as a transcendent level 9 herself, she had no need to evade in the air. With a simple light shield, she firmly repelled the fire crow king's relentless attacks, which, despite its fury, could not breach her defenses. Estimating that the fire crows would soon return after failing to catch the magical dragon gecko, she resolved to end the confrontation quickly. Facing a singular fire crow king was manageable, but thousands of ordinary fire crows posed a greater challenge. If she were surrounded in such a location, even she would find herself scorched. A wall of earthy light enveloped her as the fire crow king halted its blind assault, opening its mouth, seemingly preparing a powerful attack. A red cloud swiftly formed within its maw, and with a flap of its wings, it sent the cloud hurtling towards Shelley. In a flash, Shelley transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from her spot and reappearing beside the fire crow. Her speed, though not as formidable as the magical dragon gecko's teleportation, was sufficient to catch the fire crow off guard. With a spell of slicing winds, a whirlwind of wind blades enveloped the fire crow, which let out a mournful cry as bloodied feathers rained down. The transcendent fire crow king was thus slain. The shadow leopard's speed during its short-distance assaults was remarkable. Shortly after Shelley had vanquished the fire crow king, the shadow leopard had already delivered the first batch of fire crow eggs to the flame chaser horse. Before returning to assist Shelley, under Shelley's command, the shadow leopard swept through the fire crow's nest once more before departing together. In order to avoid encountering the returning fire crows that were pursuing the dragon lizard, Shelley deliberately deviated from their original route, opting for a circuitous path. Upon reaching the lakeside, they waited for a while before the dragon lizard returned, looking rather disheveled. However, this time, it was free from the pursuit of the fire crows, suggesting that the dragon lizard had employed a clever method to elude them. As soon as it spotted Chu Chen's lake, it leaped in joyfully, swimming exuberantly within. The lake's spiritually rich waters rapidly healed its fiery wounds. "My lord, we have successfully retrieved a total of 3,000 fire crow eggs, all of the highest quality. Additionally, we have brought back a golden giant egg identical to the previous one." Shelley presented the golden egg, which, in such a short span of time, had already shown a significant decrease in its life fluctuations, likely due to the lack of continuous spiritual energy input. Upon sensing the egg, Chu Chen discovered that the life force within was exceedingly faint, teetering on the brink of death. Although the lake was abundant in spiritual energy, the egg's fragile existence could no longer withstand its infusion. In contrast, the egg brought back by the dragon lizard was steadily absorbing the lake's immense spiritual energy, its life fluctuations growing ever stronger, as if it were on the verge of hatching. "Master, since this egg is nearing death, why not submerge it in the river of oblivion in the underground world, nourishing it with dark energy? It may yield unexpected results," suggested the ghost thorn tree. Chu Chen's heart fluttered at this thought. The river of oblivion possessed the ability to nurture skeletal warriors and other necromantic beings, and only dark creatures could survive within its depths. Given that the golden egg was on the brink of death, it was indeed on the threshold between life and death. One could hardly predict what peculiar circumstances might arise from placing it in the river of oblivion. "At worst, I still have another normal golden egg that can hatch into a flying magical beast," Chu Chen mused. He promptly placed the golden egg into the system space before casting it into the river of oblivion. Despite the powerful regulatory forces that typically bound these two worlds, Chu Chen's lake was not a product of this realm, thus falling outside those restrictions. As he submerged the giant egg within the depths of the river of oblivion, its life fluctuations swiftly faded away. It hasn't simply perished, has it? This outcome, however, was anticipated by Chu Chen. Any non-dark being entering the river of oblivion was destined for a fate of life deprivation. Yet, he distinctly sensed that the golden egg had not entirely lost its vitality. Rather, it seemed to be nurturing a new life. Gradually, black veins began to emerge across the once entirely golden shell. "Let it be for now. I shall observe what it transforms into in the future." Returning to the surface world, Chu Chen cast all 3,000 fire crow eggs, which Shelley had pilfered, into the lake and swiftly infused them with spiritual energy. In just over an hour, signs of hatching began to emerge. He then retrieved them from the water and placed them on the shore, activating his skills just before the fire crows broke free from their shells. With the activation of awakening and blessing skills, the sound of cracking shells filled the air amidst the radiant glow of red and white light. One by one, spirited little fire crows emerged from their eggs. Thanks to Chu Chen's enhancements, these fledglings exhibited greater potential than their parents, with a denser bloodline. After a brief adjustment to their wings, some of the fire crows took to the sky, albeit clumsily, swaying as they flew, an innate talent of avian creatures. At last, an aerial legion of magical beasts was forming. Once they matured, the sight of 3,000 fire crows soaring together would surely be a spectacular spectacle. "Should we not bestow a name upon these 3,000 fire crows?" Shelley inquired. "Indeed, they deserve one. Let it be known as the Crowslayer Legion." for they shall extinguish the skies across 3,000 worlds, Chu Chen decided. Chapter 48. The Ghost Thorn Tree's Ascension to Transcendence. Observing the incessant chirping of the little fire crows, Chu Chen felt a slight headache. The cacophony of 3,000 fire crows was quite unbearable. Furthermore, it was evident that these fire crows could not thrive in the water. Even residing on the shore was unsuitable, as there were no appropriate cliffs nearby to provide them with a proper home. Where shall I place them? Chu Chen turned to Shelley for her counsel. My lord, fire crows are more suited to arid environments, ideally dwelling upon fiery trees or rocky outcrops, she replied. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Such locales were indeed optimal. However, within a kilometer radius of the lake, there was not a single suitable place. Just as he contemplated arranging for the fire crows to stay near the lake for ease of providing spiritual energy, the ghost thorn tree suddenly spoke up. Master, I am ready to transcend. Chu Chen was not surprised by this news. In fact, the ghost thorn tree had been capable of transcending shortly after Chu Chen upgraded the spirit lake. Yet it had chosen to expand its root system instead of pursuing that path. Do you require any assistance? He asked. Deep down, he understood that the ghost thorn tree's transcendence was a natural progression that required little intervention. None needed, Master. It is quite effortless, it replied. This statement would surely frustrate the dragon lizard, and those who remained trapped at the pinnacle of the mortal tier would be infuriated upon hearing it. However, for Chu Chen and the ghost thorn tree, transcending was indeed a simple affair. As Chu Chen sensed a tremor from beneath the ground, he quickly instructed Shelley to lead the fire crows away from the lake, while the dragon lizard hastily leaped from the ghost thorn tree's trunk to observe from a distance. The ghost thorn tree's trunk, which had only grown slightly since the destruction wrought by Elixis, now surged upward, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Simultaneously, numerous saplings began to sprout from the lakeside, rising to form a small, dense forest. Chu Chen carefully sensed the surroundings and realized that every tree grew identically, even sharing the same aura. In that instant, he comprehended the ghost thorn tree's intent. It aimed to cultivate a grove of ghost thorn trees along the bank, making it challenging for enemies to locate its true form. Furthermore, the trees on the shore were extensions of its root system, akin to the ghost thorn tree's hands, allowing it a broader range and means of attack. Given time, as the ghost thorn tree's roots spread throughout the lakeside, the entire area would be enveloped in a thicket of ghost thorn trees. Any outsider wishing to enter this grove and approach Chu Chen would require the ghost thorn tree's permission, thus providing Chu Chen with a protective barrier. Unlike before when he was completely exposed. In a matter of moments, a stretch of ghost thorn trees extending hundreds of meters rapidly formed before their eyes. Without waiting for Chu Chen's command, the little fire crows flapped their tiny wings and ascended to the branches. The vivid red of the fire crows perched upon the jet-black ghost thorn trees resembled iron trees blossoming. Master, now the fire crows have a place to roost. The ghost thorn tree announced, this time speaking directly rather than through soul transmission, allowing even the dragon lizard and Shelley to hear. How does it feel to be transcendent? My spiritual power feels significantly enhanced, and the number of thorns I can control has increased. Additionally, I have acquired a soul attack skill, which I shall name Soul Reaping. Oh, Soul Reaping, a skill that directly targets souls, is indeed formidable. It appears your strength has significantly improved, Chu Chen remarked. Not at all surprised that the ghost thorn tree had grasped such a skill, given its innate ability to consume souls. He then turned to the dragon lizard, who was standing some distance away with Shelley, visibly displeased. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Chen summoned a stream of water to pull the dragon lizard closer. How about I awaken your bloodline once more? The dragon lizard, having witnessed the painful awakening of other magical beasts, instinctively shook its head. However, upon recalling that the ghost thorn tree had already transcended while it remained in the mortal tier, it reluctantly nodded in agreement. With a smile, Chu Chen tossed it into the lake and swiftly activated the awakening skill before it could struggle to regain its footing. Suddenly, the dragon lizard shuddered, its wings flapping fiercely as it ascended into the sky. Its limbs and wings were undergoing a transformation, its entire body glowing a vivid red as if it had been cooked. Master, will you not bestow a blessing upon it? Chu Chen shook his head. If it endures this process unaided, the results will be far more significant. While my blessings could facilitate its awakening of bloodlines, the outcome would not be as effective. After all, it possesses a mutated bloodline. Whether it awakens the bloodline of the dragon or the lizard remains uncertain. The dragon lizard harbors both bloodlines within it. Naturally, the dragon's bloodline is more dominant. The lizard's bloodline, no matter how powerful its awakening, pales in comparison. Should I intervene recklessly? It might be compelled to choose the lizard's bloodline during its awakening, and although it could easily ascend to the extraordinary realm, its bloodline strength would be diminished significantly. The dragon lizard flew erratically, at times plummeting to the ground, then diving into the water and circling back into the sky, appearing quite fearsome, as if it were on the brink of explosion. However, Chu Chen was constantly attuned to its internal changes, and it remained relatively stable, posing no threat to its life. This state of agony persisted for over half an hour until the dragon lizard let out a piercing howl, exuding an aura of supremacy that frightened nearby magical beasts, including the 3,000 fire crows, into trembling submission. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames into the sky. Then, with a vigorous flap of its wings, it appeared several hundred meters away. In Chu Chen's perception, the dragon lizard had already attained an extraordinary aura, reveling in its newfound prowess. It seemed to have acquired the ability to breathe fire, with enhanced speed and distance in its teleportation, and its size had significantly increased, making it quite imposing at first glance. After displaying its might before Chu Chen and the thorny tree for a while, the dragon lizard, encouraged by Chu Chen's praise, scampered off to flaunt its newfound power to its 5 little subordinates. These 5 magical beasts, who had previously followed the dragon lizard with trepidation, now exhibited newfound boldness, often engaging in mischief alongside it. However, Chu Chen paid no heed to these trivial matters. He merely needed to provide ample resources. He lacked the energy to manage every little detail personally. Meanwhile, external forces were likely plotting to stealthily enter the desert in search of gems, while in the underground realm, Mikey faced challenges in his conquests. In the bloody battlefield of the underground world, Mikey's complexion turned pale as he faced his formidable opponents for the first time since following Chu Chen. After Chu Chen urged him to swiftly conquer the 1,000-mile territory of the Wangchuan River, Mikey had been tirelessly battling various enemies day and night. As Chu Chen had surmised, Mikey's Earth Spirit clan army was nearly invincible in this land. However, after he had thoroughly cleared the other races from the Wangchuan River basin, he encountered a particularly troublesome faction, one he had never heard of in all his years in the underground world. And he could guarantee that no one in the Earth Spirit clan had either. The opposing side consisted of only a dozen individuals, their bodies desiccated like dead wood, with only their eyes gleaming with an eerie blue light. They appeared suddenly after Mikey had dealt with the last of the fiercely resisting races, chanting incantations that summoned souls from the lifeless bodies on the ground. These soul entities, under the control of their masters, charged towards Mikey and his companions. Although they lacked physical forms, they could deliver tangible attacks, rendering the Earth Spirit warriors unable to retaliate. "What race are you? What is the meaning of your interference?" Mikey shouted in anger, seeking to extract information while urgently calling out to Chu Chen in his heart. Although these spirits could not inflict significant harm on the Earth Spirit warriors, the Earth Spirits were equally powerless against them. "You have crossed the boundary. Thus, you must perish," the leader of the opposing group stated nonchalantly, as though delivering a mere commonplace remark. Mikey's single eye narrowed. Although they could control the soul entities, the Earth Spirit clan possessed a unique innate skill that allowed them to concentrate their blood and soul into his eye, unleashing a divine light attack against the enemy, capable of inflicting damage even on soul entities. However, using this skill would also lead to the user's own demise. Determined, Mikey resolved to charge into battle alongside his men. Just then, he heard Chu Chen's voice echo in his mind. "Do not act impulsively. Let me assess the situation." To Mikey, Chu Chen's voice was like a heavenly melody, bringing him a sense of comfort. Amidst the astonished gazes of the opposing dozen, the Wangchuan River, which flowed beside them, suddenly surged, and from its depths emerged a figure formed of water. It was Chu Chen, who approached the group with an air of calm astonishment. The withered bodies, glowing blue eyes, and the ability to manipulate the souls of the deceased. It was none other than a lich, a being that had vanished from this continent for millennia, as remembered from the dark sorcerer's memories he had absorbed. Liches, often depicted in various texts as profoundly evil and powerful entities, utilized forbidden magic to render their souls nearly immortal, leading to frail physical forms. Yet, the bodies before him were merely vessels for their souls. Even if their current forms were destroyed, they could easily seek out new bodies. So, these are liches. How fascinating. This is my first encounter, Chu Chen remarked, his tone imbued with curiosity and devoid of fear. The opposing group was taken aback by his demeanor, given that liches possessed formidable souls and near-immortal lifespans. They were particularly drawn to the study of magic, leading to the development of powerful spells. Even in this world devoid of elemental forces, they had crafted formidable techniques through centuries of research, asserting their dominance. They expected that since Chu Chen recognized their identities, he would be filled with trepidation. Since you are aware of our identity, you should take your own life, lest we are compelled to act. Engaging with such insignificant beings is exceedingly dull. It was known that liches could not reproduce, suggesting that these liches had likely been trapped in this underground world for at least a millennium, surviving to the present day, making the earth spirits seem trivial by comparison. The water figure created by Chu Chen smirked, displaying an alluring smile. He glanced at the soul entities controlled by the liches and waved his hand, sending a torrent of river water cascading over them. The soul entities disintegrated like lime meeting water, writhing in agony. Within moments, hundreds of soul entities dissipated into the air. What a joke! Playing with souls before the Wangshuan River is futile. In my past life, this river was the route to the underworld, entombing countless souls. Though it may not be as fearsome in this life, these newly formed soul entities are pathetically insufficient. What manner of power is this? The previously expressionless faces of the dozen individuals finally betrayed a flicker of emotion, their dry skin contorting grotesquely. It is said that liches are immortal. Is that true? Chu Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he posed another question with a hint of amusement. While I am uncertain how you dispersed those souls, I assure you that the smallest among us has lived for nearly a millennium. I cannot claim to be immortal, yet I am not easily vanquished. Oh, in the outside world, perhaps, but here, it may not be so difficult, Chu Chen replied, and suddenly, a rope materialized from the Wangshuan River, binding one of the liches. The water of the Wangshuan River, when used for binding, ensnared not just the body but also the soul within. Although these liches were adept in magic, they were stymied by the absence of elemental forces in this world, and Chu Chen's binding spell approached the realm of laws, striking swiftly, far beyond the lich's capacity to evade. The bound lich felt as though its very soul was ensnared by the rope, rendering escape impossible. Who are you, to possess such power? The lich leader, witnessing the state of his ensnared comrade, was filled with dread. I am no great figure, and I am not of this world, Chu Chen declared, delivering a stunning revelation that left the liches speechless. Chapter 50. Subduing the lich. If one were to inquire of any sentient being in this subterranean realm regarding the place they most yearn to visit in their lifetime, a staggering 90% would harbor idyllic fantasies of the world beyond. Among the myriad races, the liches stand out as the most fervent in their desire to escape, for their obsession lies with magic, which in this world holds no dominion. Yet, there exists an even more significant reason. Do you hail from the world above? The lich leader inquired, his voice brimming with excitement. Chu Chen cast a nonchalant glance at him. I dislike reiterating what has already been stated. The lich leader, regaining a semblance of composure, retorted, impossible. Those from the outside world cannot enter here. They would never allow anyone to breach this realm. Who are these individuals that confine you here? Chu Chen probed. Confinement? Who could possibly hold us captive? We are merely deceived by those vile miscreants. The ones you speak of, could they possibly be from the Holy Light Temple? Chu Chen speculated, observing the lich's growing agitation at the mere mention of the temple. Your tone suggests you are not affiliated with the Holy Light Temple. However, I am intrigued, if you are not of their ilk. How then do you possess knowledge of our existence and manage to infiltrate this subterranean world? In truth, Chu Chen's awareness of the liches was fortuitous. He had absorbed the soul of a dark sorcerer who had inadvertently acquired a nefarious forbidden technique, one that could transform him into a lich-like being, rendering his soul immortal. Your existence is hardly a secret, and accessing this underground realm is not a challenge for me. Not only can I enter, but I can also depart with ease. Upon hearing this, the lich's eyes ignited with fervent brilliance, their azure glow casting an enchanting light upon the earth spirits behind Chu Chen, who began to exhibit signs of bewilderment. Chu Chen's sharp cry roused the earth spirits from their stupor. He then instructed Meiji, take them back for now. I shall manage the situation here. Remember, do not let any word slip. Complying with Chu Chen's command, Meiji led the warriors away, harboring no concerns for Chu Chen's safety. In his eyes, Chu Chen was akin to a deity, and he was certain that these seemingly enigmatic liches posed no threat to him. I shall not dance around the subject any longer. You are ancient beings who have lived for millennia. I understand that you were once formidable, but in this subterranean world, you are merely slightly superior to the earth spirits. I intend to unify this underworld, and I propose that you assist me. Within a decade, I shall lead you out of here. What say you? The liches glared at Chu Chen with indignation, astonished that such an unremarkable individual would dare to suggest that they, the illustrious liches, become his subordinates. The lich leader regarded Chu Chen coldly. You wish to subdue us? On what grounds should we trust that you can lead us out? Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen sensed a glimmer of hope. The liches, in comparison to the earth spirits, possessed an even greater yearning to escape this realm. Once esteemed sorcerers, they now languished in this dim, oppressive underground world, stripped of their magic, forced to endure a wretched existence. They had genuinely savored the splendors of the outside world and the euphoria that power could bestow. This sensation, they revisited daily over the centuries to stave off the risk of forgetting their adversaries and identities in such a squalid environment. Whether you believe or not, this is your singular opportunity. It would be quite simple to dispose of you. As Chu Chen spoke, the waters of the river of oblivion behind him surged forth, cascading towards the liches in an overwhelming torrent. The liches perceived not merely a river, but an entire world bearing down upon them, immobilized by fear, unable to flee. Suddenly, the oppressive pressure dissipated, the dark river returned to its tranquil state, flowing silently. Very well, I shall wager upon this. I will serve you for 10 years, provided you lead us out. While some liches remained reluctant, the leader promptly interjected, my words reflect only my personal conviction. We have shared millennia of camaraderie. I shall not coerce you. Yet, whether it be 10 years or a century, what does it matter to us? If there exists even the slightest chance, I shall not relinquish it. One does not ascend to the position of lich leader without possessing exceptional resolve. This decisiveness is indeed a rarity in the world. To become a lich requires not only extraordinary talent, but also a willingness to forsake one's corporeal form. Not every sorcerer is inclined to abandon the pleasures of the flesh. After a moment of silent exchange, the liches ultimately knelt in unison, expressing their willingness to heed their leader's instructions. The lich leader then knelt before Chu Chen, declaring, my lord, I, Bartlett, pledge to bring the lich race under your dominion. As long as you can lead us out, we shall obey your command for these 10 years. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very well, Bartlett, rise. I harbor no grand expectations here. Are there but a few of you liches remaining? Indeed, my lord, the lich responded. Our clan comprises over 100, yet these few are the mightiest among us. The rest are scarcely stronger than Meiji. Chu Chen was further impressed by the liches. 100 individuals, with the weakest on par with Meiji, still wielding such formidable power despite the loss of elemental might. Truly, they were legendary entities of a millennium. Did you all arrive here for a specific purpose? To confront Meiji, it seems, you need not have summoned your strongest forces. There must be a more pressing matter at hand. Indeed, my lord, we did not come for the earth spirits. Rather, 2 of our kin perished nearby, their very souls extinguished. Therefore, we ventured here to investigate. The ability to annihilate beings as unique as liches and obliterate their souls is a matter of grave concern. It is not surprising that the entire clan's might would be mobilized in response. The one capable of utterly vanquishing a lich must possess significant prowess. Have you gleaned any insights? Bartlett pondered before replying. We have unearthed some clues, yet the matter is complex, and it may pertain to you, my lord. Oh, how does it relate to me? Pray, enlighten me. Chapter 51. The Kingdom of the Underground World. Through Bartlett's elucidation, Chu Chen came to grasp the situation. After several days of meticulous searching by Bartlett and his cohort, they had unearthed no clues nor located the bodies of their kin. Eventually, they stumbled upon the enigmatic river of oblivion and, following its course, discovered markings left by 2 of their kin on the riverbank. They had inscribed a message with their soul force before their demise. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. What does that signify? Bartlett responded with rare gravity. Rest in peace is a kingdom within this subterranean realm, and it is the sole significant power in this underworld. Now it was Chu Chen's turn to be astonished. A kingdom existed within the underworld? Was it not backed by the Holy Light Temple? In such an environment, the inhabitants were likely individuals of banishment, akin to what the Earth Spirit leader had indicated, criminals. Chu Chen understood that the Holy Light Temple must surely have vested interests in this place. The existence of such a formidable kingdom could not be devoid of their influence. Whether the Holy Light Temple had directly established this kingdom or had enlisted the aid of the original inhabitants of the underworld remained uncertain. Chu Chen surmised that they had likely co-opted a certain faction to establish this power, allowing them to surveil the entire subterranean realm discreetly. My lord is indeed astute. The forces behind the Kingdom of Rest and Peace are none other than the Holy Light Temple, though they have yet to acknowledge this truth. Then why did they slay your kin? Bartlett offered a wry smile. In that instant, Chu Chen comprehended the underlying motives. Bartlett led a cadre of liches, the oldest beings in the underworld, whose power was considerable even in this realm. The Kingdom of Rest and Peace, having failed to recruit the liches, likely resorted to threats. Furthermore, it was plausible that the Holy Light Temple sought control over the liches, given their invaluable contributions to magical research. Our Lich clan has long evaded the Kingdom of Rest and Peace, which had previously refrained from applying excessive pressure. Yet, for reasons unknown, they have suddenly taken action. Chu Chen's gaze darkened as he remarked, "It is likely due to the impending struggle for belief." Bartlett nodded in agreement. That could only be the reason. My esteemed lord, your ambition to unify the entire underworld faces a singular obstacle, the Empire of Anshi. With the forces of the Earth Spirit clan alongside our Lich clan, the odds against Anshi appear evenly matched. However, considering the backing of the Holy Light Temple, we may not stand a chance. Chu Chen smiled and remarked, "Though the Empire of Anshi has the Holy Light Temple behind it, do not forget that you have me as your ally." He then inquired, "Pray tell, what manner of entity is this Empire of Anshi, and which race does it primarily comprise?" Through Atrit's elucidation, Chu Chen learned that the Empire of Anshi was, astonishingly, composed of a legion of skeletons. Yet, as skeletons are dark beings, they should naturally be enemies of the Holy Light Temple. It was indeed peculiar that the skeleton lord would accept the temple's overtures. Chu Chen sensed an unseen web at play, one that, while not directed at him, would inevitably lead to his encounter with it. Whether it be a struggle to the death or the breaking of the web, Chu Chen was prepared to engage. He instructed Atrit to return to their clan and gather all the liches, relocating them to the territory of the Earth Spirit clan. Henceforth, the Earth Spirit clan's forces would include over 100 formidable sorcerers. Yet, the liches were not to be commanded by Mikey. Instead, they would execute only the tasks assigned by Chu Chen. Consequently, Mikey retained command over the Earth Spirit clan and the additional warriors from other tribes, able to seek the liches' assistance in emergencies but unable to command them. System, I wish to extend the Forgotten River by 2,000 meters. Chu Chen expended energy points to accomplish this, aiming to leverage the river's concealment to establish an advantage and gather intelligence before confronting the Empire of Anshi. During this period, all corpses obtained from Mikey's campaigns were cast into the Forgotten River, ultimately yielding over 1,000 skeleton warriors. To his surprise, the Empire of Anshi also employed skeleton warriors, which presented an opportunity. Chu Chen stealthily concealed 1,000 skeleton warriors within the Forgotten River and infiltrated them into the Empire of Anshi, awaiting the perfect moment for them to strike. Although these skeleton warriors possessed limited intelligence and could only follow basic commands, this very limitation ensured that they would remain unnoticed amidst the Empire's ranks. It was not until they encountered an extraordinary skeleton in the wilderness that their presence was acknowledged. Without hesitation, the extraordinary skeleton incorporated Chu Chen's warriors into its own ranks and returned to camp. Chu Chen, seeing this, chose not to concern himself further. These skeletons would never rebel against him, and he would issue commands when the time was ripe. The immediate task was to consolidate the territories and forces already acquired, thereby forming a more formidable army, particularly now, facing enemies who were also skeletons, hardy and unyielding. Engaging them in direct combat would lead to significant losses for Mikey's forces. However, Chu Chen understood that his Forgotten River could produce skeleton soldiers, granting him insight into their nature. The most effective means of vanquishing these skeletons was through soul attacks. Unfortunately, the Earth Spirit clan warriors lacked such capabilities, while the liches, though proficient, were too few in number for large-scale combat. Chu Chen devised a compromise, utilizing the waters of the Forgotten River to forge weapons. His river water possessed potent lethality against souls, and he believed the liches could craft one-time-use weapons from it. Atrit cautiously procured some refined river water, recalling how Chu Chen had previously used it to eliminate soul entities, an essential aspect for the lich's existence. After a week of intensive research, the liches discovered a method to infuse the waters of the Forgotten River into the Earth Spirit Clan's weapons. Thus, the underworld commenced a frenzy of weapon reprocessing. Although the liches were not particularly adept at this and lacked elemental power, the abundant supply of river water allowed for a relatively swift process, with all weapons expected to be completed within half a month. Chapter 52. The Gathering Storm in the Desert. On the periphery of a desolate ancient city in the desert, a senior mercenary respectfully announced, "Captain, we are ready to depart." "Indeed, let us proceed," replied a robust man, revealing a gleaming golden mercenary badge on his shoulder, a testament to his esteemed status. Within the vast organization of mercenaries that spanned the continent, mercenaries primarily elevated their ranks through contributions ranging from bronze, silver, and gold to diamond, orange light, with most operating independently, though many formed various brigades categorized into C, B, A, and S ranks. This mercenary brigade comprised around 300 members, led by a gold-ranked mercenary, indicating he was at least a legendary tier warrior, suggesting that the brigade was at least B rank. Thus a formidable force. Their trajectory led them deeper into the desert, and they were not alone. Numerous other brigades followed suit. In addition to the myriad of mercenary groups, various other factions openly raced toward the desert or stealthily infiltrated its depths. "Deputy Captain, shall we not greet the elves before entering?" queried one of the members. Deputy Captain Bolton's expression flickered with displeasure but was quickly masked. "No need. The elves are undoubtedly aware of our intentions. Let us hasten. We cannot allow those lesser races to seize what is rightfully ours." With that, Bolton spurred his horse forward, compelling the others to follow. Bolton regarded two individuals nearby, silently vowing, "Humph, I know you two are loyal followers of the captain, daring to question my decisions. I shall deal with you both in due time." As the deputy captain of the Holy Light Temple's Paladin Corps, possessing legendary strength, he was merely one of 5 deputies and the least favored among them, particularly due to the prowess of the two individuals beside him, who only heeded the captain's commands and often questioned Bolton's. He pondered why he was tasked with leading such a crucial mission while the captain was absent, accompanied by 2 others. This was his chance to prove himself. If he could aid the Holy Light Temple in acquiring the treasure, perhaps he might ascend to sole command of the Paladin Corps. It appeared that various factions had synchronously entered the desert in the past few days. Meanwhile, the Sand Legion, covertly stationed throughout the desert, had already received word, with numerous tribesmen riding their red flame wind horses to report to Chu Chen. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside matters of the underworld and focus on the immediate predicament. These factions, intent on locating the Life Stone, would not relent until they succeeded, eventually searching the lake area. While Chu Chen felt unperturbed, the ghost thorn trees and the 3,000 fire ravens were conspicuous, and the Sand Legion, scattered across the desert, risked being targeted by mercenaries as prey. Among the arriving factions were many legendary figures. Although the Sand Legion was formidable, they were no match for such legendary powers. It was imperative to devise a strategy to divert these factions' attention, lest they inadvertently obliterate his Sand Legion. "My lord, why not assist them in finding the Life Stone?" suggested the ghost thorn tree, observing Chu Chen's troubled expression. Having advanced to the extraordinary tier, the ghost thorn tree's intellect had significantly surged, now rivaling that of the most sagacious beings. Chu Chen found wisdom in the tree's suggestion. If these individuals discovered the whereabouts of the Life Stone, they would cease their aimless excavation of the desert. Having consumed the genuine Life Stone, he could not produce another. Yet without a Life Stone, how could he convince them? He contemplated the liches. Centuries of research had endowed them with profound knowledge of magic. Perhaps, with his ample spiritual energy, they could concoct a counterfeit resembling the Life Stone. If they could deceive even a fraction of the seekers, the rumor would spread, and whether true or false, they would not abandon their pursuit. Descending into the Forgotten River, he summoned the Lich leader, Bartlett. "Bartlett, are you familiar with the Life Stone of the Elves?" After a moment's reflection, Bartlett replied, "I have heard of the Life Stone, but it is not of the elves, it belongs to the gnomes." Chu Chen understood clearly that the reason for the goblins being overpowered by the elf clan could be attributed to their inherent weakness compared to the elves. Do you possess any means to fabricate a stone of life that merely resembles the original? He inquired. Bartlett scratched his head, despite the absence of hair atop it. I need to return and confer with my kin. Chu Chen nodded, confident that the Lich would devise a solution, as it only required a semblance of authenticity. Indeed, within half a day, the Lich clan had formulated a concrete plan. My lord, we have devised a method, but the creation necessitates a substantial infusion of spiritual energy. The more abundant the energy, the more convincingly it will imitate the stone of life. Spiritual energy is not a concern. Expedite the process. I have immediate use for it. Chu Chen affirmed, departing the subterranean realm. He summoned Shelley and recalled Talon. Have there been any recent movements from the elf clan? Talon, who had not returned to the lake for quite some time, felt a warm familiarity upon seeing Chu Chen. In response to the inquiry, he respectfully replied, reporting to you, Divine One, there have been no significant activities from the elf clan. However, not long ago, a group of humans ventured toward the elf forest, though their intentions remain unclear. Those capable of entering the elf forest must belong to a formidable faction, possibly linked to the Stone of Life. Moreover, given Talon's current mortal status, it would be easy for an elf warrior to remain undetected. He can only monitor large-scale troop movements. I summoned you to train the fire crows outside. With the ample spiritual energy provided by Chu Chen, they have grown rapidly and are now comparable to mature fire crows. Talon can certainly train them to develop some combat prowess. Chapter 53. Shelley's mission to tempt legendary warriors with the task of training the fire crows entrusted to Talon. The ghost thorn trees also pondered how to coordinate their attacks with the fire crows. Meanwhile, Chu Chen continued discussions with Shelley regarding another matter. Numerous factions have ventured into the desert, including several legendary tier warriors. I require your assistance in a perilous task. Please, my lord, command me. I shall see it through. She replied, knowing she had little choice but to comply. I need you to lure a faction here. One that cannot exceed 1,000 in number and must include a legendary tier warrior. It was indeed a tall order to send Shelley, who had just recently achieved the transcendent level 10, to entice a faction with a legendary tier warrior. However, given that Shelley was the only capable individual at his disposal, Chu Chen had no other options. He believed that, with her abilities, merely enticing them should be within reach. Shelley nodded, albeit with a bitter taste in her mouth. Luring a legendary warrior was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Do not fret, as long as you can bring him here. You are aware of my healing capabilities. Additionally, I will provide you with an object that will cause anyone who sees it to pursue you relentlessly. Chu Chen said, producing a green orb from the lake, identical in appearance to the Stone of Life, though devoid of any energy fluctuations, merely an ordinary orb upon deeper inspection. Shelley, intrigued, questioned, will this orb suffice to convincingly masquerade as the Stone of Life? Yet, Chu Chen refrained from elaborating, channeling vast spiritual energy into the orb until it reached its limits. At that moment, the orb transformed. The previously dull surface now radiated a vibrant green hue, with faint images of trees growing and rivers flowing across its surface. Shelley sensed the orb emanating a robust life force. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have believed it to be the genuine Stone of Life. With this orb in hand, Shelley could indeed lure a legendary warrior, though she remained puzzled about Chu Chen's true intentions. Proceed with your task. You will soon uncover the reasons behind it. Chu Chen left her in suspense, choosing not to divulge further details. Shelley dared not press for more information, clutching the orb as she hastened away. In the vast expanse of the desert, Shelley's quest to identify a suitable faction was not overly challenging. But ensuring her own survival while evading a legendary warrior posed a significant threat. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of a hidden valley, the mercenary group previously seen in the ancient city had made their appearance. Captain, shall we rest here for the night? My comrades have scouted the area and found a horde of magical beasts, seemingly well organized, numbering just over 1,000. We might even have a sumptuous dinner with some exquisite wood spirit deer. Captain Payne nodded in agreement, accepting his subordinate's suggestion. To a B-class mercenary group, 1,000 magical beasts posed little threat. With their captain's approval, the mercenaries felt rejuvenated after a long day of aimless searching, eager to find a place to rest. Although they regarded the magical beasts with disdain, They proceeded into the valley with discipline, forming an organized formation rather than rushing in chaotically. The magical beasts, part of Chu Chen's sand army, had already sensed the intruders, led by 2 ordinary clan members. Both were at the 6th level of mortal tier, and the 1,000-strong magical beasts were only at the 4th and 5th levels. The mercenary group boasted not only legendary warriors, but also many transcendent ones, leaving the 2 ordinary clan members feeling desperate as they silently prayed to Chu Chen while organizing the beasts for a final stand. Chu Chen sensed the 2 clan members' calls for help, but could not intervene directly. Instead, he relayed the valley's location to Shelley, who happened to be nearby. This mercenary group was not the ideal choice for Shelley, but there was no alternative. To abstain would mean watching the Sand Army meet a tragic fate. She chose to obey Chu Chen's command, summoned her flying carpet, and swiftly approached the valley. Upon reaching the valley's outskirts, the slaughter within had already commenced. With no time to rescue anyone, Shelley directly cast a diversionary explosive scroll into the fray. Captain Payne had already spotted the woman when she tossed the scroll. He made no move to stop her. However, when he beheld the green orb in her hand, his eyes reddened and his breath quickened. The orb bore an uncanny resemblance to the rumored stone of life, and he could sense a rich life force emanating from it. Seeing Payne's reaction, Shelley did not glance back, turning instead toward the lake. Payne immediately pursued her, urging his men to follow without delay. Though his comrades were reluctant to abandon their quarry, the allure of the orb made it clear that it might indeed be the stone of life, prompting them to forsake the magical beasts and follow suit. Legendary tier practitioners could utilize various means of flight. Payne, a swordsman, opted not to manifest energy wings like other swordsmen, but instead leaped across the ground with the agility of a monkey, each jump propelling him forward like a cannonball. Faster than flying, Shelley, discarding scrolls as if they were worthless, found that Payne effortlessly deflected them with a mere flick of his sword, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. In the pursuit, Shelley hastily accelerated several times, blood seeping from her lips, while Payne remained relentless, cursing under his breath. It baffled him that a mere transcendent woman could elude him for so long, questioning where she acquired such an array of peculiar scrolls and techniques. Although he found it odd that she would willingly reveal her stone of life, he believed there must be a hidden agenda. Convinced that a mere transcendent scheme could not possibly affect him, suddenly, they approached a pitch-black, silent forest, into which Shelley vanished without a trace. Payne halted at the forest's edge, sensing that Shelley had lured him there intentionally. Yet, according to his perception, the forest contained only 3,000 fire crows, with no other formidable threats. Nevertheless, he resolved to wait for the entire mercenary group before entering the forest. This forest was not expansive. Behind it lay a vast lake. And in his perception, Shelley lingered near the lake's edge, showing no signs of escape. Chapter 54. The Annihilation of the Mercenary Group Captain. Should we send our men in to scout the area? The members of the mercenary group finally arrived, each one panting heavily from exhaustion. Payne contemplated for a moment and decided it would be best to enter together, urging everyone to stay vigilant, for something surely lay hidden within. The members of Payne's mercenary group assumed their usual formation and entered the thorny forest, with Payne bringing up the rear to maintain order. As Shelley dashed into the thorny forest, Chu Chen summoned his spiritual energy to heal her wounds, instructing her to recuperate by the shore. The subsequent events were entrusted to the fire ravens and the thorny trees. As Chu Chen was eager to observe the level of proficiency that Tyren had instilled in the fire ravens over the past few days. With 3,000 fire ravens and the thorny trees facing a B-rank mercenary group, Chu Chen believed that as long as Payne did not intervene, they could hold their ground. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, keeping a watchful eye on Payne, for a single strike from such a legendary figure could easily annihilate the fire ravens he had painstakingly nurtured. As the mercenary members advanced to the heart of the thorny trees, Tyren, who had been lying in ambush, began orchestrating the fire ravens' assault. The mercenaries had anticipated the fire ravens' fiery onslaught, and the initial wave of flames was effortlessly intercepted. However, these 3,000 fire ravens had undergone Tyren's training, focusing solely on the continuous emission of flames. In this area rich in spiritual energy, the fire ravens replenished their power swiftly. While the mercenaries required magic and fighting spirit needed to be drawn from the environment, a process that could not keep pace with the fire ravens. Tyren intended to wear down the mercenaries through relentless attrition. The mercenaries felt frustrated, initially believing that the Fire Raven's fiery barrage would be temporary and that they could soon retaliate. They were unprepared for the fact that these were not the ordinary beasts they had encountered before, but rather trained warriors. The 3,000 Fire Ravens coordinated their attacks, with at least 500 to 600 of them unleashing fireballs simultaneously. Consequently, the 300 mercenary members found themselves unable to counterattack. The mages in their ranks sought opportunities to strike at the Fire Ravens, but these creatures remained perched high in the trees, which themselves were peculiar and constantly shifting positions, rendering any assault nearly impossible. After half an hour of stalemate, Pain grew impatient and ordered, "Hasten our pace. Resolve this quickly." He felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, leading him to refrain from acting recklessly and instead focused on urging his subordinates to deal with the Fire Ravens swiftly. Upon receiving their leader's command, half of the mercenaries withdrew from defense while the others provided support. Those who had retreated joined the offensive, momentarily disrupting the rhythm of the Fire Raven's attacks. Despite Tyron's attempts to encourage a steady output, it proved challenging to maintain the same level of firepower as before. At this juncture, the thorny trees initiated their attack. Thorny spikes shot forth from the trees, targeting the mercenaries. Although they were unaware of the strength of these spikes, they did not underestimate the threat and assigned a portion of their number to defend against them, yet they still underestimated the thorny trees. The spikes were exceptionally treacherous. Even when intercepted, they possessed a soul-penetrating attack, inflicting significant injuries on dozens of mercenaries who attempted to block them, causing them to cough up blood. More spikes followed, and with the Fire Ravens responding by intensifying their assault, the mercenaries found themselves once again on the brink of being overwhelmed. At this critical moment, Pain had no choice but to intervene. Incompetence. Do I really need to personally handle such trifles? It felt quite humiliating for a legendary tier figure to step in against mere mundane beasts. With a swift motion of his greatsword, he unleashed a blade of energy at the Fire Ravens in the trees. However, something faster emerged from the forest, a wall of water that intercepted his attack and shielded the Fire Ravens behind it. You have finally shown yourself. Pain recognized the individual who had lured him here. Although he had not yet discerned the exact location of this person, he was determined to obtain the life stone. Chu Chen remained indifferent, choosing not to act, thus allowing the standoff to persist. Eventually, Pain could no longer wait and moved toward the back of the forest. His mercenaries wished to follow but were halted by Pain, who suspected that the one daring enough to lure him here was at least of legendary status. Faced with such a formidable foe, he believed his subordinates would only serve as a liability. Ultimately, Pain arrived at the edge of a lake, where he spotted Shelley tending to her injuries. "Hand over the life stone, and I will spare you." He was convinced that Chu Chen was concealed beneath the lake, as it was the only location he could not probe for specifics. Noticing that Chu Chen remained unresponsive, he turned his attention to Shelley, intending to threaten her to draw out the hidden figure. However, before he could act, he felt his limbs suddenly grow sluggish, encased in ice, expelling his fighting spirit. He shattered the ice, shaking off the encumbrance, and rushed toward Shelley. At that moment, a massive ice arrow shot forth from the water, aimed directly at him. Undeterred, he swung his greatsword with all his might. A resounding crash echoed as the ice arrow shattered, but Pain was sent reeling backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Though he had destroyed the ice arrow, he had sustained injuries in the process. Before he could catch his breath, several water chains emerged from the depths, ensnaring him. This was Chu Chen's water binding technique. Pain deftly maneuvered to evade the chains, continuing his advance towards Shelley. 2 more ice arrows were launched at him, and this time he did not dare to underestimate them, employing a sword technique known as Gale Slash, channeling a blade of energy toward the arrows. Dealing with a legendary tier is indeed no simple task, Chu Chen thought to himself. It seems I must unleash my full strength and resolve this swiftly. With a surge of pressure, a formidable wave of water surged toward Pain, causing his fighting spirit to waver. Ice arrow, water binding, ice chains, come forth. The 3 spells converged upon him, and under the influence of the water pressure, Pain found himself momentarily flustered. Yet the onslaught did not cease. Chu Chen unleashed his most powerful attack, Water Dragon Roar. A water dragon erupted from the lake, roaring as it charged at Pain. Alarmed, he summoned all his strength to defend against it. However, Chu Chen was not finished. He executed the technique 3 times in succession, and due to the instantaneous nature of the System S skills, 3 water dragons surged forth almost simultaneously. Pain barely managed to fend off 1 water dragon, but the remaining 2 struck him with devastating force, annihilating him entirely. The once mighty leader of a legendary B-rank mercenary group met his demise by the shores of an inconspicuous lake, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 55. The Commotion in the Desert. 2 life stones. Chu Chen drew the remnants of Pain's shattered form into the lake. A legendary figure still held considerable value and energy. After absorbing Pain's memories, including his life experiences, cultivation techniques, and sword skills, they flooded into Chu Chen's consciousness. He then entrusted Pain's soul to the thorny tree for consumption. Simultaneously, he stowed Pain's great sword in his storage space, along with numerous valuable items from Pain's storage scroll, which he hastily tossed into the system space without examination. Outside, more than 300 members of Pain's mercenary group remained, hearing only the sounds of battle echoing from within. Despite their confidence in their leader, the sudden silence and absence of Pain stirred unease among them. The Fire Ravens, once poised for attack under Tyron's command, were now held at bay, resulting in a tense standoff where neither side dared to make a move. Upon receiving a command from Chu Chen, Tyron nodded, prompting the Fire Ravens to spring into action. The mercenaries, witnessing the Fire Ravens mobilize, quickly readied themselves for defense. Indeed, the Fire Ravens launched a new wave of assault with even greater ferocity, creating significant turmoil for the mercenary group, albeit with less organization than before, leading to intermittent lapses in their offensive capabilities. The vice captain of the mercenary group, puzzled, organized their defense and counteroffensive while contemplating the situation. The fighting within had ceased, yet their leader had not emerged, suggesting that both sides may have suffered considerable losses. He speculated that their leader might have perished, yet the enemy could also be incapacitated. Perhaps it was time to gamble. The life stone might very well be within his grasp. The vice captain's ambition swelled rapidly. Brothers, listen well. The captain has communicated with me. He has dealt with his opponent and commands us to launch an immediate assault, he declared, brandishing several scrolls and casting them forth. As others heeded his rallying cry, they surged forward with fervor, retrieving their treasured scrolls. In an instant, the pressure on the Crow army escalated, leading to a disarray where many of the Fire Crows suffered injuries. At this juncture, the Ghost Thorn Tree made its move. Its soul attacks were indeed formidable, ensnaring numerous mercenaries who found their reactions sluggish and their heads throbbing painfully, rendering them nearly incapacitated. The tide of battle shifted once more, forcing the mercenary group into a defensive stance. Observing the dire situation, the vice captain realized that continuing the fight would only lead to their demise at the hands of these seemingly tireless Fire Crows. Thus, he resolved to withdraw while they still had the strength to do so. Acting decisively, he commanded a retreat, instructing the entire team to exit the fray and await the captain outside. What? The captain is still inside. How can we leave him? Some protested. You just said the captain ordered us to charge in. Others echoed. Brothers, let us muster our strength and rush in to aid the captain in seizing the treasure. With gold and women, our fortunes will be made. The mercenaries held a deep trust in their captain, leading many to oppose the vice captain's retreat order. Seeing their defiance, the vice captain muttered, Damn it, if you want to court death, stay here. With that, he fled with a handful of his loyal followers, while the majority, believing his earlier words, chose to charge back into the fray. Once it was confirmed that the vice captain had escaped, Chu Chen wasted no time. A flurry of ice arrows rained down, leaving the remaining mercenaries lifeless on the ground. After the magic dragon gecko and ghost thorn tree feasted on the fallen, their bodies were consumed by the lake. My lord, did you intentionally let them escape to draw more individuals here, solely for the sake of the sand-submerging army? Shelley asked, perplexed. Although the sand-submerging army was significant, they were merely beasts, and Chu Chen could easily cultivate new ones if he could just retrieve the barbarian tribes. The sand-submerging army is merely a secondary concern. It is actually about you, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Me? Shelley was even more confused. Chu Chen, exasperated, remarked, It's that life stone you brought. If I don't seize this opportunity to resolve it, I will forever be under the elves' scrutiny, and my misfortune will soon follow. In truth, Chu Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. The life stone held considerable value for him. Though Shelley was curious about how Chu Chen intended to resolve this, she refrained from probing further, realizing the gravity of her association with such a mysterious figure. Meanwhile, on a desolate hill not far from the ghost thorn forest. The recently escaped vice captain and his companions stealthily observed the situation within. After a lengthy wait without any sign of movement, the vice captain concluded, "It appears they have all perished within. Likely, the captain met the same fate." Patting his chest, he continued, "Thankfully, my wisdom led me to flee quickly, otherwise, you would all have perished." Those around him feigned smiles while internally scoffing at his cowardice. "What shall we do now?" inquired a mercenary with a shifty demeanor, frowning as he contemplated their uncertain future. With the captain dead, their group was effectively disbanded, leaving them to follow this timid vice-captain once more. The vice-captain stroked his chin, a conniving smile spreading across his face. "I have an idea. Let us profit from this." With that, he led his companions away. Thus, a new faction emerged in the wasteland, boldly proclaiming their knowledge of the Life Stone's whereabouts and selling this information for 10,000 gold coins. Those entering the fray were all affluent figures who found the price trivial, resulting in considerable profit for the vice-captain. "Our captain is indeed resourceful. In just a couple of days, we've earned over 100,000 gold coins, enough to last us a lifetime," he exclaimed, proudly patting his companion on the shoulder. "Let us move to the next faction. I've heard the Paladin Order is nearby." On a barren hillside, members of the Paladin Order were resting, surrounded by patches of blood and charred remnants. "Do they not understand their station? How dare these insignificant ants demand money from me?" Bolton said disdainfully, casting a glance at the ground before losing interest. "Since we have news about the Life Stone, whether true or false, we should investigate," suggested Shandy, the chief of the vanguard. Just as Bolton pondered whether to proceed, a knight returned from scouting. "Vice-Captain, we have gathered intelligence regarding the Life Stone. It was reportedly seen near the center of the abyss of 10,000 demons." How can there be two conflicting pieces of information?" Bolton frowned, noting that both locations were highly specific, leaving him unable to discern the truth. "Vice-Captain, it seems both rumors have spread widely. We should split our forces and depart swiftly. Otherwise, we risk being outpaced." Shandy, sensing Bolton's hesitation, urged him to act. With no better options surfacing, Bolton nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. Blake's Arrangement. "My lord, my kin have gathered news. The word of the Life Stone is spreading. Some say it is with you, while others claim it lies in the abyss of 10,000 demons." Talon rushed to inform Chu Chen of the information brought by his tribe. Chu Chen was taken aback, realizing that someone had fabricated a false Life Stone to lure people elsewhere. "This works to my advantage. It alleviates my burdens." After contemplation, the ghost thorn tree remarked, "The other rumor is likely a ploy by the elves." Chu Chen concurred. Having held the Life Stone for so long, the elves could easily craft a replica, and with many beasts under their command, disseminating this information would be effortless. Their strategy was cunning, by diverting everyone to the abyss. They not only avoided losses, but also ensured that the beasts therein would face dire consequences for defying their commands. Yet they had not anticipated that you would publicly disclose your possession of the Life Stone, which would surely provoke their ire. Chu Chen chuckled, recognizing the serendipitous twist. The elves had inadvertently aided him, and he was eager to see how they would manage the fallout. He surmised that many powerful outsiders would soon arrive, and the elves, aware of the genuine presence of the Life Stone, would attempt to obstruct them. Ultimately, whether it be the elves or the external factions that triumphed, the Life Stone would not remain in his possession. Among the elves, including Blake, hundreds of elven warriors bore grave expressions. Blake was listening to a report from an elf when his previously confident demeanor shifted dramatically. "What did you say? The news of the Life Stone near the lake has leaked?" Damn it. He could hardly fathom that Chu Chen would reveal such information after acquiring the Life Stone. Other legendary tier beings were equally troubled, as this development diverged sharply from their plans. "What should we do, Blake? Those individuals are heading for the lake. We must decide quickly, or the object may indeed be snatched by outsiders. It's all your fault for proposing this disastrous idea. Had we acted as I suggested and seized it from that sneaky human lurking beneath the lake, we wouldn't be in this predicament," a fellow legendary elf complained. With an icy gaze, Blake's handsome face hardened. "This plan was personally approved by the Elven King. If you disagree, take your grievances to him. For now, you will follow my orders." The complaining elf, recalling the Elven King, dared not protest further and averted his gaze. After surveying the situation, Blake issued new orders. "Given the current circumstances, we must adapt our strategy. Carlo, Take 100 of our kin to the abyss and create the appearance of attempting to seize the life stone. We cannot allow them to suspect our true intentions." Carlo nodded and promptly departed with his contingent. Clarence returned to the tribe immediately and informed the king of the situation, requesting that several members of the Dark Forest come to the wasteland to intercept those heading for the lake. Though fear flickered across Clarence's face at the mention of the Dark Forest, the gravity of the situation compelled him to agree. Remaining were Blake, 3 other legendary beings, and over 200 elven warriors. With a sigh, Blake declared, "The rest of us will head to the lake, prepared to seize the life stone. Even if we perish, we must reclaim it." In the past few months, the desolate landscape had been eerily silent, occasionally disturbed by a handful of mercenaries, but more often than not, it was merely a barren desert inhabited by monstrous beasts. Today, however, a remarkable commotion filled the air. One could easily spot individuals racing through the wilderness, while mages and swordsmen soared gracefully above. These adventurers had but 2 destinations: the heart of the abyss of 10,000 beasts or an obscure lake in the east. In their hearts echoed a singular phrase: the Stone of Life. Chu Chen had long instructed the 3,000 fire crows stationed in the Ghost Thorn Forest to keep their distance, and had also stored Talon and Shelley within the confines of his system space. Talon remained unfazed, confident in his omnipotent abilities, while Shelley was utterly astonished, noting that this place felt entirely different from her last visit, imbued with a hint of vitality. Little did she know that the very Stone of Life she sought to rescue her master had birthed this wondrous realm. A fierce battle was destined to erupt here shortly. The Dragon Wall lizard had initially resisted entering the space, but Chu Chen had forcibly thrust it inside, along with the 5 pesky magical creatures that trailed it. Even the Ghost Thorn tree had retracted its roots, relinquishing the external Ghost Thorn Forest, deeming the loss negligible. After this impending clash, it would have its fill, regrowing anew. Even the exposed parts of the Ghost Thorn tree were meticulously drained of vitality, leaving only the primary roots hidden within Chu Chen's lake. Regardless of how the battle unfolded, they intended merely to observe from the sidelines. As Chu Chen conversed sporadically with the Ghost Thorn tree, they devised a plan to discreetly dispose of the counterfeit Stone of Life. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura approaching. It was none other than Blake, who arrived first. The dashing Blake descended from the skies to the lake's edge, surveying the scene without uttering much, instead engaging Chu Chen in light conversation. "How have you been, Brother Chu?" Blake inquired. "Ah, Blake, your concern is appreciated. I am quite well. However, I noticed you had a rather beautiful maid with you last time. Where is she today?" "That maid could not withstand my temper and has long since fled. Might it be that you have taken a liking to her?" Chu Chen suppressed his laughter, eager to see how long Blake could maintain his composure. Blake, clearly agitated by pressing matters, decided to forego pleasantries, cutting straight to the chase. "Chu, I 1T beat around the bush. The Stone of Life must be in your possession. It is a treasured artifact of our elven kin, lost and later discovered by your maid. I hope you can return it to us. The elven race shall be most grateful." "Ah, Blake, you flatter me. Did you not come to me previously asking for assistance? I heard that artifact was located in the abyss of 10,000 beasts. Perhaps you were mistaken in your search." Blake's irritation grew, realizing that today would not end amicably. "Brother Chu, it is indisputable that the stone is with you. Hand it over now, and I shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, the ensuing consequences may be grave." Blake's tone was rigid, teetering on the edge of fury. Chu Chen feigned helplessness, gesturing towards the distance. "It seems that the commotion is beyond my control. This little place has never seen such excitement." In the distance, vibrant trails of light streaked across the sky, swiftly approaching the lake's shore. "Well, if it isn't Blake of the elven race, what brings you here?" A burly man with a beard inquired, a hint of mockery in his tone. "I advise you to leave promptly. Outsiders are not welcome here." The man chuckled, showing no inclination to depart, instead curiously observing the water spirit conjured by Chu Chen. Though he was merely a mercenary captain, his influence paled in comparison to that of the elven race. Yet, in this realm filled with various powers, the elves could not dominate entirely, and he preferred to remain inconspicuous. "Blake, after all these years, your arrogance is quite remarkable. Have you forgotten the last time we chased you?" Boasted Burden of the Holy Knight Order, shifting to a mocking demeanor. Years prior, during a skirmish, Burden, backed by his knightly order, had cornered Blake, leaving him in a wretched state. As more individuals gathered, many of whom were familiar faces, including several legendary figures. Blake realized that a confrontation was inevitable. "What do you intend?" "The Stone of Life belongs to my elven kin. You shall not take it. You speak as if we are strangers. The Holy Light Temple has long been on amicable terms with your kind. We are here to assist in recovering that artifact. Our priests merely wish to borrow it for a time, as you well know. Allow me to take it back with me." Burden replied with a mocking grin. Blake's expression darkened. He had refrained from acting sooner to create an illusion that the stone was lost, only to find Chu Chen had divulged the information first, leaving him cornered. Currently, the elven race was unable to mobilize significant forces, as every move was under the watchful gaze of the Holy Light Temple. Should he reinforce his ranks, the temple would surely respond, potentially escalating into an open conflict. The standoff persisted, though more individuals continued to arrive, most of whom were extraordinary or even mundane practitioners, with few legendary warriors among them. Blake surmised that the elves had dispatched their formidable allies from the dark forest. If he could hold his ground until their arrival, he stood a fair chance of reclaiming the Stone of Life. This was a clandestine struggle between the Holy Light Temple and the elven race. Should the elves prevail, the temple would cease its demands for the stone, allowing the elves to assert that it had not been recovered. Yet, Chu Chen would not allow Blake to prolong this standoff. Without chaos, his plans could not unfold. He extracted the replica of the Stone of Life from his system space, its emerald glow captivating all present. The water spirit held the stone aloft, proclaiming, "I stumbled upon this gem, yet find myself ill-equipped to wield it against such formidable foes. Thus, let it be claimed by the worthy." The crowd, now entranced by the stone, listened intently, and Burden boomed with laughter. "Ah, how noble! You possess self-awareness, Blake. What say you? Will you still attempt to thwart me?" Blake shot a furious glare at Chu Chen before charging towards him. Chu Chen remained unfazed, smiling as he watched the unfolding drama. "Blake, you dare!" came the collective shout of the gathered warriors, as 7 or 8 legendary figures, including the elves, erupted into combat. Burden, swift as a tempest, nearly instantaneously reached Blake's flank, launching a fierce assault, compelling Blake to defend himself. Amidst the fray, Blake and Burden were evenly matched, while the remaining legendary figures from both the elven race and the Holy Knight Order clashed fiercely, each side refusing to let the other approach Chu Chen. Chu Chen, meanwhile, took a step back, lifting the Stone of Life, surveying the chaos, contemplating to whom he might bestow the artifact. He observed one side, then the other, assessing their dwindling strength. In his design, it was imperative that the stone not be immediately claimed by the elves. Ideally, it would end up in the hands of the Holy Light Temple, yet they were currently the most aggressive, leaving Chu Chen with little opportunity to act. As the battle escalated, a casualty emerged from the elven ranks, and a mercenary captain met a similar fate. Even Burden and Blake's skirmish grew increasingly fierce, with the nearby ghost thorn forests suffering devastation, and Chu Chen's lake trembling under the strain. In that moment, Chu Chen sensed an unseen presence stealthily approaching, taking refuge within his lake from the opposite shore, unbeknownst to those still engaged in combat. Peering closely, Chu Chen was astounded to discover not one, but several individuals, 5 or 6 in total, divided into 2 factions, seemingly unaware of each other's presence, stealthily advancing towards the water spirit he had summoned. This revelation delighted Chu Chen. He had feared a lack of participants, yet now 2 parties had emerged, likely remnants of the Holy Light Temple and the elves. Feigning ignorance of the approaching figures, he maintained a serious demeanor as he continued to observe the melee unfolding on the shore. At last, the underwater beings took action, led by the elves. However, at the moment they struck, the members of the Holy Light Temple sensed that they were not alone, prompting them to abandon their concealment and hasten their own attack. The elves, however, were a step ahead, unleashing a green glowing arrow that shot towards Chu Chen with blinding speed, while 2 figures lunged at him. Another individual remained back, preparing to intercept the advancing members of the Holy Light Temple. The fighters on the shore were taken aback, their movements momentarily stilled. Blake understood perfectly. Those individuals were dispatched by the Elven King. Meanwhile, Borton exclaimed, "Captain, Chapter 58, a successful capture. Who is the fisherman Chu Chen?" Faced with the incoming arrow and the assailants, remained utterly composed, his expression a serene smile. As the green arrow pierced his chest, his body disintegrated under the immense energy. Yet, The dispersing water morphed into a hand, casting the life stone towards the approaching paladins behind him. The paladins had been intercepted by the dark forest elves and were eager to break through, not anticipating that Chu Chen would hurl the elven stone towards them. The intercepting elf sensed an energy behind him and turned, only to find his body cleaved in two by the sword of a paladin. In his final moments, he glimpsed the green gem soaring towards him, the very life stone they sought to seize. The paladin who had severed him swiftly advanced, grasping the gem and taking flight into the distance. "Curse the holy light temple, pursue them!" shouted the dark forest elves, who hastily followed, not sparing a glance at their fallen comrade. The legendary figures present were momentarily stunned, only reacting once both parties had departed, hastily preparing to give chase. Now it was Borton who refused to comply, directing the members of the Paladin Order to block everyone, unwilling to allow a single legendary figure to escape. "Borton, do you think you can stop us with just your position as deputy captain? Get out of the way if you value your life," Blake retorted, his face contorted with anger. The meticulously crafted plan had utterly failed, and the Holy Light Temple had made off with their prize. This was unforgivable. Borton glanced around, realizing that the opposing legendary figures vastly outnumbered his own. The captain and several deputies had already taken the life stone and departed, leaving him with only 2 legendary figures and the rest mere transcendent beings. 3 against Blake's 4 legendary figures, plus others, totaled 7 enemies. He could hardly hope to impede their progress. He resolved to let them pass. After all, the credit had already been claimed by the captain. So why should he stubbornly hold his ground? "Don't be so angry, Blake. Look, the path is wide. Who could possibly stop you?" he said, gesturing for his men to clear away. "We cannot let them through, Deputy Captain. We must stop them at all costs," protested the frontline captain, Sandy, stepping forward. While the other members of the Paladin Order readied their weapons, their steeds poised for a charge. "It seems your authority holds little weight in the Paladin Order," Blake mocked disdainfully. Borton's face darkened. These men had dared to defy him, even in front of his old rival, Blake. "Humph, are you all rebelling? Who is the captain here, me or Sandy?" Sandy remained silent, but his steed took a step forward, snorting. The paladins behind him followed suit, inching forward. Borton, infuriated, laughed bitterly. "Very well, if you all have such ambition, then do as you wish. I shall not interfere." With that, he turned away, heading off into the distance, leaving Sandy and the others stoically prepared for battle. Seeing this, Blake said no more and charged forward with the elves. The Paladin Order's combat capabilities were formidable, and combined with the momentum of their steeds, they were an imposing force. The mercenary groups caught in their path were sent into disarray, many abandoning their armor and fleeing. Even a legendary figure fell to Sandy's sword. However, the elves could soar into the sky, unafraid of the paladins' charge, and their remaining legendary figures far outnumbered the paladins. The Paladin Order, relying on teamwork and various scrolls, could only hold on for a short while. Defeat was merely a matter of time. "Sandy, I see you are a man of valor. I shall spare your life. Retreat now," Blake called out. But Sandy responded with the glint of his blade. Blake ceased his attempts to persuade, drawing a red arrow from his quiver. As he knocked the arrow, Sandy sensed an overwhelming threat. "Everyone focus. Change formation, Light's Guardian." The paladins instantly transitioned from a combat formation to an impenetrable defense, radiant white light emanating from each knight and steed, merging into a singular protective barrier. This was the Paladin Order's strongest defensive formation, rarely employed except during frontal assaults. Blake's red arrow finally charged with energy. He released it, sending it forth with a blazing tail. The fiery arrow collided with the white light shield, sending shockwaves that hurled nearby mercenaries and other factions away. Some unfortunate souls met their end in the aftermath of the explosive energy. As the dust settled, Blake appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his face bore no trace of concern. The paladins lay scattered, with only a few remaining mounted. "Eliminate them all, then follow," Blake commanded, pursuing the direction in which the paladins had fled. That arrow had claimed Sandy's life, and most of the paladin members were gravely injured, leaving the elves fully capable of annihilating them. The remaining legendary figures from other factions quickly followed suit, leaving behind only a few lesser minions, who lacked the strength to pursue and could only trail slowly behind. The 3 legendary figures who remained quickly engaged. The remaining members of the Holy Paladin Order were mere lambs to the slaughter, each falling to a hail of arrows. After eliminating their foes, the three legendary figures prepared to depart in pursuit of Blake. At that moment, the lake stirred ominously. The once calm surface erupted into colossal waves. Chu Chen, having endured until the troublesome enemies vanished, finally made his move, and it was decisive. Employing his skills, he seized control of the water, stunning the three legendary figures. He then unleashed a flurry of abilities: Water Bind, Water Shackles, Ice Arrow, and Water Dragon's Roar. The three legendary figures found themselves ensnared by ethereal water ropes, their bodies stiffening as they attempted to ascend. They faced Chu Chen's ice arrows and Water Dragon's assault without a moment to react, swiftly meeting their demise. This assault was as swift as lightning, devoid of any superfluous gestures, an execution delivered with lethal precision. Chapter 59. Level Up, creating the Quicksand River. The remaining elves and mercenaries, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, were momentarily paralyzed. Chu Chen did not wait for their wits to return. A barrage of ice arrows descended, eliminating all creatures lingering by the lake's edge, leaving no survivors, not even the steeds. He also signaled to Tyren, instructing him to mobilize the Raven Killers and eliminate every elf or mercenary within a 1,000-meter radius of the lake. Upon being released from the system space, Tyren hastened to the location where the Fire Ravens were concealed. As Tyren departed, Chu Chen consumed all the bodies, absorbing every last trace, while the Ghost Thorn Tree seized the opportunity to feast, nearing a breakthrough to the second level of transcendence. This time, Chu Chen amassed approximately 500,000 energy points from the consumption, and combined with those previously cultivated from the magical beasts, he now possessed nearly 2 million energy points, sufficient for a level upgrade. System: I wish to upgrade to LV2. Seizing the chaos in the desert, Chu Chen recognized the urgency to develop amidst the turmoil. Otherwise, he would be left vulnerable to retribution. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. I wish to create a tributary, the Quicksand River. In his mind's eye, Chu Chen envisioned the Quicksand River, and as the lake churned, a tributary suddenly formed to the north, rapidly extending far into the distance. Ultimately, this river reached a length of 1,000 meters before ceasing its flow. Chu Chen gazed upon his system panel. Host: Chu Chen Identity, Linghu Level, LV2 Energy, 1, 5 million Skills, Storm LV1, Water Binding LV1, Ice Arrow Technique LV1, Water Dragon Roar LV1, Ice Shackles LV1, Blessing, usable twice a month, Awakening, usable twice a month. Tributary 1, Wangchuan River, Dark Elemental Power, possesses the skill Submersion, currently 2,000 meters long. Tributary 2, Quicksand River, Earth Elemental Power, possesses the skill Sand Demon, currently 1,000 meters long. The Quicksand River, in Chu Chen's past life, was a river mentioned in Journey to the West, stretching 10,000 miles and 800 miles wide, filled with mud and sand, where even goose feathers could not float and reed flowers sank to the bottom. Presently, the Quicksand River pales in comparison to its former glory. Yet he is fortunate to have a system that allows for continuous evolution. After familiarizing himself with the Quicksand River, Chu Chen discerned that it indeed exuded a different aura compared to the Wangchuan River. Each time he submerged his soul into the Wangchuan River, he felt coldness and solitude. In contrast, the Quicksand River radiated chaos. The river flowed through a desert, its waters a murky yellow filled with sand, unlike the tranquil Wangchuan River. The Quicksand River surged with vigor. Regarding the skill Sand Demon, Chu Chen clarified that it allows summoning a sand demon formed from mud and sand, with its strength determined by his own. Now, as a level 2 extraordinary being, he could summon a legendary level 2 sand demon. This skill is indeed formidable, instantly granting him legendary combat prowess, and as long as the sand demon remains in the Quicksand River, it is virtually invulnerable. Even on land, as long as it is in the desert, its combat capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Observing the meager length of the Quicksand River, Chu Chen felt it lacked substance and promptly expended 1 million energy points to extend its length by another 1,000 meters and increase its width by several hundred meters, finally giving it a semblance of its former self. Simultaneously, he activated Storm, causing heavy rain to pour over the lake, with the tributary's water volume synchronously increasing alongside the lakes. Thus, utilizing Storm for precipitation could, over time, extend the river's length. Having upgraded, Chu Chen now possessed 2 tributaries, one light and one dark, alleviating his concerns about any fatal threats to his lake body. From this moment on, he intended to temporarily shift his focus to the Quicksand River, allowing the Elven tribe and other factions that noticed him to mistakenly believe he had taken refuge within its waters. Within the Quicksand River's domain, he released Shelly, along with the dragon gecko and 5 other magical beasts. The dragon gecko, having grown impatient in the system space, leaped out, only to be taken aback by the entirely different environment. Previously, it had been a serene and beautiful lake. Now it had transformed into a murky river. What has happened? Have we moved? Having recently advanced to extraordinary status, the dragon gecko was still clumsy with human language, stammering as it spoke. Chu Chen chuckled and chose not to respond. The carefree dragon gecko quickly began exploring its new surroundings with its companions. Shelly, upon her release, was equally astonished, surveying the area. She vaguely recalled that this place was merely over 1,000 meters from the lake, yet in her memory, it was a desolate wasteland. When had such a treacherous river appeared? Of course, Chu Chen would not provide her with any answers. All could only be attributed to him being the avatar of some ancient being. We shall temporarily settle here. Take some time to acclimate to your surroundings and find a suitable place to establish your dwelling, he instructed. Before them lay rolling hills devoid of any greenery. Not a single blade of grass in sight. Coupled with the rushing yellow river, it exuded a profoundly desolate atmosphere. Master, my root system has yet to extend this far. It may take about a month to reach here, the ghost thorn tree communicated. Its main body remained in the lake, having begun developing its underground roots. Yet it had not reached a distance of 1 kilometer. No need to force your roots along the Quicksand River. This will not be the last tributary. More tributaries will emerge, and you can choose the one best suited for you then. Chu Chen had no experience in guiding the ghost thorn tree's development and evolution, thus could only provide a general direction for it to follow. Chu Chen's unique ability to devour souls found no elemental counterpart, and it had not shown any preference for a specific element. Even for the magical beasts and plants that primarily required spiritual energy for cultivation. It merely accelerated the ghost thorn tree's growth. Being a mutated entity, Shelly was also unfamiliar with this situation, leaving its development to the fates of the ghost thorn tree itself. Conversely, the dragon gecko's development followed a more systematic path. Currently, it needed to absorb spiritual energy, and upon the second awakening of its dragon bloodline, it would gain the ability to manipulate dark elemental power, which aligned well with the Wangchuan River. Chu Chen planned to send the dragon gecko down for training soon, to prevent it from merely playing and bullying other magical beasts. Chapter 60. The troublemaking paladin order. For the time being, returning to the lake was not an option, leaving the Crow Kill army without a resting place. The 3,000 fire crows were temporarily led by Tyren back to the valley they once occupied. Shelly constructed a temporary grass hut on a nearby hill, serving as a makeshift dwelling. Chu Chen then immersed his consciousness into the Quicksand River, keenly exploring its differences. However, he remained vigilant. Should any significant events occur in either the Wangchuan River or his main body, he would sense them immediately and arrive in an instant. On the second day since the Quicksand River's emergence, a group of individuals arrived at his main body, the lake. It was none other than the Paladin Order's leader, Nicholas, and several of his deputy leaders, who had previously seized the counterfeit life stone. At that moment, the esteemed leader Nicholas wore a grim expression as he scrutinized the lake before him. Deputy Leader Bolton stood trembling behind Nicholas, too afraid to lift his gaze. Is this where you said they would be waiting for us? Nicholas turned to Bolton, his piercing gaze nearly impaling him. Yes. I did instruct them to wait here for you before I left. Perhaps they grew impatient and sought you elsewhere, Bolton nervously explained. He had never anticipated that Sandy would actually lead the knights to fiercely confront Black, resulting in their total annihilation. Although this was merely one squad of the Paladin Order, the loss was still painful, especially since it was the first significant loss Nicholas had faced since assuming command, with the root cause being the foolish deputy, Bolton. With a deep sigh, Nicholas spoke slowly. Did you think I was unaware of your discord with Sandy? I expected you to maintain decorum and remember our order's regulations. It is truly surprising, indeed. Upon hearing this, Bolton turned pale with fear and fell to his knees. My lord, I truly did not intend for this. I never expected Sandy to defy my orders. I only sought to assist you. Please spare me. In a flash of crimson light, Bolton's head fell into the lake. At such a moment, to attempt to shift the blame onto Sandy was futile. What a pity my dear brother Sandy fell victim to such a small-minded individual. Nicholas murmured sorrowfully, shifting his gaze to the lake. I am eager to discover your true identity, the one who dares to mock my paladin order. With that, Nicholas raised his sword high above his head, emitting a dazzling brilliance that even dispelled the rain still falling from the sky. As the light reached its zenith, Nicholas swung his sword, sending a burst of white light into the lake, resulting in a violent explosion that propelled the water up to several meters. Yet, as the water cascaded back down, apart from the rippling surface, there was no further movement. Nicholas refused to concede defeat. He plunged his sword into the ground, drew forth a staff, and commenced an extended incantation. After several minutes of chanting, a single eye appeared on his forehead, emanating a light capable of dispelling all darkness in the world. This light pierced the water, forcing it to retreat, illuminating the lakebed and revealing only silt without any sign of life. Despite enduring the repulsion of his own body, Nicholas thoroughly scanned the entire lake, yet found nothing amiss. It seems he has indeed departed. Nicholas expressed his deep dissatisfaction, having barely repelled the frenzied elves at the cost of one of his vice-captains, only to discover that the Stone of Life was a counterfeit. Enraged, he immediately led his men back to the lake. Upon his return, however, he found nothing but the remnants of destruction, the ghostly thorn woods and pockmarked terrain. This river, I distinctly remember, was not here before. Suddenly, Nicholas noticed the newly formed river, and after a moment of reflection, he confirmed that it had not existed prior. Let us go, he commanded, leading several vice-captains along the river in search of Chu Chen. It was not long before they spotted Chu Chen's section of the river, with Shelley's grass hut standing out starkly against the desolate desert backdrop. Standing by the quicksand river, Nicholas gazed at Shelley's hut, who had already seen his party. The presence of 4 or 5 legendary figures was far beyond her capacity to contend with. The last time she had lured a legendary being, she had narrowly escaped with her life. Just as Shelley hesitated on whether to reveal herself, a humanoid figure formed from flowing sand gradually emerged from the quicksand river. You finally showed up, though you appear to have changed quite a bit, Nicholas remarked, sensing that this peculiar sandy figure possessed at least the strength of a level 2 legendary being. Ah, you've come at last. Aren't you going to thank me for the Stone of Life? Chu Chen teased, causing Nicholas's anger to dissipate. You have quite the audacity to deceive me, Nicholas retorted. Chu Chen waved his hand with a smile. Do not misunderstand. It was not I who deceived you. I am but a pawn in the elves' game. You must understand. Chu Chen paused, allowing Nicholas to ponder. The entire situation was a trap set by the elves, yet unexpectedly, Chu Chen had managed to turn the tables on them. Nicholas evidently believed Chu Chen's words, but still questioned, why should I trust you? Regardless of your claims, you remain an accomplice to the elves, making you my enemy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nicholas suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing to strike at Chu Chen's doppelganger. Chu Chen did not flinch, allowing Nicholas to sever his head. Taken aback, Nicholas watched as Chu Chen's sandy head fell to the ground, only to merge back into his body and regrow from his neck. What? Before Nicholas could fully process the shock, Chu Chen launched his assault. A barrage of ice arrows rained down upon Nicholas, who was forced to engage directly, trading blows without any finesse, overwhelming him with relentless force. Chapter 61. A setback for the elves. A fierce battle erupted by the quicksand river between Nicholas and Chu Chen. Yet the renowned captain of the Holy Knight Order, a level 3 legendary warrior, found himself thoroughly suppressed by Chu Chen. The sand demon summoned by Chu Chen possessed inherent strength equivalent to a level 2 legendary being, and with the advantage of the quicksand river, Nicholas's usual magical prowess and swordsmanship were rendered ineffective. The sand demon, lacking autonomous thought, yet possessing a degree of combat awareness, employed simple punches that rendered Nicholas's skills useless. Nicholas felt increasingly frustrated. Despite his formidable magic and exceptional swordsmanship, he could not utilize any of it. The sand demon clung to him like a leech, rendering him powerless, while ice arrows and water ropes occasionally erupted from the river, leaving him in a state of disarray and narrowly avoiding several strikes. The other vice-captains recognized Nicholas was at a disadvantage and rushed to assist him. In the ensuing chaos, Chu Chen was momentarily occupied by their combined assault, but the sand demon sustained only minor injuries, swiftly regenerating. Chu Chen, alone, managed to contend against Nicholas and several vice-captains while subtly gaining the upper hand. If the elves were to witness such a spectacle, They would surely reassess the threat Chu Chen posed. As the situation reached a stalemate, Chu Chen remained calm. Having acclimated to controlling the sand demon, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Suddenly, two water dragons surged from the quicksand river, mixed with silt, roaring towards Nicholas. Startled, Nicholas and the vice captains huddled together to prepare for defense. However, the sand demon relentlessly attacked, disrupting their efforts to form a protective barrier. Finally, one of the water dragons collided with their shield, prompting Nicholas to shout, "Scatter!" The group quickly dispersed, causing the barrier to shatter alongside the water dragon. Yet, one water dragon persistently pursued Nicholas, who, in a moment of panic, braced himself with his sword, only to be sent flying by the impact. With a sickening crack, he coughed up blood, and his trusted sword, which had accompanied him for over a decade, shattered into pieces. "Captain!" The vice captains rushed to shield Nicholas, fearing Chu Chen would seize the opportunity to attack. However, Chu Chen did not pursue. Instead, he regarded Nicholas with a smile. "What do you mean by that?" Nicholas asked, his pallor evident from the recent blow. "Nothing much, merely observing the loyalty of your vice captains. I have no desire to slay them, nor to be manipulated by the elves again." Nicholas pushed aside those guarding him, addressing the towering sand demon. "You must understand the elves' intentions. They wish to use me to deny you the stone of life and to pit us against one another until we are both weakened, allowing them to reap the rewards. Do you believe there are already powerful elves on their way here?" Chu Chen's earnest gaze met Nicholas's, and he gestured toward the path he had taken. Nicholas turned to glance back, nodding thoughtfully. "Captain, we cannot trust him. He is our enemy, regardless," one vice captain interjected, alarmed by Nicholas's apparent agreement with Chu Chen. Chu Chen chuckled lightly. "My dear brother, have you never heard the adage that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? I am but a mere pawn, previously controlled by the elves. Now that I have escaped, why would I oppose you?" He arched an eyebrow, challenging them. "Arrogant. If you wish to fight, then let us." The vice captains shouted in unison, yet Nicholas silenced their outbursts, fixing his gaze back on Chu Chen. "What do you propose?" "In under half an hour, the elves will undoubtedly send someone to find me. If we work together to confront them, neither of us need worry about my allegiance to the elves. We can exact our revenge together. What say you, given your capabilities?" "I suspect you could handle the elves alone. Without our aid," Nicholas questioned skeptically, doubtful of Chu Chen's intentions. "Yet, if I were to slay the elves alone, they might send even more formidable foes in retaliation. I would never find peace. If we join forces, I can leverage the reputation of the Holy Temple to deter the elves from pursuing further." "Humph, you certainly have calculated well," Nicholas scoffed, seemingly displeased. Yet inwardly, he found himself believing Chu Chen's words to a degree. The Holy Knight Order existed to eradicate all obstacles in the name of the light, and the elves represented one of the most obstinate impediments. This time, they had audaciously betrayed them, even taking the lives of many brethren. Nicholas felt it was time to teach the elves a lesson, lest they forget that this land belonged to the God of Light. "Very well, we shall follow your lead. Let the elves suffer a bit before we settle our scores." Chu Chen nodded in agreement, smiling, as everything unfolded according to his expectations. He anticipated that the elves would be in for quite a surprise when they sought him out for retribution. At this moment, Chu Chen had sensed that the elves had already arrived on the other side of the lake, led by Blake, who appeared somewhat uneasy today. Behind him, for individuals clad in black attire bore stern expressions, some wielded the elves' standard bows, while others held knights' greatswords. Chu Chen recognized these four as members of the Dark Forest elves who had attempted to seize the Life Stone that day. No wonder Blake seemed a bit anxious. "Blake, is this truly the lake you spoke of? Are you deceiving us?" The leading man glared, causing Blake to turn pale with fright. "My lord, it is indeed here. But that individual may have anticipated our arrival and hidden away. You have 10 minutes. If you cannot find him, you know the consequences." Sweat beaded on Blake's forehead. Although he was also of legendary rank, he knew he was no match for these individuals, who answered directly to the Elven King. Even if they killed him, no one would advocate for him. Cursing Chu Chen's cunning in his heart, Blake circled above the lake, ultimately discovering the suddenly appeared quicksand river. Why is there such a large river here? This surely bodes ill. He flew back and began searching along the river with the others. Chapter 62. Completely out of control in the middle section of the quicksand river, near the rushing waters. Nicholas was recovering from his injuries under the watchful eyes of several vice captains. "Now, let us see your acting skills," Chu Chen remarked. Indeed, He soon spotted an elf darting toward them. Chu Chen immediately submerged himself in the water, while the vice captains and Nicholas feigned serious injuries on the riverbank. The elves quickly noticed them, cautiously observing from afar. Upon confirming Chu Chen's absence and seeing the signs of a fierce battle on the ground, they realized several vice captains of the Radiant Palace appeared to be injured and recuperating. This Chu Chen is indeed formidable, capable of inflicting such heavy injuries on so many from the Holy Knights alone. This works to our advantage. Let us not waste time. We shall eliminate them and return to continue our training. The elves abandoned Blake and rushed forward, prompting Blake to hastily follow. What a narrow road for enemies. Trey Shi. We meet again. Nicholas regarded the elf Trey Shi with a grim expression. I know you probably do not wish to see me now. Enough of the small talk. Surrender the life stone. Trey Shi's face darkened, poised to attack, clearly unwilling to engage in verbal sparring with Nicholas. Seeing Trey Shi's demeanor, Nicholas was infuriated. You elves truly possess cunning methods, plotting against us of the Radiant Palace. Let us see what you can do today. With that, Nicholas and the seated vice captains rose together and launched an assault on the elves. The elves, mistaking Nicholas's actions as a refusal to relinquish the life stone, retaliated without hesitation. And the two groups engaged in fierce combat. The legendary figures emerging from the dark forest were stronger than ordinary elves and fought recklessly. Even the vice captains of the Holy Knights struggled against them, being steadily pushed back. Blake, already a standout among the elves, could only apply pressure from the sidelines, finding it difficult to join the fray. As the battle escalated, both sides ignited with genuine fury. Trey Shi and her companions had relentlessly pursued Nicholas for days, even killing one of his vice captains, leading to deep-seated animosity. Meanwhile, Trey Shi mistakenly believed Nicholas had stolen the life stone, rendering him an enemy as well. One elf, having sustained a grievous wound from a vice captain's sword energy, unleashed a long-awaited arrow, severing his own arm in the process, but it pierced the vice captain's chest. The brutality of their mutual injuries escalated the conflict, compelling both sides to unleash their ultimate techniques, leaving Nicholas and Trey Shi wounded as well. Are you not going to intervene? Nicholas exclaimed, observing his subordinates faltering. Trey Shi and her comrades, startled, sensed an absence of any living presence nearby, save for the extraordinary Shelley, who was watching from a distance. Chu Chen sighed inwardly. He had hoped for a more devastating clash between the two factions, but Nicholas could no longer contain himself. As the surprise registered on Trey Shi's face, Chu Chen summoned a sand demon from the quicksand river, leaving Blake utterly astonished. You're Chu? He had assumed Chu Chen had perished at the hands of the Holy Knights, only to find him alive and evidently allied with them. Oh, so you have been deceiving me all along, Blake began, but before he could finish, Chu Chen struck. The sand demon ferociously charged at Blake, who, being merely a legendary-level opponent, stood no chance against it. A couple of blows sent him reeling, and the sand demon then turned its wrath toward Trey Shi. Let us act together and resolve this swiftly, Chu Chen urged as he and Nicholas engaged Trey Shi. Despite her formidable strength, the sand demon, undeterred by pain, could withstand typical assaults, matching Trey Shi blow for blow. Meanwhile, Nicholas unleashed ranged attacks from afar, placing Trey Shi in perilous straits. If you do not unleash your true abilities, your comrades may not hold out much longer, Chu Chen taunted Nicholas, who felt his subordinates growing increasingly vulnerable. For Chu Chen, the battle could last all day, but Nicholas's vice captains were on the brink of collapse, cursing under his breath at Chu Chen's cunning. Nicholas had intended for him to exhaust himself, hoping to eliminate the elves and perhaps even Chu Chen in the aftermath. Yet, realizing Chu Chen had unraveled his scheme, he could no longer afford to wait, as it would jeopardize his subordinates' lives. Having lost his sword in the previous skirmish, Nicholas now wielded a substitute long sword. But he discarded it, retrieving a scroll instead. As a holy knight, he seldom relied on scrolls, preferring the sword in hand. The scrolls they treasured were seldom used, reserved for critical moments. Delay him for a moment, Nicholas commanded Chu Chen. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen directed the sand demon to charge recklessly. Trey Shi recognized Nicholas's and the sand demon's intentions, exerting herself to prevent being ensnared by Chu Chen. However, even after losing an arm, the sand demon relentlessly advanced upon Trey Shi, ultimately embracing her and awaiting the attack unleashed from the scroll Nicholas had opened. A white light emerged, not particularly ostentatious in its display, nor swift in its approach, but it exuded a chilling power. As the white light reached Chu Chen, the sand body disintegrated into a puddle, while Trey Shi, unable to evade or mount any defense, was consumed by the light, akin to snow melting under sunlight. Trey Shi's demise instilled dread in the remaining elves. That mysterious power was something none could withstand, and with the loss of their strongest warrior, Nicholas, now free to turn against them, their fate seemed grim. Blake was the first to react, turning to flee, and the remaining elves, not foolish, prepared to escape as well, only to find themselves ensnared by the vice-captains and unable to break free. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically, with Nicholas joining the fray. He swiftly coordinated with the vice-captains to eliminate the remaining elves, while Blake had long since escaped far away. Chapter 63. The Ghost Thorn Tree advances again. You did that on purpose, Nicholas remarked, watching as Chu Chen gradually reformed into a humanoid shape. Chu Chen did not deny it. Without such measures, should you turn against me, I would lack witnesses. A solitary figure like me cannot compare to your holy knights backed by a colossal entity like the Radiant Palace. Which faction do you belong to? With your abilities, could you possibly be of some aquatic race? Chu Chen non-committally shook his head, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Well, since the matter has been resolved, you should take your leave. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to escape if the one you just eluded returns with reinforcements. Aren't you afraid that the elven race will come seeking retribution? Chu Chen shook his head and replied, How do you know I won't leave this place? Nikolaus nodded in agreement. After all, Chu Chen was not rooted here and could depart at any moment. However, he failed to realize that the river and the lake were, in fact, extensions of Chu Chen's own essence. Nikolaus cast a deep glance at Chu Chen, then turned to leave with several vice-captains and the body of the fallen comrade. I hope that when we meet again, we will be foes rather than friends. I shall personally ensure your demise then. Chu Chen smiled silently, choosing not to respond, instead summoning a current to carry the corpse from the shore into the river. He had just acquired a few thousand energy points effortlessly. The weapons carried by those elves, along with various valuable items in their storage scrolls, were indeed a testament to the wealth of the Holy Knight Order, which had left without even glancing at these treasures. He called over Shelley and handed her the elven scrolls, allowing her to keep what she could use while distributing the rest to the nomads. During the recent battle, Shelley had merely observed from a distance, fortunate that she was seen as a mere minor character by the legendary powerhouses present. Otherwise, had anyone chosen to attack her, she would have had no means of escape, as those individuals were far from the inept mercenary leaders of the past. Now that this turmoil had finally come to a close, it was likely that for quite some time, the elven race would believe themselves to be aligned with the holy sanctuary, and before they dared to sever ties with it, they would refrain from targeting him. The holy sanctuary would only be pleased to see someone with enmity towards the elves deeply entrenched in the endless wasteland. Thus, Chu Chen was presented with another opportunity for introspective development. The immediate task at hand was to assess the state of the Ghost Thorn Tree. Previously, in an effort to minimize losses, the Ghost Thorn Tree had sacrificed much and now deserved proper recompense. Chu Ming, how are you faring? Master, I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough. So soon? Truly remarkable. My companion spirit seems to advance more effortlessly than I do myself. I have just recently leveled up, and it appears poised to do so as well, seemingly without reason, despite having sustained significant losses in recent days. This time I concentrated all my energy on the main body, and it seems I have received an excess of energy in return. I have been holding back on leveling up these past few days, but now I can finally ascend. Such a phenomenon intrigued Chu Chen, prompting him to deliberate with the Ghost Thorn Tree. He speculated that it was likely due to the Ghost Thorn Tree previously extending some of its roots into the surface, resulting in a grove of ghost thorns. Those trees had autonomously absorbed considerable energy, thus facilitating the Ghost Thorn Tree's upgrade. In the future, you could potentially cultivate a larger expanse of woodland. Over time, those trees might even develop sentience, which would indeed make you formidable. Chu Chen found himself envious of the unique attributes of his companion spirit. However, he was grateful for his initial choice of partnership. No matter how extraordinary the Ghost Thorn Tree became, it would never betray him. I think so too. Perhaps in the future, we could even establish a Ghost Thorn army. Surely not inferior to your Sand Serpent Legion or Crow Slayer Legion. How much longer until your advancement? It has already commenced. As the Ghost Thorn Tree spoke, a powerful wave of energy surged from the depths of the earth. From the center of the lake, the roots of the Ghost Thorn Tree, which had previously been coiled at the lake's bottom, began to grow rapidly, reaching the water's surface in an instant, continuing to rise until they reached over 40 meters high. "Why are you growing so tall this time?" Chu Chen remarked, somewhat speechless. The ghost thorn tree did not respond, as transformations continued to unfold across its form. Having never witnessed the ghost thorn tree bloom before, today marked the first occasion for Chu Chen. The flowers were a pale black, consisting of 3 petals, with a slender white needle protruding from the center. It was eerie. This was Chu Chen's foremost impression. The dark petals emitted faint wisps of smoke, while the white needle appeared remarkably pure. "What is this?" After the flowering was complete, the towering ghost thorn tree produced only 4 or 5 blossoms at its apex, ceasing any further growth. It stabilized at the extraordinary second level. "Master, these flowers possess a mesmerizing effect, and the needles can be concealed within the fragrance to penetrate the bodies of living beings." Goodness, how insidious. This ability is remarkably useful. For Chu Chen, having a companion spirit that grew stronger was undoubtedly beneficial, especially one with such a fittingly devious skill that complemented his own strategies. When the Dragon Wall lizard returned, it would likely feel a sense of defeat. It had only just caught up with him, and now he had surged ahead once more. It simply plays too much, otherwise its rate of elevation might not be inferior to mine. Chu Chen nodded, harboring no concerns for the tree and beast. Both had achieved exceptional speeds. If this were to be shared, it was likely that few within the holy sanctuary could match such rapid advancements. Now that we are in a relatively stable period, would you be interested in exploring the underground world? Chu Chen considered that allowing the ghost thorn tree to extend its roots into the subterranean realm might prove beneficial. Absolutely. If I could develop my roots in the underground world, no one would ever be able to kill me. Even if all surface roots were destroyed, I could still regenerate. The ghost thorn tree wholeheartedly supported Chu Chen's proposal, eagerly anticipating any measures that could aid in its preservation. Chapter 64. Enhancing overall strength at the bottom of Linghu Lake. Where it connected to the underground world, a newly sprouted root tentatively emerged. It grew along the banks of the Wangshuan River, firmly taking root at the riverbed. The roots then began to ascend, sprouting a tree. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this tree mirrored the ghost thorn tree above, its stout trunk adorned with spikes and richly textured leaves. The only distinction being that this tree bore no flowers. A detailed examination revealed that the tree emanated a subtle, unassuming glow, appearing both mysterious and strange within the darkness of the underground world. This was the ghost thorn tree that had, under the protection of Chu Chen's river waters, evaded the constraints of both the surface and the subterranean realms, ultimately rooting itself and growing within the Wangshuan River. "How does it feel?" Chu Chen inquired, observing the new form of the ghost thorn tree. "It feels quite comfortable here. In fact, I feel more at ease than on the surface." The ghost thorn tree, being a mutated entity capable of consuming souls, thrived in the Wangshuan River, which inherently countered soul entities. Both shared a deep connection with Chu Chen, rendering them as one. "Then develop well here, and keep watch for me. This is the passage between the two worlds, although no being can enter or exit without my permission. Should anyone discover it, trouble may ensue. Hence, having you as a sentinel adds an extra layer of security." "Of course, master. I am here to guard you, whether on the surface or beneath." The ghost thorn tree replied with a smile. This reminded Chu Chen of the necessity to continue expanding the ghost thorn grove on the surface. The fire ravens still had no place to dwell. "Are you treating me like a child laborer?" The ghost thorn tree protested loudly, yet it followed Chu Chen back to the surface. With the pure spiritual energy provided by Chu Chen, restoring the original ghost thorn grove proved effortless. Chu Chen sent a message to Talon, instructing him to bring back the fire ravens. When a patch of red clouds appeared in the distance, the new ghost thorn grove had already taken shape. This time, the ghost thorn tree deliberately expanded the area of the grove considerably, now encompassing over 500 square meters. A flock of fire ravens quietly settled into the ghost thorn grove, rendering it impossible to discern that 3,000 fire ravens were concealed within. Under Talon's training, the fire ravens had made considerable progress and were now capable of following commands effectively. Moreover, upon a cursory assessment, Chu Chen noted that most of the fire ravens had reached levels 4 to 5, while Talon had attained level 10. It appeared that Talon's daily training of the magical beasts had significantly contributed to his own growth, while the other nomads likely hovered around levels 7 to 8. This pace would not fall short compared to the elite disciples of any major faction. It seemed the time had come for a collective advancement. Chu Chen mused that with his current limited personnel, just over 200 nomads, and a magical beast population of 10,000, most of whom had expended much of their potential upon awakening their bloodlines, perhaps it was time to focus on enhancing high-end combat capabilities and pursue an elite route. Observing how a mere mercenary band of 300 to 400 could stand against his own 3,000 fire ravens, one could only imagine the might of the Paladin Order and the Elven warriors. As the situation progressed, the numerical advantage diminished, and by the time they reached the legendary tier, even 3,000 fire ravens together would not match a single legendary opponent. Everyone. Chu Chen's voice resonated in the hearts of the wild tribe members. Select 100 of the finest magical beasts from your sand soldiers and gather here. In an instant, the crowd praised Chu Chen in their hearts and began to choose their best beasts. By the 5th day, all of the wild tribe and their beasts had assembled, with only 10,000 magical beasts selected from a total of 100,000, gathered around Chu Chen's lake. The 3,000 fire ravens perched atop the trees of the ghost thorn forest, awaiting Chu Chen's command. Ever since the sand soldiers had been dispatched, the monthly blessings had ceased, making this gathering a highly anticipated event for both the wild tribe and the magical beasts. Half of the 200 wild tribe members had reached the 7th level of the mortal tier, while some without awakened elven bloodlines had barely managed to attain the 4th level, which was already beyond their past imaginings. Among the wild tribe, there were older members who had been taken by the elven people alongside the high priest long ago and had since disappeared. Despite the sand soldiers' presence across the desert, no news had emerged, leading Chu Chen to speculate that they had either been silenced by the elves or taken deep into the elven woods. Now, his true foundation comprised these 200 wild tribe members and 10,000 magical beasts, alongside the 3,000 fire ravens. Standing next to Tyran, Shelley had seen many such gatherings, yet she was a witness to Chu Chen's gradual rise. When she first met him, his forces were nowhere near this scale. But within just a year, he had developed a foundation comparable to a mid-tier power, showcasing remarkable growth. As the eyes of the magical beasts and wild tribe members were filled with anticipation, the familiar white light emerged from the lake once more, enveloping everyone, including Shelley. In warmth, in this melding of light, many individuals and beasts unconsciously broke through their current realms, and even Shelley sensed an enhanced understanding of her path to legendary ascent. The 3,000 fire ravens, being magical beasts themselves, had gained the most from this blessing, their bodies emanating waves of fiery light, painting the sky a brilliant red. When the white light faded, the aura of the 10,000 magical beasts had notably strengthened. Chu Chen planned to keep them by the lakeside for a month, cleansing their bodies with spiritual water daily, culminating in another blessing at the month's end. This would ensure that their powers would rise by at least 2 levels, making them an unstoppable force in the desert. The demon dragon geckos and their 5 little companions reveled in this blessing, especially the latter, whose extraordinary bloodlines had been honed through constant battles alongside the demon dragon gecko. Although they hadn't focused on training, their bodies had been tempered, and after this blessing, they had all reached the 6th level of the mortal tier. Chu Chen decided to temporarily strip the demon dragon gecko of its leadership, insisting that these little ones remain and diligently train for a month, ensuring they all reach the 9th or 10th level of the mortal tier. Chapter 65. The transformation of the 2 golden eggs. Seeing his little brothers grow stronger while he remained at the 1st level of the extraordinary tier, the demon dragon gecko felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing that he might soon be outpaced. Yet, he feigned confidence, patting each of his younger companions on the head before attempting to flee. Chu Chen, however, ensnared him and his 5 companions with a water rope, tossing them into the lake. "You're not going anywhere. Focus on enhancing your strength for this month." Ignoring the demon dragon gecko's vehement protests, Chu Chen pressed them beneath the water, observing their struggles. He instructed Tyran and the wild tribe members to take all magical beasts to a nearby open area for serious training, as he would continuously summon storms to provide them with abundant spiritual energy throughout the month. As Shelley prepared to leave, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the lake. Chu Chen sensed a surge of powerful energy waves emanating from its depths, prompting him to cease his suppression of the demon dragon gecko and its companions. They erupted from the water like startled creatures, gazing back in terror. Chu Chen, however, was too excited to notice their comical expressions. He focused intently on the depths of the lake. "Master, is it the creature within that egg preparing to emerge?" Chu Chen nodded. Since the demon dragon gecko had stolen the golden egg, he had placed it in the lake without paying much attention. The egg had been absorbing spiritual energy until recently, when it suddenly ceased. Had it not been for the persistent life force emanating from within, he might have thought it lifeless. Unexpectedly, after all this time, it seemed the moment of emergence had finally arrived. Chu Chen speculated that it might be related to the recent blessings. Although he hadn't specifically nurtured the egg, any life connected to him had received the boon, possibly allowing this egg to gain some benefit and finally break its shell. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of creature would emerge, surely not just an ordinary fire raven. As the golden egg radiated brilliant light, it floated from the lake into the air. The 3,000 fire ravens from the ghost thorn forest swarmed around it, circling in a frenzied dance. Even the 10,000 magical beasts led away by Tyran knelt in reverence, emitting soft sounds of awe. Clearly, something extraordinary was unfolding. Such a display was reminiscent of the birth of a divine bird. When the golden light dissipated, intricate symbols adorned the egg's shell. With a crack, a fissure opened, releasing an incredibly sacred aura. The fire ravens that had been circling the egg descended, tucking their heads in a display of deference, almost fearful. Then, as if the sky itself was responding, the previously rainy heavens cleared, and a ball of fire descended, enveloping the golden egg in a blazing inferno. Goodness, is this truly necessary? It's like a heavenly tribulation from legends past, complete with divine flames, Chu Chen thought, unable to discern what was happening amidst the flames. And thus he could only wait. The flames burned for a full hour before a piece of dry wood fell from the sky, landing squarely on the eggshell, which quickly became riddled with cracks. A melodious bird call emanated from within the golden egg, refreshing all who heard it, bringing a sense of purification to their very souls. Finally, the egg shattered completely, and the long-awaited creature emerged. What a magnificent bird it was. Part of its feathers gleamed a golden hue, while the rest blazed a vibrant red. Its form was not dissimilar to that of a common fire raven, yet any onlooker would never dare to equate it with one, as it far surpassed any fire raven in splendor. "This is the phoenix," Shelley gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Do you recognize this bird?" Chu Chen inquired. Shelley nodded, her voice trembling as she explained, "It resembles a bird I have seen in ancient texts, known as the phoenix. It is also called the immortal bird because when it reaches the end of its life, it immolates itself, rising anew from its ashes as a fresh phoenix. Thus, there can only ever be one phoenix in existence." As Chu Chen gazed at the creature, a profound question arose in his mind. This phoenix, as described by Shelley, bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary golden crow from his past life. After its birth, the phoenix soared through the sky, joyfully chirping above the lake, evidently recognizing Chu Chen's essence. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of the divine creature, the phoenix. Please choose whether to enslave it." Enslave. Such a divine being could not be allowed to escape. Chu Chen glanced at the system panel, noticing a new entry beside the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko. Biological entity. Phoenix Master. Chu Chen level. Extraordinary level 1 abilities. Lifespan of 500 years, with the ability to be reborn. Purifying sound, capable of dispelling all soul-related enchantments. World cleansing flame, inflicts tremendous damage. A withered branch, which had fallen from the heavens, was swiftly absorbing moisture and spiritual energy from the lake, causing its limbs to grow rapidly until it reached a height exceeding that of the main body of the ghost thorn tree. Chu Chen observed and realized it was a palm tree. The phoenix let out a long cry and flew towards the palm tree, busily constructing its nest atop it. Shelley gazed at the phoenix, her expressions rich with emotion. Finally, she spoke. "I wonder how my lord came to possess such a divine creature as the phoenix. However, I must caution you, in any world or dimension, the phoenix is unparalleled and an object of desire for all beings, especially the forces of light that have sought its whereabouts for millennia. Therefore, my lord, you must exercise caution." Chu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the egg stolen by the demon dragon gecko from the fire crow's nest would hold such significance. He pondered whether this egg was inherently that of the phoenix, or if it was the awakening of his bloodline that led to such an outcome. Nonetheless, Shelley's warning warranted attention. Should deities truly attempt to seize it, Even with a system at his disposal, he would be ill-equipped to withstand their might. The emergence of such a significant being from the egg made him curious about what might arise from the egg in the River of Oblivion. Chapter 66. The Dark Griffin Beast. Upon recalling the golden egg thrown into the River of Oblivion, Chu Chen found himself unable to suppress his desire to investigate. The last time he had checked on the golden egg was several days prior, at which time it had ceased absorbing spiritual energy. He was eager to see how the egg in the River of Oblivion was faring. Upon inspection, he discovered that the once entirely golden giant egg had transformed into a shade of black, matching the color of the river's waters. After scrutinizing it for some time, he found no discernible clues and chose not to dwell on it further. Today, the golden egg in the lake had surprised Chu Chen by hatching a divine bird, and he had a premonition that the egg in the River of Oblivion would soon hatch as well. However, only the ghost thorn tree and Chu Chen could access the underground world, so Shelley and her companions were destined to remain oblivious. Arriving in the underground realm, Chu Chen promptly assessed the condition of the black egg. As expected, the surface was riddled with cracks, yet it lacked the imposing aura of the golden egg, quietly fracturing bit by bit. "My lord, why does it feel so ordinary?" The ghost thorn tree, having just witnessed the grand spectacle of the phoenix's birth, found it difficult to adjust to this seemingly mundane hatching. "I too feel this way. Nevertheless, it was nurtured within the River of Oblivion. It can't be inferior to the fire crow outside," Chu Chen replied. Thus, they quietly awaited the hatching of the black egg, each moment delicate and measured. After over 2 hours of this tedious anticipation, a creature finally emerged. Describing it as a monster was an understatement, for its appearance was less than flattering. Its head resembled that of an eagle, yet its wings were short and devoid of feathers. When its front claws extended, they resembled eagle talons. But upon the complete shattering of the eggshell, it revealed 2 additional appendages that resembled animal feet. What is this? A creature of no discernible type? How can a bird possess 4 legs? Chu Chen was bewildered, and so was the ghost thorn tree. The creature, having hatched, curiously surveyed its surroundings before flapping its wings and scrambling ashore from the River of Oblivion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of the Griffin Beast. Would you like to choose to enslave it? Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Chen was momentarily skeptical, wondering if the system had made a mistake. However, considering the system's track record of accuracy, he decided to trust its judgment. Choose to enslave. Thus, following the demon dragon gecko and phoenix, Chu Chen acquired a 3rd enslaved beast. Biological entity, Griffin Beastmaster. Chu Chen level, extraordinary level 1 abilities, capable of combat on land and in the air. Long-distance flight capabilities, Soul Shatter, emits a cry that can impact souls. Eagle Strike, dives from the air to attack at high speed. At present, there had been no engagements, making it impossible to gauge whether the Griffin Beast was superior to the Phoenix. However, in terms of appearance, the Phoenix certainly had the advantage. Regardless of aesthetics, both were now Chu Chen's subordinates, and both had been extraordinary from birth, placing additional pressure on the demon dragon gecko. "My lord, I am hungry." A youthful voice resonated in Chu Chen's mind. He turned to see the Griffin Beast bouncing on the shore. Uncertain of its dietary preferences, Chu Chen relayed a message to Ma Ji, who was recuperating in the underground world, instructing him to bring some magical beast carcasses. Before long, Ma Ji arrived with a team, bearing various magical beast corpses. As he was unsure of Chu Chen's specific needs, he had brought one of each type they had recently acquired. Upon placing the carcasses on the riverbank, the Griffin Beast lunged forward, startling Ma Ji, who instinctively raised his spear in defense, only to strike at an afterimage. "Do not panic. This is my pet," Chu Chen reassured him. Upon hearing this, Ma Ji finally relaxed, realizing that if the creature had been attacking him, he might have already lost his life. Observing the Griffin Beast devouring the carcasses with unrestrained ferocity, Chu Chen could only shake his head in disbelief. It seemed as though the creature had been starved for years. The ghost thorn tree found it amusing, recognizing that this little one was likely to cause quite a ruckus, putting the demon dragon gecko in a precarious position. In no time, the Griffin Beast had devoured all 100 magical beast carcasses brought by Ma Ji, and it now sauntered along the riverbank, resembling a rotund general. "This little one will reside in the River of Oblivion. Remember to provide it with sustenance periodically," Chu Chen instructed Ma Ji, intending for the Griffin Beast to temporarily settle in the River of Oblivion. Upon hearing Chu Chen's command, The griffin beast flapped its wings energetically at Ma Ji, then attempted to fly onto the ghost thorn tree, only to fail miserably. With no other option, it crawled from the water to rest among the tree's branches. Another lazy one. Chu Chen chided with a smile before instructing Ma Ji to return and continue training the troops, preparing for potential deployment. The specialized weapons developed by the Lich had now been equipped across the entire army. Yet the squad of skeleton soldiers dispatched by Chu Chen had yet to detect any unusual activity from the Anqi Empire. Acting rashly could prove perilous. It was wiser to await the opportune moment. Leaving the underground world, Chu Chen arrived at the lake on the surface, where a myriad of magical beasts were absorbing spiritual energy amidst the spiritual rain, while the phoenix flitted about, seemingly preparing to construct its nest. According to Shelley, the phoenix favored fragrant trees, yet such flora was scarce in the desert, let alone aromatic ones. Moreover, its frequent excursions made it susceptible to detection. But Chu Chen had no intention of interfering, for such behavior was inherent to the phoenix's nature. Forcing restraint would likely backfire and could even incite rebellion from the phoenix. After all, the relationship between Chu Chen and the phoenix was one of servitude, and there was always a risk of betrayal. The phoenix was an exceptionally resilient creature, and Chu Chen preferred to honor its autonomy. Since its birth, the phoenix had yet to converse with Chu Chen, unlike the griffin beast, which had immediately inquired about food. "Come here," Chu Chen commanded the phoenix. Just as the phoenix was about to take flight in search of nesting materials, it reluctantly approached upon hearing Chu Chen's command. Circling above the lake, seeing Chu Chen remain silent for an extended period, it emitted a clear, melodious cry, resembling a petulant complaint. "It's nothing. I simply failed to observe you clearly before. I called you over to take a good look," Chu Chen explained. In response, the phoenix turned its head and flew away, disregarding Chu Chen entirely. Such an aloof and proud creature, Chu Chen remarked awkwardly. Nonetheless, it mattered little. As its master, he merely needed it to obey commands without betrayal. Chapter 67. A first encounter with the Anqi Empire in the underground world at the terminus of the River of Oblivion. A battalion of skeletal soldiers marched in synchronized formation beneath the dimly lit sky. Their trajectory was directly opposite to that of the river's flow, indicating an incursion into Chu Chen's territory. As they neared the River of Oblivion, Chu Chen sensed their approach and immediately relayed the information to Ma Ji. Upon receiving Chu Chen's warning, Ma Ji promptly led the Earth Spirit warriors to intercept them. This is the territory that Ma Ji has secured for Chu Chen, and it is absolutely intolerable for any other beings to invade. Otherwise, it would be a profound disrespect to Chu Chen. As one of Chu Chen's most devoted followers, Ma Ji is seething with anger, determined to quench his fury with the blood of his enemies. By the banks of the River of Oblivion, Ma Ji's forces collide head-on with the invading skeletal soldiers. It seems that today, his spear will not taste the flavor of blood, for the foes before him are these troublesome and repugnant skeletons. In the eyes of all flesh and blood creatures, beings like skeletal undead are inherently disgusting, provoking an instinctive discomfort. Without hesitation, Ma Ji spurred his rock beast forward, and the earthlings behind him followed suit, launching an assault without needing any command. Their weapons, altered by the Lich, were imbued with the characteristics of the River of Oblivion, granting them effective lethality against the skeletal warriors. Otherwise, with their previous armaments, they would have to shatter the hard bones of these skeletons entirely to prevent them from rising again. The Lich has long studied skeleton warriors, recognizing that the skeletons merely harbor a fragment of a soul with minimal intelligence, capable only of obeying simple commands. However, as the skeletons grow stronger, their souls also gain strength and gradually develop sentience. Only then could they truly be considered a form of life. In truth, the Lich possesses the ability to create skeletal soldiers, but the success rate is low and fraught with complications, leading to minimal attempts at mass production. Chu Chen suspects that the monarch of the Anqi Empire is likely a skeleton that has achieved sentience, or at least is of legendary caliber. After approximately 15 minutes, Ma Ji led the Earthling warriors to eliminate this squad of skeletal soldiers. As per Chu Chen's orders, they cast all the skeletons into the River of Oblivion. Shortly thereafter, the once fallen skeletal warriors rose again, but this time they did not charge at Ma Ji. Instead, they turned and walked in the direction from which they came. Any corpse thrown into the River of Oblivion sees its soul merge into the waters, transforming the river into a flow of fragmented souls. The river's ability to drown is essentially a method of infusing these soul fragments into the corpses, thus reanimating them as new skeletal soldiers. It is conceivable that if enough soul fragments accumulate in the future, the creation of undead warriors could become a reality. Watching the departing skeletal warriors, Ma Ji recognized that this was the work of the great god Chu, and thus he was not overly surprised. He did not return immediately to his homeland, but remained at the river's end with the earthling warriors. It appeared that the underground world was on the brink of chaos. The information that Chu Chen received from the River of Oblivion, alongside what he observed from his deployed skeletal warriors in the Anqi Empire, suggested that a significant cleanup operation was imminent in the underground world, perhaps similar to the elven efforts to cleanse the wasteland. It was in preparation for the impending War of Faith. Could it be that the passage between the underground world and the surface would open during the War of Faith? Would the underground world be allowed to participate? The ghost thorn tree quickly grasped the crux of the issue. If that were the case, it could indeed serve our interests. If we could unify the underground world before the War of Faith, we would possess a trump card. No one would expect that the underground realm is, in fact, my territory. Chu Chen felt that this was an opportunity. The Anqi Empire's rule over the underground world was not solid, with many formidable races, like the Liches, resisting their control. Additionally, there were numerous powerful and mysterious entities lurking in the underground dark river, possibly under the influence of some faction. It could very well lead to a chaotic battle, allowing him to rise amidst the turmoil. By the banks of the River of Oblivion, Ma Ji and his companions engaged the third wave of invading skeletal warriors. Chief, these skeletal warriors seem endless. This is the third wave. Although our casualties are minimal, my brothers are quite exhausted. Perhaps we could request the esteemed Lord Chu to lend us the skeletal warriors emerging from the river for assistance? Ma Ji, upon hearing his kin, turned to survey the battlefield. After 3 encounters, they had suffered over 100 casualties, a loss that was still bearable. But each wave of skeletal soldiers charged fearlessly, forcing the earthling warriors to fight with all their might. If this continued, their stamina would surely be depleted. No. The Lord God, Chu, has his own plans. Even if our entire army were to perish, we must defend the territory of Lord God Chu. Ma Ji shook his head, for in his heart, the commands of Lord God Chu outweighed his own life. Chu Chen observed Ma Ji's steadfastness. It was a chance encounter that led him to save their lives, and thereafter, he sought to utilize their clan to establish a foothold in this underground world. Over these days, Ma Ji and the earthling warriors had indeed proven their loyalty. Once more, Ma Ji cast the bodies of the skeletal warriors into the river, and soon another squad emerged. However, this time they did not leave, but remained in place. These skeletal warriors will temporarily stay here to assist you. The voice of Chu Chen resonated in the hearts of each earthling warrior. They realized that whatever they communicated, Lord God Chu could sense it. The young warrior who had previously made a suggestion wore a look of astonishment, silently relieved that he had not spoken ill. Chu Chen, however, paid no heed to the warrior's thoughts and instead contemplated the next course of action. The Anqi Empire's cleanup operation was merely in its infancy. The recent waves of skeletal warriors had been randomly dispatched from nearby, lacking any organization. Yet, with this series of 3 waves returning without casualties, it would surely draw the attention of the higher-ups in the Anqi Empire. The next wave would likely be far more substantial, marking the true beginning of a great battle for Ma Ji and his companions. Chapter 68. The forces behind the Anqi Empire as expected. When Ma Ji and the earthling warriors repelled the third wave of skeletal soldiers from the Anqi Empire, a brief lull ensued, lasting 2 days without a single skeleton appearing. It was not until the 3rd day that a grand skeletal army arrived, led by a skeletal general mounted on a skeletal warhorse, brandishing a spear. You, enemy, shall perish. The skeletal general was capable of speech, though only a few words. Such an ability indicated at least a transcendent level of intelligence. Indeed, it is I. This territory does not belong to you wretched skeletons. Since you are dead, you should lie still. Allow me to send you back to eternal rest. Ma Ji's single eye glinted coldly as he gazed at the skeletal general, sensing that this foe was formidable, possibly even stronger than himself. Nevertheless, he felt no fear, for the battlefield was by the River of Oblivion, under the watchful gaze of the god Chu. Kill. The skeletal general pointed his spear, and the skeletal soldiers surged forward, charging alongside him on horseback. Ma Ji also led the earthling warriors into the fray, two armies of differing faiths clashing in combat. This skeletal army numbered nearly 10,000, while the Earthling warriors counted 6 or 7,000. The battlefield was not particularly spacious, nearly filled to capacity, with fallen soldiers trampled underfoot. Many skeletons were pushed into the River of Oblivion or the underground Dark River. Regardless of which they fell into, once submerged, they would not rise again, leading both the Earthling and skeletal soldiers to instinctively distance themselves from the two rivers. This battle was undoubtedly the most arduous that the Earthling warriors had faced since aligning with Chu Chen, as they were outnumbered and only matched in level. In truth, Chu Chen had already arrived nearby, observing the conflict. He could have intervened directly but chose not to. Instead, he waited to see if there were any unseen forces behind the skeletal warriors. Fortunately, the Earthling warriors had received Chu Chen's blessings, and with the assistance of the rock beasts and their specialized weapons designed to combat skeletons, they maintained the upper hand in this chaotic melee, quickly diminishing the number of skeletal foes. Victory was within reach for the Earthling warriors. As for the battle between Ma Ji and the skeletal general, the latter's newfound intelligence rendered him more cunning, yet he lacked the reckless ferocity of ordinary skeletons. Thus, facing Ma Ji, who had achieved a mere level 10 in the mortal realm, the encounter resulted in a stalemate. Neither could best the other. Indeed, there are hidden machinations at play. Chu Chen noted the sudden appearance of a human figure behind the skeletal army. Clad in a pure white robe, he stood out starkly against the dark underground world, particularly due to the radiant glow emanating from his palm. However, none of the earth spirits present noticed him, as if they subconsciously overlooked his presence. Yet, Chu Chen recognized him the moment he appeared and closely monitored his every move. The white-robed mage gazed indifferently at the fierce battle unfolding before him. A look of disdain etched upon his face. It would be better if these filthy creatures were all dead. The staff in his hand began to emit an increasingly brilliant light, capturing the attention of both the battling skeletons and the earth spirits, who halted in unison. "You shall perish," the skeleton general rasped. Mikey felt a pang of anxiety, but remained composed. Though the enemy had formidable allies, his deity was nearby. What was there to fear? "Regardless of my fate, you shall be the first to die," he declared, charging recklessly at the skeleton general. "Let the god of light vanquish the darkness." Aurora purification. A blinding radiance erupted from the tip of the staff, visibly igniting the trees beneath the white-robed mage's feet, their intense heat rapidly spreading toward Mikey. Sensing the imminent threat, he contemplated retreating with his kin. "Do not panic," Chu Chen's voice resonated, acting as a calming balm for Mikey. The white light enveloped the skeleton warriors, causing even their bodies to begin dissolving. "Why do you do this?" The skeleton general pointed an accusatory finger at the white-robed mage. Yet, the mage did not deign to acknowledge him. Although the skeleton warriors were foes, they would soon become Chu Chen's soldiers. Their dissolution at the hands of the white-robed mage rendered even the most powerful incapable of resurrecting them through the river of forgetfulness. Thus, Chu Chen decided he could no longer hold back. He would take action. Ice spikes surged forth from the river of forgetfulness, speeding toward the white-robed mage. As the mage noticed and attempted to evade, he found his movements sluggish, ensnared by Chu Chen's ice chains. Nevertheless, the mage's expression remained calm. He slowly directed his staff toward the incoming ice arrows, watching as they gradually melted in the white light. A smirk of contempt graced his lips. It was already surprising to find someone capable of wielding magic in such a humble place, yet as a legendary mage of the Holy Light Temple, such trivial tactics posed no challenge to him. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. His body collapsed. While he was engaged in dissolving the ice arrows with holy light, Chu Chen had stealthily employed water binding, wrapping 2 tendrils of water around the mage's legs and pulling him down. Before he could react, the immense force from the water ropes dragged the white-robed mage into the river of forgetfulness. This river, rife with dark elements, was inhospitable even to the earth spirits, let alone a mage who worshipped the light. Upon entering the river, the white-robed mage sank to the bottom like a stone cast into deep waters. Mikey understood clearly that after a while, the white-robed mage would resurface, but he would no longer be the resplendent figure he once was. He would transform into the very filthy skeleton creatures he had once scorned. With the white-robed mage swiftly dealt with, Chu Chen sought to spare the earth spirits further toil, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows that eliminated the remaining skeleton warriors, including the skeleton general, who was unable to utter a word before being swept away. Wave after wave of bones were cast into the river of forgetfulness, leaving only a few hundred corpses of rock monsters and earth spirits behind. These bodies could also have been thrown into the river, transforming them into skeleton warriors. However, Chu Chen chose not to do so, turning his own kin into mindless skeletons. Though a form of rebirth would strip them of their essence, no longer rendering them the individuals they once were. Such a method, which would not even spare his own people in death, contradicted Chu Chen's initial convictions and could easily dishearten his subordinates. After devouring the memories of the white-robed mage, Chu Chen gained considerable insight into the relationship between the Anxi Empire and the Holy Light Temple. Chapter 69, Total War, All Sides Unite Indeed. There was a passage within the Holy Light Temple that led to the underground world, yet it bore numerous restrictions. Only one individual could traverse it each year. Over the millennia, despite a continuous stream of emissaries, their numbers remained limited. Moreover, the absence of essential training elements, spiritual energy, or fighting spirit rendered it nearly impossible for those who entered to progress, leading to their eventual demise. Thus, throughout nearly a millennium, few had truly entered. The Holy Light Temple typically dispatched only one individual every decade to assess the situation, often sending those whose cultivation had stagnated or who had erred in some manner to be exiled here. According to the white-robed mage's recollections, the number of Holy Light Temple members in the underground world likely did not exceed 20, with only 3 to 5 of them being legendary figures. This time, they had divided into 4 groups, each responsible for a different direction. The white-robed mage was unfortunate enough to be assigned to Chu Chen's path and fell victim to his pull into the river of forgetfulness. This mission was prompted by the impending war of faith, as the high priest of the Holy Light Temple feared unrest in the underground world. Consequently, they had dispatched a remarkably powerful saintess, tasked with unifying the underground world completely. This time, no forces defying the Anxi Empire were to be tolerated. Concerning this saintess, the white-robed mage had scant information. He knew only that she was immensely powerful and had never encountered her, having only spoken to the skeletal lord of the Anxi Empire on a few occasions. It appeared that ill omens accompanied this newcomer. The clash with the Anxi Empire was to be hastened. Chu Chen had initially intended to bide his time. Yet with the arrival of such a formidable saintess from the outside, he feared her methods would be considerably more aggressive. If he delayed further, other factions in the underground world would likely be obliterated by the Anxi Empire. Contemplating this, Chu Chen promptly notified Mikey to rally all the troops under his command. This time, he would lead the charge personally. Concurrently, in the surface world, at the edge of Chu Chen's lake, thousands of magical beasts once again gathered. This marked the second divine blessing of the month and the final collective opportunity for advancement. Whether ordinary magical beasts or members of the savage tribes, including Shire and the magical dragon gecko, they awaited in eager anticipation. In the underground world, by the river of forgetfulness, Mikey led the earth spirit warriors riding rock monsters, along with warriors from other conquered races, totaling over 20,000, all patiently awaiting Chu Chen. Both the denizens of the surface and underground worlds, all of Chu Chen's subjects, looked forward to their deity's benevolence. The familiar and warm white light enveloped each individual, alleviating their fatigue and infusing them with newfound strength that propelled their realms forward. The warriors of the underground world, lacking access to the energy required for cultivation, found Chu Chen's blessing to be their sole opportunity for advancement. Meanwhile, the surface warriors, endowed with ample energy, experienced an even swifter progression due to Chu Chen's favor. Following this grand bestowal, the strength of the 10,000 magical beasts on the surface reached at least level 8 in the mundane tier, while the warriors led by Mikey in the underground world generally attained level 6. Should they have the chance to ascend to the surface, their growth would likely accelerate further. After completing the blessings, the magical beasts on the shore were escorted back by Tyran, dispersed across the various regions of the desert. Additionally, Chu Chen instructed him to retrieve any magical beasts in the sand army that were below level 5 in the mundane tier. At this point, those below level 5 had essentially lost the potential for advancement. Rather than leaving them outside, it was preferable for Chu Chen to absorb them, converting them into energy to create more magical beasts. The warriors of the underground world fully assimilated the blessings, greatly enhancing their overall strength. Even Mikey finally broke through to the extraordinary tier during this blessing. The Lich tribe, who had aligned with Chu Chen, were astonished by such a divine ability, typically reserved for deities. Initially, they sought only to escape, yet witnessing the myriad miracles created by Chu Chen, some began to harbor concerns. Those who made bargains with the divine often met grim fates. However, a significant portion began to trust Chu Chen. Having reaped substantial benefits from this blessing, their stagnant powers finally experiencing some elevation. Warriors, I have received intelligence that the Anshi Empire intends to conduct a thorough cleansing of the underground world, eliminating all races that do not submit to them. We shall not become slaves to the skeletons. Thus, I will lead you in rebellion. This time, our struggle is not merely to defend our territory, but to ensure our survival and the continuation of our race. We have no retreat. For freedom, for life. We shall annihilate the Anshi Empire. For the sake of freedom and survival, we must eradicate the empire of Anshi. Thousands of warriors, led by Maki, began to roar with fervor. The morale of the Grand Army surged, marking an opportune moment for departure. Just as Chu Chen was about to issue the order to advance, a voice rang out, halting him. Amidst the crowd's gaze, a variety of tribes approached from the distance. Some bore a resemblance to humans, albeit with green skin, while others appeared vastly different, yet spoke in human tongues. Chu Chen scanned the scene, noting approximately a dozen tribes, totaling several thousand individuals. Who are you? Do you intend to obstruct my army? Maki stepped forward to inquire. General Maki, there is no need for alarm. We are secretive races from this subterranean world, rarely emerging. However, the Empire of Anshi has gone too far this time, prompting us to join you in your fight against them. One creature, resembling a human, replied. Maki cast a skeptical glance, but was met with a voice from within his mind, urging him to accept their alliance. Although these newcomers were of uncertain origin and had chosen this moment to join, Chu Chen felt no fear. In the heat of battle, they would have no choice but to contribute. Many of these tribes were unknown to Chu Chen, likely holding significant backgrounds akin to that of the Lich. If he could unite them, it would provide substantial support, and in the future, they might serve a crucial role in the surface world. Chapter 70. The Concerns of the Saintess in the Underground World, by the banks of the river Wangchuan. The army advancing against the Empire of Anshi appeared even more formidable with the addition of these smaller tribes. Each new tribe was powerful, with strong individuals on par with Maki, yet none stepped forward to volunteer. They quietly awaited the passage of Maki's Earth Spirit troops before following behind. Chu Chen smirked at this. These beings, having lived for centuries, lacked the wisdom of the Lich and seemed intent on lurking behind to reap benefits, perhaps even hoping to capitalize on the conflict. Did they not see that even the Lich had mobilized, integrating into Maki's forces, ready to engage in battle? Chu Chen had not deliberately concealed the news of their expedition. He trusted it would soon reach the Empire of Anshi, especially to the newly appointed Saintess, who likely had prepared her countermeasures. For the Saintess, the opportunity to confront nearly all opposing forces from the subterranean world could be seen as a boon, sparing her the tedious game of hide and seek. Chu Chen shared this sentiment. Since war was unavoidable, a decisive confrontation would resolve all issues at once. In the face of overwhelming power, strategies became superfluous. Within the dominion of the Empire of Anshi lay an expansive plain, a rarity in the underground world. A vast army of skeletons stood arrayed across the plain, a chilling sight of white bones as far as the eye could see. Let us swiftly deal with this Earth Spirit tribe. Our greater enemy lies beneath the waters, a veiled woman addressed a massive skeleton beside her. This gigantic skeleton was the monarch of the Empire of Anshi, the ruler of this underground realm. Yet, he appeared somewhat reverent, indicating the woman's elevated status, most likely the saintess of the Light Temple. Do you believe the aquatic beings will seize this opportunity? It is their only and best chance. They will undoubtedly act. My primary objective in descending here is to confront them, the saintess declared, regarding Maki's Earth Spirit tribe as a mere nuisance to be dealt with. For years, we have closely monitored the movements of the aquatic beings, yet they have not shown any signs of activity. Could it be they have already given up? The skeletal monarch questioned, lowering his head in confusion. The saintess shook her head. Regardless, we must eliminate all possibilities. Wait, what is that? The saintess suddenly noticed a quiet black river appearing in the previously barren wilderness, bringing an air of deathly stillness. Something seems amiss. Investigate it. She instinctively commanded the skeletal monarch. 4 men stood behind the saintess, their gazes towards her a mix of reverence and admiration. "Marcus, you should accompany him," she instructed. Marcus, having arrived in the underground world earlier, was more familiar with its intricacies. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, he quickly flew off to join the skeletal monarch. As the skeletal monarch hovered above the river Wanchuan, Lucas stood by the riverbank. After a moment, they exchanged glances. Marcus frowned, sensing an absence of any aura. This river was none other than Chu Chen's river Wanchuan. To ensure victory in this confrontation, he needed to extend the river's length further. Only by its banks could he secure an invulnerable position. Marcus retrieved a luminous sphere and gently cast it into the river. Upon entry, the water began to boil, and the sphere quickly sank, its light extinguishing. "What did you discover?" the skeletal monarch asked, stepping back in distaste from the recent illumination. "An endless darkness. A force darker than that of dark sorcerers," Marcus replied gravely. "Light and darkness are sworn enemies. Could it be that the entities within the dark river are responsible? It should not be. They lack such capability. Regardless, the sudden emergence of a river imbued with dark energy in the underground world is a significant matter. We must inform the Saintess at once." Marcus stood, ready to relay the news, when a formidable army appeared in the distance. Though their numbers paled in comparison to the skeletons, the quality of this new army was superior. The skeleton army, numbering over 100,000, consisted mainly of low-tier skeletons, with only a handful of extraordinary ones and just a single legendary being, the skeletal monarch. In contrast, this new force boasted only 20 to 30,000 troops. Yet many were of the 4th and 5th tiers, with several even reaching the 8th and 9th tiers, though only one was extraordinary, with none at the legendary level. Without the skeletal monarch and the Light Temple's assistance, the skeleton army might not have been able to contend with this new foe, but now they were merely insignificant. "You prepare to face them here. I shall inform the Saintess," Marcus said, dismissing the approaching army, his focus remaining on the Erie River. "Saintess, I have investigated that river with the light sphere and confirmed it contains an extremely dense dark energy. Could this dark energy be connected to the Earth Spirit tribe?" Marcus paused at the Saintess's words. "It seems unlikely. While those individuals may surpass the skeletons in strength, none are legendary, and only one is extraordinary. They should lack such power." The Saintess cast a cold glance at Marcus, perceiving his cognitive decline after nearly a century in this realm. How can the creatures of this underground world, devoid of the energy required for cultivation, reach higher tiers, or even break through extraordinary? The Earth Spirit tribe is not akin to the Lich, capable of living for a millennium. There must be some hidden truth, otherwise they would not dare oppose the Empire of Anshi. If this river indeed ties back to the Earth Spirit tribe or their backers, today's battle will likely be anything but simple. The Saintess felt no worry. With their presence, the opposing forces were trivial, especially with her strength ensuring their eventual triumph in unifying the underground world. Another man, witnessing Marcus's predicament, took the opportunity to flatter the Saintess. She merely shook her head, not concerned with the immediate battle, but wary of potential incursions from the depths. Nevertheless, she remained confident in her abilities. Chapter 71. A Fierce Battle. The skeletal monarch Maki's grand army encountered the skeletal forces of the Empire of Anshi on the desolate plains, both sides taking their positions. From a distance, Maki's over 20,000 troops resembled a grand vessel amidst a sea of white. But how could such a ship ever hope to traverse this vast ocean? In contrast, Chu Chen's river Wanchuan appeared as a dark ribbon, cutting through the scene, unaffected by the movements of either the Earth Spirit Army or the skeletal forces. Maki gazed indifferently at the vast army of 100,000 skeletons before him, his expression unchanging. The warriors of the Earth Spirit race behind him mirrored his composure, though excitement tinged their faces with a slight flush. They fought for their deity, to unify this subterranean world. From this day forth, the Earth Spirit race would reign as the most esteemed race in these depths. Opposing them were mere ants, a scant few daring to defy his empire. He vowed to crush them all. Beneath the colossal form of the skeleton monarch, Maki and his companions appeared rather diminutive, especially considering that the monarch was of legendary rank. Even combined, Maki and the Liches stood no chance against such a singular force. Observing the flowing black river beside him, Maki understood that Chu Chen was ever at their side. Raising his spear high, Maki signaled his fellow Earth Spirit warriors to prepare for the charge. However, Those races who had temporarily allied with them appeared dazed in the face of the skeletal army, some even bracing for flight. The skeleton monarch scoffed. Realizing he need not intervene personally, yet to expedite the battle, he decided to eliminate these bothersome ants before focusing on the creatures lurking in the water. Crush them, he bellowed, prompting the 100,000 skeletons to surge forward. Maki shouted kill, and surged ahead, like a powerful tide clashing against another. Though the white waves were grander, the dark yellow tide formed by the earth spirits was far more resilient, keeping their formation intact despite being enveloped. In a brief moment, numerous skeletons fell, their bones littering the ground, while some earth spirit warriors succumbed to the onslaught. Maki surged forth like a wolf unleashed in a sheep pen, wreaking havoc with relentless fury. Several extraordinary skeletons rushed to encircle him, but they could not contain him. He swiftly dispatched many of their ranks. Utterly useless, the skeleton monarch muttered. Witnessing his subordinates fail to subdue a single Maki, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, lest he appear incompetent before the saint. The disparity between legendary and extraordinary was stark, yet in this realm, only the living could afford to speak of fairness. Before the skeleton monarch, Maki had no room for resistance, yet he maintained his battle stance, gripping his spear tightly, his head held high, glaring defiantly at the advancing monarch with a contemptuous smile. The skeleton monarch seethed at the audacity of this insignificant creature to mock him, his anger boiling as he swung his massive hand toward Maki, confident that this strike would annihilate the insolent fool. Just as the colossal hand was about to strike, a black ice arrow shot forth from the nearby river, piercing through the monarch's hand and aiming for his skull. The hand, now compromised, began to crumble rapidly. The skeleton monarch stared in terror at the approaching ice arrow, sensing no presence yet instinctively gripped by dread. In a narrow escape, he tilted his massive head just in time to evade the arrow, his gaze shifting anxiously to the river he had approached moments earlier. Maki momentarily froze, then recognized that it was Chu Chen who had intervened. In his mind, Chu Chen was invincible, prompting him to rejoin the fray against the skeletal army. Noticing the river remained still, the skeleton monarch felt a lingering fear from the earlier attack that had obliterated his hardened hand. Fortunately, the saint had sensed the anomaly and dispatched Marcus and another human to assist him. What is happening? Can you not even handle a single extraordinary earth spirit? Marcus inquired from his elevated position. The skeleton monarch, growing impatient, replied, "That river is peculiar. It just attacked me." Both Marcus and his companion turned their attention to the tranquil river, then back to the monarch's missing hand. "We will watch here while you continue to slay that earth spirit leader," Marcus proposed, eager to compel the river's hidden entity to act once more. As the skeleton monarch resumed his advance toward Maki, Chu Chen was compelled to strike again. This time, not a single arrow, but 7 or 8 ice arrows surged forth toward the skeleton monarch. Marcus and his companion attempted to intercept the barrage, managing to deflect 3 or 4. But the remainder continued their relentless trajectory. Having previously witnessed the devastating power of these black ice arrows, the skeleton monarch dared not underestimate them. Drawing his spine as a weapon, the hardest bone in his body, he prepared for the impending impact. As the arrows clashed against his spine, the monarch was taken aback, sensing fractures forming. If he persisted, his spine might shatter entirely, yet retreat was no longer an option. He had to endure. The sound of cracking echoed ominously in his ears, horrifying even Marcus, who understood just how formidable the monarch's spine was. The black arrows had shattered it with alarming ease. Marcus instinctively stepped back, feeling a chill creep up his spine. The other mage, oblivious to Marcus's unease, remained focused on the river, employing a probing spell to uncover the creature concealed within. Though the monarch's spine had not rendered him instantly vulnerable, the loss of such crucial support diminished his stature and weakened his presence. Observing this, Chu Chen decided against immediate engagement, recognizing that keeping him alive might still serve a purpose. For Chu Chen, the 2 legendary figures before him were hardly daunting. He had dispatched many such beings before. In the subterranean realm, others could not harness energy, not even the minions of the Holy Light, while he possessed an almost limitless reserve of power. Yet the saint, though keenly aware of the unfolding events, had yet to intervene, denying him the opportunity to strike. "I will eliminate your dispatched allies. Let us see if that compels your arrival," he mused, and his subordinates acted accordingly. The mage who remained intent on uncovering Chu Chen's presence was caught off guard as he fell victim to the combined assault of ice arrows, ice chains, and water bindings, vanishing into the river without a trace. Marcus, witnessing this, fled without a backward glance. Cunning indeed, Chu Chen noted as the distance between Marcus and the river grew, sealing his opportunity to act. Saint, that river is indeed strange. It harbors a formidable creature that incapacitated the skeleton monarch and killed Kale. Shouldn't we investigate? Marcus reported breathlessly to the saint. How are you unscathed? The saint was well aware of the situation, having observed Kale's loyalty to the Holy Light Temple, despite his shortcomings. Marcus, perhaps having lingered too long in this realm, had grown cowardly and less committed to their cause. As Marcus prepared to defend himself, the saint interrupted. You three shall go together and eliminate that earth spirit leader. The remaining 3 legends shall join forces. It is a mere extraordinary being, after all, hardly a challenge for you. Meanwhile, Maki and his earth spirit warriors had breached the heart of the skeleton army. With their monarch severely injured and combat ineffective, the skeleton strength waned, allowing the earth spirits to push them back decisively. Seeing 3 legendary figures emerge anew, Chu Chen initially assumed they were targeting him, only to realize they were hastening toward Maki. This is dire, he thought. Maki, caught up in his fervor, had strayed far from the river, making it impossible for Chu Chen to reach him in time. Get to the river, he commanded, summoning a water elemental to sprint toward Maki. Upon hearing Chu Chen's order, Maki glanced up, noticing 3 figures speeding toward him. Realizing they were there to kill him, he turned and sprinted toward the river. However, Marcus and his companions, being legendary, moved with a swiftness that far outpaced Maki, and even the water elemental struggled to keep up. As Maki's approached the attack range of Chu Chen, the trio of Marcus struck first. 3 blades of light surged toward Maki's, who, while still in motion, was cleaved into 3 parts. Maki's. He was the first to die before Chu Chen's eyes since arriving in this world, a devoted follower and the first individual he encountered in the underworld. Witnessing Maki's body torn apart on the ground, trampled by the surrounding skeletons, ignited a fury within Chu Chen for the first time. In the distance, the Wangchuan River roiled for the first time, as if a slumbering dragon was about to awaken. The warriors of the Earth Spirit clan retreated immediately. Though they initially sought vengeance for their fallen leader, upon hearing Chu Chen's command, they all began to withdraw, while the skeletons, momentarily intimidated by Chu Chen, hesitated to pursue. Once the Earth Spirit warriors had fully retreated, an unseen force lifted the waters of the Wangchuan River into the sky. The already dim sky grew even darker. Quickly retreat. The Holy Maiden suddenly turned pale, soaring through the air as she shouted at Marcus and the others. Startled awake by her voice, the trio hurriedly fled backward as if emerging from a dream. If you wish to escape, leave your lives behind. The waters of the Wangchuan surged toward Marcus and his companions, submerging the skeleton soldiers beneath its depths without a sound. Though Marcus and his companions were swift, countless ropes emerged from the water behind them, catching up with astonishing speed and ensnaring them tightly. Amidst Marcus's terrified cries, the 3 were dragged into the river, and the water crashed down behind them, transforming the entire plain into a black ocean. 100,000 skeleton soldiers fell in that single strike, and the 3 legendary figures vanished into the river without even a ripple. This attack cost Chu Chen 1,000,000 energy points. Resources initially intended to extend the river's length, diverted entirely to pursue Marcus and annihilate the skeleton soldiers. The Holy Maiden hovered in the air, stunned, pointing incredulously at Chu Chen. You, who exactly are you? How can you possess such power? The recent assault was utterly terrifying. The Holy Maiden believed that even if she were subjected to such an attack, her survival probability would barely be 50%. Her initial intent to send Marcus and his companions to eliminate Maki's was solely to ascertain whether Chu Chen could only act by the riverbank. Now, this hypothesis had been confirmed, but it also proved her wrong. While Chu Chen typically could not stray far from the river, if angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. In that moment, the Holy Maiden found herself isolated, surrounded by merely a handful of transcendents. Given Chu Chen's display of strength, they were woefully inadequate to confront him. Am I to surrender the underworld? If I return to the Holy Temple of Light, I will likely face even harsher repercussions. The Holy Maiden hesitated, while Chu Chen began to gather the flowing waters of the wilderness into the river, directing its course. Simultaneously, he drew Maki's body into the river, along with his soul. As Maki was a loyal follower of Chu Chen, his body and soul would not be consumed by the system, allowing them to be preserved. Maki was not entirely lost. At least, Chu Chen possessed a method to resurrect him, though it was one that Maki might not accept. Just as Chu Chen prepared to act against the last remaining holy maiden, he noticed unusual movements not far away. The Dark River, which had existed in the underworld for an unknown duration, exhibited extraordinary changes, with something seemingly attempting to emerge, creating splashes upon the surface. Even Chu Chen found the depths of this river unfathomable, which was why he had always avoided it, never daring to engage directly. Choosing this moment to strike, could it be some form of intelligent creature? Chu Chen glanced at the distant holy maiden, who appeared to be frowning in concern. She seemed to possess some knowledge. Chapter 73. The Origins of the Dark River in the Underworld, upon the plains of the Anxi Empire. The ground was littered with white bones, all drawn into the Wanchuan River. 100,000 skeleton soldiers of the Anxi Empire had been obliterated, leaving only the Holy Maiden and a mere dozen transcendent figures from the Holy Temple of Light. On Chu Chen's side, having lost Maki's, the Earth Spirit warriors also suffered considerable casualties. Only those who had joined midway remained largely unharmed, now witnessing Chu Chen's display of might, unable to advance or retreat. However, neither the Holy Maiden nor Chu Chen had any desire to continue the battle, both focused on the nearly overlooked Dark River. This river was not particularly wide, but traversed every corner of the underworld and was unfathomably deep. As the conflict between the Anxi Empire and Chu Chen drew to a close, it began to undergo changes. Chu Chen observed the bubbling Dark River, clearly indicating that something was stirring from the deep. Do you know something? Chu Chen's voice echoed in the Holy Maiden's mind. She regarded him with surprise. Whether I know or not, I have no obligation to inform you. The Holy Maiden's plans for unifying the underworld had been shattered by Chu Chen, leading her to harbor considerable resentment toward him. I once conducted a simple probe of this dark river and discovered that its depths concealed terrifying creatures. I also understand the purpose of your Holy Temple of Light in this endeavor, but I must assert that the underworld is not yours to reclaim. Should you fail to cooperate, I shall see to it that you, as the Holy Maiden, remain here forever unable to return. This was an evident threat, causing the Holy Maiden's face to flush with anger. Even within the Holy Temple of Light, she was a revered figure, seldom confronted in such a manner. Yet, in that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. With a single move, Chu Chen had annihilated 100,000 skeleton soldiers, and all 4 legendary figures had perished at his hands, while she had yet to even glimpse his true visage. Regardless of her confidence, she would not dare claim the ability to escape from Chu Chen, especially with the emergence of the Dark River, which housed entities far more terrifying than him. Perhaps if that creature were to clash with whatever lay within the Dark River, I might still have a chance to reclaim control over the underworld. The Holy Maiden found herself contemplating. The underworld was vital for the Holy Temple of Light. Should she fail in this task, even if she returned, she would face severe repercussions from other saints, making her continued status as Holy Maiden precarious. I can reveal the secrets of the Dark River to you, but you must guarantee that until the Dark River matter is resolved, you will not act against me or my subordinates. Ultimately, the Holy Maiden chose to compromise. Of course, I assure you that I will not take action against you until the Dark River issue is resolved. In truth, such verbal assurances held little weight, merely providing the Holy Maiden with a means to save face. The Holy Maiden approached the banks of the Wanchuan River, unafraid of Chu Chen attacking at that moment. For the threat of the Dark River loomed large. An astute adversary would never choose to strike now. This underworld had existed for countless millennia, and the Dark River had emerged long ago, despite the Light God's dominion over this continent for thousands of years. The true nature of the Dark River had never been comprehensively understood. Chu Chen felt a stir of intrigue at her words. A river that had existed for millennia must harbor terrifying creatures. Over the centuries, we have engaged in numerous conflicts with the beings of the Dark River. These entities differ greatly from the magical beasts and aquatic species outside. They generally possess low intelligence but immense physical strength. Many of our spells fail to pose any significant threat to them, and due to the scarcity of elemental energy in this world, many powerful spells cannot be cast. Thus, every attempt to conquer the Dark River has ended in failure. Chu Chen recalled the strange fish he had encountered when he first met Maki's. Even that surface-dwelling creature possessed remarkable strength. Have you ever sent anyone to probe the depths? Indeed, we have dispatched water magic experts on multiple occasions. But the energy at the river's depths is highly chaotic, and the creatures there are even stronger in the water. None of those we sent ever returned alive. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen realized that the Holy Temple of Light had been unable to manage the Dark River for millennia. If he sought to unify the underworld, this Dark River would undoubtedly be the greatest obstacle. Have there been instances of creatures from the Dark River emerging to attack? The Holy Maiden nodded, saying, yes. Each time we were on the verge of unifying the underworld, they would emerge to strike. This is why we have been unable to truly unify all the races of the underworld over the past 1,000 years. Chu Chen understood that this time it was indeed due to the impending Millennium War that someone was dispatched to attempt the unification of the underground world. Given that the Radiant Temple had dominated the divine demon continent for millennia and had triumphed several times in the Faith War, they likely held little hope for this unification. However, they could not have anticipated that not only would they fail to unify the underground world, but they would also lose complete control, resulting in the annihilation of the Anxi Empire at the hands of Chu Chen. As Chu Chen engaged in a dialogue with the Radiant Saintess to unravel the many secrets of the underground world, he acknowledged his own lack of depth and understanding regarding the power dynamics in this realm, thus seizing the opportunity to learn from the Radiant Saintess. Nevertheless, the Radiant Saintess was not easily outdone, imparting only non-secretive information while claiming ignorance on the true mysteries. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense as Chu Chen's tone shifted to seriousness, prompting the Radiant Saintess to turn her gaze towards the Dark River. A series of explosive splashes erupted from the river, revealing enormous creatures leaping from its depths. Among them was a serpent hundreds of meters long, raising its colossal head to gaze at the warriors of the Earth Spirit clan, who were thrown into disarray by its intimidating presence. There were also octopuses with 8 legs, each adorned with a human head, their eyes darting towards the Radiant Saintess. Each creature was of formidable size, making the vast plain feel somewhat constricted. In total, 7 or 8 such monstrous beings emerged, accompanied by a multitude of already transformed magical beasts, all exhibiting an extraordinary size that exuded a fierce aura. Witnessing these creatures, Chu Chen's mind raced, conjuring the thought that they resembled denizens of the sea, leaving him perplexed as to how they had surfaced from the Dark River. Surely, such beings could not have thwarted the Radiant Temple for millennia. Was there perhaps a greater force lurking behind, equally covetous of the Faith War? As doubts flooded his mind, the octopus with a human head unexpectedly spoke, addressing the Radiant Saintess with disdain. You must be from the Radiant Temple. Your presence is nauseating. Come here quickly. The Radiant Saintess, incensed by the creature's words, dared not act recklessly, recognizing that the octopus was also of legendary status. What are you waiting for? Is the Radiant Temple not delivering us food? It continued, the quality of offerings has declined over the past millennium. Be careful lest our grandfather grows displeased and razes your temple. Unable to contain her fury, the Radiant Saintess shouted, silence. A pristine white staff appeared in her hand, topped with a chillingly white orb. She thrust the staff forward, invoking the spell crystallization. A wave of frigid air surged toward the octopus, and crystalline structures rapidly formed in the air around it, adhering to its body. The octopus's expression shifted as it exclaimed, so cold. How dare you freeze me? Wretched human. Its exterior swiftly encased in ice. Even its breath manifested as white vapor, indicating that the spell was a comprehensive encasement. However, despite its furious protests, the octopus did not panic. It shook its body, dispersing the ice crystals in mere moments, and soon ceased exhaling cold air. The Radiant Saintess pressed her advantage with a soul attack, freezing the octopus's expression in shock. Purification of light. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the orb at the staff's apex, causing one of the octopus's tentacles to begin disintegrating. Yet, remarkably, the creature appeared to be devoid of pain, maintaining its previous expression. Seeking death, observed the giant serpent, noticing the octopus's disadvantage. With a disdainful snort, it expelled a stream of black water, which splashed against the Radiant Saintess's staff, causing the orb to emit a hissing sound, indicating corrosion. Startled, the Radiant Saintess quickly cast a cleansing spell to gradually purify the black filth from the orb, though its surface became pockmarked, and its luminous glow dimmed significantly. The Radiant Saintess's expression grew grave. Defeating one creature was already a challenge, but facing two would surely spell her demise. Was she truly to resort to that scroll? If so, her mission would be rendered a complete failure. A wave of reluctance surged within her. Why do you not remain in the water? What business do you have here? Chu Chen interjected. At that moment, the octopus snapped back to awareness from its frozen state, glaring at the Radiant Saintess with fury. 3 of its tentacles lunged toward her, transforming from soft appendages into lethal spears. The Radiant Saintess instinctively retreated a few steps, then pointed her staff, sending a beam of light to intercept the tentacles. Simultaneously, she began to chant, tracing a circle with her staff, which summoned a protective barrier in front of her. The tentacles, however, unexpectedly pierced through her defenses, but she had anticipated this. Casting a lightness spell, she floated backward, creating distance between herself and the octopus's attacks. Observing the creature's refusal to respond to his inquiries and their aggressive actions toward the Radiant Saintess, Chu Chen, despite being an enemy of the Radiant Temple, could not stand idly by. Ice arrow technique. From the depths of the river, a flurry of ice arrows emerged, aimed at the octopus's body, deliberately not targeting the 3 tentacles that threatened the Radiant Saintess. It would be rather disappointing if the esteemed Radiant Saintess could not even fend off the tentacles of a legendary octopus. The octopus, noticing the formidable ice arrows shooting towards it, quickly summoned its remaining tentacles to intercept, but the sheer number of arrows overwhelmed it. It resorted to its innate ability, spewing forth a thick black water. While this black water held greater potency in the depths, it quickly vaporized in the air, expanding like a cloud. As Chu Chen's ice arrows entered the black mist, they vanished from sight. Only the sound of them striking the ground could be heard. When the mist dissipated, he discovered that only one ice arrow had struck the octopus, while the others had missed, leaving deep craters in the ground. Yet, even that one arrow had inflicted significant injury, severing 2 of its tentacles. Who dares? I shall make your brain matter my dessert. The octopus seethed with unprecedented anger. Never having sustained such severe injury since its ascension to legendary status, yet it could not even glimpse its assailant. It gazed at the dark river, certain that the attack had originated from there, yet it detected no signs of life. As it extended a tentacle toward the river to investigate, it hesitated. Recalling its master's warning, fear flashing across its countenance as it retracted its appendage. Chu Chen would not squander this opportunity. Several water tendrils emerged from the river, ensnaring the octopus's tentacle and pulling it toward the dark waters. The octopus, alarmed, realized its strength paled in comparison to the force of the river, and its massive body was gradually being dragged toward the depths. Just then, a nearby giant crab approached, its massive claw snapping at the octopus's tentacle. The octopus recoiled, its tentacle severed, thwarting Chu Chen's attempt to pull it into the river. These aquatic beasts were indeed formidable. Chu Chen felt the situation becoming increasingly challenging. Confronting 7 or 8 legendary aquatic monsters alone was no simple feat. The octopus, having lost 1 tentacle to the Radiant Saintess, 2 to Chu Chen's ice arrows, and now another to the crab, was left with merely 4, displaying evident signs of fear toward the dark river, no longer daring to emerge. The dark river flowed quietly in the underground world, while the dark river nearby remained eerily calm, with the menacing water creatures and myriad aquatic magical beasts looming between the 2 rivers. The once tumultuous plain fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional pained cries of the octopus creature, uncertain of the origins of the esteemed figure before him. I had been instructed by my master to refrain from any disrespect to such a dignitary. Ferdinand had indeed acted recklessly, and I humbly offer our apologies on his behalf. At this moment, the enormous serpent beside me unexpectedly spoke, its words surprisingly courteous, leaving Chu Chen astounded. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about another's background? Chu Chen appeared cold and unyielding in the wilderness, rendering it impossible to discern the source of the voice. The serpent shifted its massive body closer to the banks of the river of forgetfulness and lowered its head in response. Esteemed one, our ancestors have dwelled in this underground world for generations, born and perishing within its dark waters. A cold smile crept upon Chu Chen's face, for he could now ascertain that these creatures were not native to the dark river. Such a confined environment could not foster the level of civilization they exhibited. It seems you are unwilling to speak the truth. However, it is of no consequence. Did your master summon you to the shore for a specific purpose? The serpent flicked its tongue and replied, We have come to remind the Holy Light Temple that this place is not theirs to tread, for the underground world does not fall within their dominion. Additionally, we wish to convey our master's sincere greetings to you. Chu Chen pondered this sudden show of respect from the serpent. The mention of a master who was aware of his existence raised suspicions. Had his actions already been exposed? The Holy Light Temple has been vanquished. You have witnessed it. You may return now. The serpent glanced back at the other legendary aquatic creatures accompanying it, shook its massive head, and continued, All who descend from the Holy Light Temple must be eradicated to teach them a lesson. As for you, esteemed one, we wish to behold your true form, so we may report back. Realizing the serpent's intent, Chu Chen understood that their respect was merely a facade, stemming from ignorance of his true capabilities. Their desire to see him was merely a means to gauge his strength. It appears you underestimate me. I have secured this woman. As for myself, I am not one you may see. Either return to the dark river or leave your lives behind. Choose. With no room for negotiation, Chu Chen ceased to engage in futile discourse. Although it would be challenging to eliminate them all, he was confident he could slay half. Please do not be angered. Esteemed one, we do not wish to be your enemies, began the serpent, but before it could finish, its tail swept towards the group of extraordinary mages accompanying the Holy Maiden, crushing them into a pulp before Chu Chen could intervene. The Holy Maiden, maintaining a serious demeanor, did not cast a glance at the fallen. Her detachment suggested that their deaths mattered little to her. Yet, the serpent's actions conveyed a clear message about its stance, indicating that the challenges facing the Holy Maiden would only grow more severe. However, we cannot defy our master's commands. The serpent's cold eyes fixed on the Holy Maiden, causing her to shudder slightly and instinctively move closer to Chu Chen and the River of Forgetfulness. I know the Holy Light Temple has equipped you with several life-saving artifacts. If you still intend to use them against me, you may not even survive this encounter. If you are willing to join forces with me, I believe we can annihilate these creatures. Chu Chen communicated discreetly with the Holy Maiden through his soul, confident that the Holy Light Temple would not abandon her in such perilous circumstances. She must possess formidable treasures or scrolls. The Holy Maiden's expression turned slightly uneasy upon hearing Chu Chen's words. Indeed, she had some powerful scrolls, initially intending to use them when both she and the aquatic monsters were at their weakest, but her plans had been uncovered. I do possess several potent scrolls, and I can collaborate with you against these monsters. However, how can I trust that you won't turn against me after we have dealt with them? The Holy Maiden was astute, considering every aspect even in such dire straits. You seem to misunderstand. It is you who requires my cooperation. Otherwise, you will soon face the onslaught of 7 or 8 legendary beings. Chu Chen smiled, opting for silence. The Holy Maiden glanced at the serpent, noticing its eagerness, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Very well, I shall take the gamble and cooperate with you. Would it not have been better to agree sooner? When they strike, I will intercept their attacks, and you must unleash your most powerful offensive at once to inflict maximum casualties. Otherwise, they will anticipate your moves, and you will be in grave danger. The Holy Maiden mentally acknowledged this plan. At that moment, the serpent launched an assault. To avoid Chu Chen's intervention, 5 other aquatic monsters attacked simultaneously, an exaggerated treatment for the Holy Maiden, who was merely of the 3rd legendary tier, while these monsters were at least of the 2nd, with the serpent itself being of the 4th tier. The Holy Maiden's face turned pale. She was essentially being used as bait. Should Chu Chen fail to intercept their attacks, even a single blow would spell her doom. Chu Chen, anticipating the serpent's movement, prepared to warn the Holy Maiden to ready her attack. He summoned a massive wave from the River of Forgetfulness to shield her and unleashed hundreds of ice arrows and water ropes, all rushing towards the aquatic monsters. The power of the ice arrows and water ropes had already been demonstrated against the octopus creature, and the serpent and its ilk dared not underestimate them. However, they were confident that with 6 or 7 of them attacking simultaneously, Chu Chen would be unable to block all their strikes. In an instant, Chu Chen's offensive clashed with the assault of the serpent and its companions, shaking the very space around them. The distant Earth Spirit Army sensed a powerful energy wave, forcing them to retreat. Just one more minute, the Holy Maiden said. At the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, Chu Chen faced unprecedented pressure. Alone, he had to withstand the attacks of 7 or 8 legendary beings, all of whom were far stronger than typical legendary creatures. making it a daunting task for him. After all, he was effectively only at the second extraordinary tier. The Holy Maiden noticed Chu Chen struggle, yet her spell preparation required a minute. "I need more time," she urged. Chu Chen steeled himself. He would expend more energy points if necessary, believing he could recoup them after eliminating these threats. Thus, from the River of Forgetfulness emerged an even greater number of ice arrows and water ropes, along with the occasional water dragon roaring toward the serpent and its cohorts. With Chu Chen's relentless assault, he finally managed to counter their attacks. However, it became increasingly troublesome as the lesser aquatic monsters that had come ashore charged towards Chu Chen's Earth Spirit army. Although these minor creatures were not particularly strong, they were vastly superior to the Earth Spirits. Chu Chen could not bear to watch his hard-won forces be annihilated, and it infuriated him further to see the group of newly allied races beginning to flee, leaving him no time to intervene. At that moment, skeletons began to rise from the River of Forgetfulness. Those previously slain by Chu Chen and swept into the river were now finally ready to heed his command. Originally, there had been 100,000 skeletons, and aside from those that were irreparably damaged, at least 80 to 90,000 had been successfully reanimated, sufficient to hold off the aquatic monsters for a time. The skeletal monarch's remains did not rise, as Chu Chen had other plans for them. The swarm of skeleton warriors surged forth toward the aquatic monsters. Although these creatures were powerful, skeleton warriors were notoriously hard to kill. Their bodies had been refined by the River of Forgetfulness and were now even more formidable. Moreover, the aquatic monsters lacked specialized means to counter the skeletons, relying solely on brute force to destroy them. "I require some water," the Holy Maiden stated, as her magic was finally ready but needed Chu Chen's water for support. Chu Chen vaguely surmised the nature of the Holy Maiden's magic. He extracted several clumps of water from the river, purging the darkness within before coalescing them into water spirits that charged towards the giant serpent and other aquatic monsters. Observing the approach of these water entities, the giant serpent, believing them to be mere tricks, cautiously struck them down with its tail before they could come close. The resulting splashes scattered in all directions, and upon realizing that the water posed no threat, the giant serpent and its companions paid them no mind. The water spirits were swiftly obliterated, their remnants splattering against the serpents. In contrast to the formidable ice arrows and water dragons that loomed ahead, these minor nuisances failed to capture their attention. "It is time." The Holy Maiden nodded. Heeding her cue, Chu Chen abruptly withdrew the curtain formed by the waters of the River of Forgetfulness. The Holy Maiden suddenly manifested before the giant serpent and its kin, her staff's previously tainted orb radiating brilliance once more, emanating an even more chilling aura. With a commanding shout, she declared, "Icebound for 1,000 miles." The orb at the tip of her staff detached and hurtled towards the giant serpent. The serpent's expression changed dramatically as it sensed the orb's potent chill, instantly comprehending the intent behind Chu Chen's water spirits. "Retreat," it bellowed, but it was too late. The cold enveloping the orb swiftly turned the splashed water on its body into solid ice, restraining its movements. Moments later, the orb detonated, unleashing an overwhelming wave of frigid energy. While not as exaggerated as the Holy Maiden's proclamation, the area within several kilometers transformed into a realm of ice sculptures. "This is terrifying," Chu Chen mused, having gleaned a modicum of understanding of the ice's principles, yet he was far from achieving such mastery. Even the waters of the River of Forgetfulness began to show signs of solidification under the oppressive cold. "We must act swiftly. This chill cannot last," the Holy Maiden urged. Noticing Chu Chen's inaction, as he beheld her pale visage and trembling form, he realized she was on the verge of collapse, forcing herself to remain upright. Ultimately, she succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground in a meditative posture to recuperate. The giant serpent and other aquatic beasts remained frozen in place, caught in the act of retreat, presenting a prime opportunity for Chu Chen. Water Dragon Roar. This was his most formidable attack, and without hesitation, he unleashed it repeatedly, striking each creature twice. To ensure their demise, he followed up with a barrage of ice arrows, reducing the frozen water serpents to mere fragments. A shattering sound echoed as if glass had broken, and the chilling aura dissipated, causing the ephemeral kingdom of ice to vanish. As the phenomena faded, the corpses of the giant serpent and its kin became visible. The once mighty serpent, now fragmented under Chu Chen's focused assault, retained only a writhing tail on the ground. I've heard that serpent stew is quite delectable. Too bad I can't partake. Perhaps I shall save it for Tyran and the demon dragon gecko, he mused, conjuring a hand to draw the corpses into the river. Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. A previously presumed dead aquatic beast transformed into a streak of black light and vanished into the dark river. Startled, Chu Chen sent a hand after it, only for it to be shattered by a water arrow upon entering the dark waters, returning empty-handed. After confirming the remaining corpses had indeed lost their life force, he disregarded the Holy Maiden's presence and consumed them to prevent any lingering threats. The creature that had escaped was a turtle, which had sensed danger and retreated into its shell, fortuitously evading Chu Chen's relentless assault. With the giant serpent defeated, the remaining small fish and shrimp dared not continue their battle against the skeletal warriors, scattering in an attempt to flee to the dark river. Chu Chen would not allow their escape. A volley of ice arrows ensured their demise as he consumed their bodies. Amidst the incessant notifications from the system, Chu Chen barely had time to assess his spoils. He turned to the Holy Maiden and conjured a water spirit to approach, an enigmatic smile gracing his face. "What are you planning?" she inquired, feigning calmness despite her evident alarm. "Consider this a life saved. Will you not contemplate a show of gratitude?" Chapter 77. The Departure of the Holy Maiden. Unification of the underground world. At this moment, the underground world was enveloped in profound silence. Save for the Earth Spirit warriors tending to their injured comrades and collecting the remains of their fallen kin. Having dealt with the sudden onslaught of aquatic monsters, Chu Chen began to deliberate on how to handle the Holy Maiden. The Holy Light Temple sought dominion over the underground realm, and now that he had claimed it, the Holy Maiden would undoubtedly not relent easily. Thus, she could not be released lightly. Chu Chen was not the type to be easily swayed by beauty, especially in his current watery form, which rendered him incapable of much. He recognized that this seemingly enchanting woman was the Holy Maiden of his greatest adversary and likely possessed formidable abilities. The orb she had wielded had genuinely startled him, leading him to ponder whether he could withstand it had it been aimed at him, though it might not have been lethal. It certainly could have rendered him immobile for a time. "What manner of gratitude do you seek? Do you wish to offer yourself?" The Holy Maiden, turning the tables, perceived something peculiar about Chu Chen's current state, prompting her provocative inquiry. Chu Chen stepped closer with a smile and suddenly tore away the veil obscuring her face. "You," she exclaimed, turning away in a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Indeed, you are beautiful, yet your intellect leaves much to be desired." The Holy Maiden chose to disregard his disparaging remarks. "Let us discuss serious matters. Relinquish your treasures and scrolls, else who knows when you might hurl another orb at me." Her large eyes widened in surprise. "You think that orb is common? The Holy Light Temple could not produce another like it," she retorted. "You must possess other valuable items. Hand them over at once, or I may resort to unpleasant measures." The recent casting had drained the Holy Maiden significantly, rendering her incapable of resisting Chu Chen's will. She produced a spatial scroll from her robe, along with a delicate bell and a pair of earrings. Chu Chen marveled at her bounty, thinking her entirely laden with treasures. "Is this all?" she asked impatiently as she tossed the items to the ground. Chu Chen meticulously scanned her entire being through his perception. The Holy Maiden felt as though a pair of eyes had stripped her bare, her face flushing crimson with indignation. "Have you seen enough?" "Not yet. The item around your neck should also be surrendered." He noticed an object around her neck emanating an unusual aura. Her face reddened further as she stammered, "That is my personal possession. It is not convenient to remove." Her tone carried a hint of pleading, yet Chu Chen was not swayed. He recalled the mysterious storage artifact adorning Shelley's neck. The Holy Maiden's face flushed down to her collar as she reluctantly unfastened her outer garment to reveal an object resembling a jade pendant, inscribed with the character May. "Place it on the ground as well," Chu Chen commanded coldly, insisting that everything be subjected to his system's scrutiny. Reluctantly, the Holy Maiden lowered the item, taking care to avoid damaging it. Observing her trepidation, he assumed it to be a token of affection. Suddenly, Chu Chen was struck by a blinding flash of white light that obscured his perception. Realizing the potential danger, he launched several ice arrows towards the Holy Maiden's location. However, upon entering the white light, they vanished without a sound. Curse it! Chu Chen had not anticipated her cunning. She had more tricks up her sleeve. Tendrils of water appeared behind him, darting towards the white light. Determined, He resolved to pull her into the river of forgetfulness, leaving no room for escape. Yet, to his dismay, the water tendrils also disappeared upon entering the white light. Remember this, I am Melissa, the holy maiden of the Holy Light Temple. The next time we meet, I shall ensure your demise. The voice of the radiant saint echoed from the brilliant light, and Chu Chen could discern the deep-seated resentment within it. Once the light dissipated, however, the figure of Saint Melissa had vanished. Chu Chen sensed the spot where Melissa had disappeared, the familiar fluctuation indicating a spatial rift. To his astonishment, Melissa possessed the means to directly breach the fabric of space. According to Shelley, this realm of gods and demons was a rather peculiar existence, having witnessed countless divine battles, resulting in exceptionally robust spatial barriers that were difficult to penetrate. Shelley herself had inadvertently fallen into this world by tearing through space from the outside, hence her struggle to return. Yet, Chu Chen had overlooked the fact that this subterranean world was not a complete realm, but rather a derivative one, possibly possessing far weaker spatial barriers compared to the outside. This allowed Melissa to escape using her jade pendant. Regardless of Melissa's flight, for now, this underground world belonged to him. He needed to unify it completely before the Radiant Temple responded and the entities within the Dark River counterattacked, and then he could develop his own power. He stored all the valuable items left by Melissa into the system space, which would be beneficial for Shelley upon his return. At present, apart from his tens of thousands of skeletal warriors and earth spirit fighters, there were numerous other races, though most of these beings were relatively weak and posed little threat. The immediate concern was to deal with the dozen or so races that had fled. With Mikey deceased, he decided to have the Lich Chieftain lead the skeletal and earth spirit warriors to conquer those races. These races were inherently fickle. Chu Chen understood they would not sincerely pledge allegiance to him. However, the Lich had ways to control them, ensuring they would have no choice but to serve him. After subjugating those races, the remaining ones would not require Chu Chen's intervention. The Lich clan had already brought their leaders forth. Lord Chu, we have compiled the statistics. There are a total of 130 races in the underground world, comprising approximately 700,000 beings. Most are ordinary creatures lacking cultivation, with 180,000 at the mortal level and only 13 at the extraordinary level. Listening to the Lich Chieftain's report, Chu Chen was taken aback by the numbers. He had never perceived the underground world as home to so many beings. However, the biological conditions here were unique, devoid of the energies present in the outside world. Most beings had devolved into ordinary creatures, losing their special bloodlines and cultivation abilities. Chapter 78. Integrating Forces, Mikey's Resurrection despite their current frailty. The beings of the underground world were once capable of contending with the Radiant Temple for control of the continent, so Chu Chen did not dare to underestimate them. I grant you half a month to ascertain the specifics of these beings and select the most promising ones, particularly those of the Dark Affinity. As they hold great potential for my purposes, he entrusted this task to the Lich clan, as they were more adept at it than the Earth Spirits. The chieftains of the various intelligent races in the underground world awaited Chu Chen's verdict by the banks of the Forgotten River, trembling. In the past, they had relied on the Anshi Empire, often treated as mere sustenance. Now, with a new master, their fate and future rested in Chu Chen's hands. There is no need for alarm. I am not a bloodthirsty tyrant like the Skeletal Monarch. As long as you cooperate with the Lich clan's investigations, you shall remain unharmed. Now, return and await my command. Chu Chen conjured a colossal water elemental to intimidate the gathered chieftains, ensuring their cooperation in the investigation. Once the Lich clan identified the promising candidates, he would recruit them for his own purposes, while those deemed useless would inevitably be transformed into energy points. At present, the most pressing need was for a capable general. Although the Lich clan was formidable, they were better suited for research than for leading troops. As for the Earth Spirits, Mikey's soul still resided in the Forgotten River, and it was time to consult him about his desires. Mikey, you perished in battle for my sake. And while your body has been destroyed, your soul remains intact. You now face two choices: to become an undying soul akin to the Lich clan, or to join forces with them and be transformed into a powerful skeletal warrior. Choose wisely. This was the best course of action available. The former option would preserve his soul, but would leave him without a body, while the latter would grant him a physical form, albeit as a skeletal being, which Mikey loathed. What do you prefer I choose, my lord? Mikey pondered before speaking. Chu Chen did not conceal his preference, stating plainly, "I would prefer you to choose the latter, for a significant battle looms on the horizon. And I require a general to lead the army. Then I choose to become a skeletal warrior." Mikey's tone was resolute. "Very well. I shall ensure you become the most formidable skeletal warrior." Chu Chen promptly summoned the Lich chieftain and retrieved the preserved body of the skeletal monarch. The Lich clan excelled at housing souls within other entities, and though Chu Chen's skill with the Forgotten River bore some similarity, the souls that underwent his technique lost their autonomy and consciousness, which was not what he desired for Mikey. Thus, he sought the Lich's assistance to merge Mikey's soul with the skeletal monarch's body while maintaining his awareness and capacity for independent thought. After 2 days and nights of rigorous study, they finally discovered a solution. In the Forgotten River, the skeletal monarch's remains floated, the black waters fortifying the skeleton with dark energy. The most powerful liches chanted incantations by the riverbank while continuously casting peculiar substances into the corpse, which rapidly integrated into the bones. Chu Chen manipulated the Forgotten River to immerse Mikey's soul into the skeletal remains, using his sinking skill to fuse the two closely. Mikey experienced waves of excruciating pain, yet the materials provided by the liches helped him endure it. He had to withstand this agony while remaining conscious. Otherwise, he would end up like the skeletal warriors on the riverbank, merely obeying Chu Chen's commands without any autonomy. This endeavor was no easy feat. Both Mikey and the liches, including Chu Chen himself, felt weary. Yet, the outcome was ultimately favorable. When Chu Chen heard the system's notification of energy point rewards, he knew they had succeeded. Mikey leaped from the river, surveying his surroundings and testing his unfamiliar body before kneeling before Chu Chen. "Thank you, Lord Chu, for granting me a second chance at life." Chu Chen smiled and accepted Mikey's gratitude. "You are now at the legendary tier. Even in the outside world, you would be considered a rare powerhouse." While Chu Chen himself remained only extraordinary, his subordinates were rapidly advancing in strength. The liches beside him expressed envy, despite their long association with Chu Chen. Only the chieftain had barely reached the extraordinary level, while the others remained mere mortals. Mikey, however, had unexpectedly ascended to the legendary tier, evoking their admiration. While others might disdain the skeletal form, the liches held no such reservations, though they wondered if they would ever have a similar opportunity. Mikey, too, was thrilled. Clenching his fists, the previously injured arm had been restored by the Forgotten River, and he was now far stronger than before. Moreover, as a skeletal warrior, Mikey could regularly train in the Forgotten River, accelerating his growth. By the time the War of Faith commenced, he would undoubtedly emerge as a true powerhouse. The current issue lay in the stark disparity in levels among his warriors. The strong, like Mikey, had reached legendary status, and Shelley was not far behind, yet the others, whether from the Sand Soldiers or the Raven Killers, remained mere mortals, with a severe shortage of extraordinary fighters. This would be the focal point of development in the coming period, the survival of the fittest. Those capable of advancing to the extraordinary tier would be prioritized, while those with no hopes of progression would need to be relinquished. Take some time to acclimate, then meet with your kin. After that, prepare to assist me in training the army. I intend to forge an invincible force in the underground world, and when I lead you to the surface, we shall do so with an unbeatable presence. Indeed, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Lord Chu." Majestic and resolute, Ma Ji knelt upon the ground, declaring his intentions. Chapter 79, The Third Tributary, the Magma River. Matters concerning the subterranean realm have reached a temporary conclusion. The remaining tasks can be approached methodically, one by one. In recent days, Chu Chen had not paid attention to the conditions surrounding the lake, only to suddenly discover that the phoenix's nest had been established, and the magnificent creature was now perched atop the trees, serenading the world with its melodious song. Beneath the tree, clusters of magical beasts, including the savage tribe, were enraptured by her sweet voice. In the air, 3,000 fire crows circled around the phoenix, creating a scene that, for the first time since his arrival, filled Chu Chen with a sense of belonging. Without disturbing the phoenix, he waited until her song concluded before commenting, "That was splendid. I do hope to hear such a tune every morning henceforth." The phoenix responded with a human-like roll of her eyes, continuing to groom her feathers within the nest. The fire crows and the magical beasts beneath the tree returned to their respective abodes. Having listened to the phoenix's song, Chu Chen felt a surge of joy and, observing the phoenix and the throng of fire crows, He found the once cliché fiery hue quite appealing, while the fire crows could dwell in the thorny woods. It seemed somewhat incongruous. The recent battle in the underworld had yielded a substantial number of energy points, prompting Chu Chen to consider another upgrade, envisioning the creation of a river infused with fire elements. Currently, he possessed the Black River of the underworld, the Yellow Sandy River, and now a fiery magma river would surely add an intriguing element. Moreover, the fire crows required an environment rich in fire elements to progress further. Thus, Chu Chen accessed the system and noted that he had accumulated over 3 million energy points, sufficient to establish a new tributary system. I wish to upgrade and create a river of fire elements. As the system's notification chimed, Chu Chen envisioned the new river in his mind. In his plans, this river would be perpetually scorching, flowing with the molten lava expelled from volcanic eruptions, its color a vibrant red akin to the feathers of the phoenix. Meanwhile, in the actual world, the lake was in turmoil. Shelley, Tyrone, and others who had witnessed this phenomenon before understood that Chu Chen was about to create a new tributary and watched with keen interest. Each of Chu Chen's actions was always so novel and astonishing, leaving them in awe. From the base of the tree where the phoenix resided, a river gradually manifested, flowing beneath the tree and through the thorny woods, heading southward. The south was the stronghold of the fire crows, and this direction would facilitate the eventual absorption of the fire crow tribe. Extending the river by 3,000 meters seemed prudent. Initially, it spanned only 1,000 meters, which was rather short. Thus, after each creation, Chu Chen utilized energy points to extend its length. Upon checking his system information panel, he noticed an additional entry. Tributary, Magma River. Host, Chu Chen. Length, 4,000 meters. Skill, infused with fire elements, capable of summoning magma giants, strength correlating with the host's level. Observing the skill, Chu Chen noted its similarity to the Sandy River, suggesting comparable combat prowess. A fiery river thus emerged abruptly in the desert, flowing southward, wherever the river coursed. Even the sand and stones melted under the intense heat, making it a habitat inhospitable to any creature. The phoenix, gazing at the winding river beneath her tree, emitted a joyful cry, evidently delighted by this environment, and took flight along the river's course. As the river passed through the thorny woods, the thorny trees exclaimed, "Wow, master! What are you doing? It's so hot." Chu Chen recognized this as a jest from Chu Ming. The thorny trees shared a symbiotic relationship with him and were not harmed by his river. Consequently, the thorny woods did not wither away. Instead, they thrived anew, their once black leaves gradually transforming into fiery red, resembling a grove of maples from a distance. The 3,000 fire crows excitedly soared from the thorny woods, following the phoenix in the sky, and the lakeside suddenly erupted into a cacophony. However, the intense heat proved uncomfortable for many magical beasts, prompting them to retreat. Yet, at the lakeside, the extreme heat did not affect Chu Chen's surroundings. With the dark, earth, and fire elements now present, it was time to hasten development, gather the remaining elemental powers, and truly ascend to legend. Although Chu Chen currently possessed the power to vanquish legends, he remained merely extraordinary, feeling a tinge of insecurity. Having witnessed the complexities and mysteries of this world, he yearned for even greater strength. Wow, what's happening? Did we take a wrong turn? It's so hot here. A peculiar cry echoed from afar, as the mischievous dragon gecko returned, accompanied by 5 little companions, only to be startled by the newly formed river of molten lava, which elicited shrieks of alarm. Upon seeing the dust-covered mischievous dragon gecko, Chu Chen bound it with a rope and tossed it into the flame river for a thorough wash. The mischievous dragon gecko yelped from within the river, shouting, "Master, I realize my mistake. Please let me out. I'm going to boil." Chu Chen paid no heed to its frantic cries. Although the mischievous dragon gecko did not share a symbiotic relationship with him and lacked strong immunity to his river, it would not be seriously harmed. The flame river was merely a hot bath for it. Ignoring the gecko's lamentations, Chu Chen turned his attention to the 5 mutated beasts he had selected from the 100,000 magical beasts, which had finally reached the extraordinary tier after a month of training. Now, sensing Chu Chen's scrutiny, they appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Your talents are commendable. You are nearing the mischievous dragon gecko. However, that is not enough. I expect you to surpass it. Just look at it, wasting its days in frivolity." The mischievous dragon gecko had entered the extraordinary tier much earlier than these beasts, but was still only at the second level, indicating a slower pace. Though the thorny tree was also at the second level of the extraordinary, it was in a state where it could advance at any moment, provided it had sufficient souls to consume. The river of forgetfulness now offered a bountiful supply of souls for it to devour, and it would likely soon catch up to Chu Chen. The 5 magical beasts exhibited remarkable potential. 2 of the horned dragons had developed impressive horns, exuding an aura of dominance. The 2 giant scorpions displayed glimmering, sharp pincers, while the blood-eyed magic wolf emanated a fierce, killing intent that even surprised Chu Chen. This wolf, the most unique among the 5, followed the mischievous dragon gecko but exhibited a certain aloofness, unlike the others who obediently followed the gecko. Chapter 80. Shelley's Breakthrough. The High Priestess's News. The mischievous dragon gecko, hearing Chu Chen's teasing, became displeased and shouted from the flame river, "With them? They can't possibly surpass me. I'm about to break through." The mischievous dragon gecko, despite its flaws, held pride as its foremost concern, and Chu Chen aimed to inspire it to strive for improvement. Waving his hand, he dismissed the 5 magical beasts and released the mischievous dragon gecko from the flame river, turning his gaze to Shelley. Having spent so long in the desert, Shelley had only conversed with Tyrone and other members of the savage tribe, and to claim she felt no loneliness would be disingenuous. Moreover, she was deeply concerned for her master, which spurred her relentless training in hopes of reaching a certain level to find a way back. Chu Chen sensed that Shelley was on the verge of breaking through to the extraordinary tier. Her talent was indeed remarkable, likely on par with the saintess of the Holy Light Temple. Resolving to assist her, he realized that her increased strength would prove beneficial to him as well. With this in mind, Chu Chen summoned Shelley to sit by the lake, where he bestowed a blessing upon her. Although using the blessing skill on an individual might seem wasteful, its effects would be magnified. Shelley, initially unaware of Chu Chen's intentions, grasped his purpose upon witnessing the emanating white light from the lake, filling her heart with gratitude. Ultimately, she was the only outsider in this world. Despite Chu Chen's manipulations and threats, he had also treated her with kindness. Focusing her mind, Shelley ceased to overthink and seized this opportunity to meticulously grasp the principles of breaking through to the legendary tier. With the aid of Chu Chen's blessing skill, her previous confusions unraveled, and her soul power reached its zenith. Thus, Shelley began to channel elemental forces to challenge the legendary tier. Chu Chen held no concerns regarding Shelley's breakthrough. With her accumulated experience and his blessing, her ascension was virtually assured. As anticipated, by afternoon, a powerful surge of energy emanated from Shelley, her form levitating gracefully in the air, her flowing garments billowing about her as she radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. According to Chu Chen's understanding, when a mage transcends to the legendary tier, their body resonates intensely with the elements of the world, allowing the practitioner to wield elemental power effortlessly, devoid of any loss. At this moment, Shelley was communicating with an astonishing array of 5 or 6 elemental forces, indicating her ability to master such diverse powers. It was no wonder that she had previously demonstrated proficiency in light, water, and earth magic. Her talent surpassed even his expectations. He worried slightly about having depleted the life stone he had reserved for his master's salvation. Would she seek vengeance upon him in the future? However, Chu Chen reassured himself that by then, he would have grown immensely stronger than Shelley, capable of healing her master without the life stone. He was grateful for the assistance that had enabled Shelley to advance so smoothly to the legendary tier. As she descended from the air, Shelley respectfully bowed to Chu Chen. "You have accumulated substantial experience. Your breakthrough was thus inevitable. I merely provided a gentle nudge," he replied, gesturing dismissively to her gratitude. Shelley smiled lightly, evidently in high spirits after her ascension. "By the way, you mentioned that your master is gravely injured. Would you mind sharing the nature of her wounds?" Chu Chen inquired, hoping for an opportunity to procure something beneficial for her master in the future. Upon hearing the mention of her master, the brightness of Shelley's expression dimmed, and she furrowed her brows, saying, "She was corrupted by death energy during a battle against the demon race and has since been precariously sustaining her life through self-imposed ice entrapment. If we cannot find a way to dispel this death energy, her life will inevitably fade away." A thought struck Chu Chen. Death energy was indeed a formidable issue, yet not entirely insurmountable, as it belonged to the realm of dark powers. If her master were willing, she could at least succumb to the river of forgetfulness, transforming into a dark creature, thus alleviating the threat of death energy. However, he refrained from sharing this with Shelley, for he had not disclosed the matters of the underworld to anyone aside from the ghost thorn tree, and he felt she could not be entirely trusted. There are indeed ways to address the death energy. I will keep an eye out. For now, familiarize yourself with the legendary realm, as there may be tasks ahead that require your attention, he advised. Shelley's face brightened at his words, given Chu Chen's mysterious origins and vast abilities. She held a flicker of hope that he could indeed find a solution for her master. Yet, she remembered that many formidable beings had also been unable to contend with the death energy, leading her to harbor little hope for Chu Chen's success. Very well. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to summon me. As she departed, Chu Chen fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a faint presence of faith energy drifted towards him from the lake, only to be shattered by the system once more. Yet, amid this disruption, he perceived a brief and urgent plea for help. Ever since Chu Chen discovered that some could sense his presence through faith energy, he had strictly prohibited anyone from openly honoring or praising him, as such actions would generate faith energy. Thus, this trace of faith energy could not have originated from Tyren or others in the underworld. The only plausible source was the long-absent high priest. Since being taken by the elves to engage with the beast tide, the high priest had not returned, nor had he communicated through the soul. Now, he seemed to be invoking a plea for help, and the direction of the signal appeared to be from the depths of the elven forest. Clearly, Chu Chen's suspicions were confirmed. The high priest and others had been taken into the elven woods, where the elves undoubtedly had some scheme necessitating their assistance. It seemed that the situation had reached a critical point, prompting the high priest to seek salvation. Contemplating this, Chu Chen resolved to inform Tyren. Although he currently had little need for the high priest, the valuable legacies held by the elder were worth salvaging. He summoned Tyren and relayed the high priest's desperate message. Tyren's expression shifted from surprise to concern. Despite being the strongest warrior of the Wasteland tribe, he still held the high priest in high regard. However, the thought of the high priest potentially being captured by the elves, facing peril, caused him to hesitate. Naturally, he wished to rescue the high priest. But as the commander of the Sandshark army, his departure would leave them leaderless, especially against the elves. He was reluctant to pit his deity against such formidable adversaries. Chapter 81. Entering the elven forest, Tyren glanced at Chu Chen, ultimately bowing his head. I shall follow your command, my lord. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Tyren had proven himself to be unwaveringly loyal, never disappointing him. The high priest is my first disciple, and I am determined to save him. However, as he is in the elven forest, we must not act rashly. I intend to send you and Shelley to represent me in the elven depths. My lord, it suffices for me to go alone. It is perilous for Shelley to accompany us, as she has no ties to our Wasteland tribe. Having spent time with Shelley, Tyren admired her greatly, even harboring some affection. Thus, the thought of her venturing into the elven forest filled him with concern. Fear not, since I am sending you. The danger will not be excessive. I will attach a fragment of my soul to you. Should you encounter dire peril, I will protect you. You are merely extraordinary in status, while Shelley has just ascended to the legendary tier, making her an appropriate companion. What shall we do once we enter the elven forest? My lord, Tyren inquired, nodding in agreement. You need only follow Shelley's lead. I will offer reminders when necessary. With that, Chu Chen called for Shelley and informed her of the task of accompanying Tyren into the elven forest. Shelley expressed surprise at the request, uncertain of Chu Chen's motives for sending her and Tyren into the elven forest. Nevertheless, she trusted that Chu Chen had no intention of putting her in harm's way, and she too wished to clarify the matters concerning the life stone from their previous encounter. Tyren spent 2 days transferring his responsibilities within the Sandshark army to other Wasteland tribesmen, keeping the high priest's situation to himself to spare them worry. He then set out with Shelley towards the elven forest. This time, Chu Chen attached his soul to Tyren, a unique ability granted by the system to those whose loyalty was unwavering. This bond allowed Chu Chen to perceive everything Tyren experienced, facilitating communication and enabling him to fully inhabit Tyren's body if necessary. As Tyren and Shelley approached the edge of the desert, they were spotted by the elves, who had become more vigilant after the previous desert incident. They were hesitant to engage Chu Chen directly, but upon seeing Tyren and Shelley approaching from the direction of the lake, they promptly alerted their superiors. Previously, The desert patrol had been led by Black. But after the last plan's failure, he had faced severe punishment and was still undergoing retribution in the Elven Forest. Consequently, the surveillance of the desert, particularly concerning Chu Chen, had fallen to another, a handsome young man. He swiftly appeared before Tyron and Shelley, greeting them courteously. "Greetings. I am Spencer of the Elven tribe. It is a pleasure to meet you both. How may I assist you?" Tyron glanced at Shelley, who stepped forward with a smile. "Mr. Spencer, you are too kind. I am Shelley, and this is Tyron. We have long admired the beauty of the Elven Forest and sought to explore it." Spencer maintained his charming smile, though it appeared somewhat forced. Internally, he mused, "This woman seems gentle and lovely, yet her words are quite bothersome." "Miss Shelley, you jest. The Elven Forest is not a place for tourism. Outsiders are not particularly welcome there." Shelley chuckled even more. "Look at this man's wings beside me. He is of the Wasteland tribe, awakened with elven blood. Is it not permissible for me to visit a friend's homeland?" Only then did Spencer turn his gaze to the unremarkable, merely extraordinary Tyron. He had long noticed that Tyron's appearance bore some resemblance to his own. Yet he had never heard of any elven kin possessing black wings, which left him somewhat skeptical. However, upon hearing Shelley's words, he learned that Tyron was, in fact, an awakened member of the elven bloodline among the Wastelanders. Among elves, the Wastelanders were considered a taboo, seldom mentioned, until last year when a plan was proposed to bring a group of Wastelanders from outside. Since Tyron was an awakened Wastelander of elven descent, entering the Elven Forest should pose no issue, though the forest was fraught with danger. "I shall guide you inside," Spencer said warmly, though his thoughts were already on the necessity of informing the Elven King. Shelley was well aware of Spencer's intentions, recognizing the strategy that Chu Chen had outlined, which proved to be quite effective. Under Spencer's guidance, the trio traversed the forest without impediment. The Elven Forest remained as shadowy as ever, filled with towering ancient trees, while various peculiar creatures lurked in its dark corners, silently observing Shelley and her companions. On her previous visit to the Elven Forest, Shelley had felt little, but this time, accompanied by Spencer, she was gripped by an unsettling sensation. The forest was indeed unfathomable, concealing untold dangers. As they journeyed, Spencer continuously introduced various flora and fauna to Shelley and Tyron, who found the information amusing, though Tyron remained preoccupied with thoughts of the High Priest, displaying little outward expression. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, and utilizing several short-range teleportation circles, they finally arrived at a cluster of wooden cabins. "This is where our elven kin receive guests. Please wait here momentarily while I arrange your itinerary," Spencer said, acting as a tour guide, even feigning ignorance upon their arrival. Shelley maintained a polite smile, refraining from exposing Spencer's act, prompting Chu Chen to silently command, "Women truly are born actors." Once Spencer departed, two ordinary elven villagers approached, escorting Shelley and Tyron into a small wooden cabin and serving them 2 cups of specially brewed elven wine. Shelley had no fear that the elves would poison them. If such treachery were afoot in the Elven Forest, the elves would not be among the great powers of the Demon Continent, second only to the Holy Light Palace. Chapter 82. Attending the banquet in the easternmost part of the Demon Continent. Within the Elven Forest, Shelley sat listlessly in the wooden cabin, savoring the elven wine while engaging in conversation with a nearby elven maid. In contrast, Tyron sat upright, appearing somewhat anxious. Noticing that nothing urgent was at hand, Chu Chen withdrew most of his focus. Following the opening of the Magma River, the area of the lake had expanded once more. Coupled with daily enhancements from his storm skills, the tributaries he had created were steadily increasing in length. Although this growth could not compare to the rapid extension achievable through energy points, the cumulative progress had resulted in the Forgotten River and the Shifting Sands River reaching lengths of over 5,000 meters. While the newly established Magma River had also been augmented to 4,000 meters through energy points. However, this length was insufficient to breach the desert. Naturally, extending the river would require at least another 6 months to reach 10,000 meters. In Chu Chen's view, given the vastness of the Demon Continent, a river should ideally measure 100,000 meters to be deemed a true river. This time, he had also advanced to the 3rd level of extraordinary power. Although he had not acquired new skills, he discovered an enhanced control over his soul, allowing him to monitor the conditions of 3 river basins simultaneously while dedicating a portion of his focus to observing his loyal followers whose allegiance had reached 100%. This greatly facilitated his multitasking, allowing him to manage several endeavors at once. In the underground world, by the banks of the Forgotten River, the Lich race had compiled information on various underground species, numbering in the hundreds, with only a few belonging to dark races akin to skeletal warriors. Others, such as carrion eaters, crawlers, and bat demons, concealed themselves in the deepest shadows of the subterranean realm, serving as hidden assassins of this world. The majority of remaining species were weak, useless creatures, and Chu Chen tasked Mikey with selecting those deemed useful, while the rest were cast into the Forgotten River to create skeletal warriors. Most of these weaker beings lacked intelligence, so Chu Chen experienced no moral qualms in their extermination. Conversely, for those intelligent races, especially humanoid beings, Chu Chen found it difficult to act against them. Even the weaker ones were permitted to train and coexist with the Earth Spirit warriors, allowing them to contribute to logistical support. With these additions, the number of skeletal warriors reached a staggering 150,000, while the flesh and blood troops composed of Earth Spirit warriors exceeded 50,000. Altogether, Chu Chen possessed a fighting force of 200,000 in the underground world. Although these warriors were not yet powerful, with Chu Chen's assistance, they would undoubtedly experience significant improvement in a short time. Dark beings could thrive and even enhance themselves within the Forgotten River. So the skeletal warriors and carrion eaters trained and cultivated there, as did Mikey. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit warriors, unable to enter the Forgotten River, had a portion of the lake's spiritual water diverted to form a small lake, allowing them to bolster their strength. Now, the underground world simply required practice, cultivation, and repetition, preparing for the inevitable reappearance of beings from the Holy Light Palace or the Dark River, when Chu Chen intended to astonish them. On the surface, both the Magma River and the Shifting Sands River had recently attracted numerous individuals, primarily mercenaries who stumbled upon these extraordinary rivers, intrigued by their sudden emergence and frequently visiting to investigate. Many attempted to trace the rivers back to their source, ultimately discovering Chu Chen's lake. They recalled the recent battle that had transpired there, involving a legendary mercenary group that had met its demise, and no one dared approach the vicinity of the lake thereafter. With the two rivers being regarded as wonders within the desert, Chu Chen was aware that discovery was merely a matter of time. The commotion he would eventually cause could be even greater, so it was wiser to establish a reputation now to deter any unwitting interlopers. In the Elven Forest, Shelley and Tyren were left waiting for a considerable time before Spencer finally entered with a smiling face. "I sincerely apologize, dear Tyren and Lady Shelley. My king is currently entertaining an important guest, which has caused your lengthy wait. You must be hungry after such a delay. Why not join me for the banquet?" Shelley remained seated, motionless, holding a jug of wine, and replied with a smirk, "I believe we can forego the banquet. We have already sampled the elven wine. And since the Elven King has an important guest, it may be best for us to take our leave, or perhaps we could explore the Elven Forest on our own." "Lady Shelley, you jest. Since you are in the Elven Forest, we cannot neglect your presence. However, the guest my king wishes to honor at the banquet is someone you both know, particularly you, dear Tyren, who should meet him." Tyren immediately stood up, and Shelley's face displayed astonishment. Spencer had anticipated their reaction, smiling as he gestured with his right hand. "Please, follow me." Reluctantly, Shelley and Tyren followed, both pondering the identity of the guest. Meanwhile, Chu Chen already had an answer in mind, the only individual known to both Shelley and Tyren, and capable of posing a threat to them, was the High Priest of the Wastelanders. "Do not act impulsively when you meet him. It will undoubtedly be the High Priest," Chu Chen warned, communicating directly with Tyren's soul through the system's capabilities, undetectable even by Spencer or the Elven King. Upon hearing Chu Chen's reminder, Tyren paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. Although still somewhat apprehensive, the knowledge that Chu Chen was watching over him eased his tension. The two followed Spencer deeper into the forest, where the trees grew ever more robust and the flora flourished abundantly. Even Shelley could not help but marvel at the elven settlement, truly a veritable paradise on earth. As they inhaled the fragrant blooms and admired the exquisite architecture, they finally arrived at the grand hall designated for hosting elven guests. Perhaps due to the elves' intrinsic affinity for nature, their dwellings were primarily constructed of wood, adorned with intricate carvings, far surpassing the elegance of Chu Chen's lake. Under the watchful gaze of a regiment of elven guards, Spencer escorted the two individuals into the grand hall. As they stepped inside, The enchanting melodies of instruments filled the air, and at the center of the hall, several flower fairies danced gracefully. Above, a youthful yet imposing elf presided over the scene. Spencer knelt before him, proclaiming, "My king, I have brought the guests." The Elven King, seemingly entranced by the fairy's exquisite performance, paid no heed to Spencer's words. Shelley mused to herself, "This is clearly an attempt to intimidate me." Chapter 83. The Elven King's Threat. Noticing the Elven King's disregard, Shelley casually surveyed her surroundings and soon spotted an inconspicuous elder seated nearby among the lavishly adorned elven nobility. This elder bore a striking resemblance to the other elves, yet lacked wings, and his demeanor felt discordant with the festive atmosphere. Nonetheless, he occupied the closest seat to the Elven King, a position reserved for the most esteemed guests. Shelley observed that the elder was also gazing in her direction, his face a mixture of surprise and concern. Stealing a glance at her companion, Tyren, she noticed his intense focus on the elder, and it dawned on her that he must be the high priest of the wasteland. Quietly tugging at Tyren's sleeve, Shelley drew his attention, a gesture that had not escaped Spencer's notice. Having achieved his aim, Spencer raised his voice, "My king, the two guests from the desert have arrived." Only then did the Elven King slowly turn his head, his cold blue eyes briefly assessing Shelley and Tyren. Shelley felt a chilling aura envelop her, as if a sharp arrow were aimed directly at her, causing her to involuntarily retreat several steps. Tyren, being merely extraordinary, was even more affected, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Fortunately, Chu Chen managed to shield him from much of the Elven King's overwhelming presence, allowing Tyren to stand, drenched in cold sweat. A mere extraordinary can withstand my will? You must be the wasteland dweller who has awakened the bloodline of my elven kin," the Elven King remarked. The accompanying elven nobles displayed expressions of astonishment, evidently just realizing this revelation. Initially curious as to why the esteemed Elven King would host a slave-like wasteland dweller, they now grasped a fragment of understanding. "We come as representatives of Lord Chu. Whether one is a wasteland dweller or has awakened the elven bloodline is of little consequence," Tyren asserted, gritting his teeth and raising his chin defiantly toward the Elven King. However, due to Chu Chen's prior admonition, Tyren refrained from addressing him as God Chu this time, for such a title was not to be used lightly. "Oh, how intriguing. Do you not realize that your wasteland tribe is originally a branch of my elven kin? Your high priest is currently a guest here, and today's banquet is in his honor," the Elven King stated with a glance at the high priest. Tyren's expression shifted to one of conflict as he regarded the high priest. Had it not been for Chu Chen's timely warning, he might have rushed forward. The high priest, already aged, had grown frail in the years since arriving in the elven forest. Through Tyren's eyes, Chu Chen was taken aback by the high priest's transformation. He was a far cry from the robust figure who had once sought Chu Chen's protection in the perilous wasteland. The high priest, upon hearing the Elven King mention him, was startled and turned his gaze toward Tyren, his wrinkled face etched with worry. Despite Tyren's evident growth, the high priest remained concerned for his safety, regretting his earlier call for help, though he had been compelled by necessity to share certain secrets with the descendants of the wasteland. Well, why not reminisce? The Elven King appeared eager to witness this touching reunion and graciously permitted the high priest to converse with Tyren. "Go on, see how the high priest is faring." Chu Chen encouraged Tyren, who seemed torn between eagerness and hesitation. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Tyren stepped forward, grasping the high priest's hand, yet found himself at a loss for words, aware that many sentiments were unsuitable for the moment. Meanwhile, Chu Chen kept a watchful eye on the Elven King, noting that he appeared oblivious to the exchange between himself and Tyren, solidifying his belief that he could elude the Elven King's scrutiny. Yet, while Chu Chen could not gauge the full extent of the Elven King's power, he was certain it was no mere legend, most likely a saintly rank. Such strength was far beyond what Chu Chen could confront directly, and he resolved to maintain a low profile. Before allowing Tyren and the high priest to linger too long, the Elven King lazily yawned and stated, "Regardless, you wasteland dwellers are still part of my elven bloodline, especially since you have awakened your blood. You ought to pay homage to our nature god. Let Spencer guide you. This lady may also accompany you if she wishes." Pay homage to the nature god? A jolt of apprehension coursed through Chu Chen. The deities of this world were indeed real, and he could not guarantee his ability to remain concealed before the nature god. Moreover, Tyren's unwavering loyalty to him made matters more precarious. Divine beings were acutely sensitive to matters of faith. If discovered during the homage, the elven tribe might uncover his efforts to spread belief, potentially leading to his downfall before the Holy Hall could intervene. The impending conflict of faith loomed, and any entity propagating belief on this continent would be deemed an enemy. Yet, rejecting the Elven King's command was not an option as he turned to depart, and Spencer approached them. Suddenly, Chu Chen recalled his earlier inquiry to Blake about why he was unafraid of being an undercover agent. Blake had informed him that the elves possessed methods to discern the faith of outsiders. It seemed that the simplest and most direct way, paying homage to the gods, was indeed the most accurate. "Let us proceed," Chu Chen urged Tyren. Initially hesitant, Shelley followed suit upon seeing Tyren stride confidently toward the exit, assured by Chu Chen's guidance. Chu Chen felt a pang of anxiety within, uncertain if his system could withstand the nature god's scrutiny. However, even if discovered, the worst outcome would likely be facing intensified repercussions from the Elven tribe and the Holy Hall. Even if the Elven King intervened, total annihilation was improbable. He would merely suffer significant losses. After a lengthy and winding journey, they arrived at a clearing surrounded by ancient towering trees. The expansive open space before them was undoubtedly the site where the Elven tribe honored the nature god. As Chu Chen and Tyren entered, their eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal tree that dwarfed all others they had previously encountered. This magnificent tree emanated an enigmatic aura, suggesting an imminent display of formidable power. "This is it, our tribe's most sacred ground. I must insist that you both refrain from any noise or inappropriate actions," Spencer cautioned, bowing before the great tree before turning to Tyren and Shelley with an admonitory tone. Chapter 84. Confronting the nature god. Following Spencer's directive, the high priest and Tyren approached the altar, while Shelley remained to observe. For centuries, the wasteland dwellers had fantasized about returning to the elven forest, to this very altar, to offer their most sincere homage to the nature god. Alas, that opportunity had eluded them. Now, as the high priest and Tyren stood before the altar, they felt no trace of faith in the nature god. Instead, the atmosphere was discomforting, prompting a desire to depart swiftly. "We have been exiled from the Elven tribe for centuries. We can no longer be considered elves. Our elven bloodline is beyond our reach. As you can see, though Tyren has awakened his bloodline, he is no longer akin to you elves. Therefore, we are unworthy to pay homage to the nature god." The high priest, who had remained silent, suddenly rejected the request for homage at the altar, unaware that this ritual was merely a means for the Elven tribe to spy on Chu Chen, their true intentions hidden beneath a facade. Spencer's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Now that we stand before the altar, you cannot simply withdraw. To do so would be a grave disrespect to the nature god. Disrespecting the nature god makes you an enemy of my elven kin." The imposing elven warriors flanking the altar glared fiercely at the high priest and Tyren. "Since I alone have awakened the bloodline, I shall proceed with the homage alone. The high priest need not join." Tyrone spoke, acting under the guidance of Chu Chen. After all, Tyrone had his protection, while the high priest did not. Spencer pondered that the high priest had always resided in the elf forest and likely had minimal interaction with Chu Chen. Conversely, Tyrone had been closely following Chu Chen, so he would certainly have gleaned more insights. Thus, Spencer acquiesced to this request, as the high priest was merely an unexpected leverage they had over Tyrone. Tyrone approached the sacred tree of the elves, feeling a mix of anxiety shared by both him and Chu Chen. It was their first time being so close to a deity. Although they were not in direct contact, the sense of majesty was palpable. Tyrone began the worship ritual according to the customs of the elves, a practice he had mastered since childhood. Before meeting Chu Chen, every member of the wild clan still harbored dreams of returning to the elf forest. As the ritual concluded and Tyrone prepared to rise, he sensed an additional pair of eyes seemingly fixated on him from the sacred tree, causing his body to freeze mid-motion. In Chu Chen's mind, he was the most affected by this presence, feeling the intense gaze piercing through him. "Which deity are you? And why have I never sensed your aura?" A cold voice echoed in his consciousness. Indeed, the god of nature had discovered him and was now addressing him. "Your origins are not for you to know yet." Chu Chen, feeling compelled to stand firm, responded defiantly. This retort evidently angered the god of nature, who snorted disdainfully as a beam of green light shot forth, piercing the void and rushing towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering him immobile. Not only Tyrone, who was a vessel of Chu Chen's spirit. But even the lake and the tributary rivers fell into a state of stasis. At that moment, Chu Chen's system emitted a buzzing sound. Beep. Host detected to be facing divine wrath, life in peril, automatically expending 2 million energy points to retaliate. Under ordinary circumstances, Chu Chen would have lamented the loss of 2 million energy points, but at this critical juncture, he was indifferent. He felt a marvelous power emerge within his soul, transforming into a golden arrow that also pierced the void, charging towards the green light. The two beams collided in a silent explosion, shattering the surrounding space. Ultimately, the green light was repelled, and the golden arrow relentlessly pursued it for a considerable distance before dissipating into the distant void. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If not for the system's automatic defense, I might have been obliterated. He had not anticipated the vast chasm between himself and the divine, barely surviving a mere display of divine power. Unbeknownst to him, the god of nature was equally astonished. Although his attack had been weakened by traversing the void, Chu Chen's counterstrike revealed a terrifying destructive force that caused even the deity to feel a twinge of trepidation. Outside, the spectators were oblivious to the clash between Chu Chen and the god of nature. They only observed Tyrone, who had been about to rise, suddenly freeze mid-action, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Shelley and the high priest, witnessing Tyrone's condition, assumed the elves had employed some trick and attempted to assist him, only to be halted by Spencer and the nearby elven warriors. Esteemed guests, Tyrone is currently in communion with the great god of nature, and you must not interrupt. The high priest intended to argue, but Shelley shook her head, signaling him to refrain. They knew they could not breach the barrier to affect Tyrone, and Shelley was aware that a part of Chu Chen's spirit resided within him. Any trouble for Tyrone would certainly provoke Chu Chen. As they anxiously awaited, Tyrone finally regained his composure, inexplicably rubbing the back of his head before departing the altar to join the high priest and Shelley. Spencer cast a glance at the tree deity, then at Tyrone, perplexed yet hesitant to question a divine being, ultimately leading them away. This time, the high priest was not taken away, but was permitted to accompany Tyrone to the Elven Reception Lodge for a reunion. Spencer hurriedly sought out the Elven King to report the events. However, upon reaching the king, he was preempted by the royal voice. I am already aware of the recent occurrences. You must arrange for their immediate departure from the elf forest, and ensure those wild clan members are also escorted away. But those wild clan members possess considerable secrets. Spencer hesitated, expressing his concerns. The Elven King nodded, I understand. Yet the command from the god of nature was clear. We must not antagonize them. It appears their backing deity is formidable, and even the god of nature does not wish to cultivate additional enmity at this juncture. Yet, we suffered significant losses in our prior endeavors. Can we simply let this go? We may have already offended that deity. Such is the way of things. In the eyes of the divine, what do these lives matter? I have made my decision. They must leave the elf forest, and we shall no longer concern ourselves with that wasteland. The Elven King acted out of necessity, recognizing that even the god of nature had encountered setbacks against Chu Chen. No matter how powerful he was, he could not oppose a deity directly. Yet, none anticipated that Chu Chen was merely a transcendent third-tier lake. Had the Elven King intervened personally, he could have severely wounded Chu Chen. Chapter 85. Secrets of the Wild Clan on the outskirts of the elf forest. Spencer wore a grim visage as he escorted the high priest, Shelley, and Tyrone out, accompanied by a dozen elderly members of the Wild Clan. Upon exiting the elf forest, Spencer turned away, and Shelley playfully called after him, Mr. Spencer, thank you for your hospitality. The elf forest is indeed beautiful. I hope to return for another visit, and you must be my guide next time. Spencer's retreating figure trembled, but ultimately ignored her as he vanished into the forest. For Shelley, this expedition to the elf forest felt akin to a leisurely vacation. She merely wandered about, unable to investigate the matter of the life stone from the last encounter. In total, she had spent merely 2 days in the elf forest, devoid of any opportunity for freedom or exploration. Conversely, for Chu Chen, the experience was fraught with peril. Had it not been for the system's timely intervention, not only would he have perished, but Shelley, Tyrone, and the others would have met the same fate. Fortunately, they emerged unscathed. Not only had they successfully rescued the high priest, but they had also instilled fear in the god of nature. Henceforth, it seemed the elves would not trouble him, granting him a considerable span of time for unimpeded growth. After departing the elf forest, the group hastened toward the lake. The high priest and the elderly wild clan members possessed limited strength for swift travel. So Tyrone summoned the nearby sand dune army to transport the elders on the swift red flame steed. Their pace was not slow, and within 2 days, they reached the lake. Both Shelley and Tyrone had exerted considerable effort, particularly Tyrone, who bore immense pressure. Nonetheless, they had successfully rescued the high priest. Chu Chen conjured water spirits to float upon the lake's surface, speaking gently, "Tyrone, kneel." Tyrone promptly knelt. "It is all thanks to Lord Chu, our protector. Without you, we would surely not have returned." Tyrone vividly recalled the suffocating gaze and deathly aura he had perceived from the sacred tree after worshipping the god of nature. This experience further solidified his belief in Chu Chen's power to overcome that divine light. Chu Chen gestured dismissively, turning his attention to the high priest and the others. Apart from the high priest, he had not encountered these elders before, yet he could sense that their life force waned significantly. This indicated that without intervention, they would gradually succumb within a few years, a symptom of their lifespan being siphoned away. Although Chu Chen could use spiritual water to mend some of their physical injuries, he could not restore their lost years. "You have endured much, high priest. It has been far too long since our last meeting," Chu Chen expressed. The high priest gazed at Chu Chen with deep emotion. He had initially approached Chu Chen in despair, fearing his clan's extinction. At that time, he had hesitated to fully trust Chu Chen. Little did he expect to be taken by the elves and subjected to torment. "Forgive me, Lord Chu. Since I have revered you as a deity, I have yet to serve you even for a day. Thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon the wild clan. Without you, we would have likely faded into the sands of time, and these old souls would have perished under the elves' cruelty." The high priest looked at the tall and imposing Tyrone, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "Speaking of which, I still wonder what the elves intended when they captured you. Why is your lifespan dwindling so rapidly?" Chu Chen was quite curious about what the elves were up to. Beside him, Tyrone, having heard that the high priest's lifespan was dwindling, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet a mere glance from the high priest quelled his urge to inquire further. Some time ago, a powerful being from the elven race had suddenly arrived in their tribe, requesting that he accompany the oldest elders of their clan to the elven realm. Over the past year, they had employed the secret arts of the wild tribe, nurturing a batch of magical beasts with their blood. Recently, those beasts finally awakened, but in doing so, they drained nearly all the lifespans of these old souls. The ability to absorb life. What a malevolent creature this was. Concerning Lord Chu's inquiry, I am uncertain whether it can even be classified as a magical beast. It resembled a mass of decaying flesh. Each day, we fed it our blood, watching it grow stronger, and when it finally awakened, all I could see were a pair of pitch-black eyes before I lost consciousness. How many of such creatures exist? Thus far, we have only seen 2. Chu Chen fell silent for a moment, contemplating. If there are only 2, then it is manageable. He believed that his phoenix and griffin would not be inferior to these monstrosities. "Very well, I understand this matter. By the way, do you know why your wild tribe was expelled from the elven race and relegated to the desert?" The high priest's murky eyes seemed to drift into an abyss of memories as he spoke softly. That event transpired nearly a millennium ago, and only each successive high priest knows the secret. 1,000 years ago, our wild tribe was the royal lineage of the elven race, while the current nobility are merely the princes we once appointed. However, during the Faith War, the nature deity was defeated, and they seized the opportunity to sway the nature deity, allying themselves with the Holy Light Sanctuary at the war's climax to secure the unique status of the elven forest for the millennia since, while we were merely a token of their feigned allegiance. It is surprising that even among deities, there exist such transactions of self-interest. What then distinguishes gods from mortals? This so-called unique status is merely a means of survival. It seems the nature deity must have struck some agreement with the god of light, though it appears the nature deity is relatively weak among the divine. After a moment of internal deliberation, Chu Chen spoke. "You have all endured much. Tyrone, please escort the high priest to rest and gather the wild tribe members, ensuring they bring all magical beasts below level 5 under their command. Let Shelley remain." Tyrone bowed and helped the high priest depart. "My lord, have you summoned me for something?" "Yes. Do you have any recollection of the creature the high priest described?" Shelley pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I have never heard of such a creature, though this world is filled with myriad beings, and various magical arts and methods can create peculiar life forms. Even some deities attempt to create life. However, to my knowledge, Beings capable of consuming life violate the fundamental laws of the world. Such creatures generally struggle to survive. Can deities create life? Chu Chen expressed astonishment. Shelley, with a peculiar expression, queried, "Shouldn't you be more knowledgeable about this than I?" Realizing that he appeared to Shelley as a figure akin to a deity, he recognized the absurdity of asking her such questions. "I merely wish to discern whether your understanding of your world aligns with mine. However, I presume this is not something you can clarify. Would you be interested in visiting a human city?" Shelley's eyes lit up at the prospect. It had been ages since she last ventured to a human city, and her everyday supplies had run low. She had not adorned herself with jewelry in quite some time. Chapter 86. A cruel yet necessary decision. Seeing Shelley's delight at the prospect of visiting a human city, Chu Chen understood that she had been cooped up in the desolate wilderness for far too long. "Indeed, I wish for you to visit a human city. However, it is not for leisure, but for a mission." Shelley nodded vigorously. "I will ensure the task is accomplished." This mission was no trivial matter. It required her to establish an underground organization in the nearest major city to the desert, dedicated to gathering intelligence for him. With the desert largely secured, Chu Chen would soon transform it into his domain. Yet, his subordinates consisted solely of magical beasts and members of the wild tribe, neither of whom were suited for infiltration into human cities. Hence, he lacked adequate knowledge of the happenings across the continent. This opportunity would allow Shelley to form a small organization while also providing her a chance to unwind. Shelley nodded resolutely, her face alight with joy. Establishing an organization is not difficult, but rallying personnel requires resources, particularly money and treasures. "My assets have been nearly depleted." Chu Chen recognized her request for funds, but he was prepared. He retrieved several storage scrolls from his system space and handed them to Shelley. These scrolls contained items he had acquired from slain legendary figures, including valuable possessions from the Holy Maiden of the Light Sanctuary. As Shelley opened each scroll, her eyes sparkled. The combined worth of these treasures far exceeded her own wealth. "You are aware of the origins of these items, so use them wisely. I entrust them to your management. But I must emphasize that the individuals you recruit must be trustworthy, preferably devoid of any faith. Even if their strength is somewhat lacking, I have ways to assist in their enhancement. Be cautious not to inadvertently recruit spies from significant factions." Chu Chen reminded her once more. "Rest assured, I understand this. However, what shall we name the organization? Can they know of your existence?" After a moment's reflection, Chu Chen replied, "Let it be called the Shadow Pavilion. If you encounter particularly exceptional individuals, you may discreetly introduce them into any of my tributaries, but my existence must remain a secret. No one must learn of it." Chu Chen believed it prudent to maintain a low profile, at least until the conflict over faith subsided. Otherwise, he would become an easy target. Shelley inwardly critiqued Chu Chen's naming prowess, but nodded, taking the scrolls and bidding farewell. Watching her depart, Chu Chen longed to possess a human form to roam freely. Yet for now, such aspirations remained mere fantasies. He wondered how long it would take to solidify a body indistinguishable from that of a human. Shaking his head, he cast aside these impractical dreams and immersed himself in the depths of his lake, observing every tributary with the flow of water. He found the lengths of the tributaries unsatisfactory. In his past life, many rivers extended over 10,000 meters, yet now he had only a few thousand meters, unable to even carve a path through a small desert. To significantly enhance the length of the river, he would need to expend a considerable amount of energy points. And the fastest way to acquire energy points was by focusing on magical beasts. The directive to bring back magical beasts below level 5 stemmed from this very rationale. Although it felt cruel to consume these creatures he had nurtured, they had yet to develop the intelligence of humans and had essentially lost the potential for further advancement. Therefore, to expedite his evolution, he had no choice but to devour them all. Additionally, he needed to continue breeding more magical beasts on a large scale. This cycle of cultivating, training, consuming lower potential magical beasts, and breeding new ones would become a fixed routine, providing him with a continuous influx of energy points. 3 days later, all members of the wild tribe returned, bringing with them the lower-tier magical beasts they commanded. Originally, Chu Chen had commanded 100,000 sand soldiers, and after the last round of focused breeding, he now had nearly 50,000 magical beasts. The wild tribe members had already anticipated that Chu Chen intended to abandon the remaining magical beasts, so this day did not come as a surprise to them. In their minds, the lives of these magical beasts were granted by Chu Chen, and thus he had every right to reclaim them. The purpose of your return is twofold. First, to reunite with the elders of the tribe, whom Tyran rescued from the elven forest. Second, for the development of the Sand Soldier army. I will consume the magical beasts you have brought and breed a new batch. This procedure will continue henceforth. Any newly bred magical beasts that fail to reach level 5 within 6 months will be brought here for consumption. You may perceive this as cruel. Feeling reluctant to part with the magical beasts you have trained with great effort, yet this realm of divine and demonic beings has never been about mercy. Just as you do not pity your prey while hunting, the weak can only be eradicated by the strong. This applies to magical beasts as well as to you. Soon, the realm of divine and demonic beings will face unprecedented chaos. In this tumultuous war, only by growing stronger can we protect those we cherish. If you wish to avoid death and safeguard your loved ones, cast aside those laughable notions of kindness, and follow me to become more powerful, to protect those you hold dear. Before Chu Chen devoured these magical beasts, he had first undertaken a persuasive endeavor with the members of the savage tribe, a reflection of the dialogue he wished to convey to himself. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary human, devoid of extraordinary powers, feeling compassion even for beggars by the roadside. However, after more than a year of experiences in this new world, he came to understand that true compassion is a privilege reserved for the strong. Otherwise, it becomes a mere jest. He did not desire to become a cold-hearted individual. Thus, he chose to protect these savage tribesmen, willing to assist them in becoming formidable, provided they were entirely devoted to him and obedient to his commands. Chu Chen's words indeed resonated deeply within the hearts of many of the savage tribe members. Nevertheless, after struggling for survival in the desolate wasteland for so many years, they were no longer the naive youths they once were. Now, Chu Chen was regarded as a deity in their hearts, and his words were seen as divine guidance. Deemed absolutely correct. Forever follow Lord Chu, protect the savage tribe, and support Lord Chu, someone boldly proclaimed, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. Satisfied, Chu Chen raised his hand to calm the excited crowd. Now, drive your commanding beasts into the lake, and seek more wild creatures in the desert. Under Chu Chen's command, one beast after another was herded into the lake. The spiritual energy emanating from the waters was irresistibly alluring to these magical beasts, requiring little effort, as over 50,000 beasts submerged themselves within. Chapter 87. Unifying the entire desert, the lake brimmed with magical beasts, each displaying a look of contentment as they reveled in the lake's rich spiritual energy, while Chu Chen diligently manipulated the system for refining. The system's refining process was silent and unobtrusive. One by one, the beasts within the lake diminished, yet the others remained oblivious. Continuous notifications echoed in Chu Chen's mind. Ding. Refined a level 3 iron-armored rhinoceros, gaining 500 energy points. Ding. Refined a level 4 red flame wind horse, gaining 600 energy points. Ding. Refined a level 1 wood spirit deer, gaining 200 energy points. Once all refining was complete, tranquility returned to the lake's surface, and Chu Chen found himself endowed with over 10 million energy points. Gazing at his newfound wealth of energy, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of leveling up once more. Yet he restrained himself. The situation beyond the desert remained uncertain. It would still require time to fully command the desert. It was wiser to fortify the existing 3 tributaries rather than hastily establish new ones. With a mere thought, he extended the Wangchuan River, Lusha River, and Magma River by 3,000 meters each, retaining over 1 million energy points for future use. Now, the Wangchuan and Lusha rivers each spanned 8,000 meters, while the newly formed Magma River reached 7,000 meters, presenting a markedly different landscape. Simultaneously, Chu Chen noticed that the Lusha River had finally reached the desert's edge, allowing for exploration beyond the wasteland. The Lusha River flowed northward, and according to Chu Chen's memories, the area beyond the northern desert was a chaotic region filled with numerous human settlements, deep gorges. And further north lay the true vast desert, harsh conditions but teeming with more diverse species than his own wasteland. Exploring beyond the Lusha River required careful deliberation. It was not a matter to be approached recklessly. Once the savage tribesmen returned with the beasts they had gathered, Chu Chen skillfully purified their bodies with spiritual water, bestowing blessings and awakening their bloodlines before entrusting them to the savage tribe for assessment. This time, Over 100,000 magical beasts were awakened, as customary, assigned to the savage tribe for training, with practical combat objectives in mind. Upon confirming that the elven race had withdrawn their surveillance from the desert's observation points, Chu Chen resolved to cleanse the desert of lingering threats. The previous elven beast tide had already driven out most factions, leaving only the more resilient adversaries, such as the demon abyss in the desert center and the Fire Crow Valley to the south. This task was perfectly suited for Tyren, who would lead the newly awakened 100,000 magical beasts to accomplish the cleansing mission while honing their combat abilities in real scenarios. Despite their dwindling lifespans, the elder priests and others returning from the elven race were more than willing to assist Chu Chen, not wishing to burden them further. He assigned them the task of imparting their skills to the younger members of the savage tribe. Although these elders possessed limited strength, they were the foundation of the savage tribe's heritage. The knowledge previously acquired by the savage tribe was drawn from the preserved scrolls. Yet there remained much invaluable experience accumulated over the years that could not be gleaned from those scrolls. Under the guidance of these elders, the core generation of the savage tribe became increasingly adept at training magical beasts. In recent days, mercenaries venturing into the desert observed the sudden emergence of many organized groups of magical beasts, some accompanied by figures with black wings. Those with discerning eyes hastily vacated the desert, while new arrivals, or the foolhardy, continued to hunt. Naturally, most of these individuals met grim fates at the jaws of the magical beasts, with only a few managing to escape, vowing never to set foot in the desert again. "What's happening in the desert?" one remarked. "Could it be that the elven race is preparing for another beast tide? It doesn't seem likely." Some claim those following the beasts resemble the elves, albeit with black wings and lacking their exquisite beauty. Could it be that figure is up to something again? Upon hearing mention of that figure, a newcomer, curious, inquired, "Who is this figure you speak of? They sound even more fearsome than the elves." A kindly older gentleman patted the young man's shoulder. "Little brother, you must be new here. That figure is the mysterious individual who, a few months back, annihilated a legendary tier mercenary group and devoured several powerful members of the elven race and the Holy Knight Order. It is said that this enigmatic being has been hiding within the lake, and no one knows their appearance, yet their power is formidable. Recently, I made an intriguing discovery." The middle-aged man paused, prompting the others to urge him on, and with a sense of pride, he continued, "Have you noticed that the former elven strongholds surrounding this desert are now deserted? This suggests that the elven race has forsaken this wasteland. Now, consider why they might have suddenly abandoned it. Surely it is due to the overwhelming strength of that figure, compelling even the elves to concede." As the crowd pondered this, they realized the truth in his words, expressing admiration for the man's keen observation while departing the desert, eager to share this news with others. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, his reputation had grown so vast. However, this was fortuitous as it would expedite his efforts to unify the entire desert. In the heart of the desert, the demon abyss, a place that endured even amidst the elven beast tide, was seldom traversed by mercenaries. No one truly knew how many magical beasts lay concealed within. Even during the previous elven scheme that lured numerous legendary tier experts, the demon abyss remained unconquered, continuing to exist as a perilous stronghold. Tyren, accompanied by over 30,000 newly trained sand soldiers, approached the outskirts of the demon abyss, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Recently having entered the realm of the extraordinary, Tyren and his sand soldiers were still of lowly mortal tier. Even in their numbers, seizing the demon abyss would be no simple feat. However, Tyren's intention was not to forcibly conquer it, but rather to tame the magical beasts residing within. This place harbored numerous extraordinary magical beasts, including various species with considerable intelligence, ideally suited to assist the savage tribe in managing the magical beasts throughout the desert. As Chu Chen continued to cultivate new magical beasts, he envisioned that within a year, this wasteland would become a paradise for these creatures, leaving only magical beasts behind, devoid of ordinary wildlife. Thus, relying solely on the couple of hundred savage tribesmen was far from sufficient. The assistance of these extraordinary magical beasts, intimately familiar with the desert, was essential to effectively govern this realm.